Shepherding Humanity Chapter 851 to Chapter 912. The natives of the nearby planets have actually come here? In the study, a mighty giant the size of half a planet sat in his chair, muttering to himself. His goal in coming here was to settle down the gray space system and Medusa. He had originally wanted to wait for Carolyn and the others. After all, the level of the natives outside was too low, and they weren't insectoids. Naturally, Suji didn't care about them. He had his own matters to attend to. These natives were the 37 planets that orbited the universe courtyard hundreds of thousands of years ago. After so many years, only 7 remained. Over the past 100,000 years, after the decline of civilization, it gradually recovered to its peak. It also gave birth to its own gods and began to develop its own system. It wasn't exactly rough. Over 100,000 years of development, it was very blind, like the blind groping an elephant. There were still gods that could climb the path to the 9th rank, existences that could distort the laws. Weak was relative to Suji, Carolyn, and the others. So what if they were at the 8th rank? We can casually send out a super scion and destroy these gods that are still climbing the path to the 9th rank. Suji shook his head. The path to the 9th rank was a huge threshold for all civilizations in the universe. Many civilizations couldn't cross it in their entire lives. It wasn't something that could be broken through just by spending time. Even Suji had spent more than 3 months to cross it. At this time, his gaze was already on the 9th rank. The one that Suji called the Cat Planet was one of them. The race that was piloting the spaceships in front of him was also from a nearby planet. It seemed to be a pure technological civilization. A technological civilization? Carolyn's kind is a hybrid civilization that's half technological and half transcendent. I've never seen a true pure technological civilization. Suji's expression was calm. A pure technological civilization was definitely powerful. However, it wasn't an individual that was powerful, but an entire civilization. I'm suddenly a little curious. After all, I've never seen a pure technological civilization. What is it like? Suji said leisurely. After all, he had always been on the path of transcendence. Fine, I can test it out, to prepare for Carolyn and the others, and see how effective it is. On the desk, Suji slowly moved his fingers. At the same time, they are the natives. They should be more familiar with the death garden next door. Then the door is open for them. He revealed a meaningful smile. However, if such a large piece of land can be adjusted to the extreme flow rate, even a prehistoric existence can't do it. I won't give myself away. The garden land is a little lower. The villa's interior is where the maximum flow rate is. A cigar-shaped universe black mechanical spaceship slowly docked in front of this vast universe black land. It wasn't easy for me to catch a native god of the Mayana star. Before I could escape, I was almost caught by the strong god of the opposing clan. This was a perfect woman wearing a black tunic dress. Her black hair was silky smooth, and her skin was as exquisite as jade. However, the ears on both sides were like those of a deer with large antlers. If Suji were to make an analogy, this pair of ears would be like Chopper, the reindeer in one piece. But it was not just the ears. Instead, it was a pair of small hands on the head. It could be said that it was a 4-armed alien. The arms on the neck. The arms on the neck. It was very strange to think of it this way, but looking at it directly, it was not out of place. It could even be said that it was a person with antlers. The perfect and exquisite woman smiled. Those natives are primitive and lowly. They worship the so-called gods and build temples. They are so barbaric. Didn't we just attack one of their gods? Is there a need to take revenge? Besides, can this kind of thing be considered a god? It's funny that it was crippled after just a few shots. It's also because of the restrictions of these gods that the civilization of that planet is so primitive. So primitive, and a city-state, a cultivator? Experts? Imperial knights? Nobles? That's ridiculous. The woman sitting on the chair stretched her body and laid on the ground leisurely. Next to her, a butler with antlers reminded her, Princess Xianxia, although those gods are barbarians, they are still very terrifying. Those few cannons were stored in our territory for a few years. Although they are barbaric, they are indeed a strong enemy of our empire. Forget it. Now that we've captured a god, we should be able to bring endless profits to our cloning factories. Our lineage will prosper. The two antlers on her head were like nimble and soft hands. She held a square-shaped device that looked like a mobile phone and put it in front of her as if she was controlling something. It seemed that she had received some information. How ridiculous. My stupid brother, the 13th prince, said that he would spend a lot of money to buy this god. I won't give it to him. He must want to be immortal again and have a taste of these gods. A mortal conquering a god is such a bad taste. This is a man. Is it not enough to play with ordinary girls? He also wants to play with a male god. A trace of ridicule flashed in her eyes. She knew what happened to the native experts who fell into his hands. But that guy's mechanical talent is indeed better than mine. Forget it. This trip was not bad. I can also take a trip to the ancient forbidden area. Let me take a look. I don't know if I can find a good ancient life gene. If that's the case, I'll make a fortune. The subordinates beside her didn't dare to make a sound. Only they knew how cruel and terrifying this princess was. She was temperamental. In the past few years, she had been selling people crazily. She was a terrifying thug. Many of her subordinates had been killed by her. In other words, the various princesses and princes of the empire were extremely extreme, bloodthirsty, and cruel. This was because they had been raised in such an environment since they were young. More than 10,000 descendants had killed each other. Now, only 80 princesses and princes had survived. This was like raising a venomous insect. The king of venomous insects was the next generation's successor. Click. The spacecraft opened. They entered the Black Ruins. This place was endless. It was dilapidated and decayed. The Black Land was extremely desolate and lifeless. However, it was extremely strange. The soil seemed to be tumbling like an ocean for a moment. Layers of ripples rose up, but it instantly calmed down. Is it my illusion? This time, the land feels different. Charles's expression became solemn. Although she couldn't see the creatures in the high-dimensional space-time, she could feel a strong sense of strangeness in this land. Send a level 6 elite cloned soldier to explore. She instructed. Whoosh. A stiff white soldier walked slowly into this piece of land. It walked forward very normally as though nothing had happened. There's no problem? Charles frowned. Could it be that he was hallucinating? She thought for a moment and stared at the level 6 cloned soldier. After observing for a while, there was no abnormality. She raised her hand slightly and looked at one of her subordinates beside her. Go and explore. Yes. The subordinate entered the land. An extremely strange thing happened. In the next second, without even letting out a scream, he instantly disappeared. Disappeared in an instant? What the hell? Charles's eyes flashed. He narrowed his eyes. Something is wrong here. Could it be the high-dimensional spacetime? Charles turned around and looked at the white humanoid creature behind him. This was the clone of a god. It was the high-end combat power that she relied on to survive. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it had already set down an order. As long as a god approached through the high-dimensional spacetime, there would definitely be a response. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to defend against the low-dimensional attacks of those terrifying high-dimensional creatures. But there's still no response. If it's not a so-called god, how could it? After hesitating for a few seconds, she put on a special pair of glasses and connected to the nerves of the god behind her. I've suffered a huge loss. A clone god's lifespan is already short. Yet, it still helped me enter the high-dimensional spacetime, she muttered to herself. She looked like she was in pain as she pressed a button. Whoosh, the glasses changed rapidly. She saw an extremely strange scene. On the seemingly barren black land, there were countless creatures and ferocious beasts moving about. There were green forests, flowers, and trees everywhere. It was as though at this moment, she had truly seen the inner world, a true inner world. Whoosh, the animals in front of her were curiously looking at the group of people who were almost completely still. The beast in the lead was actually an ancient Mitchell beast. This kind of beast was very intelligent. It revealed a cunning and cruel gaze, hinting to the other animals to carefully walk on the ground so as not to damage the flatness of the ground. It wasn't just the animals. Whoosh! She saw a tall green tree lying on the ground. Its two branches were in front of its hooves. It was lying on the ground like a puppy, its buttocks in the air as it ran back and forth. What the hell? I saw a giant tree of Weitao that went extinct more than 100,000 years ago. It's running around like a puppy. Charles was completely stunned. That was a tree, that was a mythical giant tree from prehistory. It had no dignity at all. She continued to focus and saw an even more strange scene. Little grass that is wriggling like caterpillars? Two small feet walking, a fresh flower with its head held high. What the hell is this? She was dumbfounded. She blinked and confirmed that it was a majestic giant tree of Weitao. It was twisting and turning like a puppy, happily running around the Mitchell beast. She took off her glasses and said to the person beside her, "Put a level 1 clone in." A clone strode into the room with a steady rhythm. She put on her glasses and realized that the clone was moving slowly like a statue. It had just stepped into the first level. In an instant, it was eaten by the animals that swarmed in. "This is, what the hell?" Charles mumbled. She had analyzed that the high-dimensional spacetime here was 1 to 10 years, but this was too scary. No wonder. When I first started, I felt that the ground was moving crazily. That wasn't an illusion. It's because the prehistoric beasts here are too smart. The moment they saw us, they moved gently to avoid stepping on the soil. They waited for us to come in and eat us. They couldn't even bite the level 6 beast that just went in. His skin couldn't even break through, so, she looked at the entire cosmos garden and felt a terrifying power that was evil to the extreme, deep and terrifying. The prehistoric animals have reappeared. They seem to be in a state where they just appeared. Their cultivation levels are very low. They haven't had the time to cultivate. The highest they can reach is only level 4, the prehistoric mythical flow has also appeared. Could it be that the taboo existence from before the civilization is still alive and has been revived? Her mind was filled with horror. At this moment, she trembled all over and laughed out loud. The most evil and cruel prehistoric existence in the universe that was known as the prehistoric evil existence that took pleasure in keeping civilizations in captivity, treating civilizations as murals and us as pets, has actually returned. A strong sense of understanding rose in her heart. The era of the ancient mythical universe has returned. The pets left behind from the ancient times can no longer pretend to be gods. The true master of this world is returning. I knew that the ancient taboo existence that has existed for more than 100,000 years will not fall and disappear. She was extremely excited. She knew that the era of the ancient sex might have returned. At the side, a few men and women dressed in various clothes, tall and slender, revealed a hint of shock. The princess in front of them actually worshipped the ancient evil Renamenka. This was a great crime of the empire. The empire's royal family openly boycotted the Renamenka sect. In tens of thousands of years of history, this was an evil and intolerable black sect. It was a group of crazy ancient Renamenka fanatics, and it was a certain dark force. Could it be that Princess Xianxia had the support of such an evil organization behind the scenes? Preparing to ascend to the throne, every outstanding crown prince had the support of major planetary consortiums and forces, but the support of this kind of evil sect, everyone couldn't help but shiver. What about Princess Xianxia? Beside her, a close aide hurriedly called out to her. This spaceship didn't just have their own people. In order to hunt that indigenous god, they had hired many powerful private groups. With their combat power, they might not be able to get rid of this group of people. At this moment, if such presumptuous words were spread out, the other crown princes would definitely get hold of it and kill them instantly. It's okay. Charles's expression was calm. The ancient god has returned. It's just the right time to introduce you to our sect. You should know the significance of this kind of space-covered land. The expressions of the three mercenary teams changed slightly. They never thought that such a terrifying thing would happen here. How could they not know how terrifying this kind of high-dimensional space-covered land was? This was the law of the universe that only a great existence that surpassed the laws of the universe could distort. So that pitiful and ignorant mortals could also have the high-dimensional universe view of a true god. this kind of scene, it meant that there must be an ancient person who had achieved enlightenment here who had revived. At the same time, the terrifying prehistoric creatures in the garden recorded in the ancient books had all reappeared. The combination of the two was self-evident. A frightening thought suddenly surged into their minds. The ancient emperor of the universe was about to return to this ruined land. The future era should be different. The various federations of the empire, countless colonized planets, various administrative regions of the various continents, and the entire empire would change. We believe that the ancient god would not fall. It has indeed come true. Ha ha ha, I won't hide it anymore. Let me show you our sect's holy land. Charles looked at the ancient ruins with admiration and fanaticism and waved his hand. Gotcha. Very soon, a mechanical armored vehicle loaded everyone into it and entered the high-dimensional spacetime. Bang! 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 An extremely subtle collision came. Those terrifying ancient organisms resided in the high-dimensional space, but due to their low battle prowess, they were unable to break through the defenses. This power is indescribably great. The beautiful princess was like a lively young girl, constantly exclaiming in admiration, lifting up her long skirt and dancing happily, looking out of the chariot window. This is too wonderful. Is this the power of a great existence that surpasses gods? Allowing ordinary living beings to freely enjoy the supreme power that only gods possessed, under such circumstances, it would only take a few days for their cultivation to rise, and this place would return to the terrifying prehistoric danger zone where 6th order and 7th order vicious beasts roam. Danger lurks everywhere. Seal stood in the cockpit and said politely to the people behind him, I'll show you the holy land of the Reni sect. The people at the side didn't dare to make a sound. They drove the mechanical vehicle and began to fly, traveling in this space turbulence. They used some kind of energy device to effectively avoid the random energy turbulence that was about to erupt. In this great and vast ancient ruin that was as large as a planet, they could only fly here and couldn't teleport, because the unstable space would instantly cause an even greater explosion of energy. After flying for a while, they arrived at a certain ruin. There were sparse remains of white stone buildings here and some metal objects. The mechanical vehicle stopped, and there was still a dense raindrop-like collision outside. From the perspective of the high-dimensional space-time, one would realize that this black ruin was actually a sparse deep forest. Because they were moving too fast, they could only see a patch of soil. Unless they didn't move for dozens of days, people would only be able to see their afterimages for a few tenths of a second. Cute new believers, remember to stay in this corner. If we make a mistake, we will die. Seal grinned and revealed a crazy smile. He used the energy of a spatial jump to violently cause the space to fluctuate. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The countless teams at the side were stunned. Triggering the space here would instantly cause an explosion of energy turbulence and strangle them alive. Boom, as expected, the terrifying turbulence exploded. The intersecting spatial turbulence was like a rain of blades that actually slashed past them. This was a man-made terrifying turbulence, but their location was actually the only stable and safe zone. Remember this position, remember the energy level caused by this energy. If you are wrong even a little bit, it won't cause such an effect. You will all die instantly. This is something that was researched at the cost of countless deaths. Seal smiled as he comforted the others, his eyes staring straight ahead. Look, these energy turbulence have reproduced prehistoric memories. This is a rare phenomenon. Boom, a light flickered. Amidst the endless explosion of energy turbulence, a blurry image appeared. It's impossible to survive. It's impossible to survive from the beginning. No one believed Mr. Despair's words. It led to, a creature that looked like a deer stood at the door and looked up at the sky. Behind him was a mechanical factory with ancient words written on it, God Forging. Boom, in the next second, he abandoned the factory behind him and directly flew into the distant sky. After a while, he was instantly struck down and turned into a pool of blood mist. Everyone looked at the ancient influence in the spatial turbulence and immediately turned pale with fright. This is the ancestor of our race, but he is actually a god, such a huge individual strength. Seal looked around with a burning gaze. Do you see the 2 words factory behind me? God Forging. That is an ancestral technology that only existed in ancient times. It is said that in ancient times, we have the technological ability to become gods. Using technology to make mortals become gods, everyone was instantly shocked. Yes, great technological research can allow us to directly become the legendary gods without the hard work of those natives. This is the difference between us and those natives. The difference between the highly developed Homo sapiens and the inferior people who rely on their own brute force to accumulate strength. But such great technology has been lost. Right now, we only have the technology of cloning gods, treating those cloned gods as warriors. But we, ourselves, are unable to turn ourselves into gods through some kind of terrifying technology. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They used technology to constantly change their bodies, and once they reached adulthood, they would only be at the level of level 2, and the ancient ancestors could actually, it was like a miracle, their race was innately not good at cultivation, and in addition to the large amount of time spent on researching technology, the average was only level 4. With the addition of various life extension methods, their average lifespan was only about 500 years. Even if they mocked the gods of those natives, and could even concentrate their firepower to kill and capture them, those natives still had a long lifespan of 7,000 to 8,000 years, something they were incomparably envious of. On the transcendent side, the powerful were the top group of individuals. On the technological side, it was the group society that was powerful, using all kinds of tools, such as star destroyers, energy weapons, and spaceships, but not the individual itself. In those transcendent native worlds, a few top gods directly represented 90% of their world's combat power. Such an abnormal distribution was simply impossible to see here. Seal spread his arms. Yes, when we develop to become strong, we can also use technology to reach the realm of gods. This is all bestowed to us by the ancient gods. The ancient Renamanga, the legendary college of the universe, the eternal and invincible great monarch, himself is the universe's forbidden vortex that surpasses all myths. Do you know why the Luhan royal family was able to rise? More than 40,000 years ago, we were able to unify it? Is it because we have such terrifying technology? No. That's because our ancestor, a ridiculous interstellar profiteer, happened to stand in a special position in the chaotic space turbulence that erupted in the ruins and survived. He discovered the remnant images of the ancient destruction, and obtained the technology from them. Yes, over the years, the royal family has already unearthed many similar images, continuously using them to revive the terrifying technology of the ancient times. Our god cloning technology was also developed from there. And this cloning technology is just a common technology used by our planet's people to compete with the other 200 million geniuses in the Outer Gate Garden in ancient times. Through the creation of cloning factories, they cloned true god-level warriors in batches, hunted other experts, and killed a bloody path to enter the inner gate. They were all fighting, to become pets, to be proud of this. Everyone's expression changed again. They could already imagine that scene. Their ancestors, on this boundless land that was the size of a few planets, crazily competed with the geniuses of the other planets, and also had to resist the dangerous beasts. Yes, we, the royal family, rose from an ancient civilization, but we don't admit that our own race was once its pet, and we hide the source of our technology. How ignorant and arrogant are we? This is also the reason why our Reni sect thinks that we are orthodox. We face history, admit our weakness, and admit the greatness of the great God. Whoosh, Charles took out her space ring, and a statue was instantly erected in front of her. Come, chant with me. At this moment, Charles's face was incomparably beautiful and sacred, like the most perfect girl in the world. She opened her arms. Renamanga, the ultimate god that walks in the universe, please let your servant kiss your toes. As if kissing the stars and the earth, she knelt down with a gentle expression, her cheeks and neck blushing like a rose, like a seductive little fairy, madly kissing the statue's toes, as if kissing the most beautiful gem in the world. This statue was made of coarse black stone. But the parts of the toes were smooth and glossy. It was unknown how many times she had kissed them, for there to be such an exaggerated effect. His Majesty Renamanga, please bestow upon us the ancient technology to become gods. She kissed her toes with great enthusiasm. Suji sat in the guest room, dumbfounded. He could not help but sigh, and could not help but buckle his feet. This is too scary, this giant antlered dear princess, and she said she was not a pervert, this is simply an evil sect. As for the black technology that could make ordinary people become gods, Suji also felt that he wanted it. This seems interesting. Suji looked at this sudden farce and felt that the development was beyond his expectations. However, although these local civilizations were a bunch of small fries in Suji's eyes, they did have a deep understanding of this land. After all, their combat power was not high, but their accumulated knowledge was still there. For example, this young and beautiful princess in front of me. She looks at least 100 years old. Suji thought about it. His actual age in the real world was only in his 20s. After all, everything that his doppelganger had experienced was naturally like this if he did not count it as his main body. This age gap made Suji sigh at the wonders of reality. But it seems that technological civilizations are quite interesting. Suji rested his chin on his hand, his expression calm. In terms of mechanical modification technology, there are all kinds of advanced cannons, universal armors, and some peak combat power. They are probably not weaker than gods. In terms of biological modification technology, there are all kinds of genetic technology, and there are cloning factories. Cloning gods. I'm very curious about how gods are cloned. How do they transfer the life energy of a rank 8 god? Moreover, there are lost technologies that are more advanced than cloning gods. Can they turn themselves into gods? Looking at it this way, it is really exaggerated. Technology does not require the slow accumulation of individual living beings. It is too fast. The weakness of transcendent civilizations is that they are too slow. A powerful combat power needs hundreds or thousands of years to slowly grow, and they are easily beaten up by a crowd. A few cannons can kill them, and they are captured as captives. That is too tragic. Suji touched the bridge of his nose, feeling that it was too tragic to look at. No wonder the people of Deerhorn traveled across the universe and even colonized some nearby planets. The people of Cattail could only curl up on a local planet. Ordinary gods do not have absolute combat power to fight back. They can only rely on the giant octopus invincibility to survive. Of course, Suji was just curious. He felt that this type of civilization was very interesting. As for the war between these two civilizations, Suji did not care. Transcendent civilizations could still contend against technological civilizations. It was just that their emphasis was different and their structure was different. It was not that the transcendent civilizations were weak. It was just that in the process of their revival of the ancient times, their structure and social class had solidified. The strong did not popularize the precious cultivation techniques, causing them to be unable to develop. Sectarian bias was very serious. Technological civilizations were similar to the Ashutl, where scientific knowledge was shared and scientists worked together to advance the entire civilization. Of course, he would hide some things, but not too much. At the same time, there's another reason. In a situation where everyone's genes are not good, the combat power of technology is definitely more exaggerated. This is because technology has no requirements for the development of genes and bloodlines. Although I still have to focus on the development of Medusa's crystal wall universe, the small fries outside can be considered as adding a little more interest to the development of the sand table. Suji's expression was incomparably calm as he called for Medusa. His Majesty Rhiannomanca. After all, through some of the maelstrom vortexes, she already knew some of the contents. She must know the name of this existence, so she was naturally more cautious at this time. Suji sat high up and pondered for a while before smiling. Have you gotten used to it these days? I've gotten used to it, Medusa replied. Suji said, although I have declined over the years, I can still take care of you a lot. The garden outside is more or less taken care of. You can go in and out as you please. Medusa was slightly happy. This meant a lot. At this time, Suji said, one more thing. The nearby planets have already noticed the revival of this place. Medusa bowed slightly. Are you going to start a new sect? Although she did not know the details and had not read the actual historical documents, it was obvious that a sect once existed here. The population was indescribably prosperous, so she could still feel it. The matters of a sect can be opened or not, Suji said indifferently. It's just a game, Medusa nodded in agreement. For an existence of this level, starting a sect was originally a matter of interest. This land, the garden, will be taken care of by you. This behemoth stood in front of the desk. Its majestic voice seemed to penetrate through time and space. Everything is up to you. There is no need to disturb me too often. I need to rest and recover my strength. Medusa nodded again in agreement. But her heart was trembling. This meant that this land was handed over to her to manage. Whether to start a sect or not, it was all up to her. In fact, she was the one at the helm of this land. What else did this mean? This meant that she could secretly practice favoritism and fill her own pockets. This sect could be used as a real base for the crystal wall system in the multiverse, continuously transporting all kinds of resources. The nearby planetary civilizations, all kinds of experts, everything would be dominated by her, ruled by her, and the winds would rise and the clouds would surge. This existence had just awakened and did not have much time to spend on these useless things. However, for such an existence, these useless things were already a great benefit to her. She immediately and cautiously left the study. By saying this, he indeed completely disregards the lives of these ants. Previously, I said that I understand the character of the Cthulhu race. They invade everywhere they go. This shows that they do not care about the lives of the surrounding planets. As long as the Cthulhu race is willing, they can even kill at will. Everything is up to me. I can turn the world upside down. I can destroy the planets and races of these prefects. Medusa's expression was calm. My world is too lacking in energy. She took large strides forward, but then blinked and said, No, I should not be so barbaric. No, I shouldn't be so barbaric. I have to learn from the mother green vine. Let's eat slowly. They can provide me with energy and be grateful to me. She is truly kind. I am hypocritical. She grinned. But I have to find a way to understand the outside world. Medusa thought to this point and took large strides forward. She looked at the giant beast garden. Danger lurked everywhere, but the moment the creatures saw her, they immediately collapsed and died. Cthulhu. Indescribable. Unobservable. Unlistenable. Medusa could not help but be slightly shocked. She retracted her natural pressure to prevent killing these fragile life forms. She picked up a small flower and gently sniffed it. This place is very low level. These creatures are very large. My giant body is actually like a normal person to them. Their speed is as slow as an old man, only 1/10 of my speed. But the flowers and trees can actually run and jump around, avoiding the turbulence. After hiding from the wind, they will come back and take root again. Medusa continued to observe with great interest. This garden was too strange. To those creatures and experts, it was extremely dangerous. But to her, it was simply unrestrained. Compared to the core inside, the outside was even weaker. She continued to observe and suddenly discovered the group of people outside, in the mechanical armors. Huh? Their speed is even slower. They are completely not in the same spacetime. Medusa was slightly surprised and could not help but smile as she approached. At this moment, the clone god beside Charles suddenly felt a strong sense of vigilance. There is a god approaching from the higher dimension. Charles shouted. He could not help but put on the connecting glasses and entered the higher dimension. Walala. In a daze, she saw a beautiful girl walking over. Her lush snake hair was like tentacles, jumping around and looking at them curiously. You. Charles felt an unprecedented fear. Even the most terrifying secret weapon of her royal family, the clone god of the rank 9 path, with a forbidden level combat power that could suppress everything, was not even 1/1000th of this existence. You guys, why are you so slow? Medusa was slightly startled and curiously said, You guys are like the low-grade stones on the roadside, gravel that can't even move. Brittle and slow, too low-grade. You're simply not creatures of the same time and space. That Charles broke out in cold sweat. She was so scared that her mind went blank. She suddenly knelt down and shouted, Great King Renomancer, have you descended again? Medusa heard this and shook her head. I am not. Charles was shocked. She looked at this incomparably evil creature with wriggling snake hair. Her hair looked like the wriggling tentacles of an octopus. Could it be that you are a subordinate of the Board clan? Medusa followed his gaze and saw that there was a big octopus on the statue. It should be referring to this clan. Roughly, you can understand it that way. I am one of the subordinates of an ancient existence. I have many powers and have been isolated from the outside world for too long. Can you tell me the current situation of this world? She revealed a kind and gentle smile. For example, this god seems to be a man-made body. Although it is very pale, it looks good. This. What kind of evil creature is this? The other private universe teams that were hired to hunt gods naturally had their own methods to enter the high-dimensional space. At this moment, they were all horrified. It's the god of cookery, and this is an artificially cloned god. Only Princess Charles had a fanatical look on her face as if she was completely certain. She knelt down and said, "Please don't worry, this is a gift for you." "That's great." Medusa smiled. In an instant, he dissolved and spread out, turning into a huge wriggling shadow that swallowed the clone god. Just like that. It died just like that. The people around them were scared out of their wits. So simple. Just now, Charles was very distressed. After all, every time they entered the high-dimensional space, the life of the cloned god would be greatly reduced. But now, he had a fanatical look on his face. This kind of fanatical believer, encountering the descent of an evil god, was simply too crazy. At this time, Charles said excitedly, "Can you please enter the low-dimensional space?" Low-dimensional space? Medusa was slightly startled. After a moment, she instantly understood what was going on. Although she was very worried and puzzled, she still pretended to enter the low-dimensional space. But in her heart, she said, "They are unimaginably slow. In my eyes, it seems like they take a few days to finish a sentence, but I just need to keep up with their slow speed." Medusa was calm and collected. "Although I don't know why I am fixed at this extreme speed, maybe it's because the wizard world I came from is abnormal. Our average life is like this. Now that I think about it, the previous Rena manga and the creatures in front of me are all different from us. But for me, even if I can lower it, I will not lower it. After all, what I lack the most is time, and I have eternal life, so I am not afraid of such a consumption of life." What she did not lack the least was patience. She could take the opportunity to cultivate and slowly talk to these low-level creatures. In Charles's eyes, soon the evil snake-haired goddess was talking to them at the same speed. But in her heart, she vaguely felt a strong sense of unease. Why does it show a high-energy terror alert that a god has entered the high-dimensional space? She felt very strange. There was a mysterious aura shrouding the other party, hazy in the fog, very evil. But even if she was beaten to death, she would never have thought that Medusa would act like this. This was because no god would be stupid enough to stay in that terrifying flow of time where they would die of old age in just a few months. "This is the god you captured?" At this time, Medusa was sitting on a comfortable white chair, his two slender white legs crossed, unusually elegant and bewitching. "It looks very weak. It is obviously a transcendent life form with 3 major gene levels, but it has only cultivated one of them." This feeling was like 3 genetic ropes tangling together. Only one of the ropes had cultivated to the 8th rank, while the other 2 were still ordinary people. The gap between them was obvious. The shortcoming was too short. Too weak, simply too weak. Medusa could not help but shake his head. Although she had not come into contact with the outside world, she had the same thought when she first saw the outside world. Too low level, but their bodies are quite big. This is the god we captured. It is a lower god. In their language, it is called the hope of light and fire, the god of marriage, Fidel. Don't think of it as a remnant of the 6 ancient gods. Our civilization has unified the other 4 planets and even spread across the nearby galaxies. We have begun to transform the planets, but we still cannot conquer the planet of the lowly cat-tailed bugs. Yes, they only have one planet, but they live in the folded space of that planet. They call it the divine plane and have established various god systems. Their land is a spatial plane, but in fact, it is not very small. They like to live in high-energy planes. After all, those gods themselves are high-energy cosmic creatures. They like space with high energy concentration and rarely come to the mortal world. They have even accepted the natives of the other 4 planets and gathered them to fight against us. There are ugly ox-tailed people, scaly skin people, leaf people, and the pet cosmic beasts of the ancient gods, the Board family, to protect them. Every 1,000 years, we launch a war. Our casualties are only mortals and a large number of weapons and mechanical spaceships. They, on the other hand, have millions of god creatures captured by our scientific researchers for various experiments. The cloned divine warriors just now are clones of these gods. Their captured gods are called cloned bodies. Charles knelt on the ground and could not help but explain, this is a high-level technology commonly seen in the technological civilizations of the universe. Ordinary methods cannot cultivate clones of a level 8 god. Their life energy level hides an incredible mystery. Our principle of cloning is to use a god as the mother body, lock it up, wrap it in an energy petri dish, and crazily stimulate it. Let them split their flesh and blood cells, then recombine and modify the split cells to form a cloned god. Medusa was startled, thinking of the god he had just eaten. So that thing was, in fact, a piled up of the separated cells of the main body. It should be known that a god only has a lifespan of a few thousand years. The number of times a god's cells can divide is limited. Then, it is inevitable that it will die of old age. These clones are squeezing out all the life force and potential of this god. Isn't that god very pitiful to be squeezed dry by you guys? Medusa smiled and looked at this cat-tailed male god who was so beautiful that he did not look like a man. This beautiful male god was known as the god of marriage. Yes, every god that we hunt is extremely expensive. Because although their lifespan of a few thousand years is long, the clones that can be squeezed dry, no matter how high the technology is, can only produce less than 1,000 cloned gods. Princess Charles said, of course, capturing the main body of the cloned god is one of the huge costs. What's more, the energy produced by these cloned gods is provided by us. So, it is very expensive. Medusa was surprised. This kind of civilization was too interesting, it was indeed very expensive. After all, the combat power of the clones is low, but the energy contained in them is not much weaker than the main body. Just eating this cloned god that was the same size as him, Medusa felt a surge of energy. He chatted with these slow statues in the high-dimensional space and absorbed their energy at the same time. It was very comfortable. Can I study this god in front of me? Medusa thought for a while and seemed to be very interested. Please do as you wish, great ancient god. Charles said without hesitation. The surrounding people's faces changed completely. This fanatical religious madman, the result of countless years of planning, was just given away in an instant? Without the slightest hesitation, for this god, they even built a corresponding cloning factory. After sending it over, they immediately began to clone it. 1,000 cloned gods, this was enough to influence the election for the throne. In recent years, those gods were getting harder and harder to capture. Don't worry, I am not taking it for free. Since you don't have anything to clone, I can try to let you clone a few of me. Medusa smiled. Clone, the mysterious and terrifying existence in front of him, the people around him were at a loss. This was torture. Not only would they suffer great pain, but the number of times a cell could divide was limited, which would greatly shorten their lifespan. At the same time, their potential would be squeezed dry. Even if a god was cloned once, even if they escaped, they would almost be crippled. Because the principle of the machine is very special, it will deal a destructive blow to the structure of life that is difficult to reverse. In the past, there was the experience of a god being rescued by other gods, but after being rescued, they were crippled. Why? Charles could not help but whisper in fear. This level of terrifying existence, the combat power of one of her clones might be enough to crush the entire empire. Clone it and see if it can fight with me? Or keep it as a spare organ? Can I make up for a broken arm or leg? Medusa held his cheek and thought for a moment. After all, there was no problem with lifespan, the number of times a cell could divide was unlimited. Charles hurriedly said, although the cloned cells were born from the original body, after the transformation, they are no longer the original cells. They are inferior individuals belonging to the original body and are not enough to fight with the original body. Medusa held his cheek again. If you can't beat me, then make it. I will try to eat my own clone. Anyway, I am quite interested. Eat, eat. The surrounding people were completely silent, and their hair stood on end. The next moment, the spaceship left this forbidden area of the universe. Medusa embarked on this strange journey of time and space, flying towards the cloning factory. Suji was also slightly surprised, But he immediately understood the principle and felt that it was very shocking. So there is such a method to clone gods? However, it is really quite cruel. These gods who are being hunted will be imprisoned and squeezed out of every inch of their usefulness. The male goddesses all have extremely beautiful and perfect looks. Just like this lesser deity, the hope of light and fire, the god of marriage, Fidel, not only has to be locked in the depths of a cloning factory to be cloned crazily, but there are also some aristocrats who will spend a large sum of money to toy with his original body for fun. Suji had already seen this and understood the distribution of forces here. Two major forces. It seemed that the Deer Star controlled the nearby planets, but they couldn't do anything to the Cat-tail Star. Their planet was still very troublesome. Whoosh. Medusa began to follow Charles to a cloning factory on a certain planet in the universe. At the same time, Medusa was very kind to this pious Princess Charles. She kept asking for information about this land and even quickly met the evil leader of the Reni sect after landing on a planet. This group of people were also very fanatical and pious. They even wanted to lick her feet. This was very scary. But there is no doubt that they are a group of pious lunatics. Medusa was very calm. They are fanatical and think that they are pets. They believe that the return of their old master will bring them happiness. At this time, she was soaking in a petri dish. She had restrained all her aura and power because a casual shake would turn them into ashes. Gurgle. She was surrounded by a crazy high-energy dark blue liquid that constantly destroyed her tissues and proliferated cells. Fresh sarcomas wriggled around her body. It was very strange. Outside. Only the 5 scientists could get close. They looked at the forbidden existence in the glass with a face full of horror. This is too scary. What kind of body is this? This is not an individual life form. It is a kind of aggregated life form. It is like a bunch of shells, starfish, trees, birds, beasts, and birds of prey. This is unimaginable. Medusa was very calm. She was in the god of creation's courtyard. During the evolution process, she naturally underwent a terrifying update. It was not an exaggeration to say that she had changed beyond recognition. Compared to the evil god Cthulhu, this was a completely different species. These animals, new tissues, I have basically evolved. This is what I said. I'm afraid no one can recognize me now. Medusa was calm. These shells, starfish, beasts, vines. I stole the genes of the strange animals and plants in the god of creation's courtyard to create them. They thought they were observing me, but in fact, I was secretly studying them, to form a new body for myself. But even Medusa had to admit that the species of the god of creation's courtyard were indeed terrifying. Every single one of them had extraordinary potential. In particular, those trees, plants, shells, and even rocks were able to run, which suited her very well. The movements of the body that formed it were extremely nimble, and it couldn't be more perfect. This also made her feel a sense of familiarity when she saw the strange garden. Inside the glass, she sighed with emotion and suddenly said to the people below, "By the way, have you heard of the god of creation?" Charles knelt on the ground, trembling. God. God of creation? Dong 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 dong, everyone's heart was beating rapidly, filled with a suffocating pressure. What was that? Was this a horrifying secret that even the great supreme being, Rhianamenka, wanted to hide? What a country bumpkin. Their civilization has declined to such an extent. Medusa shook his head and sighed. But of course, low-level civilizations don't have the right to know. At this moment, sounds came from all around. Not good, I can't duplicate the entire body. This is impossible. This cloning factory is a huge assembly line built to duplicate a god. It can duplicate 1,000 clones of a god. A nervous voice sounded. Can half a body be duplicated? Maybe it can only duplicate one palm, not even that. It's not that the energy of one hand is comparable to that of 1,000 gods. It's just that the duplication is too complicated. Constructing and duplicating such a structure requires a huge amount of energy. As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked. In less than 10 days, the notorious Reni sect had entered the capital of the empire. Holding a mysterious palm of an ancient god, indescribable, it pushed across the entire land. At the same time, it announced, the ancient god Reanimanka has revived. The Cosmic Garden will recruit disciples in half a month, and the quota is 200 million. As soon as the news came out, countless planets throughout the empire were shaken. And on the Cat planet, those ancient gods were also shocked. The ancient existence had revived, this world finally welcomed its true master. The old pets were going to return, a new era had begun. On the other side, an eyeball calculated coordinates one by one, catching many big octopuses in one fell swoop. The energy they obtained was simply too terrifying. Many big octopuses were also able to recognize their ancestors and return to the clan, following behind an octopus brother. This was a small humanoid octopus brother with a round head and two comical orange eyes. He held a flute and stared at these giant octopus souls. Yes, I am the royal octopus family that you lost outside. Now, I'm coming back to dominate the world and restore the ancient glory of our clan. Having a big body is a mistake. Only low-level big bodies like yours can't break through. So, I've broken through and I'm coming back. At this time, killing you is for your own good, to avoid making mistakes. Otherwise, if you break through to the god level, you'll be in trouble. Octopus brother put his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance. His tentacles danced wildly in the wind, full of domineering power. He snorted coldly. Eternal blue sky, 8 claws open to support the sky. This time, when I return, I must suppress and kill in all directions and cultivate the aptitude of a supreme true god. Reinvigorate the clan, dominate the world, and achieve the unparalleled position of the great emperor. The hearts of the surrounding octopus people were greatly shaken, and they worshipped him even more. Their clan was far away in the nearby galaxy, surrounded by those abominable big antlered bugs. But they still had to go out. After all, their characteristic was to circle around a star and absorb energy, so they had always been distributed outside. However, the situation of their clan was not very optimistic. They still had to protect the weak gods under their command. After all, they were symbiotic. If those small gods died, no matter how invincible they would undoubtedly die. On the other side, the players were having a meeting. In front of us is a very terrifying place. Maybe you'll be interested. At this time, the cerebrate god who was being studied said, "Don't look at me like this. I've wandered some heavens and seen some things. In front of us is one of the famous forbidden ruins of the universe in the Andromeda Galaxy, the ancient land of destruction, the Universe Garden. It's said that there are many such ruins in the universe. After all, even the great ninth-grade existences only have a lifespan of about 100,000 years. They're fleeting, leaving only ruins. But I've only heard of it. After all, except for the ninth-grade overlords, very few gods can fly out of a galaxy," the cerebrate god said. The players' expressions were very calm. After all, this was really just a low-level casual dungeon. They had swept through the entire way, and it was simply unimaginably weak. At this time, a planet appeared in the distance. It was a vast black planet in the shape of a huge courtyard. On the flat square land, a huge eerie castle stood. "This is too shocking," a player said. "From what I see, it's at least 70 or 80 Earths piled up, right? This is too exaggerated. This is the overlord of the universe?" At this moment, they were also shocked. "Yes, it's the first time I've seen it, and I'm also very shocked." The cerebrate god said, "The civilization left behind in these ruins has developed again, but it's very scary now. Previously, as a wandering civilization, I didn't dare to show my face at all. They would capture me to be cloned, and my life would be worse than death." "Very strong," the cute girl shook her head. So what if it was stronger than the cerebrate god? It was just a slightly bigger ant. However, they were still very cautious after all. They came to an extremely remote planet and found a high-level person, who was a high-level person of the Reni religion. After all, the Reni religion had been like the sun in the sky for a short period of time, the evil god, the ancient revival, a palm pushing horizontally, recruiting disciples again, the whole land shaking. A series of news came. This was a high-level person of the religion, and he knew many secrets that ordinary people couldn't know. What, this place also knows about the god of creation? Alchemy Emperor Grantham instantly frowned. It's not simple. Yes, maybe the civilization here is not completely a country bumpkin, the cute girl also said with a serious expression. This civilization was not as simple as they thought. The cerebrate god was completely dumbfounded. His head was buzzing. He did not believe it before, but there were records of this ancient civilization that flourished more than 100,000 years ago. Could it be that this is real? Brother Octopus came to the side, patted its shoulder with a pitiful expression, and slowly said 2 words. Country bumpkin. Being mocked by the octopus, the brainworm god trembled in anger. The octopus board family was a native of this land. Their history could be traced back to an ancient taboo existence over 300,000 years ago. They were prehistoric pets with huge bodies and invincible combat power. Their long history was not something a wandering race like us could compare to, but their shortcoming was that they were relatively simple-minded. But what about him? As an outsider, he led his civilization across the universe. While he might not be extremely resourceful, he was extremely smart, killing his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and even secretly hunting a giant octopus. I'm being mocked. The brainworm god took a deep breath, but his heart was silent. He did not expect that in this ancient land of the universe, there were ancient secrets of the god of creation recorded over 100,000 years ago. It was probably a big secret among those who achieved Tao in the universe of ancient laws. However, the realm of these gods was too low, and they could not reach that level. As he thought of this, he could not help but respectfully ask the octopus, Your Excellency, your board family is indeed ancient, and you are very knowledgeable. Please tell me more. The octopus was pleased to hear this. He looked at this fellow and said calmly and solemnly, There is Tao in the universe, the beginning. It is said that the Tao begets the One, the primordial beginning. The One Tao manifests all things, encompassing everything, including the universe. The brainworm god's mind shifted slightly. Tao is one. This one was actually very meaningful to many civilizations in the universe, no matter how high or low they were. Whether it was their development of tribal civilizations or mature advanced civilizations that could leave their own planets, they all had a profound meaning. In fact, the higher the level, the more they would know about a primordial point of infinite density in the universe, which carried out the Big Bang and evolved into the current universe, and this point, in the eyes of existences of this level, could be called the primordial, the Tao, the one that created all things, the god of creation. The god of creation was the manifestation of a certain law, one of the primordial. The manifestation of a certain universe's development, a certain concept. Where countless chaos and laws converged, just as he was pondering, the giant octopus glanced at it in disdain and said simply, In the myriad of worlds, there are 129,600 worlds and 3,900 sects of the saint's abode. What did that mean? The brainworm god's mind turned frantically. Could it be that in the 120,000 worlds and universes, there was such a huge rank 9 world overlord? After all, even this ancient Renamanga in front of him was a very ancient existence. This kind of existence was only a legend in the nearby galaxy. No, he suddenly muttered. We've underestimated the size of the universe. This number might be very large, but it was still very small when compared to the entire boundless universe. Perhaps it was referring to a number that existed all year round. 3,900 was obviously one level higher, and beyond the 9th rank was, the cerebrate god was completely stunned. Could it be? He looked at the high-spirited brother octopus, bewildered, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The ultimate 10th level of the universe, there was no way to go. The end of the great Tao was the ultimate. He could not help but think of this legendary phrase. This number is eternal. Worlds have birth and death, maintaining this constant. The octopus expression was calm as it turned to look at the cerebrate god, who had a wooden expression on his face, and said with a smile, Therefore, 129,600 is 1 yuan. This number has infinite mysteries, and it can be used to develop the 3 creeds sect, and it can also be called an era. Within an era, there are rise and fall. An era, the birth and death of an era. The cerebrate god's mind shook violently, and he could not control himself. At this moment, it was as if he was standing on a grassland under a storm, facing wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and the stars. Endless laws seemed to evolve everything. As an ordinary god, it was too terrifying to hear the ultimate secret of the universe: "You're still too young, country bumpkin." The fights between civilizations are like brawny men who fight on the streets of the countryside all year round. They all think they're very powerful, and their fist techniques are superb, and they call themselves kings on the streets. Of course, they don't know the golden age of the center of the universe, the great civilizations that live in higher dimensions all year round. You'll slowly understand in the future. The octopus patted him on the shoulder and spoke in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. "Looking at you makes me feel like I'm looking at myself in the past. There are many things that don't exist just because you don't believe them. This universe and this world are more mysterious and profound than we can imagine. There's a saying that goes, if you're enlightened in the morning, you can die in the evening without regrets. Right now, we're blissful." The octopus was very touched. After all, he had witnessed that battle with his own eyes. He had seen the infinity of the three-pillar gods, the cherry blossom emperor's heart as the universe, and Dichi's Luo heavenly scripture, which one of the cultivation techniques created by these beings was not an unprecedented and invincible taboo. Any one of them was enough to dominate the entire era of the universe. The cerebrate god was completely speechless. If you're enlightened in the morning, you can die in the evening without regrets. These words fiercely touched his heart. It was as if he had uncovered a part of himself that had been covered in dust and had lost his drive to improve. He thought back to the time when he was still on a simple and crude planet, and when he was full of metal, he stood on a boundless grassland. "I want to break through to a higher realm and see an even higher scenery." Until many years later, when he climbed to the peak and brought many people to escape, he became cold and merciless. He also became cruel. The so-called morality and kindness were all for his own race. This universe forest was too barbaric. If it wasn't eating people, it was being eaten. "I've forgotten my original intentions." He suddenly had the urge to cry. He went to ask those players who were doing research. They were passionately discussing and researching. This kind of scene of Tao discussion was something he yearned for. "Is there anything I can help you guys with?" he asked. A few players were slightly surprised and could not help but ask, "You also want to do research with us?" "Yes." His gaze was firm. "That's great. Your job is very simple. It's just to be researched by us. We're preparing to get rid of your body. You should know that being small and beautiful is the right path of the human world. A huge body like yours is the path of abnormality. Fortunately, we discovered it and killed you in time to prevent you from making a mistake. And now, we're preparing to get rid of your body and recreate a small body similar to him like the big octopus. The squirming brainworm will be called Ruffian Boss." A Treeman player pointed at the ancient castle outside the window and said in high spirits, "Do you see that universe castle? One day, you guys will climb to the peak and step on this castle. Moreover, you guys will give it a new name." The cerebrate god looked over. If he could have that day, it would be unimaginable. He could not help but ask, "What name?" That Treeman's eyes were bright as if they were filled with dreams. "The name of this castle should be your common garden. It will be called Beaky Castle." At this time, on the other side, the players were still formulating a strategy. "We thought it would be a simple dungeon, a country bumpkin civilization, and there were not even a few weak 9th grade existences. Who knew it would be so much more terrifying than we imagined? Sure enough, there are country bumpkins out there who are not so country bumpkins. A true complete 9th grade is not something a disabled 9th grade like the Super Scion can compare to. In fact, according to historical descriptions, we have reason to suspect that it is also the invincible type of 9th grade. Yes, we either don't run into them, or we run into the strongest type of 9th grade," the players were all murmuring. Don't be fooled by their wanton behavior, they were actually very steady. This could be seen when they killed the cerebrate god. They could use the power of a celestial emperor, but they would never expose the power of a god. This caused the cerebrate god to doubt his life. That was why their speed was relatively slow along the way. Because they did not use a higher power, they dealt with a big octopus that was only at the celestial emperor level. According to the description, that universe garden is very strange, especially with a cloned hand, which is enough to destroy everything. It can be seen how terrifying the original form is. And the cloning technology, mass production of gods, it is very incredible. We are here to explore, not to start a war. It seems that we have to hide completely and avoid running into them. We will put our eyeballs into the eye sockets of a big octopus, the real eye of Cthulhu, and go to that extraordinary planet to investigate. They immediately agreed on the most perfect lurking plan, intending to go to the planet of the Octopus clan to take a look and study the civilization there. At this moment, in the huge living room, these people are starting to have wicked ideas again. They plan to go to that cat planet to take a look, and then take the opportunity to sneak into the outer sect. Suji was speechless, but he did not want to pay attention to it. He directly left the universe courtyard, and his clone left the giant body in the study and slowly flew into the starry sky. Maybe I can also go to the surrounding indigenous civilization planets. After all, Suji found their civilization quite interesting. Although they were not the Zerg race, and could not live in the high-dimensional space, ordinary creatures were very slow, and could be considered static, like the people of Earth. A truly different race, a living, civilized race. Another thing was that he really had nothing to do right now. Medusa was already excitedly taking care of everything, preparing to connect to her crystal wall universe. How exactly was he going to do that? Suji just had to wait and see. What he needed to do was to not interfere as much as possible and let them develop on their own. At the same time, it would be interesting to take a look at the structure of another civilization path on the extraordinary side. Whoosh. There were 6 planets left behind from ancient times. The cosmos courtyard in the center was like a black courtyard. Round lamps were lit in the surroundings, making it look extremely beautiful. One could imagine how beautiful it must have been in the distant ancient mythological era surrounded by 37 planets. After more than 100,000 years of war, the Tyr Mechanical Energy Empire ruled over 5 of the planets. Only one transcendent native planet was still struggling. They gathered the remnants of those planets, led by the Octopus Board race, to resist. These 5 planets were known as the 5 administrative planets. Although their spaceships had opened up many routes in the distant outer space and had already begun to change the ecology of some planets for colonization, they still did not have the power to move planets. This caused the planets to scatter one after another, and they were very remote. These were the planets that the lower races lived on. Everyone wanted to live on the highly developed 5 central planets. Of course, it was very difficult to obtain the right to live on them. This was also the reason why geniuses and beautiful girls who came from barren lands were able to settle down, marry, and obtain the right to live permanently. In the white-styled mechanical city, the buildings stood tall, giving off an exaggerated magical feeling. Handsome deer-like humans walked among them, and the sky was filled with large flocks of birds. Many of them were also lower races. The deer antler hands on their heads and the elephant-like hands held a machine in front of their eyes. Suji was speechless. The antlers seem to be the other pair of hands of this race, but they're really no different from the people on Earth. The people at the bottom are all ordinary people. Not to mention the people at the bottom, even the lives of the upper echelons would not be too long. They relied on technology. However, there was a limit to how much technology could increase the level of life. The average lifespan was only about 300 years, and the lifespan of the upper echelons would not exceed 1,000 years. But for ordinary people, 300 years is a very long time. Suji's expression was very calm. He sat in a shop and drank a beverage. Moreover, it's a very advanced civilization of space technology. Outside the street, there was a demonstration. It was a large group of people waving flags. I strongly request that the captured gods also obtain human rights. They can be captured and cloned in the gene factory, but their dignity must be preserved. The disgusting upper echelons are playing with them to satisfy their personal desires. Also, the Milsi group is actually publicly auctioning the quota to play with those gods in the bidding. As ordinary life forms with low lifespans, we should have enough respect for those high and mighty gods. Their long lifespan of close to 10,000 years is not something that we can control. We will definitely be condemned for not having respect for the great life forms. There was a large picture that came out of nowhere. It was a middle-aged man toying with an imprisoned god, and there were even mosaics in the crucial parts. This was a movement of theocracy. Suji was slightly shocked. This was new. He had heard of those who defended human rights, but he had never heard of those who defended theocracy. The advanced civilizations were still very powerful. This was probably like advocating for the protection of rare animals, to protect the gods whose numbers were becoming fewer and fewer. Recently, with the revival of the ancient gods, there have been more and more demonstrations like this. It is said that the Reni religion is behind this. It seems that they want to fight for the right to speak among the people. Suji glanced sideways. It was a fair and fat boss with a pair of big deer antler ears walking over with a drink on his head. Is it very big recently? Suji asked. Isn't it big? It is said that we can once again become the disciple of the ancient beings of the universe and obtain the technology that can make us gods. The boss placed the drink on the chair and started chatting with a face full of longing. That kind of technology is simply epical. What is a god? It is those aboriginals who have cultivated for countless years and continuously break through the higher life forms. They have close to 10,000 years of lifespan. The aboriginals rely on accumulating their cultivation step by step. Our technology can directly turn themselves into that thing. The boss's face was full of excitement. The deer ears slapped his head hard. Our technology is really powerful. Those aboriginals still live a primitive life. They don't even have electricity. They still use primitive methods for lighting. It is said that they still use bows and arrows and long swords. How can they be as comfortable as us? It is said that those experts have no regard for human life. It is the same for the higher-ups here. They will protect each other in court, but they will still have some concerns. We can overthrow them, but how can we overthrow those gods? The difference is too big. The combat power of a god is 90% of the combat power in the world. There is no way to overthrow them. No matter how much power our higher-ups have, no matter how much military power they have, they are still ordinary people. Moreover, their lifespan is limited. At most, they can just wait until they die of old age. We are just advanced. We can withstand the thousands of years of cultivation of the aboriginals and become that kind of life form in an instant. The boss seemed to look down on the transcendence. Suji was also stunned. This boss had a very clear view of things. He also felt that this situation was very scary. The realm of transcendence was achieved through cultivation step by step. However, technology was fundamentally different. It seemed to be an assembly line. With a click, it entered a certain device. Once it came out, it advanced a realm. Click, 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 and finally became a god. Suji imagined the scene in his mind. This was probably the legendary, the poor became a god through cultivation while the rich became a god through technology? Oh right, aren't you guys going to participate in the selection? Suji asked. It has nothing to do with us. It is all participated by the big shots. Moreover, even if there is such technology to become a god, it will definitely not be given to us ordinary people. The boss said, it will definitely be the country's higher-ups, followed by those corporations, and then those interstellar exploration and gold mining teams. But these are bad. Their lifespan has increased. The ones who will suffer are us ordinary people. Suji pondered. Oh right, what do you think of those gods? Suji pointed at the parade. What do I think? The boss was very realistic. He sat down and started chatting. If you ask me, fighting for human rights for those aboriginals gods is a waste of time. How many of our people have those gods killed? Can we even count? Innumerable, but the higher-ups are also disgusting. After capturing them, they casually play with them, squeezing out every bit of value. Both sides are not good. But I think, we still have to respect them. We have to revere these life forms. Revere? Suji laughed. Isn't that so? The boss scolded. We all have to revere high-level life forms. Those are gods with 8,000 years of lifespan. We, the low-level life forms, have to revere them. When Suji heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with a smile, Boss, you're really an honest person. That's right. We have to respect life. The boss took care of the tableware in the shop and said, although the protesters in front of us are also driven by people behind the scenes, creating public opinion and attacking the royal family of the Imperium, at least they are well-intentioned. Look, isn't this good? He turned around and pointed at the shouts on the street. They were still marching and making their declarations in full swing. Protecting the gods starts with me. If there's no trade, there's no harm. The upper echelons have hunted down the native gods on a large scale for profit, causing the gods to be on the verge of extinction. We should protect them. Good, it's indeed good. Suji laughed in spite of himself. He felt that the gods here were too pitiful, just like how they protected endangered whales, they refused to allow whale hunting ships to poach them. They refused to allow various interest groups to make huge profits in the name of researching these creatures. This was too much of a show. It wasn't that transcendents weren't strong, their genes were not strong enough. The corresponding cultivation arts were also immature and backward, unable to be developed. Cultivators who lacked a certain type of genetic cultivation art would definitely not be able to win against technology that didn't require genetic barriers. Suji also felt that this boss was not ordinary and hit the nail on the head. He could not help but ask, then, do you think it's better to live in a transcendent civilization or a technological civilization? On the other side, as long as one was talented and had sufficient fortuitous encounters, one would be able to transcend one's social class. Even those at the very bottom could live for 1,000 years or even reach the pinnacle of the world. Was that not the case before him? They say that they're recruiting outer disciples. Those with good aptitude will probably reach the heavens in a single bound. Right now, the entire Empire's civilization is going to be reshuffled. The boss thought for a moment and said, our side is definitely better. Geniuses are 1 in a million. The lives of us ordinary people are definitely better than our technological society. There is also water, electricity, water pipes, and grid coverage at the bottom. I heard that only the nobles in the indigenous civilization over there can afford magic items and live a comfortable life. Moreover, God was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, could he withstand technology? Could he keep an eye on the Star Destroyer cannon? A weapon that could keep nature at bay? Even the strongest individual cannot withstand the bombardment of the cannon of civilization. Suji found it very interesting and did not deny it. He stood up and smiled, the world is going to be chaotic. If you encounter any difficulties, you can try eating this. What is this? The boss took a syringe of reagent. It was very mysterious, and there seemed to be an unimaginable power within it. An egg-shaped pixel creature could be vaguely seen rolling inside. He looked at the mysterious young man in front of him in shock. This thing, it feels really scary. The reagent in the syringe is a special embryonic energy life form. Eating it will give you the power to protect yourself. Suji smiled. It's just a random gift. Times have become difficult. If you encounter any difficulties, you can try to use it. The boss was shocked and knew that he had met a noble person. He quickly bowed and prostrated himself on the ground. The hands on his head also prostrated on the ground. Thank you, sir. Suji shook his head and left. On the other hand, the players' eyeballs were hiding in their eye sockets. As a giant octopus, they infiltrated the opponent's extraordinary world and received the City King's precious treatment. It's time to use our trump card. Yes, that's a forbidden medicine of God. A super reagent. An earth-shattering trump card. No one thought that we would have such a heaven-defying trump card. A player said. Yes, I've been preparing for this battle for a long time. A player said with a serious expression. Carolyn was a bit curious. These guys, their methods were very mysterious and stable. They always used all kinds of unorthodox methods to shock everyone. Before, they made an eyeball and used the mirror of the eyeball to project light and shadow against the 3 pillar gods, Dicky, and the others. Their methods were very frightening. Then now, they also have a similar trump card. Carolyn looked at them curiously and asked, can you tell me what it is? At this time, Bai Xiaojun did not dare to be presumptuous and replied with a smile, this is a very powerful law technique. Of course, you can also do it at any time. I can also do it? Carolyn was a bit surprised. Yes, that is, to have children. Hearing this, Carolyn's face darkened. At this moment, she inexplicably thought of a certain book, Father's Love is Like Water, and she did not know why her face became a little red. Naturally, the players did not understand this. They smiled confidently and said, yes, as a level 8 existence, his descendants can enter the low-flow high-dimensional time and space and have the authority of a god. We could not sense it before because we all live in the high-dimensional time and space, so the blood descendants of a level 8 god are dispensable to us. But as a descendant of a level 9 existence? A level 9 descendant will inherit part of the law organs, be born with a part of the body, and be one with the soul and flesh. Carolyn was shocked and vaguely guessed what they were going to do. Yes, the higher the level of a universe creature, the more difficult it is to have children. Even a level 9 will be weak for a long time. The players said, but before we left, we had the super cyber god give birth to a level 9 child. They, of course, had a backup plan. After all, the super cyber god bloodline was raised by Xiaojun and the others, so they naturally had a good relationship. Although it was the most crippled level 9, it was still a level 9. They were not weak level 9 like Carolyn and the others, the kind that had not broken through to devour energy. They were the level 9 of the entire world that had broken through. We made a total of 3. We've sealed the descendants of these rank 9 worlds in this test tube. Bai Xiaojun's words slightly surprised Carolyn. She saw Bai Xiaojun take out a box and carefully open it. Look at how exquisite the box is. We also made a brief introduction, written in the native language of this planet. It is guaranteed to be very cool. It is just the right time to tell the natives that they are all bumpkins, the kind that are very trashy. It is the highlight of our show-off. Click, the box was opened, and there were only 2 test tubes left inside. In an instant, the players were stunned and looked at the surrounding players with a vigilant look. There is a mole. Who the hell stole it? Who stole the godly show-off artifact? After Suji left, the whole shop was open for business for half the afternoon, and the white and chubby boss closed the shop. And when it was perfect, his daughter, Donna, returned home. The fat boss frowned. You went to the dojo to practice martial arts again? Donna was a strong and tall girl with dark skin. She walked into the house with her head down, bypassing the living room without saying a word. The fat boss scolded angrily. I told you, those things are useless. No matter how strong an individual is, it can't beat cannons or satellite weapons. Can a person beat a spaceship? Those dojos are all deceiving people with capital. They specialize in deceiving you youngsters, thinking that it is cool. What is capital? It specializes in sucking blood. Those teachers of theirs are all high-ranking imperial knights and warriors that they captured from the other side. If they are really strong, can you capture them and use them as capital tools to open martial arts dojos for you to practice? The fat boss scolded. Besides, look at practicing martial arts, what have you become? A few 100 kilograms, and your muscles are as hard as iron. Would any man want you? Besides, martial arts costs too much. Our family is out of money. Knock knock knock, he knocked on the door fiercely. Why are you so rebellious? Look, there was a demonstration on the street just now, asking for the protection of the gods. If you are really powerful, is that it? He repeated what he had said to the young customer just now to his daughter, but there was no response from the inside. After a while, Donna's voice came from inside. My teacher said that I am very talented, 1 in a million. If I were in their world, I would definitely be able to become a guardian knight. I am already the eldest disciple of the dojo, and I want to participate in that outer sect trial. You? You? Your talent is 1 in a million, but how many people are there on a planet? They are 1 in a billion, and they monopolize the threshold. Where are you going to get a spot? We are all ordinary people. We don't have that ability. Just live your life obediently. The fat boss tried his best to persuade her, but he was also scolding himself for being disappointing and unable to provide the conditions. His daughter's talent was not bad, 1 in a million, but it was still not enough. She could not rise from a commoner, unless she was truly heaven-defying. There was silence again. The fat boss was silent for a moment, and suddenly remembered the mysterious reagent of the boss just now. Perhaps this was the only way to help his daughter realize her dream. Then I won't stop you. I have something here. The fat boss still knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. They saw a description in the mezzanine, which turned out to be in the transcendent native language next door. The fat boss didn't recognize it. I know it. I learned this language from my captive teacher. Donna looked excited. This might be the mysterious opportunity of that ancient native planet. She read it carefully. It was written that this was a special medicine from the world of terror. After taking it, one could increase one's body's potential and obtain a powerful physique. It could also give birth to a terrifying child who was born holy, with innate high-dimensional space-time abilities, innate nomological quantum organs, and innate endless paternal knowledge inheritance. This. Seeing this scene, Donna's voice trembled. She held the test tube and was completely dumbfounded. She felt like the sky was about to collapse. However, Donna's face instantly turned pale. Girls had a natural fear of giving birth, let alone a virgin who had yet to experience it. She stared intently at the reagent, gritted her teeth, and swallowed the liquid inside. The next moment, Donna felt her vision go black, and she completely lost consciousness. She felt like she had fallen into an endless abyss. After an unknown period of time, she vaguely saw that in her lower abdomen, there seemed to be a golden mountain of fingers growing out, and she could see a certain baby in her belly. This mountain was very holy and radiant, and on it were written the 6-word mantra, hum, ma, na, pad, me, and hum. The characters were very mysterious, but she vaguely understood their meaning. Vaguely, under the golden mountain was a pixel-like mysterious head. It was an embryo, but it was born holy and could speak from birth. Back then, that Western Heaven's pillar god, Gautama, captured my father and the others in one fell swoop. Mother, one day, we must break through the heavens and destroy all the gods and Buddhas. If the heavens can no longer cover our eyes, and if the earth can no longer bury our hearts, we are born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? We must take revenge on Gautama. Donna, her mind went blank, and she took 3 steps back. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. This shocking ancient myth was simply unimaginable. Hearing this mysterious voice, Donna trembled all over. Inexplicably, cold sweat seeped out of her pores, drenching her back. Being suppressed? Destroying all the gods and Buddhas in the sky? One by one, these thoughts appeared in his mind like a clap of thunder. Before she could react. Mother, I'm going to be born. The voice of the figure sounded. Huh? Before Donna could react, she was shocked and instantly panicked. I'm going to be born just like that? I'm not ready yet. Wait a little longer. What should I do? Her mind was completely blank. For an inexperienced girl like her, the sudden birth of a child was definitely something that was worth going crazy over and trembling in fear. But she didn't have time to react. Rumble, the void trembled. It was as if from the golden mountain, a sky full of scorching light was emitted. It was as if looking back to ancient times and seeing the earliest light and shadow. I'm finally born. The entire golden mountain, like the most miraculous connate spirit stone in the world, exploded with a loud bang. The divine fetus slowly floated in the air. There seemed to be an unimaginable fetus of a super life form inside, as if it had completely descended into the world. Whoosh, a great life of this level descended into the world. All kinds of terrifying divine light lingered, the sun and the moon shone together, and the world boiled. After all, it was born with the organ to distort the laws, and it was surrounded by strange phenomena. What happened? In the entire neighborhood, countless people looked up inexplicably. It was as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. They felt uneasy, as if some indescribable feeling was stirring their hearts. They ran from building to balconies and looked at the sky outside. Something seems to be beating in my heart. Wait, what's that? Golden light. Which company is advertising? Is it because of those gods again? That's probably it. Those gods are too miserable. If they continue killing like this, they'll all be wiped out. There's no harm if there's no business. In order to hunt those gods and earn enough benefits, those capital groups are really unscrupulous. Countless people looked up at the sky. The next second, a shocking scene appeared. Whoosh, light erupted, and the ancient divine fetus was completely born. Tens of thousands of Tao marks fell down, connecting to the prehistoric void. Within the divine fetus, he could vaguely see a dazzling figure that emitted endless golden light slowly appearing. My son, in the sky, there was a majestic and hazy figure that slowly hugged the divine fetus. He was divine and majestic, and the entire void universe seemed to tremble for him. My child, have you finally come to this world? He lowered his head and gently looked at this immortal fetus. Strand after strand of mysterious laws intertwined, golden light resplendent, making it impossible for others to look directly at it. Just by standing there quietly, he exuded an indescribable aura. This caused the entire district and even the entire city to tremble. It was as if he was facing an existence of the laws of the universe that surpassed the supreme gods, and he couldn't help but kneel. At this moment, all the beasts, birds, humans, and all the living beings on the continents of the entire planet raised their heads. They felt as if some great existence that surpassed their level of life had descended upon this world. Whoosh. The plants swayed, and the sound of birds flapping their wings came from the sky. The sounds of wind, birds, and grass converged together, like a nameless hymn of praise, singing the birth of a great hero, the birth of a future ruler of the universe. This aura? In the dojo where Donna lived, a captive imperial knight hurriedly put on thick armor and walked out of the house. He was tall and burly, with a square face and rough skin. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. It's the direction of that girl Donna's house. Is it a coincidence? This aura, is it the descent of a god's descendant? Damn it. Is it some new technology that those evil people have researched? He had once been fortunate enough to witness the birth of a god's descendant, so he naturally understood this feeling. Life was divided into levels. Every breakthrough was a leap in the level of life, a pyramid ladder. When a descendant of a high-level life was born, nearby life would naturally have a similar reaction. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the birth of a god's descendant, who was already at the 5th rank as soon as he was born. Furthermore, he was born with the ability of his father's generation to enter part of the high-dimensional spacetime. A god's descendant naturally possessed part of the god's authority. It was just like how a high-level god couldn't possibly give birth to a low-level wild monkey. Yes, although they still looked the same, to a god, they had already experienced thousands of years of man-made breakthroughs and evolution. They were already high and mighty, and were no longer the same species as humans. No. This child isn't simple. This contains laws. Could it be that he's an ancient being of the universe? He raised his head, his eyes incomparably resplendent, excited, and a trace of fear. This is too terrifying. This kind of destined great existence is the descendant of an ancient universe being. He's just descended into the world, yet there's already such a phenomenon. It feels like we're facing a living primordial god. An imperial general walked out from the side, his voice trembling slightly. His heart had originally been like dead ashes. The god he worshipped had been captured and tortured in the Mild cloning group. As a captive, he had also been reduced to such a state. He was forced to teach martial arts enthusiasts in the city to cultivate and earn money for the corporation behind him. But now, his deathly gray eyes erupted with a brilliant light that had been silent for 300 years. Our God, our civilization, is this the might of an existence that surpassed gods in ancient times? One person is a world. We also once gave birth to such a terrifying existence. He suddenly had the urge to howl and cry. Our cultivation method has been lost, our bloodline has also been lost. We barely broke through to the god realm with the help of incomplete ancient books, but we're far from 1/10 of the prehistoric god's power, he cried, and felt that the future era was going to be different. In the sky. What's that? Where's the security? Didn't Peter's cosmic exploration team just return in a spaceship 2 days ago? Mechas, hurry up and attack. Under the gaze of tens of millions of people in the entire city, something even more terrifying happened. That mysterious and indescribable existence, hugging the immortal fetus, turned around with an incomparably calm expression. Child, have you finally escaped to a safe zone? In the eternal cycle of reincarnation, the Western pillar god, Gautama, once bullied my race. In the end, our race united and became the final god. We fought this enemy together with our fellow Taoist from the outer realm. This was a silent deterrent. This cosmic existence was high and mighty. His eyes were endlessly deep, as if he could see all the stars in the universe and take in the entire planet. On a tall tower in the empire, countless scientists were exclaiming as they looked at the image calculation and the personal virtual computer. The images projected on their glasses flashed crazily. Oh my God, this isn't special effects. This is real pressure. He's distorting the parameters of the surrounding universe, distorting time and space. How is this possible? It's impossible for an individual to distort parameters. Even for us, to achieve this, we would need a terrifying and massive galactic weapon. Is this an afterimage that has already perished? Perhaps we've underestimated the civilization path of the transcendent system. On this night, the entire Earth trembled. All living beings trembled, and everyone in the entire city involuntarily knelt down. This was an ancient cosmic being that had achieved Tao, a great existence that surpassed all living beings. He had crossed the river of time and actually revealed his true body in the present world. This was an unimaginable miracle. Child, remember all of this. Back then, in that battle of our race, in order to protect the entire human race and all living beings in the world, we were ultimately defeated. In that tragic battle, the entire universe was turned into nothingness. At this time, he was only speaking calmly, but it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. Heaven and earth trembled, and the laws of nature shifted, sweeping across the world. A scene of an ancient battle appeared before his eyes. It was the scene of the battle of the three pillar gods that this infant had seen from his father's memories. This was an even more terrifying scene. In the next second, everyone's worldview was about to be subverted. Rumble, planets shattered one after another. Chaos surged, and all living beings were annihilated. Just the shockwaves from the battle alone were enough to send a vast number of planets flying and perish in the void. The planets are all destroyed? This is an unimaginable mighty force. One must know that in ancient prehistory, that ancient existence was only able to move the trajectory of a planet. Destroying a planet itself is very difficult to achieve, but just the shockwaves of the battle before us have shattered so many terrifying planets? This is simply unimaginable. They saw an extremely terrifying prehistoric battle. One planet after another, under the guidance of powerful existences, was actually like a dense river of stars, bright and dazzling, herding them like herds, avoiding the terrifying enemies. But in the end, they still couldn't avoid it. Just the shockwaves of the battle alone had shattered the nearby planets before they could escape, and the billions of living beings on the planet screamed as they walked towards death. Seeing this, countless people had goosebumps as if they were looking at their own planet. Far too many had died. This was simply a terrifying hell on Earth. They saw planets disintegrating in an instant. The people on them, the skyscrapers, and the powerful civilizations didn't even have time to wail before they were instantly destroyed. What kind of terrifying scene was this? This kind of apocalyptic scene was simply indescribable, and this sudden incident caused the security of the entire city to be unable to be controlled. But ultimately, they were just ordinary citizens. Their level of knowledge was very low, so they couldn't see anything. They could only discuss and wonder. They felt that an ancient legend had appeared, and that an eventful period had arrived. The future era was very mysterious and bizarre, and no one knew what would happen in the next second. As for the higher-ups of the city and the scientists of the various large organizations, they were already shocked beyond belief. Only the more knowledgeable they were, the more they understood what this meant. Driving planets one by one, like herders on a prairie, this kind of situation, can it really be done? One had to know that not only could they not do it now, even the ancient Renamanga, a prehistoric civilization that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, had spent a very long time to drive planets one by one to gather on this land. This was already an unbelievable miracle. And in front of them, it was as if it was driving a snow-white sheep, driving the planet to escape. Also, this shockwave is very terrifying. The number of planets that exploded in an instant is simply uncountable. These planets are as fragile as porcelain paste, instantly shattering and disappearing in the shockwave. The feeling of being directly evaporated is simply unimaginable. According to the energy level, this is almost comparable to a small supernova explosion in the universe. This point was even more inconceivable to them. What was the concept of a supernova explosion? In the words of Earthlings, the electromagnetic radiation from a supernova explosion could illuminate half of the galaxy it was in. And the ruins left behind by a supernova explosion, the destructive power caused would not be any less than the chaotic flow of laws in the universe courtyard. It would form a collapsed shell-like spatial structure, and this was called a supernova ruin. Even if it was a small one, it was already extremely terrifying. One had to know that in the ancient prehistoric myth of the universe courtyard, out of the 37 planets that moved over, only 31 were destroyed in that terrifying war, and in front of them, just the shockwave alone was enough to shatter them. The difference in energy level and combat power was simply unimaginable. Is this an illusion? This must be fake. How can a simple action cause such a terrifying battle? Countless scientists began to analyze the images, but they soon felt that this was a real projection of spacetime images. This was because their civilization was originally in the spacetime of the cosmic garden. Through studying the revival of the civilization factory left behind in prehistoric times, they had a deep understanding of this aspect. This is real. A historical image that once existed. But in the next scene, the aftermath of the battle completely dissipated, and they saw the master of the battle completely appear. Only then did they tremble in fear. That was actually a terrifying universe Tao enlightened being. This kind of existence, just one of them could be said to be extremely rare. Countless high-level civilizations might not be able to give birth to such a great universe existence, but in front of them, and here, there were actually countless such terrifying existences. They all had long tails, and every single one of them was an imposing figure with fluttering golden hair. They appeared within the brilliant radiance, and their bodies were covered in endless radiance. In the end, they actually fused into a terrifying and invincible ultimate god of the universe. Pillar, God. Endless killing. Intent was contained in the earth-shattering roar, and a super blue god of the laws of the universe was born. His hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and a river of stars floated in his eyes. An indescribably terrifying scene circulated about. Kill. Together with another existence that was surrounded by laws, they fought against some kind of dark ancient existence that came from the outer universe. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Countless races that have attained Tao in the universe seem to have been annihilated easily. Charles's brother, the 13th prince, was an ambitious and ruthless hero of his generation. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. This is unimaginable. He stood up, extremely deep in thought, and paced back and forth. This is an even more terrifying universe civilization that sent its child into the spacetime. Could it be that it heard that Renamansa was taking in a disciple and came here to be born? He looked hesitant. Not only them, but all the planets were boiling and preparing. He heard that some of the wandering civilizations in the nearby universe, like the Cerebrate, had also come. This time's election could be said to be a mix of good and bad people, and all kinds of monsters had appeared. However, he had never thought that it would attract such a giant. The next moment, his expression was uncertain, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Capture, send a mobile team, and invite the descendant of this great existence that is about to descend here. No matter what, this was a huge opportunity. Regardless of the situation, friend or foe, meeting first was the best opportunity to seize the initiative. Yes. A voice came from the other end of the mecha. In an instant, mechas flew up one after another, and there were even several cloned gods among them, quickly rushing over. At this moment, Donna was also completely stunned by this strange phenomenon. An existence of this level was even more terrifying than she had imagined. I have to run. I have to run. Her face was full of fear, not knowing what was waiting for her. Perhaps it was very likely that she would be like those gods who had been captured and sent to a cloning factory to experience a horror worse than death. But, I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. She was terrified. As a virgin, she had a natural fear of giving birth before marriage. She had heard from other friends that childbirth was very painful, one of the most painful levels of pain in the world. Especially since, she was pregnant with a god. Just as she closed her eyes and clutched the bedsheets with a look of horror, suddenly nothing happened. I've finally descended, a voice said. Donna instantly became slightly dazed. It was as if giving birth didn't hurt at all. It was like a mosquito bite. In the next second, a creature smaller than an ant slowly floated up, its entire body shining with golden light and incomparably sacred. He looked at this behemoth, muscular, black-skinned, antlered female giant. So slow, too slow. It's like a motionless statue, like a rock by the side of the road. At first, he thought he had jumped out of a rock. It was this female statue, a rock. But after a long time, he realized that this rock was actually alive, his mother. It was just that it was so slow that it seemed to be a life of different dimensions, space-time, and energy levels. This made him feel pity. Are you my mother? Donna's entire person felt dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that it was still glowing, she wouldn't have been able to see it at all. It was like a mosquito flying in the night sky. So that's how it is. Is the infant form of this ancient race of gods so small? Donna whispered. She believed that the adult form would grow to the size of a normal person. And at this moment, the sailor baby opposite her was also adapting to this universe world that he thought was very low level. Too slow. Unbelievably slow. The baby's eyes were extremely sharp as he examined the land. I inherited part of my father's bloodline, and I was born with 7% of the soul and flesh as one, which is equivalent to 7% of the path to rank 9. This part of the nomological organ is on my tail. As the descendant of an existence that surpassed the gods, he was naturally born with knowledge. Even the giant octopus had inherited memories, so how could he not have them? He had memories from his father's generation, the super sailor race. Even though he was born under the leadership of the players, he was ultimately the descendant of a proper complete rank 9 existence in the universe. He was extremely talented and intelligent. Soon, he learned Medusa's method and synchronized with them. He quietly waited for the other party to finish a sentence after a few days, while he took the opportunity to cultivate and organize his cultivation. Mother, are you saying that an enemy is approaching? The sailor baby said. Yes, we have to hurry. Donna was very nervous. The sailor was silent for a moment before saying, It's too late. I can only hide first. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura fluctuated slightly, and he actually went from being a rank 6 at birth to a rank 7 heavenly emperor. Donna was stunned, and her whole body trembled. How long has it been since you were born, and you've already broken through so quickly? This realm is the strongest below the gods. An epic powerhouse. You can command the entire army of the empire, second only to one person and above 100 million people. My teacher's level is at this level. I used up all the energy reserves in the house, the meat in the fridge, and the nutrient drinks that mother used for cultivation, so I broke through, the sailor answered casually. In fact, in Donna's eyes, it was just a few sentences, but in his eyes, it was already a long time. Endless inheritance information poured into his brain. Kamehameha, Kaioken, Observation Hockey, 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, Jade Maiden Sutra, Jade Vortex Pill. A series of inheritance information rushed into his mind. Found it. I can hide my chi cultivation method. They shouldn't be able to find me in a short period of time. Saima said, Mother, I'm going to hide in your body. They won't be able to find me for a while. According to the inherited memories, this form is the Dragon God Fighter. Crash. The entire Sema instantly disintegrated into particles and fused into the gaps between Donna's cells. Vaguely, Donna felt an unimaginable power fill her body. Gotcha. In the next second, a clone god happened to fly past the window. His divine telekinesis scanned through the buildings in the district and then easily crossed over. We dodged it. Donna was shocked and felt like she was almost dead. A voice came from his body. It's fine. These low-level disabled gods have too big of a flaw in their cloning, so they won't be able to find me. However, it is very likely that they will soon use more advanced technology to lock down this area and conduct a carpet search. They will find me sooner or later. Donna was shocked. Then what do we do? It's fine. According to the information I learned from the internet, they have to transfer that kind of technology from the capital if they want to use it. It's specialized in hunting gods and conducting a high-energy exploration. Plus, it will take about a day. While waiting, he naturally took the opportunity to go online. A day? Isn't that very short? Donna shouted. It's not short. Super Seema's expression was very calm. I need a huge amount of energy. Things like potions and all kinds of food will do. He began to cultivate. A minute later, he learned how to use chi in a simple way. An hour later, his chi was used to its peak. 3 hours later, he learned the pixel synthesis and decomposition of the Super Seema lineage. 5 hours later, his Kamehameha, Realm King Fist, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and various other techniques quickly reached greater mastery and approached perfection. Peak Heavenly Emperor. His expression was very calm as he silently exhaled. I was born as a peak 6th stage Heavenly Emperor, and after absorbing energy, I directly became a 7th stage Heavenly Emperor. But I've only been cultivating for about 20 years. It won't be possible to break through and become a god in a short time. Perhaps I'll have to cultivate for another half a day. Each half a day, he would become a god after cultivating for another half a day. Donna was dumbfounded. He had only been born for half a day. So exaggerated, this was simply unheard of. Becoming a god was said to be as simple as eating and drinking. This kind of low-level universe is naturally very rare, but it's the norm in our world. In our world, becoming a god is already a very common and mature system. Super Seema shook his head. A heavenly emperor's lifespan was 800 years. If an ordinary heavenly emperor's aptitude was astonishing, they would break through to become a god at the age of 200 or 300. As a descendant of a 9th stage heavenly emperor, he was destined to become a god. He was born at the 6th stage, cultivated for 80 years, and crossed 2 stages to become a god in a row. Once you become a god, you'll have the strength to contend with them. Super Seema called out to Donna and merged into his body, his entire body burning with golden flames. I'm going to break through and become a god, which will affect the surrounding energy. If I'm discovered quickly, I'll forcefully break through and then kill my way out. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted. Boundless light rose, and the entire city felt this aura. The entire television station was broadcasting from afar. According to speculation, it's very likely that the descendant of an ancient cosmic being has descended on our planet. At this moment, this aura is actually going to break through to the god realm? How long has it been? Only a day old? Is this a cosmic-level monster? This is impossible. How can those bumpkins gods be so exaggerated? Our technology is far more than enough to kill them. This time, the entire planet was shaking. Countless large corporations, princes living on this planet, and corporations all changed their expressions. The other party was not a low-level and incomplete transcendent civilization. It was obvious that their orthodox inheritance was mature, and their combat power was terrifyingly high. It was impossible to use their previous concepts to view them. In the martial arts club, the two generals were even more shocked. How is this possible? He's just been born for a day, and he's going to break through to become a god? They looked at each other and thought that things were not looking good. Not good. Such energy fluctuations will definitely attract opponents. We're doomed. No, I have to go out. The other general's expression changed slightly. If they attacked, they would undoubtedly die. Let's go together. How could an existence of this level fall into the hands of the other party? We have to protect him even if we have to risk our lives. Suji stood in the void, quietly watching this scene, looking at his own masterpiece. This is the first time I've seen a descendant of a rank 9 world. Previously, I heard the giant octopus was very serious. What kind of terrifying advantage does a descendant of this level have? Naturally, I want to see how it goes. And in the player's world? Sooner or later, they'll lead them astray. It's better to give it a try outside, grow freely, and become very serious. At the same time, we can also see the overall combat power of this civilization. This kind of technological civilization that can capture a rank 8 god doesn't have a trump card, like a nuclear bomb. I don't believe it. At this moment, the two generals quickly rushed over. They saw an extremely terrifying scene. 2 clone gods and 3 mechanical armors were besieging their disciple, Donna. Donna's entire body was shrouded in flames, and an energy tail grew out of her. Golden flames surrounded her body, distorting the laws of space and time. These existences didn't completely suppress him, but only beat him into retreat. He was covered in wounds and blood as he frantically fled. You can't catch up to me. I've distorted the laws. His expression was cold. I've been studying this for a breakthrough. Celestial Emperor Battle God, they saw a scene that had never been seen before in history. He can actually escape under the urgent deployment of 5 combat forces? Even if he was a descendant of a god with 9th grade power that distorted laws, it was too exaggerated that he could still escape with such combat power. Terrifying, too terrifying. In the next second, an aura came from Donna's body. She actually resisted the obstruction of the 2 gods and forcibly broke through this realm. You are simply 5 disabled people. You have realms, but you don't even have 1% of the strength of gods of the same size in our world. You have 3 great genetic bloodlines, and not even one of your bloodlines has reached perfection. You're just slightly bigger soft tofu. It's time for me to fight back. Boom, in an instant, a slender beam of light streaked past. No one knew that this was the true body of Super Saito. Like a steel nail piercing through tofu, it shattered the clones' divine consciousnesses, and all 5 exploded. With 9th grade laws, he was like a great sage in the samsara world. With his talent, he could crush them directly. So what if he was powerful? Shattering the soul would still result in death. The 8th grade had a soul and could leave the body. The 9th grade had the soul and body as one, distributed to every part of the flesh and blood. That was why they didn't have the weakness of the soul and could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. What a large amount of energy. It's unimaginably large. Even if I break through to the high-level god realm, there's still a lot left. I feel like if I do it a dozen more times, it'll be enough for me to break through to the 9th grade. He was very surprised that such a low-level universe also had its advantages. Boom, at this moment, the spaceships of the various empires quickly stood in midair, casting a heavy shadow over the entire city. Such terrifying combat power? Are these the descendants of that group of universes that achieved the Tao? This is too terrifying. Those images are really shocking. A prince said. The CEOs and people in charge of the conglomerates around him were also shocked. He was only born a day ago, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The other party was indeed caught off guard. The universe's main warship had just returned from outer space. After all, this was too sudden. They thought that the battle prowess of 5 immortals was enough to crush them. How could they not take them seriously? The other party was just a newborn baby. This was already very important. However, no one had expected him to be so exaggerated as to directly break through to godhood in a single day of cultivation. Where did he get so much energy from? He had even fought against 5 gods, and with his body riddled with injuries, he had forcefully broken through to the 8th level god realm. As expected, the individual combat power of these soldiers is still not enough. It's time to get serious. Yes, those who can distort and those who can't are 2 different creatures. In that case, we should use some methods to suppress him. After all, he is just a newborn baby, someone said with a smile. Yes, use a small yield nuclear bomb and explode through space to heavily injure him, someone said with a smile. Using a nuclear bomb to attack by teleportation was also a method they used to deal with gods. No matter how strong the other party was, he was still an individual creature of flesh and blood. How could he withstand the high-energy shock explosion at the center of a nuclear bomb? Boom, a nuclear warhead suddenly descended upon them. Donna had no time to escape and was instantly enveloped. The smoke dissipated. An existence stood unscathed in place. Everyone was silent, and no one present could say a word. His body could withstand a nuclear bomb was not a big deal. They had seen most powerful gods dodge it, but in front of them, it was too terrifying to withstand it head-on. The high concentration of radiation was also a terrifying poison to gods of flesh and blood. What are you guys looking at up there? How can you be high and mighty? Then, let's start with you guys. Turtle. Sect. Chi. Gong. Bo. He clenched his fists. Whoosh. A wave of radiation covered the entire land. Even from a distance, they could feel a needle-like prickling sensation on their skin. It's actually radiation light. This transcendent civilization actually cultivates the radiation transcendent system. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Activate the energy shield, a controller shouted. We're going to use the laser jump weapon and attack directly, someone shouted. This was their main weapon, the laser cannon. Will it really work? The energy the other party cultivates seems to be radiation light. Maybe light can also restrain it. Damn it. Why does the other party's transcendent system have such a strong restraining effect on our technology? It's as if they were born to target our technology and take our civilization into consideration. The Star Destroyer cannon was a high-energy light beam, and the nuclear bomb was radiation. It was already the strongest weapon of the conventional physical universe on the technological side. In other words, it was the top weapon of a level 8 technological civilization. Just like the level 8 gods, their various combat methods were essentially energy explosions, light beams, flames, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Both level 8 and level 8 were the same. One level higher would be the true suppressor grade, phenomenon grade weapon. Although they did not have a high-level rule distortion weapon like the bidirectional foil that could distort matter and spacetime, they still had their own core weapon research direction. Space missiles. Every civilization researched different weapons. This was their civilization's secret. We can only use rule weapons. Are we really going to use it? The entire planet will affect all life on the land. Boom, light flashed and descended. In the blink of an eye, when they reacted, it had already disappeared without a trace. Chase. This is too terrifying. Countless higher-ups had goosebumps all over their bodies. They were full of horror. It broke through to become a god in one day. In a few more days, it will become a high-level god. Can such a creature be stopped? A chase had completely begun. It seemed like the other party really wanted to last for a few days. Soon, the news spread uncontrollably, and the entire planet was in an uproar. The descendant of an ancient cosmic being has actually descended on our planet? According to the background image, this race is unimaginably terrifying. They actually have a great race with countless cosmic beings who have achieved Tao. This is too exaggerated. It's simply indescribable. We even suspect that this is the ultimate cosmic civilization hidden in the deepest dimension of the universe. Yes, a race with countless cosmic beings who have achieved Tao. It's hard to imagine how long their history is. Hundreds of millions of years? A billion years? But such a race was actually destroyed. That terrifying forbidden existence of darkness, the Western pillar god Tathagata, just what kind of god is he? Countless television stations were reporting. Countless people felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. In their educational worldview, the path of science and technology was the strongest path. However, in the hands of that kind of existence, even in the image, a single person could stir up the entire galaxy. The aftermath of the battle swept across, and the entire planet was easily shattered like porcelain. This made them doubt their own civilization. The leaders of the entire planet watched the live broadcast, and their expressions changed slightly. If we can't even defeat a god that has just been born a day ago, in the eyes of the people, the prestige of our civilization will instantly fall to the bottom, and the pride of our powerful civilization will be crushed. Yes, if we can't even win against a newborn baby, in their eyes, we will be as weak as the planets in the pictures that are shaken by the aftermath. We will be crushed instantly without any ability to resist. We must prove that we are special. Quick! We can only activate the space railgun. Suji was very surprised to see this from a high vantage point. He suddenly laughed. Technology side, a weapon that distorts the laws? Or space distortion? We can ignore the others, but a weapon that distorts the laws, we can still study it and see how to walk the 9 levels of technology side. On the other side, it was unknown when Medusa quietly stood outside the universe. His expression was extremely calm, as if he was very familiar with this place. And even further away. One day seemed to be very short, but for some existences, it was equivalent to 100 years. A large octopus disguised as an eyeball quietly arrived. Suji's face suddenly turned black. What is this situation? Is the fish pond exploding? Why did all of a sudden, they all secretly came to observe and study? Is this the rhythm of something big happening? he felt a little uncomfortable. Suji had already discovered a striking characteristic of these people. After experiencing the eras of Di Qi and the three pillar gods, they liked to hide in the dark and study the fruits of labor of the previous eras, stealing the hard work of others. Even if it was a technological path in front of them, they were still very curious. It's all because of Di Qi's influence, Suji shook his head in a daze. In fact, everything originated from the most ancient era of the Khanate ancient gods. Di Qi used this method to rule 2 dynasties. Su Yonyan used the primordial spirit technique to overthrow the rule of the Khanate ancient gods, and he, the strongest Khanate ancient god, had already secretly integrated into the next era of the witches and became the next king of the celestial court. Learn, integrate, follow the times, only then would they never be eliminated. At that time, he instantly learned the 9 revolutions mystic art, which left an intense trauma on everyone. This had a huge impact on the civilizations of the later generations. They all wanted to become the next Di Qi and hide behind the scenes. Suji looked at the group of people who had rushed over to observe in secret and murmured, "Sometimes, the turning point of civilization is because of a single person. The style of the entire era is already different." Rumble, a terrifying battle was still erupting. This Sima had integrated into Donna's body and was still running frantically across the planet, intending to stall for time. Whoosh, a dazzling golden radiance dashed forward. In the sky, a high-level black mechanical battleship seemed to appear out of thin air. It gradually turned from a hazy shadow to a solid body. It was an extremely strange scene. It was a smooth black mysterious disk. It was exquisite and clean, and there were no weapons on its surface. There was not even an entrance. Yes, even if it was accurate to the molecular level, one would not be able to see any gaps in the spacecraft's entrance. It was a complete hole, just like a simple black flying saucer disk. It looked incomparably small among the countless giant battleships in the sky. Inside the mechanical flying saucer, the operators inside seemed to be able to see the outside of the entire spacecraft from all angles. There were no walls around the spacecraft, and there were no blind spots. There was a sense of spatial distortion. How many energy levels of railguns do you think it can withstand? 13th Prince Miyaki asked in a low voice. He was the prince who had asked Princess Yar for the god. He was extremely vicious and notorious. A general at the side replied, "Your Highness, the strength that we can see now is beyond the battle prowess of a high god. Even on board planet, among the many divine planes, he can be ranked in the top 17. Top 17? How could it be so terrifying? In other words, it's only after being known as the star of the night sky, the eternal light, and the supreme war god of the Aussie plane?" The 13th prince was slightly surprised. That's right. They're the most powerful gods below the paramount gods who control magical laws. They surpass all other greater gods, and as descendants of the universal magical laws, they were born with magical organs. Naturally, they were superior to high-level gods who could not grasp the laws. But naturally, it's lower than the overgods who relied on their own power to begin with. An old scientist nearby analyzed. He's just been born. Mayuk's face was filled with utter shock. The descendant of such an existence is so terrifying. Does this mean that a one-day-old baby can use a level 1 rail cannon? Now, although they had captured many gods, they were not able to do so. But in reality, they did not have the upper hand. They had 17 greater gods who were on the path to level 9. They were known as the 17 greater gods. Under them, there were 17 god systems that corresponded to them. Most of the greater gods were in deep slumber in their own high-level planes to prolong their lifespans. After all, most of them were ancient existences. There were only 2 or 3 greater gods who were active throughout the year. They used all kinds of modern machines to deal with the native gods. After all, they relied on external forces, and it consumed too many resources. They had to constantly travel far and mine the resources of the planet. "Fire the rail cannon," the 13th prince said. Whoosh! The entire black mechanical spaceship was a disc that vibrated slightly. In the next second, all the super scions revealed expressions of extreme shock. They felt as if something terrifying was descending. It's the feeling of teleportation. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the strange spaceship in the sky. He did not have time to dodge. Bam! The space changed slightly. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into an extremely calm azure lake. In the next second, the entire space distorted and collapsed. It was as if it was enveloped by some kind of space. There was no vibration, but it endured an invisible distortion field. Only an arm was left on the spot. It gave off a strange feeling, as if a transparent drop of warm water had wrapped around the arm. Whoosh, on the other side, Donna descended again. His expression was extremely solemn as he stroked the surface of the arm that was strangely cut but did not show any signs of bleeding. He was in disbelief. The energy wave was terrifyingly small. It happened in an instant. I almost couldn't react at all. If I hadn't used spatial movement and instant jump, the energy fluctuation was too small. This was not even a sneak attack. If it had been a sneak attack, he believed that most gods would not have been able to guard against it. But one of my arms was still cut off. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was horrified, and his mind was spinning frantically. His gaze was fixed on the spot where Donna had left. A drop of water was wrapped around his arm, and his expression was tense and solemn. This is some kind of special capture device cannon. It doesn't seem to have any killing power, but in fact, this kind of power is the most terrifying. The greatest threat of a weapon isn't instant death, but instant capture. Because capturing someone is 10 times more difficult than killing them. He was born with knowledge and was very intelligent, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. A weapon stronger than killing on the spot was capturing on the spot. Because if one fell into the enemy's hands, whether it was killing or various experiments, it would be a better choice. This was very much in line with the concept of weapons of such an advanced civilization. Now, my severed arm is imprisoned in some kind of special warm space, maintaining a special vitality. At this moment, the Super Saiyan, who had fused with Donna, had goosebumps all over his body. His hair stood on end as he constantly analyzed. For tens of thousands of years, they have developed an extremely mature method of capturing gods alive in order to capture them to the greatest extent possible. High above, the 13th prince revealed a smile. It seems that our clumsy civilization is also worthy of being shocked by such a terrifying advanced universe. Yes. How to capture gods to the greatest extent possible and then send them into the cloning factory had always been their topic. After all, if they were on the verge of death and their life force drained away, they wouldn't be able to be cloned and squeezed out many cell divisions after being sent into the cloning factory. It was even more impossible for them to support all kinds of experiments on gods. What they wanted, it was an almost undamaged god in his prime. This method of capturing such an existence seemed crazy, but previously, Charles had used this method to capture a complete god in just a few shots. This speed is too fast. This spatial fluctuation is too fast. The Super Saiyan's expression was solemn. Even if he ran away in an instant, he probably lost part of his body. If he was hit by another shot, he might cut off a leg. If he was hit by another shot, he might lose the lower half of his body. He was torn apart. He was wrapped in a space filled with water droplets, preserving the dismembered body with the greatest activity. A few shots will be enough to capture me, transport me back, and reassemble me. As a super life form of a god, the flesh and blood that had been cut into pieces could naturally be reassembled, not to mention in such a well-preserved situation. It was only at this moment that this Super Saiyan was completely terrified. He knew that he had underestimated this advanced civilization of the universe, even though his civilization lived in the terrifying high-dimensional spacetime and had a complete and long inheritance. There was a reason why they could live on this land for a long time, become extremely prosperous, and even start an interstellar colonial empire to hunt the gods on the planet. Ha ha ha, this is the pride of our advanced civilization. Yes, we have walked on the path of our civilization. This is our powerful weapon. Even if the other party is such a terrifying civilization of the universe, they will still be shocked by us. On the TV station, countless people saw this scene being broadcasted and cheered continuously. The confidence of the race was boosted. Everyone, please rest assured. Our tier empire is a powerful level 8 civilization in the galaxy. We can protect our galaxy and even the peace of the entire world. A high-level official from planet Deerhorn walked out. He wore a tall and straight exotic black suit and had a solemn expression as he expressed his opinion on the TV. He was the third prince. By one move, he had become the unsuccessful candidate in the struggle for the throne of the previous generation. However, he was already the ruler of this planet. Our powerful civilization is the strongest. Those aboriginals with extraordinary physiques are simply unable to withstand a single blow. No matter how powerful an individual is, they are insignificant in the face of nature. Our civilization has always been strong. For tens of thousands of years, what have the natives next door been doing? They have meditated, cultivated, and trained their bodies. They have tried in vain to conquer the heavens, living a slash-and-burn civilization. They believe in God and hope to become God. Tens of thousands of years later, they are still living a slash-and-burn civilization. Under the absolute rule of God, under oppression, their productivity cannot be liberated, and they live in a slave society, living a city-state civilization. What about us? We have used tools to create firearms, electricity, and weapons. We have changed eras, traveled through the stars, and lived a happy era. Those who know how to use tools are the great intelligent species. Those who don't know how to use tools and only know how to cultivate are laughable apes. Watch how we capture this laughable ape. Boom, the next second, under the gaze of the entire planet, the second railgun shot was fired. The people of Giant Antlered Deer Planet all looked extremely excited as they watched this historic scene. However, the next second, they revealed horrified gazes. It's you who forced me to do this. At this time, the Super Saiyan looked at the sky. Come out, Pillar God Dark Buddha. Descend. A golden radiance enveloped the earth. In the distance, the expressions of the players changed slightly. They had never imagined that one of their ultimate secrets would end up here. They were naturally observing in the dark, but after seeing this scene, some of them were unable to react. Suddenly, someone said, "We gave the 3 babies a cheat each. It's called innate companion spiritual treasure. That's more suitable for their temperament. One of them is a portable muscle system. The other one is an alchemy plugin created by someone. What's the last one? Virus. What? You guys gave him a virus? Super Saiyan has divine genes. Isn't he a virus insulator? It's precisely because he is a virus insulator that we gave him one. He isn't afraid, but others are. Coupled with the Buddha's radiance, he can enlighten all living beings. That's the victorious fighting Buddha. You guys really have a lot of plans." Some people were shocked. How well prepared were they before coming here? How thorough were they? All of them had thought of all aspects and had more than a dozen rigorous plans. However, the ultimate secret weapon they had prepared was leaked. The changes that would happen were unimaginable. Then, what will happen to the wild virus without Pillar God Daddy's control? I don't know. This is also the place we want to experiment. That's why we brought it here. According to our conjecture, when the virus reaches a certain number, a new Pillar God of Fate might be born. We want to control the new Pillar God, so, you guys even want to control the Pillar Gods? Too shameless. You guys have released a Pandora's box. We also know how terrifying this thing is. We haven't even prepared to make a move, and it already, but how did he escape? Could it be that the Pillar God virus secretly abducted him? I can't guess. Maybe it's the Pillar God virus doing. But the 3 Pillar Gods shouldn't be able to control the virus here. The virus is so far away, and there's no internet connection. Who knows about the 3 Pillar Gods? How did our secret weapon come here? Boom. The space rail cannon fired again. This time, Super Saiyan jumped randomly and teleported. Even he didn't know where he would appear in the next second, so the enemy couldn't hit him at all. It's useless. The 13th prince revealed a faint smile. Jumping madly without stopping will quickly exhaust one's energy. It is just a struggle at death's door. The other party had indeed killed those clone deities and possessed a large amount of energy reserves. However, in an emergency situation, there was no way for them to absorb and replenish their energy. Thus, exhaustion was inevitable. However, what's with his golden land? Radiation? A life and death struggle? Polluting our land with radiation and deforming our creatures? The 13th prince didn't understand, but he still frowned. However, even though he's exhausted, our spatial rail cannons can still cause a large area of space to collapse as he jumps around. Yes. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to use it on their own planet. Because the other party was constantly fleeing, they often had to follow the orbital space cannon to break them down and pursue them. Therefore, the location where these spatial cannons landed would cause destruction to the city, even causing casualties and buildings to collapse. Although these water droplets that dripped into the distorted space could be cleaned up afterwards, it was still a very troublesome matter. Boom boom boom, running around in the high-dimensional spacetime, the Super Saiyan was gradually exhausted. As expected, he won't be able to hold on for long. Ha ha ha. Our civilization is very terrifying. So what if he's the descendant of an ancient existence in the universe? Countless people in front of the TV station saw the live broadcast and shouted. However, very soon, a terrifying thing happened. On the land that was affected by the radiation, some people suddenly felt that their bodies were deformed. On the streets, some people suddenly let out miserable beastly roars and pounced toward others. The terrifying situation had completely erupted. The 13th prince frowned when he saw this scene. What is this? Some kind of virus? Superimposed radiation deformity? They naturally had research on genetic biochemical viruses. Your Highness, Someone had a nervous expression. If this continued, the virus would probably spread very quickly. Get the local officials to seal off the nearby areas. Also, inform the people on TV not to go out and hide in their homes. This is a time of war. The 13th prince's expression was very calm. It's fine as long as we don't let them go out and get infected. We are about to defeat the other party. His actions are to make me stop and deal with the virus. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. Yes. An adjutant beside him replied. Very soon, the entire area was sealed off. The streets were filled with wandering beasts and zombies. However, this was a highly developed civilization, and the people were orderly. They even held weapons to defend against the beasts. Da-da-da-da, guns fired wildly. For a moment, there was no destructive force. After all, the infected people weren't transcendent beings but ordinary mortals. Naturally, they could only turn into ordinary zombies without transcendent powers. In front of the defensive machinery of others, they couldn't do anything at all. Without a doubt, in a technological civilization, blood countered the transcendent God Pillar virus. If it infected the transcendent world, the celestial the arch, sword cultivator, and sorcerer would turn into transcendent zombies with terrifying destructive force. But what about ordinary mortals? The infection could be quickly stopped and dealt with guns. For a moment, it showed signs of being suppressed. This virus is really weak. The 13th prince smiled with a calm expression. However, very soon, something that truly terrified him happened. Viruses were also living beings, and they were evolving rapidly in the high-dimensional spacetime of the Zerg race. One day of their existence was 100 years. In the blink of an eye, after being infected for just over 10 minutes, the virus had undergone a terrifying iteration update. The first mutation appeared. The zombies started to defend against normal guns. The 13th prince was a smart person, and he had his eyes on the final trump card of the enemy. He frowned. Are they being monitored for the virus? Are they being tested? They are being monitored and tested. In the highest-level scientific laboratory, a clone god burned his life to help a few scientists enter the high-dimensional spacetime. With this speed, we will be able to solve the virus in less than 10 minutes. This was the highest level of treatment. It could be seen that this was a war. He wanted to win for sure. He wanted to boost the morale of the people and obtain the support of the people. The price of losing, it was too terrifying. This meant that the other princes would attack him, and he would lose the most important central planet. He was fated to lose the throne, and he might even be sent to jail. However, even more terrifying news soon came. Your Highness. This is bad. The researchers have just discovered that the virus is also undergoing a shocking evolution in the higher dimensional space and time. After a certain amount, countless viruses are gathering together and distorting the laws of the universe. It's as if they are projecting and materializing a terrifying unknown life form in the universe into this world. In the words of the scientists, it might be in existence at the level of a level 9 universe cultivator. Its embryo is being nurtured, and its descendant is about to be born in this world. What? The 13th prince's hair stood on end when he heard this news. He grabbed the informant who came to report, and his face was filled with rage. The asterisk starred, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how ridiculous this is? The virus is also in the high-dimensional spacetime. What does this mean? It is also the descendant of a level 8 god. The virus can be the descendant of a god, what is that? The god of viruses? What's more ridiculous is that you are saying that the virus is distorting the laws of living beings. Oh. This is even more powerful, that is something that only the descendants of the universe cultivators can do. A level 9 baby appeared in front of us, and it became a god after just one day of birth. It's already shocking enough for our great civilization to be able to cause a ruckus here. Now, a level 9 newborn has appeared, and it's a virus? Do you know what you are talking about? Can a virus reach that level? A great virus that surpasses the laws of the universe? The 13th prince felt that he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Virus, a great existence that surpasses the laws of the universe. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Your Highness, it's true. A few scientists swear with their lives that it's definitely true. The informant shouted, trembling in fear. They said that it might be the culprit that once destroyed the great civilization that had countless universe cultivators, causing this fetus to descend and be eliminated here, the Rolai Pillar God. This fetus escaped here, and the Rolai Pillar God of the Western Paradise that destroyed everything, the terrifying dark forbidden existence of the universe also followed this baby here and chased after this baby. The 13th prince's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he was like a full moon child who had heard a thunderbolt. His bones were about to shatter. That terrifying civilization that destroyed everything has come to our civilization. In his mind, he thought of the terrifying scenes of the world being destroyed. Planets shattered like porcelain, and countless great beings that surpassed the laws of the universe fell. In the next second, a voice completely woke him up. They said that if we don't control it, our planet will be finished. Impossible, it's impossible. The 13th prince did not dare to imagine that the situation would be this serious. This was an entire planet. Their highly developed civilization, which could even hunt gods, would be destroyed by a virus. Viruses and diseases were things that only existed in elementary school history textbooks. Tens of thousands of years ago, they had already passed this low-level stage of civilization. However, the servant continued, a few scientists said that it might not be the entire planet, but even the entire civilization. Not to mention us, it's very likely that the workcats on the neighboring board planet will be destroyed along with us. This is a super catastrophe for the entire galaxy. You're saying that if the population of these viruses is large enough, they'll evolve into a vacuum virus and directly leap to the nearby planets? The 13th prince was also very knowledgeable and an extremely powerful scientist. He quickly reacted and felt his hair stand on end. This was simply unimaginably terrifying. He stood up and paced back and forth, thinking continuously. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Give the order to stop chasing that mysterious baby and ignore him. Mobilize all the forces on the entire planet to prevent and control the entire area it has jumped over. The area has already spread to the entire continent in the southern hemisphere. An urgent voice came from the side. What? It has already spread to the entire Fury continent? It's very likely that we can no longer confirm the number of people infected? His expression was completely solemn. Immediately mobilize the space rail cannons and penetrate all the borders of the continent. Use the space turbulence of the cannons to draw a circle and isolate and seal the entire continent. The adjutant next to him had a terrified expression. This was simply a bold and crazy decision, using the space rail cannons to draw a death zone in space turbulence and seal the entire continent. If news of this got out, the entire empire would go crazy and be caught. This was the lives of more than 3 billion people, instantly abandoned. Moreover, using the space rail cannons to create such a huge border isolation would not only consume a huge amount of energy, weapons and resources, but it would also completely destroy the entire planet's ecological environment. However, such a decision could only be made by the 13th prince, who was known as the most ambitious person with the most potential for the throne and the highest possibility of winning the election. Decisive and ruthless. Yes, the adjutant immediately said. The 13th Prince Miyaki had a solemn expression as he paced back and forth. That baby won't cause us any trouble and continue to expand the infected land. What he wanted was to grow up in peace. At the same time, the Tathagata pillar god is the enemy that chased after him, an ancient taboo existence that could destroy the universe, a terror that is unimaginable in the entire universe. He must be hoping that we can get rid of him, hoping that we can clean up these viruses. This was his deduction process. Based on the current situation, this was indeed the most likely scenario. It's time to inform His Majesty and those foolish princes and princesses. His expression quickly regained its calm. Being calm in the face of trouble was a compulsory lesson for the royal family. Originally, he had already sealed off the news from the outside world. After all, he wanted to monopolize this fortuitous encounter, capture it, and then claim credit from the outside world. He didn't want others to interfere. However, he didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Instead, he suffered a great loss and had to bear the blame. Danger and opportunity coexist. Soon, he contacted His Majesty, the other princes and princesses, and told them about the incident. The scene was dead silent. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Beautiful and handsome. Princesses and princes were seated on the virtual seats, including Princess Yar, who had recently gained a lot of fame. 13. How dare you seal off the news and cause such a situation? 13. How dare you abandon the entire southern continent? That's hundreds of millions of people. Also, 13. How dare you use His Majesty's favor to guard the only 7 oppressor-level weapons in the Empire, the orbital space cannon, and seal off the border of the continent? That's the strategic energy reserve of the Empire for thousands of years. Do you know how many gods you can eliminate if you use the energy of 2,000 cannons to start a war? Without such oppressor-level combat power, what if those barbaric natives plot against us? The princes and princesses spoke calmly. His Majesty Tyr was a middle-aged, majestic man. He sat on a high place, looking at his children, and said, "It's useless to talk about this now. Later, we'll condemn them, understand the whole situation in detail, and try to solve it. But I have to say, if the truth is as described, directly using the orbital space cannon to seal off the entire continent is the best choice. Sacrificing more than 3 billion people to completely eliminate the possibility of our entire civilization being infected and destroyed is the best decision. If the princes and princesses here are faced with such a situation, I hope you'll also do what 13 did. Civilization looks at the distant future, not the momentary glory and disgrace." Yes. Your Majesty is right. As expected of Your Majesty. I'm stupid. Yes. From the perspective of the entire vast civilization, this was already the best choice. Brave men cut their wrists. Gala Christi continent. The people of the entire continent still did not know what had happened. The TV station was still broadcasting. Da-da-da, continuous gunshots were fired back frantically. That's it? It's too weak. The virus of these indigenous civilizations is simply unimaginably weak. The so-called virus is just something low-level civilizations are afraid of. Ha ha ha, this reminds me of that indigenous necromancer. He also controls some ridiculous number of dead bodies and thinks he's the empire. Countless soldiers were talking and laughing. When this matter is over, the general invited us to go to the Mead International Club and play with the indigenous 7th-generation saintess of the Church of Light. She's a legendary powerhouse. She once ruled half of the country and took over the Pope's administration. At the age of 173, which was the peak of her life, it was said that she led the entire city to resist the war and protect 13 cities. She was supported by 3 million people and was known as the Holy Daughter of Heaven. She's also extremely pure. That general really spent a lot of money. How much money did we have to spend on a small team? It's said that she's more than 200 years old. We really want to take a look. They laughed and chatted, constantly leading the people to resist. They felt that these virus-infected creatures were simply too weak. Speaking of the indigenous viruses, It was said that the necromancer of that land also liked to carry out some shady experiments. The virus had mutated by fusing with extraordinary energy. It was said that the virus of extraordinary creatures was also a threat to high-level powerhouses. However, before the development of antidote technology by their scientists, it was not worth mentioning. Clang clang clang, her voice suddenly became crisp and clear. At this moment, in a short 13 minutes, the virus had evolved into a hard skeleton that was very difficult to penetrate. What's going on? Mutated? 3 minutes later. The third mutation had begun again. They finally felt a trace of fear. How long had it been? It had only been 40 minutes since the outbreak of the virus. The mutation speed was getting faster and faster. Some mutated species appeared one after another. They were fast like shadows, constantly hunting them. Ah! What's going on? It's too fast. It's already exceeded the reaction limit of the human body. Quick, use the machine to take over and shoot. We can't keep up. But Captain, we don't have that many security robots, let them stop attacking. We'll gather together and defend. Wait for the superior support. Ah. They began to try to connect to the external signal but found that it was no longer possible. They vaguely felt that something was wrong. Retreat. We're going to retreat. However, they soon found out something even more terrifying. The bullet gun robot had begun to lose its strength. They could only use the more advanced laser robot. Monster. Da-da-da-da. Countless lasers destroyed the building. On the other side, the two generals from the dojo also took the opportunity to escape. The two of them could not help but laugh, holding their giant swords. This is very similar to the necromancer's virus. It once infected our country. 17 city-states fell. It's very dark. It's those guys who make people tremble in fear. You're still laughing? We're going to die too. The other general snorted. Ha ha ha, I want to laugh. My rotten life should have died long ago. Even if it's the enemy evil dark sorcerers, I'm happy to see this. This proves that our path of civilization is also very powerful. I'm very happy. As he spoke, the two of them started to choke. The two of them pushed their way forward, appearing to be very careful. They used to grow up in the shadow of the necromancer. After experiencing the dark ghouls and zombies, they seemed to be like fish in water. At this moment, the entire upper echelons of the empire were observing this continent. The leaders and princes of the various consortiums were all here. We've already paid a huge price. We've used space rail cannons to pull out a space isolation belt and seal off the entire continent in the southern hemisphere. This might be a good testing ground for godfiends. These viruses can't escape, and we can observe quietly. This is a mysterious taboo existence. At this moment, the 13th prince's expression was extremely calm as he pointed at the land. Danger comes with opportunity. More than 3 billion people can be used as test subjects. It's enough to observe many things. This King Tyr seemed to be deep in thought. Indeed, we have two descendants who have surpassed the universe and achieved the Tao. It's a danger, but it's also an opportunity. We can study them and observe them. Rank 9. How terrifying was an existence at this level. Their civilization could develop for hundreds of thousands of years, and they might not even be able to break through to that level when they were destroyed. This was a terrifying threshold for civilization. The neighboring board planet had even less hope. It was already getting weaker and weaker, and they would be suppressed by them sooner or later. They might have 17 paramount gods who had stepped onto the path of rank 9 and could control laws. However, out of the tens of thousands of paramount gods who had stepped onto the path of rank 9, only one had broken through to rank 9. Even if they had 170 or 1700, it might not be possible. After all, stepping onto the long path of laws and reaching the end of the path of rank 9 were two completely different concepts. And in front of them, two descendants of a conceptual universe existence of this level had actually descended into the space-time. This is truly an eventful period and a huge crisis for our civilization. King Tyr sat on the throne with his eyes closed. The ancient Renamanga has revived in the universe garden and is accepting disciples. As for the terrifying cosmos, the civilization of the enlightened ones has fallen, and their orphans are stranded here. Their goal is unclear, but perhaps they are here to seek protection from the awakened enlightened ones, and the even more terrifying existence of the dark forbidden cosmos. The Tathagata pillar gods are also chasing after the remnants. These things were enough to make his heart jump and make him think about where his civilization should go. Just as he was thinking, the terrifying virus living in the high-dimensional spacetime was evolving faster and faster. In the beginning, the first mutation took 17 minutes, the second was 13 minutes, and the third was 4 minutes. The mutation speed is actually increasing exponentially. It seems that the larger the number of infected people, the faster the mutation speed. According to the virus's anatomy, the nucleus of the virus is a kind of prismatic crystal. It actually has a structure similar to a computer's texture and brain network. Within the prismatic crystal is DNA. Every virus is like a computer. As their value increases, they form a huge group of computers, and the mutation speed is getting faster and faster. Terrifying information came one after another. It was simply shocking. They saw that the entire continent, which at the beginning had an absolute advantage, was now beginning to fall. The streets were full of ruins. Zombies in tattered clothes wandered in the ruins. It was strange and dark. People were screaming and crying. The survivors used guns, laser weapons, and even heavy laser cannons to defend the stronghold and the entrance of the underground buildings. There's no more backup. We can't contact the outside. Maybe, we have been abandoned by the Empire. What? That kind of low-level virus can't be dealt with by the native gods with our powerful technology? Some people still didn't believe it. These ideas had been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Technology was the strongest. Those natives were backward and stupid. So what if they were powerful gods? Weren't they blasted down by spaceships with a few shots, sent to do research, and now, they had fallen into such a desperate situation? You don't understand. This is not the civilization of those natives. It is some kind of more terrifying super-cultivation civilization in the universe. They are the real mature transcendent system. Someone shouted. There were still people who knew the truth. The virus, in reality, only took a short time of more than an hour. It was getting faster and faster. It mutated 37 times. Even plants and animals began to be infected quickly, and unknown mutations occurred. They even began to assimilate. Just like the Big Bang of evolutionary genes in the past, the characteristics of grand unification began to appear. The zombies with the genes of the bighorn deer turned out to be imprisoned and played with, as well as the rare slaves of the 4 original planets, the ox-head aliens, and so on. There were strange changes. Their bodies gradually grew taller, and a strange shape appeared. There were signs of a body that was 3 meters tall. As for the animals, they were also rapidly unified. Plants also showed similar changes. Who can tell me what is happening? Why is the virus fighting among itself? In natural evolution, it seems to be divided into 3 schools. Is this following some kind of special rule? Animals, plants, humans. What on earth is going on? He seems to be rearranging the genes of the same infection. How much computing power does he need to do that? I've already mentioned it before. There are so many of them that they seem to form some sort of law creature. They're summoning, condensing, and are on the verge of giving birth to their own consciousness. These 3, don't tell me that they're summoning 3 terrifying forbidden existences from the underworld to descend once more? The entire Empire conference room was filled with gasps. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Those with discerning eyes could see that these infected beasts, who had lost their consciousness and were crazily biting people, were wandering on the streets, but were undergoing a special form of evolution. They have been infected and turned into the living dead, beasts. But if they continue to evolve like this, will they give birth to consciousness again? A horrifying thought appeared. Everyone was extremely excited. This virus was so terrifying that it broke all their understanding of reality. Our civilization has experienced an unimaginable breakthrough. We seriously suspect that this virus is the existence of a terrifying technological forbidden civilization. Yes, the pillar god that destroyed that terrifying civilization of countless enlightened beings, Buddha, might be an indescribable 9th-grade technological civilization. Not necessarily. From the looks of it, it might be a hybrid path that has fused both systems. Supernatural and technological at the same time. Before them, perhaps something incredible was happening. They could observe in secret. After all, the other party had been isolated by the rail cannons, forming a huge testing ground. They can't escape. My God, it has only been a little over 2 hours, and it has evolved to this level. Don't forget, this virus lives in the higher dimensional space, not the 2 hours of reality. We must observe. Wait, what if they break through the turbulence of the space rail cannons and kill their way out of the continent? Impossible, unless they have the ability to distort the laws of nature, an ability comparable to those native supreme gods of laws. As these words fell, they seemed to have thought of something, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Their space rail cannons were the most advanced weapons. This was not like the planetary annihilation cannon carried by the space mechanical spaceships. It was purely a huge energy attack that could destroy an entire continent and flatten a planet's civilization. In fact, it was difficult for the space rail cannon to destroy an entire continent, but it was of a higher level. It had already changed the laws of physics in the real universe. Even a higher god would not be able to pass through the land of space cannons if they could not control the power of laws. Only the supreme gods who had mastered the laws could struggle, but before their eyes. If the other party was born with some law organs, like that baby, it was very possible. We have to discuss whether the virus has the ability to pass through the turbulence. Someone had a serious expression, and he was even sweating. This concerned the future of civilization. If the virus escaped the blockade, it meant that it could no longer be contained, and it might go extinct. Everyone, don't be nervous. It is a super tiny individual, and it may not be like a real law life form, able to pass through the turbulence of laws and use space rail cannons. Yes, the turbulence produced by our space rail cannons is something that even the supreme gods of laws can't easily pass through. Everyone knew that it was the same for the baby. It was impossible to pass through the space rail cannons, so the arm was instantly cut off, unable to break free. The ability to control laws was naturally divided into strong and weak. As the inheritor of his father's bloodline, he naturally could not compare to the supreme gods of laws who trained hard. Therefore, the Empire's classification of the baby was, he surpassed the higher gods, but he was the weakest supreme god of laws. However, he was born with part of the power of the supreme gods of laws. This was the starting point of a life form, and it was already extremely terrifying. At the very least, he has to be a powerful supreme god of laws to be able to break through the blockade of our space rail cannons. He was just born, and there is no way he can reach this level in such a short time, said the 17th prince. The Grand Admiral, who controlled the production of armaments and was in charge of military deployment, sneered. His Majesty the 17th prince doesn't really understand, and he hasn't come into contact with too many of those native gods, so he naturally doesn't know. We have come into contact with the descendants of the gods countless times. How long is it? 1 day? 3 days? Or 5 days? Why are the descendants of the gods so powerful? It's because they can quickly pass the infancy stage. They can directly seal themselves in the higher dimensional space and grow rapidly. In just a week, they will quickly reach adulthood. There is almost no concept of childhood for the children of the gods. The chief of armament took a step forward. This type of higher dimensional life form will rapidly grow into adulthood, only then will they fall and return to our normal speed. After all, they also cherish their lives. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. They remembered the monster who had already broken through to become a god after being born for only a day. In reality, this was indeed the case, but they did not understand the truth at all. Under Suji's control, these creatures would not fall from the low-dimensional spacetime. A god could only live for a short 80 days, at this moment. Suji was deep in thought. So the descendants of the gods are indeed very powerful in space. The hierarchy of life forms in space is very strict. The descendants of level 8, level 9, or even level 8 will grow rapidly the moment they are born. They will be able to destroy a low-level space civilization and crush a planet. Suji's knowledge of the outside world was still lacking, but at this moment, Suji finally realized how cruel and cold this gap was. At this moment, the Imperial Conference was on high alert. They were a high-level space civilization, or even a very strong one. They had a mature development system. Even though the upper echelons were greedy, they would not make any stupid and confusing military decisions. A prince's voice started to tremble. In other words, in 2 to 3 days in our reality, these viruses will have evolved for 2 to 300 years, and they will be able to quickly pass the infancy stage? Instantly break through the turbulence? Is this really possible? Impossible. Countless voices mixed together. A minister could not help but stand up and yell, "We are a high-level space civilization that has developed for tens of thousands of years. Our highest technology, the high-dimensional weapon that can change the laws of the universe, can only trap these monsters for less than 3 days? Sooner or later, the virus will escape from this Pandora's box in the Gallipoli and infect all of us. Our civilization is going to be destroyed?" In the midst of everyone's fear, the chief of armament seemed to have received some kind of message. His face was completely serious as he said, "Your Majesty, our Imperial Army's Grand Council has come up with an analysis. Let us see, panic will not help." "Start the analysis," His Majesty said. After getting permission from His Majesty, he read through the content briefly and prepared to give a speech. However, a look of disbelief appeared on his face and he stood up immediately. "According to our calculations, there is a 90% chance that our civilization will be destroyed." Boom, the moment his voice landed, the earth shook. Voila, a light blue screen was projected in midair. "First of all, I have to tell you the truth. If it wasn't for the 13th Prince's decisive decision to use the space rail cannon and abandon more than 3 billion citizens of the Empire, with the speed of the virus's mutation, our entire planet might have been destroyed within 3 hours." Everyone's expression changed drastically. That was a high-level space civilization with their military and weapons equipped with the most advanced central planet. It had only been 3 hours, and it had been instantly conquered by this mysterious virus? According to the data model, on this day, we will start to discover the virus in the afternoon. At around 10:30 at night, the entire planet's population of 17.3 billion will be infected and turn into zombies. At that time, the virus's computing power will reach its peak. The virus might start to look for new soil to reproduce and fly to nearby planets to start a second infection. He pointed at the map of the entire planet. The densely packed red dots were distributed on the continents, and the number was increasing exponentially. "Dear Excellencies, on the second morning, we might see a group of zombies floating in the universe. They might face 2 types of evolution. The first type would be transcendent zombies, densely packed in the void. The second type would use our space mechanical spaceships and attack us instead. At this time, they have already begun to develop intelligence and possess the ability to transmit through vacuum and radiation." Yes. Radiation transmission. What's terrifying about them is that they can transmit the virus through radiation. At that time, the 3 nearby central planets will resist crazily and bombard the mutated universe zombie army for an entire day. Then, in despair, the entire planet will be destroyed. Hiss. In the conference room, there was still the sound of people gasping. After devouring 3 planets, it will once again usher in a qualitative explosion. The terrifying computing power of the virus has far surpassed the level that we are unable to calculate. We can no longer calculate the models within. All we know is that before noon on the 3rd day, our civilization, all the colonized planets, and even the neighboring Board planet and the extraordinary natives will be completely destroyed. The moment he said this, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 3 days, only 3 days. If the 13th Prince didn't use the space rail cannon and the most advanced means to seal it, their civilization would definitely be destroyed within 3 days. This? Their pupils constricted violently. Everyone present was a high-ranking official of the country. Their wisdom, strategies, talents, and scientific research abilities were all relatively top-notch. They quickly analyzed the seriousness of the entire situation. Incomparable horror, incomparably creepy. At this moment, this terrifying news toppled their worldview. They were so scared that it was as if there was an earthquake. They swayed left and right, trembling non-stop. They couldn't stand still at all. Then, "My dear Chief of Defense, Sir Peter Hughes, what's our current situation?" His Majesty Tyr asked softly. At this moment, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. His back immediately bent. You should know that my dearest 13th prince, has adopted the most optimal solution in time. He directly used our most advanced weapon, the space cannon, to isolate the entire origin continent. What would our current outcome be? The chief of defense was silent for a moment. I've already mentioned before that we can only seal the virus in the entire southern continent for 3 days. On the 3rd day, they will break through the turbulence and start to reinfect the planet. We will be destroyed within a week. The chief of defense, Peter Hughes, said a cruel data model. Yes, everyone. Even if we use our most advanced means to seal the virus, we can only extend the time of destruction by 4 days. At this moment, no one made a sound. Then, has our advisor group thought of any solution? His Majesty Tyr asked. The best way is to use the space rail cannons loaded with the cannonballs of the Star Destroyer cannons and jump to the top of the continent to attack. With the terrifying radiation and the high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, the entire surface will be vaporized and the continent will be destroyed. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This was even more terrifying than the 13th prince's method. My dear chief, do you know the consequences of this? His Majesty Tyr's voice was a little heavy. Yes, Your Majesty. As a strategist who has been by your side since before you ascended to the throne, and I even improved the new generation of planetary obliteration cannon, I know the power of the planetary obliteration cannon better than anyone else. Peter Hughes said, the shells of the planetary obliteration cannon will completely destroy the surface of a continent. The tectonic plates will move rapidly and cause an unprecedented earthquake of magnitude 15 or above. It will then cause an apocalyptic tsunami that will completely destroy the ecology of the planet. There will be no living beings on the planet, and the civilization of the planet will sink in the tsunami. Of course, this isn't the end. The core of the explosion will instantly evaporate into dust. The soil and buildings will be lifted up by trillions of tons, and they will fly into the sky. The soil and dust will plunge the entire continent into darkness. The soil pillars, the melting temperature, and all sorts of environmental chain reactions will instantly pierce through the atmosphere. The entire planet will be like a full balloon that has a hole, and it will quickly shrink and leak. The matter inside the planet will be sucked into outer space. In conclusion, all the humans on the surface, including the buildings and houses, will first be submerged by the tsunami. Then, the corpses and wreckage will be pulled into the vacuum of space like a pile of garbage due to the huge pressure. The seawater, buildings, floating, wandering, building the final grave in space. Yes. This was the planetary obliteration cannon. This was one of the most powerful weapons in the physical sense of the laws of the universe for a level 8 civilization and below the level 9 laws of the universe. With one shot, the entire civilization of the planet would be destroyed. It didn't directly blow up the entire planet, which would require an unimaginable amount of energy. Instead, it only needed to blow up a continent. The resulting chain reactions, tectonic plate movements, atmospheric holes, ocean tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions would destroy all life on a planet. After being killed, they would be sucked into the vacuum of space outside the hole without an atmosphere like garbage. That was the final grave. Of course, before using the planetary obliteration cannon, we will use the orbital cannon to seal off the entire continent. In that case, the energy of the planetary obliteration cannon won't be able to pass through the energy turbulence created. It will only explode within the continent. The entire planet won't be destroyed by the planetary obliteration cannon, the chief of military strategy said. However, the problem now is that the coverage of the space orbital cannon that the 13th prince used urgently isn't enough to cover the entire continent. Part of the sky, underground, and the 4th central planet that is connected to the outside world. Your Majesty, please give the order to use all the Empire's orbital cannon reserves to completely seal off the entire Furicus continent. This situation was like wrapping dumplings. Then, drop a bomb inside the dumpling and let it explode on its own, destroying everything, including the virus. His Majesty Tyr frowned and was still thinking. He also had enough time to think. This time, the Empire's conference was in the highest state of emergency. They were all in high-dimensional spacetime. After a moment of silence, His Majesty Tyr slowly said, Can we not seal off the continent and directly use the planetary obliteration cannon to bomb the entire Furica's continent? As soon as he said this, no one said anything. His Majesty was going to ignore the lives of the entire planet. This was to cherish the energy of the orbital cannon. If he wanted to completely seal off the entire continent, he would need at least 8,000 bombardments from the space orbital cannon. This would empty most of the Empire's strategic reserves, and they would no longer be able to resist or deter the bored extraordinary planet next door. Therefore, this monarch wanted to sacrifice the entire planet. The space orbital cannon was originally not suitable for such a large-scale bombardment. It was a weapon to attack individual deities. However, the answer he got was, "Your Majesty, if we don't seal it off and bomb the entire planet, it will turn into a dead planet. However, it is very likely that there will be remnants of the virus. With the explosion, it will adhere to the sand and stones and exist in the ruins. It may not be able to be completely exterminated. Then, our actions this time will be useless, and it will come back," the Chief of Military Staff said. Indeed. If they didn't make dumplings and then bomb it, it would be very difficult to completely exterminate the other party. His Majesty Tyr was silent for a moment and closed his eyes in pain. Then, use the Empire's 7 orbital cannons to quickly seal off the entire line and turn it into a closed space. Then, drop the planetary obliteration cannon. As a civilization in the universe, he considered the continuation of the civilization, not the lives of individuals in the era. The universe was cold, and the continuation of civilization was the highest priority. It could ignore morality, life, race. The transcendent indigenous gods next door might come to annihilate them due to the large consumption of the space cannons, which would also lead to the destruction of the civilization. However, there was no other choice. They could only avoid this destruction first, and then study how to resist the indigenous gods next door. And if this could completely solve the problem, then the huge price was not unacceptable. However, at this time, the Chief of Staff of the Army said, dropping the planetary obliteration cannon and bombing the continent is only the first step. According to the census, more than 12% of the rich class in the entire Fulingas live in the subspace of this place. The land in the subspace is equipped with high-strength explosion-proof stability structures. The space cannon cannot destroy it. As soon as these words fell, everyone's expression changed drastically again. Yes, just like the people on Earth, the rich here also lived in the villa area. This was the subspace area of the advanced civilization. It was a common structure of the advanced civilization. Whether it was the technological side or the transcendent side, they all lived in it because it had a strong private concealment and explosion-proof safety. After all, wars broke out frequently. The indigenous gods also often invaded. This led to the birth of a special real estate industry in the past 1,000 years. It provided special subspace land for the rich to build villas with explosion-proof characteristics. As for ordinary people, they could only live in ordinary cities and streets. Originally, this was a huge profit industry that the Empire wanted to guard against the invasion of the indigenous civilizations. To protect its own rich class, it provided shelter, just like the real estate business on Earth. However, it had become a thorny problem in front of him. Someone was horrified. 12% of the top rich class, the elites of society, live in the subspace. This means that the Star Destroyer cannons will not be able to hit. Even if they can't completely destroy the virus in that continent, they will still be able to break out of the ecological land in the subspace. Indeed. The Chief of Armaments of the Empire said, there are even riots in the Fulingas continent. The poor and soldiers have begun to invade the subspace of the rich and hide there. A large number of refugees have poured in. A corpse tide has also begun to break out in the subspace. King Tyr took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then our plan will not be able to completely destroy the virus. I believe that the Empire's General Staff Group will definitely have a solution. However, the answer he received was, there is no solution. The original subspace villa was originally designed to prevent the outbreak of such a war and the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannons. The space structure is extremely stable, and the fluctuations of the explosion in real space cannot destroy it. All the higher-ups of the Empire were completely silent. This cruel piece of information had finally appeared. The entire Empire was at a dead end. However, We still have one last solution, the chief of armaments said. A glimmer of hope rose in King Tyr's eyes. He could not help but say excitedly, "Is there any other solution?" A moment later. The entire fueling this continent. In the pitch-black sky, heart-wrenching roars, screams, roars, and madness intertwined on this land. The ruins, the rioting streets, the wandering zombies, the armed rich, and the refugees all heard a message in the sky at the same time. It was the broadcast of the Empire. King Tyr, the middle-aged man who could be called a hero, appeared in the image at this time and said with incomparable sincerity, "Everyone, this is a critical moment for the survival of our empire." His voice, mixed with the screams of the people, cut through the pitch-black sky, giving people a sense of tranquility. This is the final moment. Everyone, please, for the empire, for the glory of our people. For everything we have. For a beautiful future. This is the plea of the entire empire. This is the plea of our entire empire and the hundreds of billions of people living on more than 10 planets. Everyone, please immediately destroy the subspace land and villa area where you live and come to the real world. We will carry out a mass extinction of the virus and bomb the entire land. Everyone, please, die for civilization. This was a wasteland. It was already night time, and there were conflicts everywhere. Zombies roamed the streets, artillery fire filled the sky, and the sound of gunfire accompanied by golden beams of light. Roars, the sound of vehicles, and the sound of mechas were endless. Hearing the broadcast, some people in the inner space began to self-destruct. There were heroes after all. They were people who loved their race. They chose to give up life and struggle, calmly walking into the city, accepting their fate. But most of them, they were still struggling crazily. At this final moment, fear dominated everyone's heart. Survival was the instinct of all life. Suji had simulated the sandbox of many civilizations and seen the hymns of many eras. Even though the civilization before him was not a sandbox and was a real advanced civilization in the universe, it still followed this pattern. Quick, the dynasty is abandoning us. We have to think of a way to hide in the inner space. Oh my god. Those monsters are evolving too fast. The Mirsa financial group next door has already released a rescue broadcast, saying that their inner space will accept outsiders to take refuge, but they have to ensure that they aren't infected. Countless people were roaring in anger. The idea of invading and attacking the high-class villas was completely crazy. They had already reacted. There wasn't much time left. Outside, they were probably using space rail cannons to lock them down. They were about to fire the planetary cannons. Plowing the entire continent, at that time, no life could survive. At this moment, there were two completely different attitudes in some of the aristocratic districts and villas. The first was to completely cut off their connection with the outside world and hide to prevent the mobs from invading their inner space. The second was to take the risk and save others. Because most of the rich lived in super large villas and gardens. Many of the high-class villas were huge mountains with lakes, animals, and beasts. They were incomparably luxurious and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The degree of luxury of the spatial villas was much greater than expected. Boom, at this moment, countless people were in a mess. History might record this land forever. Of course, that was if the civilization could continue. In the Dynasty Conference. Everyone, please die for the civilization. At this moment, His Majesty Tyr seemed to have aged a few years after saying that. His voice was unimaginably weak. Chief of Staff Peter Hughes, tell me the next step of the plan. He naturally knew that most people would not listen to him. Yes, our series of actions, lockdown and bombing the entire continent, can only greatly slow down the spread of the virus. At this moment, Peter Hughes said, our next step is to send special long-range robots to enter the Furley Christie continent after the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannons. In this wasteland, destroy those subspace lands that did not choose to self-destruct. Once all of them are destroyed, we will carry out a second bombardment to wipe them out completely. This was indeed the most perfect process and the best plan. First, they would bombard the area and flatten the land to prevent the spread of the virus and reduce the resistance of the living beings. Then, he would send the combat robots or even the god clones into the ruins and manually flatten the subspace areas that were unwilling to self-destruct. After destroying the sanctuary, the combat robots and the god clones would self-destruct, determined not to let any living creatures out. Then, there would be a second round of bombardment to completely flatten the area. This was the optimal solution, there was no better way to deal with it. It was also the only way for civilization to survive. As for screening ordinary people who were not infected by the virus and saving some of them, he was simply courting death. The virus might evolve into something undetectable. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't take such a risk. He had to wipe out any possibility of the virus surviving. However, the remaining local people will resist. This is not an easy task. At the same time, the entire Furley Christie continent is where many of the Empire's huge military corporations are located. For example, the Miersa Corporation is located in the production of the core components of the Star Destroyer cannons. What's more, the Fidia Construction Company is the seventh construction and real estate company in the Empire. They have unimaginable patents and research on space technology. They have the same terrifying technology in their hands. They will resist and are not willing to be wiped out. They will gather survivors to continue to survive and even resist the Empire's robot troops. These staff officers were very frightening. They had already established a data model to this extent. In the sealed continent, spaceships cannot enter. There is also the virus. Our combat robots may not be able to gain an advantage in individual combat. Our staff officers suggest that we invite the neighboring board planet to come and help. Their gods are the strongest in individual combat. They can help to clean up the subspace areas. This was the second extremely exaggerated decision after the blockade and bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannons. His Majesty Tyr was silent again. You should know the extent of the hatred between our two sides. As the commander of the army with military power, they call me the cruelest executioner. I have always been the one leading the war against them. Naturally, I know the extent of the hatred. Peter Hughes was very calm. However, they are not stupid. In order to continue their cooperation with us, they will resist this genocide together and clean up the subspace. After all, they know the consequences of releasing this terrifying ancient virus. Your Majesty, please allow me to personally discuss this. His Majesty Tyr's expression changed slightly. He knew that this was equivalent to sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The enslavement invasion plan was proposed by me. Your Majesty has paid an incomparably huge price and financial resources for this plan. I have also encouraged the various corporations and promised them that they can do any cruel experiments and obtain huge benefits. That is why they are so proactive. I originally hoped that this plan would become the cornerstone of our race for 10,000 years and completely consolidate the barrier of our civilization. We were clearly about to succeed and conquer the other party, but who would have thought that in front of us? His Majesty Tyr suddenly became silent and said slowly, "You should be clear about your fate. Even you can't imagine it. The methods those deities use to toy with mortals will be." He was filled with emotion. This man before him was his most trusted subordinate. It could even be said that he was his only close friend. He had once accompanied him to the throne and established the empire. He was more important than all the princes and princesses under his command. Your Majesty, what are the deities living for? Perhaps it is to pursue a stronger world and the legendary path. Then, why do we pass? Peter Hughes' expression was very calm as he slowly put on his dignified scarlet military uniform used for diplomacy. I have thought about it for a long time. Perhaps the short life of a mortal is just to pursue their dreams, to pursue what they want, to live a more exciting life. My life is exciting enough. It's beautiful enough. He put on his white skin and a tall military hat. There was a pair of antlers on the side of the hat. He tidied the brim of the hat and his hair meticulously. Your Majesty, from the moment I became the chief of the military staff of the Empire, I swore to protect this civilization and land for your Majesty. Those who voluntarily shattered the subspace are heroes. They walked towards death. As the decision-maker, I also walked towards death. Only then can I play an exemplary role. A civilization ultimately has to have its blood. At this final moment, if we don't arouse the madness in our bones, we can only perish. He left with large strides. His Majesty Tyr was silent for a while as he looked at the remaining civilization plans. With the fully Christie continent as the battlefield, he had used all the high-energy weapons in reserve and even invited the deities of the extraordinary civilization. He had already done his best. If he still couldn't completely destroy them, he could only escape. He saw the remaining two plans. One was the civilization continuation plan. It required that preparations be carried out at the same time and arrangements be made in advance to prevent accidents. The first plan was to encourage all the geniuses, princes, princesses, and even His Majesty to enter the Renamangian garden. They would try their best to produce geniuses and obtain the attention of this existence. They would then ask this existence to take action and solve the crisis that erupted in their civilization. Renamangian. His Majesty Tyr sat on the throne. He was somewhat silent and had an unimaginable longing. If it's a great existence of that level, or a virus, who will win and who will lose? He lowered his head. The second plan was the wandering planet plan. Abandon everything, bring all the elites of the civilization, change the orbit of a planet, sit on a gravitational slingshot, and wander through distant space and time. Whoosh. In the dark night sky. Suji walked on this piece of land, looking at all the disputes in the ruins. His face was calm as if he was looking at the faraway empire's conference room. He was observing the reaction of this alien civilization in the real universe. At this time, he was slightly surprised. This is indeed the best solution, worthy of being a high-level space civilization. But still, there is no solution. The three-pillar god virus is very scary, he silently sensed his surroundings. This is the invasion of a real space civilization by the three-pillar god virus. It could be said that this is the first attempt by the Zerg army? He was slightly startled. Medusa and Carolyn were walking in the ruins of the rich Jasper continent. They were observing the rise and fall of the civilizations in the universe. They were hidden very well, no one could find them. They could not sense each other, so it was clear how careful they were in hiding. After all, they had to be on guard against the possible existence of the same level. At this time, Medusa was the most shocked. What is this thing? Walking on this piece of land, she was just knowledgeable, her face full of disbelief. She also felt the horror. Pillar God Buddha? How scary. This kind of virus is unimaginable, perhaps we have to report this to Renamansa. Perhaps only the terrifying ancient universe existence that lives in the cosmic garden can deal with this equally terrifying unknown taboo. Yes, the cosmic garden is also facing a very terrifying enemy invasion. We have to be careful. She had left very early, not to mention the world of the three-pillar gods and Carolyn, even Dicky did not really see them and did not recognize them. The amount of information she had was still stored in that very primitive era, the era when martial arts were popular and muscles were trained. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. This is too scary, the planets are all shattering. This kind of taboo existence can actually destroy a super civilization with multiple universe cultivators. The universe is indeed very big, very scary. She was also amazed at the horror, but she did not know the truth. As for Carolyn, she was much calmer. She walked on this piece of land, in a trance. It was as if she had seen the zombie era when the Ashuttal people were destroyed. It was also like this, the three-pillar gods were condensing. However, this was a new three-pillar god, a new race civilization. It was the Destiny race pillar god formed by the people of the dear planet. Boom, in the next second, Carolyn raised her head. Space silently fluctuated, and a huge warhead landed on the ground. Endless light and heat covered everything. Nothing could be seen clearly. Heaven and earth. One of the players spoke softly as if he had thought of something. When he saw this, he murmured, perhaps the spirit chi has recovered. The terrifying light evaporated everything. The explosion, the sound waves, and the temperature were almost indistinguishable. Suji felt an unprecedented and terrifying change. Trillions of tons of soil, sand, and stones were sent flying into the air. The entire continent was heading towards extinction and death in an instant. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. The soil in the sky began to fall. Endless dust covered heaven and earth. It was filled with radiation, gravel, steel bars, and all sorts of junk. It was impossible to see anything clearly. Suji was still walking calmly on the ground. After a few hours, the dust had almost settled. Some of the survivors in the subspace opened the subspace and put on special anti-radiation spacesuits, which were as convenient as tights, and walked on the ground. After all, spacesuits were still very common in the interstellar era. We're here to survive. The Empire is too ruthless. They want to kill all of us. We're a continent. It's estimated that there will be no virus in this place for a short time, but everyone still needs to be careful. If I'm not wrong, some subspaces have still fallen. Yes, at this time, only the subspace area could survive. However, there must be some creatures in the subspace area that had been infected. The entire subspace area had become a sea of zombies. However, those zombies still didn't know how to open the inner space. They had no consciousness and couldn't come out. Therefore, it was safe for now. As for whether it would be safe in the future, some people shivered. The degree of evolution was too terrifying. Perhaps in the near future, they would learn to open the inner space and run out. If it weren't for the fact that my auntie was from a wealthy district and had an apartment provided by her company, my dad would have decisively brought our whole family to my auntie's place to hide and stay the night. If it weren't for the fact that my auntie was from a wealthy district and that she was an elite technician, my dad would have decisively brought our whole family to my auntie's place to hide and sleep. After all, this was a highly civilized society with a high level of technology. The talents in large companies were very well off. Some technical talents were provided with real estate and cars. Once the war broke out, naturally, the priority was to protect their own talents. Fortunately, 7 years ago, my father was tricked by a real estate agent and bought a unit in the rich district with a large loan. At that time, our whole family said that he was stupid and cheated, but in the end, it was supposed to be a war against the gods. I didn't expect that it would be our own people who attacked us. I wonder how many billions of people will survive this big explosion? 7 billion people. Maybe more than a billion will survive? That's already not bad. Some people sighed, feeling that the future was very inexplicable. After all, there were originally hundreds of millions of people living in the villas of the rich. In the current emergency situation, some people could quickly hide in the inner space. Relatives and friends came to find a place to stay, including some armed teams that invaded the residential area. It was still very difficult for temporary refugees to squeeze into the nearby rich residential area in just half an hour. No matter what, let's establish communication first. Most of the elite people in the rich district were elites. Even most of the elite factories and high-tech areas of international multinational companies lived in the subspace area. Concealment and safety were the first choice. In this big explosion, the entire technological industry chain of the entire continent was not fundamentally damaged, so this was also the reason why foreign civilizations thought that they were difficult to deal with. If it was a remote planet, not one of the core central planets, there would not be so many rich areas, technology industrial areas, and then it would be countless times easier to deal with. The internet was the largest medium of communication in the information age. At this time, their first reaction was to contact other survivor camps and other large companies with high technology production areas. Clatter, soon, electric poles were erected on the ground. People began to communicate. They began to use portable computers to connect to the opposite base station and network. The speed of communication was very fast. But soon, people felt that something was wrong. Someone was using a portable computer to communicate, suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and rushed to others. Help! A person next to him was instantly thrown down. The others were scared crazy. They quickly retreated and raised their guns. How is this possible? We have all been tested and quarantined. It has been confirmed that there is no virus. How did Baidu get infected with this virus? I don't know. The sound of guns kept ringing. Suddenly, someone looked at the 8G signal base station that Baidu was building, and he was holding a phone call test, and shouted, "Is it the signal base station, infected with a virus? Are you crazy? Electronic computer virus? Signal virus? Computer virus can infect humans? What a lunatic." Someone fired wildly and cursed. Only primitive humans would think that signal base stations can infect people with viruses. Signal towers and base stations could be infected with viruses that could cause illness and death. This was simply the biggest joke of the century. However, people soon discovered that they were still too young. In less than an hour, all kinds of newly built signal towers seemed to have received some kind of mysterious electric wave. Those who received the call were quickly infected. A pair of antlers covered their heads and squatted down. They were in extreme pain and raised their heads to let out horrifying and hoarse roars. Many staff who had just come out of this subspace area turned into zombies and roared. Da, da. Da, the terrifying sound of gunfire once again rose and fell from the ruins, resounding through the clouds. Oh my God! Base stations can really be infected with viruses? This is too scary. The situation had completely exploded. Some large financial groups and local tycoons began to use their own advisory team to quickly analyze and integrate the situation. This virus might have evolved to have its own consciousness. You mean, the virus is changing its method of transmission? A new variant has appeared? Many people in charge of the financial groups were dazed. Their faces were full of shock. What exactly happened? It has only been less than a day? Their bodies went limp and fell to the ground. They looked at the sky blankly as if they had lost all their strength. In the afternoon, they encircled and annihilated the descendants of a terrifying cultivator from the universe. Then, the virus broke out. In less than 2 hours, the entire continent had almost fallen. Everyone was wailing. At night, the entire continent was locked down and bombarded to prevent the spread of the virus. All of this was done swiftly and terrifyingly. In just a few hours, every hour was a life and death experience. It was as if they had experienced a few centuries. Advisory team, tell us your report. Someone said in a hoarse voice. A black-clothed man walked out. 2 large antler deer with 2 golden circular carvings hung on his head. He was extremely handsome and elegant as he slowly walked out. A large screen appeared in front of them. Without a doubt, this is a world-ending disaster. Some kind of taboo cosmic-level virus has descended on our planet. These viruses have been constantly evolving. In the beginning, they spread through biting. Crack, the image appeared on the screen. It was a picture of beast-like people with bright red eyes biting the necks of passers-by. When people picked up guns and engaged in long-range resistance, they quickly evolved to the point of spitting venomous phlegm. They were like those strange frogs that spit out phlegm. They crawled on the ground and licked their food, spitting out their saliva. It was extremely disgusting. Everyone, what is this equivalent to? It was equivalent to us entering the era of firearms from the era of cold weapons. They used guns and shot at each other. In order to prevent the poisonous phlegm from hitting them, we retracted our defensive line and put on more advanced mechanical battle armors. In order to penetrate the battle armors, the enemy infected the operators inside, and the radiation began to spread. Yes. Radiation transmission. Just how terrifying was that? It had only been a few short hours, but what they saw was not a virus, but a civilization. This civilization was crazily evolving its own combat methods. Cold weapons, firearms, high-energy weapons, it was as though they were adapting to the environment of this civilization. Then, the Star Destroyer cannon arrived. The leading staff officer's fingertips trembled. The exquisite bracelets on his antler ears jingled. Yes, we were in despair, and so was the Empire outside. They tried to stop the enemy by self-destructing, but they still couldn't stop it. We hid in the bomb shelter, and the virus survived with us. There was a new method of transmission. I immediately suggest that we stop the construction of any base stations. Reject electronic communication and return to the primitive era of city-states. Return us to the primitive era? Someone said bitterly, this is forcing us to give up on firearms and pick up the ancient tribe stone axes to start a new era of slash-and-burn farming. The characteristic of the information age was the spread of information. Without the internet, they would turn into the most primitive civilization of the human race. This caused everyone to fall silent. In fact, a chilling thought appeared in their minds. The virus already had high intelligence. It was using this method to stop the survivors from joining forces and then take them down one by one. Is this the terror of a high-tier space civilization? It's not something those local gods can compare to. Our civilization fell without any resistance in an instant. Don't think too much, we still have to survive. Right now, we can't establish contact with other survivors, we can't establish effective communication, we will all be isolated islands in the apocalypse, we can only fight on our own. We can't communicate with the outside world anymore. We can only explore on our own and hope to meet each other in the ruins. At the same time, we should rework our protective suits, not only radiation but also signal waves. Of course, with this kind of soft material, we won't be able to maintain high defense. We won't be able to protect ourselves from the enemy's poisonous phlegm. If we get hit, the phlegm will still pierce through the suit and infect us. A white-haired old man said from a high vantage point, "Our financial reserve is enough to last us 100 years of war. We need to maximize our financial resources and build all kinds of equipment. Everyone needs to be armed to the limit. We need to find a way to contact other survivors." In this situation, conserving resources was a dead end. Only by investing all their resources into combat power would they be able to survive. In fact, they even planned to take over the nearby survivors' residential areas and villas. As long as they were alive, no matter how talented or not, they would be recruited. If this was a normal technological civilization, resources would be scarce, but they were different. They were a highly developed civilization. Their technology companies all lived in the subspace, so they had plenty of strategic resources. They didn't need to worry about food and clothing, so naturally, they needed more manpower. Soon, the whole subspace started to move. Their industrial factories were basically undamaged. Modifying the protective suits, strategic equipment, and maintaining the production line was a piece of cake. Falling into the enemy's hands is inevitable. Suji's face was calm, but at the same time, he was startled. I wonder how the virus will evolve after absorbing their deer antlers, cattails, and all kinds of transcendent and normal genes, civilization, structure, and memory. He looked into the distance and his lips curled up into a smile. It seems like the new pillar divinity is about to appear. There are also many variants of the virus, and they're fighting each other. There are also 3 different virus branches? It's like different computer viruses are invading each other, just like the 3 pillar divinities who fought each other back then. They've taken on an unimaginable form of mutation. Somewhere in the subspace. This place was already in ruins, and there were zombies wandering everywhere. There were still a few infected refugees who fled here, and the virus spread rapidly. The people here resisted with all their might, but in the end, they still fell completely. Seema took Donna and hid here. The outside has fallen, and so has Mother. His expression was solemn as he looked at the zombie lying on the bed. The virus is mutating, but no one knows what it will mutate into. After all, the virus is adapted to the local conditions. It evolved into the 3 pillar divinities according to the environment of the lava land. And now, based on the environment of this planet, its genes, structure, and pressure, no one knows what it will evolve into. There was nothing he could do. The environment back then was too dangerous. He had desperately released the virus to escape, but Donna was the first to be infected. At this moment, this zombie was still lying on the bed, having lost her mind. She exuded a terrifying aura, as if she was the king of zombies, the source of the virus. Mother has completely fallen into the enemy's hands, but in an instant, Donna's entire body trembled. A strange aura was germinating, and her body was rapidly growing and expanding. She was undergoing some kind of terrifying evolution, and the entire nearby planet, antlers, cattails, beasts, and all kinds of human changes appeared on her body, as if they were a combination of their genes. Handsome, slender, and tall, like an indescribably perfect and elegant creature. Whoosh. Donna slowly opened her eyes, which were incomparably red. What the hell happened? Seeing this scene, Seema's expression changed slightly. He felt a qualitative leap in his mother's life. It was as if she was a low-grade, slow-moving rock. Her movements were originally as slow as a statue, but at this moment, she quickly entered some kind of high-dimensional spacetime, and her movements gradually became equal to his. Crack. Donna slowly opened her eyes, and a bright red bolt of lightning seemed to flash across her eyes. She had a blank look on her face. What happened to me? Donna, who had already turned into a zombie, actually regained her rationality. Could it be that she's already Seema's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Crack, he raised his hand, and a cold light flashed. Donna's skull was instantly flipped open. Seema looked down and saw a diamond-shaped mysterious black crystal floating in the middle of the slowly swaying white, viscous brain fluid. It was as if the most beautiful diamond ring box had been opened, and there was a diamond ring lying in the white sponge, giving off a profound feeling. "What are you doing?" Donna was startled. As an ordinary girl, she didn't expect such a terrifying thing to happen. She hurriedly jumped up, grabbed her skull with her antlers, and slowly and elegantly buckled it like a hat. Donna grabbed the crown of her head and closed it. She felt that it was too dangerous. Even a craniotomy was very risky in this era. What a rash child. Even if she had extraordinary divine power, how could she open her mother's head so casually? What if she died? She was just a day-old baby, so it was understandable that she wasn't very sensible. But in the next second, her expression suddenly froze, and she slowly reacted. "Ah!" Her shrill scream resounded through the sky. "Wait, I remember I was infected. I've become that kind of monster. Now my head? I'm still alive after my head is opened?" She hurriedly used her antlers to lift the crown of her head, picked up a small cosmetic mirror, and kept looking at her head. Pineal gland? Or brainstones? After a while, she gradually calmed down. Looking at the drastic changes in her body, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. But only the sailor knew the horror of this matter. Mother has also entered a high-dimensional spacetime and become a high-level life form like us? How could this be? Suddenly, an incredible thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Mother has become a part of a pillar god? A pillar god's body is a cell, and as a cell, naturally. He fell completely silent. After becoming a zombie, the current Donna might no longer be Donna. The real Donna was already dead. Now, it was just her corpse that had given birth to intelligence and inherited the memories of this body. This situation was what the Ashutl people called the zombies back then, a race that gave birth to intelligence from corpses. She was part of the new pillar god's body and subjects, so she could naturally enter the high-dimensional spacetime. The sailor looked at his mother, Donna, who was still in shock and studying her body, and cried out in alarm. She didn't even understand what was happening and couldn't help but sigh. Is the continuation of memories the continuation of life? When the original soul is dead and the memories are inherited by a new blank soul, will it still be the same person? He didn't know. But in front of him, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mother. You've successfully come back to life, and you even have the same access to high-dimensional spacetime as us." Donna felt that everything was strange and dazzling. But in the next second, something even more bizarre happened. The sailor baby said, "Also, come out, new pillar god. I know you're here listening." Crash. Without the slightest hesitation, a humanoid phantom child slowly appeared and smiled at the fussing Donna. "In a sense, Donna is also my mother. The two of us have the same mother." Donna was stunned. Another descendant of a Taoist who transcended the universe had become his child. "I gave birth to another. I'm actually the mother of the son of two universes Taoists." "Oh," she screamed inside, excited beyond belief. Even the most absurd novel would not dare to write like this. Sima just stared at him. "You should explain." "You should have already guessed it, I am the new humanoid pillar god," the illusory pillar god said, "and I control the humanoid zombies." Sima was startled. The humanoid pillar god controls the fate of the new humans who have gained intelligence after being infected. The shadow said, "And Mother is naturally one of them. Because she is a humanoid zombie, she is naturally under my rule. But you shouldn't be hostile to me. I am not one of the three lava pillar gods from before. We are the pillar gods of this land, the new pillar gods formed by the antlers, the cat's tail, and the common people of this land. In fact, I am very hostile to the three pillar gods together with you, because sooner or later they will find a way to devour me and reintegrate me, a separated virus, into their computer group." The sailor baby's expression softened slightly. In a sense, that was indeed the case. And his mother, Donna, was the first to revive, enter the high-dimensional spacetime, and complete the mutation. It was obviously the doing of this humanoid pillar god, his mother, Donna, had likely become the protagonist of an era in the other's world line, an existence similar to the Emperor of Great Joy, the daughter of Xinglin, and others. You've already established a world line, he asked. No, because I can only control my race. There are too many external variables. Also, I have to correct one point. I am not the most powerful pillar god, the illusory pillar god said. The sailor baby frowned slightly. Impossible. There is no pillar god stronger than the humanoid pillar god. How can the beast-type and plant-type pillar gods compare to you? Who would have thought that the pillar god phantom would only smile? Let me correct one more point. When the virus infects a civilization, the will that is born is not the same for all civilizations. It depends on the environment. In this land, the original 3 pillar gods are not born, the weakest is the plant-type pillar god. That is indisputable. The second strongest is me, the humanoid pillar god. You can see that I have the genes of all animals, all kinds of intelligent humans, and all kinds of animals and birds. I am the combination of the humanoid pillar god and the beast-type pillar god, and the most powerful pillar god is the machine pillar god. Machine pillar god, the sailor baby was instantly horrified. Machine intelligence, in this era of technology, the largest population was not animals, plants, or humans, but intelligent machines, intelligent life. Although this civilization had always been perfectly restraining intelligent machines, in front of them, yes, the humanoid pillar god looked out the window. Can't you feel it? The signals here, the electricity towers, all seem to be interfered with by some kind of information. That's its handiwork, its way of infection. The other 2 pillar gods can't do it. Donna came to her senses and trembled with fright. This virus, it can even infect intelligent machines, even firearms, and forcibly give birth to intelligence? If that's really the case, the sailor baby's expression began to change. Yes, as you can imagine, the 3 pillar gods this time were not evenly matched when they were born. The other has the ability to absolutely crush me and the plant-type pillar god. I'm afraid we will soon be unified by him and become part of him. This was the terror of a pillar god. At this time, it far exceeded the limits of human computing power. He had just been born, but he had already seen the future of fate and was about to walk towards death. Thus, he began to try to influence the future of the world line in a final struggle. The humanoid pillar god bowed slightly and said politely, so, as a child of the same mother, the fate of the new human race. I hope to receive help. You should know that Mother Donna is also a part of our human race, and I am the god of fate of the human race. I hope you can help us, a new civilization that has just been born on a corpse. The humanoid pillar god predicted. Don't underestimate him. Because of the right time, the right place, the right people, as well as the bombardment and radiation of the Star Destroyer cannon, he formed a special radiation mechanical life, leading to the evolution of an extraordinary virus population. According to my calculations, he only needs a week to break through any spatial turbulence blockade and destroy the entire civilization. He only needs a month to destroy the entire galaxy. And in the second month, his life form and degree of terror will even surpass the sum of the previous 3 pillar gods. And in the third month, he will become an indescribable great horror of the universe, a complete cosmic disaster. In this period, according to historical records, even the ancient Renamansa, the master of the cosmic garden, will be killed alive. Donna's hair stood on end. Yes, the other 2 pillar gods must unite the survivors, the humans of the empire outside, and all the forces that can be united, to kill him together. His degree of terror, even other viruses must kill him. Medusa walked on the ground. As a universe true god that far surpassed the current Carolyn, she could sense many details on this land. Signal towers? I keep feeling that something is wrong. It's very strange. This degree of strangeness is like the kind of strangeness of the Cthulhu evil god. It's eerie, with an inexplicable horror. I wonder what kind of monster this taboo existence will mutate into. She was very calm. She came to a piece of land and saw a shadow that was almost dying. She smiled and said, as one of the branches infected by the virus, you are about to die? Yes. At this time, the plant-type pillar god was already on the verge of death. Because of the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannon, only the plants could not escape. Unfortunately, the plants here did not have legs. It was the most seriously injured and was about to become the first pillar god to be eliminated. Even now, it could even be said that it was no longer the god of fate of a species, but the leader of a small species on the verge of extinction. Tell me your choice. Medusa smiled. Virus, do you want to follow me? Become my slave? Suddenly, a plant shadow child appeared in front of her, its hands folded together. Great existence of the universe, true God, I am willing to surrender. Our new race needs your help. Medusa smiled. He had found everything he wanted. On the other side, a subspace was opened. Rotten, dilapidated, and all kinds of disgusting smells mixed with blood came. At this time, in this ruin, a special operation team, fully armed, walked in. Everyone, be careful. We have to clean up the zombies in this area and observe the situation. After all, with the current situation, we can only rely on our own efforts. This was the plan of a large camp nearby. It was impossible for them to wait for death. The mutation of the virus was too strange. They had to investigate. At the same time, this is also a huge machinery factory with a production line to produce super alloy steel. We must take back control of this place and even move this subspace to the vicinity of our headquarters. In front of them, there was a huge machinery factory. The ground was bright red, bloody, and there were tattered corpses everywhere. Walala, it was clearly a still space, but the howling wind came. It was as if the machinery was still operating, making clicking sounds as it pulled the wind. There was something strange about this place. Machinery factory, buildings, bluestone ground. The team slowly walked through the door where the workers reported for work. On both sides, there were dead and broken workshops. Captain, something is wrong here. This place has obviously fallen, but since we came in, there was only one wandering zombie. There are no zombies. Could it be that someone came to clean this place for us? Their expressions were solemn. No one was a fool. This was too strange. Even if someone had cleaned this place, where was the person, where did the person go? However, as they went deeper, they did not see a single living person. Instead, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. The densely packed zombies were wearing the uniforms of the factory workers, as well as various humans from the family area. They were piled up into a small hill, covered in blood, and looked like a garbage dump. Oh my God, who killed these zombies? Piled up here? Cleaned up so cleanly? These were zombies. He saw a lot of humanoid zombies in the pile of corpses, and there were even rare plant zombies. What killed these horrible monsters here, piled up into a mountain of corpses? This place was unprecedentedly strange. In other words, the entire continent had become extremely bizarre and dazzling. Captain. Captain, are we going to retreat? Someone was scared. Looking at the gloomy depths of the factory, his legs felt weak. Let's go in and see. You will die sooner or later if you are afraid of death. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the captain's eyes. You have to understand that there is no way out for us in this world. If we don't figure out the source, we will die sooner or later. If we encounter strange things, why don't we figure it out as soon as possible and wait for it to evolve and mutate for a while? This captain was obviously a ruthless person. It was the right choice to choose him as the leader of the exploration team. Ta. They braced themselves and walked forward. At this time, they were holding the most advanced equipment in the entire empire. It was a miniature space railgun that was unimaginable. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of money. Their equipment was already the best in the empire. Click, they continued to move forward. The thermal illumination glasses on their foreheads illuminated the dark and gloomy workshops. The dark and gloomy factories were as bright as day. Woo, la la la, the deeper they went, the louder the roar of the machinery became, as if there was a huge living creature making a sound. As they walked closer, large areas of the workshops collapsed, and a vast flat ruin appeared. Under the gloomy sky, there was a combination of a Ferris wheel and a roller coaster. It was like a strange amusement park. The steel of the Ferris wheel was already rusty. It was black and red rust soaked in blood. Some parts of the steel were wrapped in tattered red cloth. There was even a corpse's stomach pierced at the sharp corner, hanging high in the air. The roller coaster's trolley slid on top of it, and the mechanical arms on the trolley were constantly modifying it. Woo, la la la, the trill sounded. There was a strange sound, as if a child was whistling and laughing innocently. Is this a roller coaster in the shape of a Ferris wheel? Or a Ferris wheel in the shape of a roller coaster? Interesting, but why is the amusement equipment of the amusement park in the military workshop? Why is it still running? A soldier let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, the captain seemed to realize something and said in horror, "Oh my God. How is this a playground? It's a military production line that has been transformed. Look, what's that deformed red board?" Everyone turned to look. At the edge of the huge roller coaster track, there was a distorted plaque. It looked like a ball of crumpled tissue, and a few big words were written crookedly like a centipede. The 7th War Automobile Workshop, oh my God? These tracks aren't roller coasters. They're assembly lines in a workshop, but why would they be drawn out and meander around like a roller coaster? Why is the artificial intelligence here still working? Wait, why is there a steel bar raw material warehouse at the foot of this workshop? You're still processing the steel bar raw materials. Are you planning to produce it? This military assembly line looked too strange. It was as if someone had modified it. Under such circumstances, who would modify such a thing? Also, shouldn't there be a long distance between the military assembly line and the raw material warehouse? This situation was just like a military assembly line that walked over to find raw materials by itself. A horrible idea popped up in everyone's mind. We must be dreaming. This surreal and ridiculous idea. They instantly felt that they were too ridiculous. A large military manufacturing assembly line several stories high would come over by itself. Unimaginable changes must have happened to the companies and plutocrats in this subspace due to the zombie rampage, causing the situation to become like this. But in the next second, everyone saw a horrifying scene that they would never forget. Boom, the entire assembly line slowly shook. Its body twisted and curled up into a ball, and 4 short legs suddenly grew out of the bottom. Tap, 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 the ground was shaking. It wobbled like a cute chubby child, swaying unsteadily. Woo, its 4 short legs made a sumo wrestling posture, left the raw material warehouse, and wobbled from side to side. Eat. Eat. Baby. 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 Many babies. They saw an even more bizarre scene. This military factory seemed to be having diarrhea. It produced as it walked, and the assembly line made a creaking sound. One by one, medium-sized military factories the size of a small house were produced. And these medium-sized military factories were actually jumping around, following behind the super large-scale military factories, also following the diarrhea-like production. An even smaller military factory, one that was as small as a toy car, was also starting to be born, and it was also following behind the medium-sized military factory. My God! What the hell are we seeing? What the hell is this thing? Has the artificial intelligence of this military factory been infected? The virus can even infect the machine? Someone hiding in the corner shouted in horror. Everyone had goosebumps, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh, in the distance, the desolate and vast machinery factory that towered into the clouds was like a big duck, wobbling charmingly, followed by a flock of cute ducklings. It was simply bizarre. The captain took a deep breath. Even the artificial intelligence in the workshop has mutated? Infected by the virus? Everyone, this is a very terrifying piece of information. Even the workshop has grown those strange black prismatic crystals? It should be the mechanical control room. That small room has turned into a huge prismatic crystal, which is where the brain of this military factory is located. The captain analyzed. This was too terrifying. Plants, animals, beasts, all living things were not able to escape the infection. Even the mechanical AI, which was close to biological intelligence, was directly infected. They had already thought of the horror that had happened here. This military assembly line was originally hovering in a square workshop building, but the artificial intelligence control room inside, through some strange reason, turned into a large magic core. Hence, the entire square workshop was torn apart like a fragile paper box, and a military assembly line swaggered out. The scene was horrifying just thinking about it. It even used the assembly line to produce its own cows and arms, and installed them on its body, imitating the appearance of humans. It even installed a small flower on its head. It even changed the mechanical design blueprint that humans wrote for itself, changed the structure, and changed it to produce its own kind. Hence, it became a military assembly line zombie that could produce offspring and reproduce. Is this a military factory zombie? They looked horrified. On the contrary, they did not notice that they were hiding in a small machinery workshop behind the row of workshops. On it were the words "Meat Products Processing, specially provided by the canteen." The black camera high above the door rotated slightly, making a slight rustling sound. Gulyalu, behind them, a huge steel net pounced over. Everyone turned their heads and looked in horror. Buzz, a sharp sword cut through the air. The entire machinery factory was instantly pierced, and there was a crackling sound. Everyone turned their heads. It was a handsome royal court swordsman with short dark blonde hair, dressed in a neat, slim black suit, followed by a curious cat-tailed girl. Seeing this person's face, everyone instantly got goosebumps. They were very clear about this person's information. 700 years ago, the #1 swordsman of the Sabomia Empire, known as the King of Quick Slash, the god of wind and thunder, under the command of Daisha, the supreme goddess of nature, who breeds wind and rain, the #1 god of war of the natural god system. How could the god of the indigenous world appear here? They were completely horrified. They were old enemies, and when they met, they would die. It's your empire that invited us outsiders to jointly clean up this continent, exterminating all the survivors, viruses, and all living things. Guthra smiled. We've seen the information about this virus. It's unimaginably terrifying. In less than a week, we'll definitely be destroyed. In fact, there are already supreme deities who have gone to seek help from that mysterious existence in the Universal Garden. The whole team looked horrified. Clean us up, facing the god, their first reaction was to raise the orbital space cannon. Click, the next second. The orbital space cannon in his hand fell into the hands of the little girl. Is this the thing you slay the god with? Pa, in an instant, you caught the god? The little girl was happily playing with it, a curious look on her face. This speed. Everyone looked horrified. High-dimensional space-time. This little girl was the descendant of a god. They had small weapons in their hands that could threaten the god, but they did not have the corresponding means to enter the high-dimensional space-time. It required special equipment of a large spaceship, which was very cumbersome. If they wanted convenience, they would bring the god clone with them and use the equipment to connect to the world of the god clone. These were the two common ways to enter the high-dimensional space-time. Therefore, the space orbital cannon in front of them could only attack the 7th grade epic experts below the god level. Ha ha ha, it's really a waste to let you people hold this thing, but the conglomerates here should be at their wits' end. They really have a terrifying amount of inventory, and even ordinary people are equipped with it. The swordsman Guthra smiled. Don't worry, we won't listen to your empire. We will destroy you directly. Follow us. This high-level higher deity was unexpectedly gentle. Soon, they brought the group of people to a workshop that was in ruins. The team was in fear along the way. Don't worry, the number of this kind of intelligent zombie is extremely small, and it is very difficult to awaken. Perhaps there are less than 100 parent bodies in the entire continent, but each of them is extremely huge, and can produce offspring. The number of potential is also the strongest. The swordsman smiled and looked gently at the little girl next to him. Xianxia, have you checked it out? Another one has been confirmed, we can basically be sure. The little girl was holding the alchemy equipment and was constantly studying it. Cutting out the core cells, this is not an ordinary computer infection, but a computer virus program Trojan horse. It affects both the mind and the body, and it is already a kind of half-flesh and half-machine mutated life. Half flesh and blood? The captain was shocked. How is this possible? It is clearly a machine, we all saw it. Infected with an AI virus, it is the program that becomes a zombie. How can even the machine itself mutate? That is steel. It was fine to infect the cells of mutated organisms, but to infect mutated steel? How can a pure machine grow legs? You don't think he produced it himself and installed it, do you? He grew it himself. Yes, he grew it. The little girl looked serious. Their metal alloy structure is undergoing a special rearrangement. The metal particles are turning into some special supercells. In your words, it may be called iron cells. Iron cells? Yes, you can understand it as a special kind of extraordinary metal cells. We suspect that it is an ordinary AI machine that was infected by a simple virus at the beginning. Maybe it is a TV? A washing machine? An intelligent mop, under the horrible light and heat explosion of the Star Destroyer, the high radiation, the virus, and the granular cells of that child. It just happened to form a special evolutionary condition, mutating and fusing. Yes, these iron cells seem to have fused with the baby granular god that escaped here, but after the mutation, it is very different, forming a special metal cell individual. This kind of mutation is very unknown, it is the fusion of countless conditions, and also requires a special ratio, which is basically impossible to achieve. The computing power of this computer virus may have grasped this moment, taking advantage of the right time and place to complete the mutation. The mutation of a virus is very terrifying, but the one before us may be even more terrifying. At present, it is a kind of extraordinary metal life that can absorb radiation, light, and even physical impact. The little girl said, but the specific intensity of the mutation and the future are still unknown. Also, has anyone else been here? The little girl asked. No. The members of the exploration team shook their heads. The swordsman Gushrai was slightly taken aback, looking at a workshop next to him with a solemn expression. We came a little earlier, and there is an even more bizarre humanoid creature next to it, which seems to be dissecting a spiritual tea machine factory while drinking tea and eating fruits. It is very strange. Another strange phenomenon, this member of the exploration team could not remain calm at all. Could it be some kind of mutated zombie? The exploration team asked in a low voice. After all, they had already seen the towering zombie factory. No matter how strange and horrifying the scene was, it was not too strange. I don't know what it is exactly. The Gusthra swordsman smiled warmly and elegantly, holding an exquisite purple longsword as he looked into the distance. But there's no powerful aura, and yet he's actually dissecting a powerful android zombie. That's strange enough. This doesn't mean he's weak, but perhaps he's unimaginably powerful. That's why we don't dare to get close. At the side, the little girl named Munsa said, "This is too horrifying. Perhaps even higher deities could die." At the same time, there was even worse news. Although your empire has done its best by sending the clone gods and the long-range automated mech battle teams, the empire has not been able to defeat us. Our target is not the virus, but to clean up all of you survivors and destroy your subspace. Then, we will fire the planetary destroyer cannons again. However, there is a possibility that their mechanical team might be completely wiped out. The two forces had already entered. The mechanical army relied on the fact that it would not be infected, as it was not a living organism. However, the current situation had the possibility of being infected. We deities had relied on our superior life forms to enter this place where the virus could not infect us. Now that I think about it, it's terrifying. The swordsman's expression was calm, but his heart could not help but sink. The entire situation was more serious than he had imagined. No wonder this ugly deer-antlered bedbug empire would desperately invite them over. Our civilization may not survive. A terrifying thought emerged in the mind of this powerful god who had lived for 6,000 years. But, as long as we can let our daughter, he gripped his sword tightly. He naturally had his own plans for coming here. Samantha was his daughter and the child of God. They were innately noble and had the authority to enter high-dimensional spacetime. It could be said that they were born divine. He could be said to be the second generation of a god. In reality, he was born into poverty. Although he was talented, he had already reached his limit by starting from scratch. He clearly knew that he could no longer improve. He could only pin his hopes on his daughter. Nurturing her meticulously, giving her a higher starting point, a higher inheritance, so that the next generation could continue his dream. This was the so-called inheritance. The foundation of a deity family was never built by a single person, but by generations of descendants. He had already crossed the most painful and difficult threshold. He had opened up knowledge, a system, and a path. It should be easier for those who came after him. Their goal was a baby who had achieved Tao in the universe. At this time, he came not only to investigate this side, but also to let his daughter get to know the baby who achieved Tao in the universe. She was only a day old, so the two of them were considered to be of the same age. If he could build a relationship with her, it would be a huge advantage for him, a member of the natural God system, and even for himself. A transcendent civilization that had several universes who had attained the Tao must have had a long history of knowledge, or even a mature and ancient Tao of the universe. Only then could they have so many rank 9 supremacies. This was enough to cause all paramount gods to go green with envy, of course. The other god systems also had similar plans. First, he didn't just want to investigate. He also wanted to bring his own godly spirit daughter here to investigate. In fact, it wasn't just the beautiful divine maidens. There were also some handsome divine youths. What if the other race didn't only like girls? He still had to try. This was the case for some special races. He looked at Munsa gently. We have to be careful. This place is getting weirder and weirder. Maybe after a while, even we gods won't be able to resist the virus. We have to find the target quickly. That baby who was born might be the only one who can fight it and know how to deal with it. By the way, you are the exploration team, right? At this time, the Gusthra swordsman turned around and looked at these weak humans. He smiled and said, "You guys go and investigate the mysterious factory next door. Go and see that mysterious man." Let us? These people looked at his gentle smile and instantly felt their scalps go numb. These gods were able to climb to this day, kill their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood to establish their godhood. Which one of them wasn't extremely cruel? Only then did they know the other party's goal. Saving them was to let them go and investigate the other, more terrifying, gloomy factory. Compared to the previous research on the zombie era's magic nucleus, this new zombie era was somewhat nostalgic for Suji, but it was also somewhat different. This was a pure technological civilization. The infected zombies were all ordinary people. However, intelligent mechanical AI was ubiquitous. Every home had a smart TV, washing machine, mops, and even toilets. Just like humans on Earth, every household was equipped with a computer. It was a very cheap and popular creation. It said that the nuclear explosion will cause biological mutation, and it will cause an unimaginable disaster for humans. It's true. Suji's expression was calm and leisurely. He even felt like he was spending his days in peace. For him, everything was natural. He took a sip of tea and continued to dissect the super small tea factory. He smiled and said, "The instantaneous high temperature and high radiation of the Star Destroyer cannon is like a super high temperature melting pot." It gave a normal mechanical AI infected by the Pillar God virus a real life. When a computer virus infected a computer, it was at most a program implantation. However, the situation in front of him was like a stone turning into a demon and gaining intelligence. The entire machine became a spirit and had a real life. Suji narrowed his eyes slightly and made a judgment in his heart. However, this is not an ordinary demon. In the explosion of the Star Destroyer cannon, the plant type and humanoid creatures on the continent were all wiped out. The other two pillar gods were catastrophes. This new pillar god is different. For him, it is not a true extinction. The steel mechanical AI is different. Many of them were blasted away and turned into scrap metal, but there is still a chance of survival. They are not flesh and blood. This pillar god took the opportunity to gather the scattered cells of the injured Sima, mechanical steel, pillar god virus. Under special conditions, it formed a new life form. Using the explosion of the Star Destroyer cannon is a huge pressure and opportunity for biological evolution. Survival of the fittest, very interesting. It's simply too interesting. Suji continued to study and observe the microscopic cell structure. He felt a kind of joy. Knowledge is indeed the power of everything. The new pillar god race in front of me has embarked on a life form path opened by special knowledge. He felt that it was very strange. In front of him, it was a state that even he felt was very strange. There was no possibility of the cells of the entire race being infected. Because the cells of the entire race did not have DNA genetic material, they were special clay particles of extraordinary cells. It was Extremely simple. Carolyn called it one, so it was also all. However, in that kind of environment, the shell of the entire race's cells was fused with steel, but a new DNA sequence was mutated. This was no longer the cells of the entire race. It just absorbed part of the cell structure of the entire race. It was a special kind of iron cell, or it could be called a strange iron-based life. This was all a new type of mechanical flesh and blood life. Yes. What was the most important characteristic of a race? Continuation. They could produce offspring. Big factories gave birth to small factories. This was not the assembly line of a factory that produced batches of AI machines, but a real life, just like a mother who was pregnant for 10 months. Did you think that the factory was producing mechanical armies? It was really giving birth. However, it was the production process of the assembly line that formed a special fusion, resulting in a civilization that became a means of reproduction for this special iron-based life. The significance of this was the crossing of an era. The current structure of the Zerg was a branch of carbon-based life. They all used carbon-based life as the foundation and pointed out the tree of life. And in front of them, a second primitive branch node had appeared, iron-based life. What kind of life were we? We were carbon-based life. Including the Earthlings, the Deerhorn planet, the Cat-tail planet, and even the top race of carbon-based life, the Zerg, they were also carbon-based life. According to the description of the Zerg, most of the life forms that appeared through natural evolution in the universe were about 98% carbon-based life forms. They were the most likely to appear. The remaining 1% were silicon-based life forms, and the remaining 1% were other alien life forms. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Then, how were carbon-based life forms formed naturally? Those who had studied biology knew that it was a bunch of meaningless and ubiquitous carbohydrates, amino acids, nucleotides, that happened to form the most primitive life spore structure. A bunch of dead matter happened to combine into a living thing, and then evolved, resulting in life. In other words, any existing life building was a building built on the foundation of carbon-based, but in front of them, another form of life had appeared. This was equivalent to pointing out the biological tree, the foundation of a second iron-based building. This is a pseudo-iron-based. At this time, the subbrain of the Zerg answered. We are a carbon-based life race, and our spores are carbon-based spores. We can evolve into countless races, but we can't break away from our carbon-based framework. This is just a simulation of a foreign life form. After all, it's not the biological structure of the other party. Suji did not mind. At the very beginning, my original intention of producing monster cores was to attempt to create silicon-based life forms, another branch of life. However, the appearance of the Isudarans undoubtedly proved a failure. They are still carbon-based life forms of flesh and blood, except for the monster core in their heads, which is silicon-based, a silicon dioxide stone. Leyland muttered. But in front of me, the half-silicon-based life form with the magic core has not truly evolved into a silicon-based life form, but has actually become another strange branch, iron-based life form. Suji's expression was both surprised and strange. Life was uncertain, and no one knew what it would evolve into. You hoped for a silicon-based life form, but in the end, it turned out to be iron-based. This species has begun to have the ability to reproduce properly. Suji put down the dissecting tool. At this time, he naturally still had to dissect it. Previously, when he used the power of the laws, it was with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Carolyn and the others were really weak rank 9 creatures, so naturally, they were like 3-dimensional creatures. Looking at 2-dimensional creatures, they could see the entire structure of the creature. But Suji could not. It was like when he went to the library and wanted to open the pages. He would not use the laws of reincarnation for some unnecessary life matters. Would that make things convenient for him? On the contrary, it would be very inconvenient. Because once the reincarnation disappeared, hell would be in chaos again. But speaking of the path to rank 9, it's a bit long. He pressed his temples, feeling a little distressed. I don't want to take shortcuts, I want to walk step by step, but it seems very slow. Click. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. A few people in the mechanical team pretended to have just arrived. Seeing the human in front of them, they were surprised and said, "You, which subspace area are you a survivor from? Why are you here?" Suji was stunned. Naturally, he could see the thoughts of these little guys. He had been studying here for a few days, and naturally, the other party had also been hiding here for a few days. It could be said that they were very patient. Even the intention of bringing his daughter was very clear. Of course, Suji also clearly understood that when the dust of the era fell on an individual, even if it was as powerful as a god, it was still an unimaginably heavy mountain. The higher-ups of the empire and the gods were also struggling, seeking to escape. There's nothing more to say. Let the guy who used you to test me come out. Suji put away the alchemy table. He was still very interested in the structure and system of the indigenous gods. After all, it was an extraordinary civilization of real space aliens. Further away. Guthrie's face showed a touch of disbelief and horror. Then, he was silent for a while and looked at the threshold of the factory next to him. Your Excellency, are you from the Universe Garden? He asked softly, is it the mysterious taboo existence that suppressed the entire Tyr Empire with just one cloned arm? Suji was stunned. They thought he was Medusa, but he did not answer them. Instead, he looked further away, the guy who used me to test me, still not coming out. Guthrie's mind shook, and he was completely shocked. Behind him, there was someone else using him to test the mysterious creature in front of him. He was a high-level god and had already begun to step on the path of law. Even the supreme gods could not completely hide from his senses. But in the next second, under Guthrie's horrified gaze, he saw a scene that he could not believe in his life. Whoosh! In the air, invisible electromagnetic waves slightly vibrated, and the electromagnetic waves converged into a phantom, which was a hazy child. This was the first time in the entire civilization that he saw the pillar god. He could feel countless mechanical factories, electronic instruments, mops, electronic watches, gears. It was as if there was an endless number of machines. The entire zombie race had gathered into a huge torrent, forming a special chaotic and hazy consciousness of the universe. However, the powerful chaotic consciousness in front of him looked at the mysterious young man with incomparable solemnity and asked coldly, I have been observing you for a long time. Who are you? You are the master of the Universe Garden, the supreme existence from tens of thousands of years ago in the ruins of this land. Renimanga? At this moment, everyone's faces were deathly pale. How could the exploration team not know? Guthrie was using them to probe this mysterious man, and behind Guthrie, this mysterious viral life form was using Guthrie to probe this mysterious man. This was a chain of events, none of them wanted to be the first to probe. Who are you? Are you Reanimanka? The machine pillar god did not hide anymore. And asked calmly. Reanimanka? Hearing the question, Suji was startled. He knew more than anyone else. The machine pillar god had been infected by a mutated signal tower, and it was precisely that signal tower zombie that cut off all communications in the ruins of the Anda continent and spread the virus. Moreover, the electromagnetic waves it transmitted were also a kind of radar, making it easier for him to detect intruders compared to the other newborn pillar gods. However, at this moment, Suji knew that he would not be able to escape the other party's sight, so he did not deny it and said calmly, if you want to call me that, it is indeed me. Reanimanka. Guthrie's face was deathly pale, and he could not help but stare straight ahead. Following the appearance of this ancient taboo mythical name, an indescribable evil fear echoed in his heart, as if there was a voice from the depths of his genetic memories telling him, run. This was an unimaginably sinister and terrifying existence, an existence that was more evil than evil. Fear was like an endless tide beating against his heart. Fear was like the descent of the night, covering his body. Trembling, frightened, and subdued, as if a weak rabbit would faint from just the smell of a tiger's feces. It was simply difficult to control. This kind of fear was engraved in the genes of living creatures over the long years. As gods, they could feel the greatest fear of their ancestors that was written in the ancient times. Their ancestors did not live in this declining era. At that time, when they were serving the cosmic garden, their ancestors had countless gods. Even though the long years had covered the past, today, they no longer understood what this ancient name meant, nor did they know what they had done. They had lost their historical memories. But that sense of fear always reminded them. It told them, it was a vast power that transcended the mortal world, transcended the universe, and stood tall in the vault of heaven, undefeatable, undefeatable. It was said that in that era, even Tier 9 existences were almost unrivaled taboo existences. His body, which was comparable to a planet, was so powerful that he could easily crush a rank 9 universe cultivator to death, as if he was crushing a laughable ant. When such an existence fell, countless terrifying grand funerals broke out. Countless people who transcended the laws of the universe and achieved the Tao fought for the inheritance in the cosmic garden. Many people who achieved the Tao fell, which showed how powerful these taboo existences of the universe were. No one knows what happened in that era. Everything has been covered in the dust of history. Even the youngest stage 9 cultivator of that era would find it difficult to live to this era. Guthrie slowly stood in front of his daughter. He had never looked so nervous before. Because right now, one was the unimaginable chaotic consciousness of the virus, which might be the culprit behind the destruction of a great civilization that had multiple universes. The other one was the ancient ruler of this land, an overlord of the universe with unfathomable strength. It was very likely that he had revived through some kind of method, and at this moment, his clone had come to this continent. Yes. How could the existence in the cosmic garden not know everything that had happened here? Such an invasion of otherworlders would naturally be sensed immediately. You're actually this afraid? Suji looked at the high-level deity in front of him, only feeling a little surprised. He was quite curious about these native civilizations. After all, he had always been farming in the garden, and this was the first time he had encountered a true civilization outside. Suji didn't mind. He turned around to look at the new pillar god in front of him and said, "You living beings are very interesting life forms. These viruses have fused with all the life forms in this land and have produced corresponding mutations according to the local conditions. Will you kill me?" The machine pillar god was very direct, asking, "I can sense your indescribable power. You are the only existence that can destroy us." Beside him, Guthrie's body trembled. Yes, a rank 8 deity was still not enough. Only a complete rank 9 universe cultivator who achieved the Tao could easily destroy this continent without leaving a single trace. Even if the viruses were left behind, they could distort the power of the laws, thread the needle, sense the cause and effect, trace back to every virus that escaped, and directly destroy them. Only such a terrifying existence can destroy this terrifying taboo virus that will destroy our civilization in just a week. Guthrie roared in his heart, as if in the despair of the extinction of civilization, a glimmer of hope was born. As long as this existence before him could. "Will I kill you?" Suji raised an eyebrow, not answering directly, but asking in return, "What do you think? Do you think I will kill you? I want to know what you think." Seeing this, Guthrie vaguely felt uneasy. They were once the planetary civilizations collected by the ancient cosmic garden, used to decorate this land. But after more than 100,000 years, were they really important now? Perhaps in the distant era, they were not important at all. "I don't think it will destroy us." At this time, the machine pillar god silhouette spoke with a machine-like chaotic scraping sound, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. Because of ancient historical records, Renamanga likes to collect interesting and new civilizations, like an elegant noble, collecting all kinds of famous paintings in his house. "And aren't we interesting?" The machine pillar god was very gentle and polite, like a gentle youth, softly said, "At the same time, we are your descendants, who would kill their own descendants." The machine pillar god looked at Guthrie and his daughter, asking, "For example, would you kill your precious descendants?" Boom, as soon as these words fell. Everyone present was shocked. The entire expedition survivors, as well as Guthrie the nature god system's high-level deity and his daughter Munsa, were so scared that they almost jumped up. At this moment, they only felt a soaring chill rushing up their spines. The terrifying information contained in this was too frightening. The existence of the Buddha pillar god, the existence that once destroyed the civilizations of the entire universe, the terrifying virus catastrophe, was actually the descendant of Renamanga. This was simply unimaginable. They suddenly had the urge to cover their ears and quickly flee. Knowing this terrifying ancient secret, they weren't far from death. However, they could only stand on the spot, trembling, their faces filled with fear, not daring to move at all. Suji's eyes suddenly became incomparably calm. Not even joy or sorrow could be seen. Why did you say that?" The machine pillar god was still very calm, saying politely, "Because, the cell structure in front of me, all came from your body, isn't it? In this Follicus continent, I discovered many strange places. Some metals have special ancient life structures, and in the special ancient museum that the virus captured, I discovered a piece of black-red iron ore from more than 100,000 years ago. Those corporations thought that it was an ordinary dark red ore from outer space, comparable to the size of a house. Only I knew that it was the fine dandruff of some kind of super terrifying life form, or rather, the sweat secretion, similar to bright red iron flakes that fall off daily, and this is part of your body, the dandruff that falls off daily. That's right, no one knew that the ancient Renamanga, the body of a great giant comparable to a star, was the legendary iron-based life form. This is also the reason why you are unparalleled. As soon as these words fell, Guthrie's face was filled with disbelief. The most ancient truth and secret of history was suddenly exposed in front of him. The ancient Renamanga is actually. But at this moment, he wanted to escape more and more. He knew how terrifying it was. That's right. The machine pillar god looked at swordsman Guthra with an inexplicable expression, saying with a smile, the humans of this land don't know, and don't even try to guess, how can a normal carbon-based life form have such a huge body? Just like a tall building made of wood, it is destined to be unable to reach the clouds. Flesh and carbohydrates, it is destined that the body cannot be so huge, because once it reaches a certain size, it will inevitably collapse, the swollen soft flesh cells, the skeleton, and the body will collapse. And the largest flesh and blood life form is already the bored octopus. They are almost at the limit of the normal life form of carbon-based life forms. They also rely on a special soft flesh cavity to barely maintain this structure. Only an even more solid iron base can form such a huge body form. Every life form in the universe is different. It is also destined that the body form has an upper and lower limit. The machine pillar god was still very gentle, calm, and his voice was like the sound of a machine. And how can I obtain this mechanical life form structure? Perhaps, after the other ignorant people continuously studied it, and even the other two pillar gods, they thought that it was because of the Star Destroyer cannon, the Sima clan's divine cells, and some special geographical conditions that such a unique life form could be formed. But they were wrong, extremely wrong. And the most core, the cells of an iron life form. That's right, they are really stupid, Suji said in agreement. The machine pillar god once again bowed and said, in truth, our race is your descendants, and we are different from the only you. Our numbers are incomparably large, overcoming the difficulty of reproduction and the unique characteristic of life. We will truly develop, so you will not kill me. Suji's expression completely relaxed, and he finally sighed. I never thought that after more than 100,000 years, my secret would still be discovered. In the end, you still discovered my secret. As soon as he said this, the entire exploration team was stunned, numb, and in despair. So it really was an iron-based life form. At this moment, they felt that they would definitely die. The swordsman Guthra was also completely silent. As a sword god who was closest to the supreme god of laws in the natural god system, his mind was completely blank. He was filled with bitterness, and an unprecedented sense of fear welled up in his heart. It had only been 1 or 2 days. What exactly had happened? It was as long as 200 years in the high-dimensional space-time. Renamenka was revived. The birth of the infant of the universe. The terrifying existence of the universe that chased after the infant arrived in this world, and the virus broke out, and the terrifying taboo virus directly pointed out Renamenka's greatest secret, iron-based life form. Everything happened one after another. In just 1 or 2 days, not only these mortals, but even his view of the world as a god had been overturned, trampled, and destroyed. Just as they were trembling all over. You have indeed fused with some of my characteristics. Renamenka slowly said, but you are also a brand new life form. This virus of yours is very interesting. Fusing with the characteristics of the local race? Undergoing some sort of mutation? Exactly. The little boy of the machine pillar god said politely, we are not the original taboo pillar god. We are a brand new us. We are already the god of fate of a new race in this land. Even the original pillar god will hunt us down, wanting to swallow us up. You can think of us as a brand new race. We also have the right to live. Please do not impose any prejudice on us. Even if we are not as large as you, our size is fixed from birth and cannot be changed. From the big factory to the small vacuum cleaner, our size is fixed from the moment our intelligence is born. Just like a human, it is impossible for us to grow an arm or a limb at birth. We are iron-based life forms, a type of life, not dead machines. But even if we cannot reach your size, we are still your distant relatives and kin. We descended into this world because of your cells. Suji listened quietly. The machine pillar god was very rational and kept lobbying. I will not interfere. Renemenka smiled. I am looking forward to how it will develop. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, Guthra's expression suddenly became anxious. They knew that if Renemenka left, they might be killed by this mysterious mechanical pillar god. After all, he knew so many secrets. As a god, he could not escape. Thinking to this point, Guthra hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the great ancient universe garden, the outer sanctum's selection is about to begin. We have been looking forward to it for a long time. Could you allow us to enter in advance and participate in the selection? Suji was stunned. Turning around, he looked at the few people who had a strong desire to live, and gently opened a space portal. If you want to run, then come in. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a look of fear and trepidation, Guthra led Munsa inside. Us too, Your Majesty. We've been admiring you for a long time. The mechanical team behind him also walked in quickly and cautiously. Seeing this, the machine pillar god felt slightly regretful. At the moment, he could take down this god, Guthra. Although it had only evolved for a short period of time, and the strongest zombie was only rank 4, in this technological civilization, its combat power was naturally not so easily measured. It had defeated many mechanical warlords and obtained many small space rail cannons that could enter the high-dimensional spacetime, which was enough to kill this god. What a pity. The machine pillar god was very calm as he looked at the disappearing figure. Coincidentally, there is a mutation in a god cloning factory. If only I could capture this god, whoosh. The space portal slowly closed. There was no longer anyone at the scene. And the machine pillar god's silhouette also gradually dissipated. It has been successfully alleviated. In just 3 months, Renemenka, an iron-based life form comparable to a star, might not be my opponent. I underestimated the pillar god's hand of fate. Crack. A thunderous sound. A group of people arrived at the universe garden. It was an extremely gloomy environment with all kinds of spatial vibrations and cracks, exuding an eternal deathly aura that lasted for countless years. The universe garden is the outer court trial to select the strong and become a core disciple in ancient times. Swordsman Guthra took a deep breath. On this land, there are 200 million geniuses from various nearby planets who struggle to survive here. Only those who succeed can enter the inner court. But coming here is better than dying there. He believed that as a god, he could still live very easily in this universe garden. After all, the outer court trial was for geniuses below the level of a god. If it was in ancient times, a god like him could already break through the outer court garden and enter the inner court of the universe villa. But the next second, Guthra's expression slightly stiffened. Wait, they saw an extremely frightening scene. The entire universe garden, including the plants and animals, were all in a high-dimensional spacetime that was 10 times stronger. This is impossible. Guthra revealed an even more shocked expression than before. In ancient times, it was already very powerful for Renemenka to cover the entire center of the villa. But now, even the outer universe garden has begun to cover the high-dimensional spacetime? What did this mean? The revived Renemenka might be countless times stronger than it was in ancient times. Today, after more than 100,000 years, this existence had not only revived, but had also reached an unfathomable level. At the same time, this also meant that the entire universe garden had become extremely dangerous. All the creatures here were in a high-dimensional spacetime. Compared to the trials in ancient times, it was countless times more difficult. It could be said to be the most desperate of all desperate situations. Moving plants, strange animals, gloomy gardens, dead castles. Guthra looked at the gloomy universe garden solemnly, but he gradually calmed down. Fortunately, this land does not have that virus, so it is safe. Ordinary creatures can't target me. Yes, Father. We have come here, and we don't have to face those terrifying strange viruses. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Mansa had a serious expression. But the next second, Guthrie's expression completely changed. He felt the aura of the virus spreading throughout the entire garden. Virus, why did the virus come here? He was stunned. Suddenly, a gentle and charming voice came from the air, but it gave off an extremely horrifying and evil feeling of terror. Oh? Little guys have already come in? I have not officially recruited disciples, but they have come in. But since he's here, he's probably the first batch to try it out. That's a plant-type virus. I've already brought him here. He's also a creature in the trial. I guess he's a creature. I hope that you guys can surprise me together. Instantly, Guthrie revealed a deathly despair. He lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Mansa, we are doomed. Coming here is also a dead end. If it is an ordinary garden giant beast in a high-dimensional spacetime and we are in a low-dimensional spacetime, they will not be able to break through my defense, but if it is a virus, we can only stay in the high-dimensional spacetime to resist it, but even if we can resist the pursuit, we will age quickly. I am already more than 6,000 years old. The internal injuries from my youth have long been scarred. My lifespan is even shorter than that of an ordinary deity. If I stay in the high-dimensional spacetime, I will not live more than 7 days. 7 days. This was an unimaginably terrifying piece of information. A great deity with a lifespan of 8,000 to 9,000 years was forced to live for only 7 days. It was obvious how tragic it was. We're done for too. At the side, the entire mechanical exploration team had a look of despair. Even a deity was forced to this extent. They couldn't even enter the higher dimension. They already thought of themselves as a superior race in the universe. The Empire was unimaginably powerful and colonized the universe. But now, all their dignity was destroyed. Only after this did they realize how weak they were. They held their machine guns nervously and looked around. We can't see their movements at all. If not for this sword god setting up a protective shield for us, we would be torn apart instantly. In the lower dimension, they were like motionless statues to the higher dimension beings. They were not beings of the same dimension at all. We must survive. They looked anxious. Protective shield, resources, we need to build an arsenal, collect minerals, and produce an army. We are the elite soldiers of the Empire. We have our pride. They brought the best equipment and naturally had a space ring with many emergency equipment. They even brought the highest level of artificial intelligence support. There was a lot of technology and construction information stored inside, enough for them to rebuild their civilization. Guthrie was slightly surprised. These little guys, they're walking back to the ancient times. Back then, their ancestors were the ones who built the munitions factory here. They want to pass the selection test. Technology, transcendent. Among the 200 million geniuses, these two civilizations were competing for life and death. After all, this land was as large as a planet. There were many resources and things here. As for us, we are going to walk the path of transcendent. Guthrie didn't attack them. After all, it was good to have more power. He looked at Mansa. Daughter, I can only protect you for 7 days in the higher dimension, which is 700 years. You must break through to become a deity, and an extremely powerful one at that. At the very least, at my current level. Only then will you have the hope of survival. He had already made up his mind to die. What an interesting discovery. Suji returned to the study room and sat on the chair. The towering giant held his chin. His handsome face almost didn't look like a living being. Iron-based life form? So Renamenka is actually an iron-based life form. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. The basic elemental structure of life was different, so it would naturally affect the upper limit of one's body size. The giant octopus was already the largest naturally fleshy body of a carbon-based life. It was the size of a continent, but even so, it was already soft and could not support its body at all. It would be more reasonable if it looked like a giant octopus. This was the structure. It was like a pile of tofu that couldn't support a skyscraper. This was an innate racial restriction. There was a limit to the size of a carbon-based life form, and the giant octopus was basically the upper limit. In theory, the bigger the body, the stronger the combat power, but carbon-based life forms are limited by their body size, and other life forms in the universe might be even bigger and weirder. Suji revealed a thoughtful expression. Is that so? The universe is too vast and mysterious. 98% of the life forms we see are carbon-based life forms. Naturally, they have humanoid structures. They are widespread and large, spread everywhere, but their starting point is relatively low. Silicon-based, iron-based, and even all kinds of mutant life forms will be different, with different body shapes and appearances. There are life forms that are comparable to stars, or even unimaginable. This is the true boundless universe. It has unlimited possibilities. Only then did Suji realize that his standards were too low. He had always instinctively believed that carbon-based life forms were all life forms in the universe. Therefore, he felt that humanoid intelligent life forms were the natural evolution. Antler planet, cattail planet. This was because most of the planets with carbon-based life forms had the evolutionary history of ape men, Homo sapiens, and the like. Because they all had the same structure, they were naturally similar. This was the case for carbon-based life forms, but it was different for others. Carbon-based life forms are the foundation of a life building. Iron-based life forms are a new foundation. It seems that the starting point of the machine pillar god is not a race but a life form. There will be many interesting iron-based life forms, and they might even give birth to various talents. His eyes flashed as he gazed into the distance. For example, an intelligent vacuum cleaner that becomes a spirit and gives birth to many small vacuum cleaners. What is the genetic ability of this race? Convulsion? For the intelligent toilet to become a spirit, could it be that the genetic ability is to pump water? He understood clearly. Carbon-based life forms were the foundation of a large tree. From this, the primordial carbon-based humans, the demon realm carbon-based humans, all sorts of genetic life forms with different talents appeared. This iron-based life form was also a foundation. There would also be various expenses and genetic talents. A new life form is starting to set sail. Suji's expression was calm. Then here comes the problem. My body form is still unclear and has not been discovered. However, sooner or later, it will be exposed. How do I become a true iron-based life form? Suji fell into a dilemma. The information on Renomancer was still too vague. The universe was too big, but it was still very interesting. Medusa took away the plant-type god pillar god that was on the verge of extinction. On this land, only the humanoid god pillar god and the machine pillar god were left. And on this land, there were various forces, native survivors, mechanical warriors from other empires, and transcendent deities from neighboring countries. It was a hodgepodge. At this moment, the players in this eyeball were shocked. It also caused a huge commotion on the internet. This is too exaggerated. The mechanical god pillar god, I saw a flushing toilet give birth to a small toilet. My god, he grew up eating steel? An iron-based life form actually eats this thing? His teeth are really good. Who said so? I found out that he even eats plants. Should we eat some bones and some calcium? They were completely shocked. WTF, how did things develop to this state? Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that the pillar god would actually have such a strange change under such circumstances. Even they felt extremely horrified. This iron-based life form was too terrifying. It seemed that under the control of the pillar god, it was walking the path of pure technology. What was the most terrifying part? It was a unique advantage. Now, after devouring the tens of thousands of years of accumulated technology from the Empire, they would probably have to innovate and use their own life structure. In a few months, they would be a terrifying level 9 technological civilization. At that time, it was very likely that even after Carolyn and Dickie broke through, they might not be a match for them. The virus was breaking out, but they had been observing it from the beginning to the end. After all, this thing came from their hands. In a few more months? That's a conservative estimate. In 3 months, you'll be able to defeat a subversive level 9. I think we'll be able to defeat the 3 pillar gods and Dickie in a month. And those who have broken through to the complete level 9. Doghead, indeed. Although this alien civilization is very weak, their technological civilization has indeed developed to the path of laws, corresponding to the transcendent side. It's equivalent to a transcendent civilization on the level 9 path. After eating such a high starting point, they'll definitely break out. They felt creeped out. They also felt that they were indeed very powerful. They had stolen some of the three-pillar gods' virus and came here to create a virus. Who knew that it would directly evolve according to the native civilization? In a while, the three-pillar gods might be beaten up to the point of calling them daddy. After all, what was a pure technological civilization, storm flow? By spending resources, they could quickly form an exaggerated combat power. Transcendent experts all had to cultivate slowly and needed time to accumulate. At this time, they were still very proud of themselves. Look at those bumpkin civilizations. Their faces were full of fear. They were beaten like dry weeds and rotten wood, and the virus frenzy couldn't be contained at all. In an instant, they knew how powerful advanced civilizations were. However, some netizens directly pointed out, "Are you sure they're following you? Fighting the three-pillar gods? Fighting Dickie? Won't they beat you up?" The players' faces stiffened. At this time, someone immediately replied, "But we run fast. But we run fast. We compete with the three-pillar gods to see who can run faster. I feel that he is inferior to us." Why is that? If they take their heads away, what about the headless corpses on the lava ground? It's very troublesome. That's right. The three-pillar gods can run away with their heads, but not their bodies. Poor three-pillar gods, they're going to be defeated by themselves. Some netizens laughed out loud. These guys were already acting like ostriches, deceiving themselves and others. After all, no one had thought that the Super Scion and the virus would suddenly flow out and cause this situation. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are going to suffer a calamity. Everyone knew that they were going to go through the storm flow. Although these mechanical creatures could also walk the transcendent side and cultivate the system, would they walk this path? Definitely not. Cough, cough, cough. The Alchemy Emperor's expression was calm. Someone is working overtime and can't make it. This time, I'll be the one doing the evaluation and leading this event. Everyone nodded. Looks like the master evaluator, MT Akina, has been living a fulfilling life recently. First of all, Ermin and I studied the structure of this technological civilization. We found a very strange point. The path of this technological civilization made Ermin and I feel very strange after careful study. We couldn't help but laugh. Why? Because in a sense, this technological civilization is the same as the path I took when I was young. Yes, my alchemy dynasty was actually the prototype of a technological civilization. You think I'm talking nonsense? Do you still remember? Back then, the sorcerer civilization was a transcendent cultivation civilization. After I, the great alchemy emperor, descended, I used technology to change the ecology. All kinds of mechanical alchemy products appeared, and even mechanical airships appeared. A pile of tens of thousands of ordinary slimes could fight against Medusa. Everyone naturally remembered it. After all, only a few months had passed. At that time, everyone guessed that the alchemy emperor must be a military machinery magnate in the real world, or even a senior executive of a mature industrial group. Back then, I led the civilization into the alchemy era. But after my death, the alchemy era declined, and the civilization returned to Medusa's rule. Thinking about it this way, it's like when the path of technology had just appeared, but it was suddenly pulled back onto the right track of the sorcerer path and back to technology. Everyone was stunned. Did he mean that the alchemy civilization that had been created in Grantham and used Earth's current technological knowledge might have been fully industrialized in the future? Walking the path of technology, but it was pulled back. Everyone thought about it carefully and felt like they had a sudden realization. Alchemists, with the help of external forces, all kinds of machinery, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, the Adolf Giant, and all kinds of world-class artifacts, conceptually speaking, it was indeed a technological civilization. Now that I think about it, I just feel that history is extremely real and wonderful. The Alchemy Emperor sighed. This is the charm of time. If I didn't die back then, Medusa didn't overthrow the alchemy dynasty, and Cthulhu didn't descend, history might have taken a different turn. Alchemists didn't pay attention to cultivation and studied alchemy. Their cultivation weakened day by day, and external forces became stronger. It's very likely that they became an alternative technological civilization. Everyone was stunned and felt a little emotional. Fate was always so wonderful. A turning point in a civilization was enough to affect thousands of generations and completely lead to a completely different path. Everyone knows that I'm a research maniac, the alchemy emperor said. Let's get back to business. After studying the information of this civilization, I can only say that there's a reason why this technological civilization has been stuck on the path of rank 9 for tens of thousands of years. What's the reason? I've studied history. Their ancestors were from a rank 9 civilization and followed Renamansa. Even their leader used to be the second disciple of this ancient existence. Why are they in such dire straits now? It's because they lost the most important ancient technology, more important than the God cloning factory, the Divine Fitness Center. Divine Fitness Center? Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard the name. Yes, a fitness center. The fitness centers in our society on Earth are used to train the body. At most, one can become a muscular man with great strength. Their fitness centers are amazing. After they train, they can be comparable to many powerhouses and even deities. This is the technology of a high-level universe. The power of a rank 9 civilization. Their fitness centers are used to strengthen the body. These are not the same concepts. It's very rotten, isn't it? Thinking about the glory of that era, I can't help but want to go back more than 100,000 years and witness their glory. In fact, I've looked up a lot of remnant information. In that era, fitness centers were common. Many people trained their bodies and maintained their health. Of course, fitness centers were also divided into strong and weak ones and levels. After training in a low-level fitness center, one could only go to a higher level. This is very likely a breakthrough in the realm, corresponding to rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 fitness centers. It was very common in that era. Many commoners would go to the fitness center after working. The rich would go to a higher-level fitness center. In that era, it was a popular leisure place in civilization. Of course, it was very expensive. The further you go, the more expensive it becomes. Speaking of which, you should already understand that this is a cultivation method. Do you really think that the people of the technological side are all ordinary people? Ordinary people? This is a kind of prejudice. However, the cultivation method of the technological side is different from that of the transcendent side. Everyone nodded. Before this, some players had already discovered the history of this civilization. In ancient times, there were deity-level powerhouses. Of course, they weren't the kind of people in the technological side who trained hard on their own. They had special rooms. Inside, there was a pile of nutrient fluids and all kinds of advanced technology. After entering, Kacha. After exiting, it was rank 3. After entering again, Kacha. It was rank 4. The speed at which they broke through was very fast. At that time, everyone was discussing, the rich relied on technology to break through, while the poor relied on cultivation. Those in the transcendent side were all country bumpkins. All of them took one step at a time. However, everyone also knew that these terrifying beings had no combat power. They only had the realm, but they didn't need combat power. What they needed was a corresponding life level to extend their lifespan. They also had the authority to enter high-dimensional spacetime. When they fought with you, they would definitely use all kinds of mechanical weapons. Someone couldn't help but ask, then, you mean that this empire couldn't break through to rank 9 because it was disabled? Because it lost its inheritance? Yes, if that's the case, it's really disabled. The top rank 9 technological civilization is definitely not ordinary. The leader of a country must also have the lifespan and realm of a deity. Otherwise, how could it be a mortal who only lived for a few hundred years? That's too rubbish. If that's the case, this mechanical god, after taking over their technological tree, will also, kacha, constantly breaking through? Starting to become a god through technology? Everyone was shocked. This was too unbelievable. Now, all the worlds were on the path of the transcendent side. The cultivation realm was one step at a time. Was it so easy for the people next door? They felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. However, the alchemist was different from a certain Akina mountain. He was very serious and analyzed very seriously. This was also his field of expertise. It seemed that something big was about to happen. The great alchemist emperor, at this point, everyone should understand, right? In the universe, there are roughly two systems, one transcendent, and the other technology. You should understand the technology path in front of you. They will also increase their realm, but the way they increase their realm is through some kind of special external force. Everyone nodded, indicating that they had understood the structure of this civilization. The two systems could be said to have their own advantages and disadvantages. Every one of them would definitely be extremely strong when developed to the peak. The big bosses of the technology side, scientists who had lived for thousands of years, although they were only in the realm of rank 8 and rank 9 and had no combat power, their knowledge was terrifying. One person was an entire civilization. They drove spaceships and all kinds of mechanical armors, making life difficult for others. From the looks of it, Carolyn isn't very good at fighting. She also summons people to fight. It's a bit similar. As expected of a half-transcendent and half-technology civilization. Everyone thought about it and felt that everything was clear, many things were actually connected, but their knowledge at the time was not up to the level and could not understand. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed the same. Ha ha ha, following you big bosses, I feel like my knowledge has increased again. That's right, I've once again become a keyboard saint. I feel like it's enough for me to reincarnate. I already have the qualifications to become a great emperor. Cough, cough, cough. The great alchemist emperor said, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to speak. I think everyone should know the general situation by now. Whether it is the machine pillar god or the civilization of this empire, they are unable to break through to the rank 9 realm. They lack a threshold, and that is the god breakthrough system. This is very natural. After all, it is naturally possible for a normal person to use a Gatling gun, but can an ant use a Gatling gun? If your life force foundation is too weak, you can't use even the strongest weapon. This empire in front of us has used cloned gods to make up for part of its deficiency. Then, the question is, what kind of secret technology is this Divine Spirit Fitness Institute? The entire civilization of the empire has been researching it for tens of thousands of years. Now that the machine pillar god has taken over, can it be researched? Everyone listened carefully and saw the great alchemist emperor say something very shocking. However, I have to tell everyone one thing. The mystery of this terrifying technological civilization breaking through to rank 9, they don't know, but we do. In fact, we have mastered this technology a long time ago. Everyone's mind went blank. This is another extremely mysterious technological breakthrough system that makes people break through realms with just a click, and we actually know about it. They felt very shocked. What did this mean? It meant that they could also click, 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 without the need to cultivate, without the need for 996 hours of hard work, and they could also become rich. Relying on technology? Yes. The great alchemist emperor said, to be honest, the ancient rank 9 great god, Hermes, has long told us about this threshold to break through to. Rank 9. What? Hermes told us about it long ago. As soon as this was said, all the netizens were shocked and confused. Suji's expression was a little ugly. This clone of Hermes just passed away and came here to become Renamenka, and these netizens can't help but whip the corpse. Everyone was shocked and shaken. They thought in their hearts, what a badass. In fact, their entire empire has been researching this terrifying technology for tens of thousands of years. The divine factory that can turn mortals into gods has been completely lost, and we already know about it? We already have the core technology? Those country bumpkins don't know, but we do. Are we really the center of the universe? I'm sure. Hermes already told us about this secret? Everyone had their own opinions and were extremely excited. The alchemy emperor said, everyone, please calm down. I'll continue. I've researched this divine fitness center and found that they are distributed everywhere, just like the fitness centers on Earth. Such a strange place has arrived. Such a high-level mysterious place should be extremely precious. How can it be everywhere? Based on my guess, it might be an empty shell. Their core secrets are in a main factory, and they transport the fitness energy fluid to various branches. Everyone nodded. It was a very reasonable guess. Then, this energy fluid might be the key. What could it be? Do you want to take a guess? We already know it. At this point, who didn't understand, everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Quality, original quality, the legendary gate of alchemy. Everything could be exchanged. One quality could please another, one quality could subdue another, one quality could dominate another, the alchemy emperor said. Yes, you've already guessed it. The supreme substance of the gate of alchemy is known as the mysterious substance that can pry open the highest level of alchemy. And pry open the gate of alchemy, what is this gate? At that time, we didn't really understand and were confused. Now that I think about it, it should be the gate of 9. This gate of 9 is not a transcendent one. It's the gate of 9 that breaks through the technological side. As I said before, alchemy is very likely a path of technology. At that time, we almost walked on it. The gate of 9 is naturally the gate of alchemy. It's completely reasonable. Everyone fell silent. It was indeed reasonable, and now that he thought about it, it was almost inevitable. Hermes had actually handed over the ancient civilization system to us a long time ago? They looked back at the entire history and came to a sudden realization. Teaching the gate of alchemy, the only quality was the path of 9 in the technological side. Teaching the faith of all beings, using the power of flesh and blood to distort the laws, these were the path of 9 in the transcendent side. They corresponded to two different essences, perfect, simply perfect. No one would have thought that there would be such a hidden message. As they grew up, the information left behind by Hermes, the enlightener of civilization, was still worth digging into. There were many unbelievable secrets left behind. Oh my God! Hermes has long given us the path systems of the two universes and the way to break through. It's just that we've always walked the path of transcendence and neglected the other side. That's right, a universe overlord of this level definitely knows all the paths between the two systems. They might even be like Renamenka, with both extraordinary and technological civilizations under their command. We really are the center of the universe. These country bumpkins are still fighting with their lives on the line. They've been researching for tens of thousands of years, but they still haven't figured out such a peerless secret. In an instant, a sense of superiority surged crazily. What was heritage and foundation? This was legacy and foundation. We've known about technological breakthroughs for a long time, we just didn't use it. In fact, we couldn't even be bothered to care, and these country bumpkins have been researching for tens of thousands of years, but they still don't know. They're trapped in it, and the technological level of their civilization has always been stuck. The alchemy emperor, cough cough cough, you should know that I took the opportunity to find the gate of alchemy in the courtyard of the god of creation. This is a magical cosmic energy. And I'm the only one? Definitely not. Since such a substance exists in the universe, there must be an even more ancient and powerful civilization that has discovered it. This civilization is a technological civilization. This bit of energy that is extracted from life has terrifying power. It's the purest, non-elemental primordial energy. When it drips on a stone, it will immerse it, and even give the stone intelligence. If it turns into energy liquid, it should be able to be absorbed without any hindrance, fuse into the body, and become cultivation base. Indeed, one can increase one's level without cultivating. Hearing this, Suji was slightly enlightened. He roughly understood what it meant. He thought silently, so, it turns out that I also walk the path of science and technology. I've never cultivated. I just absorb energy and directly increase my cultivation base. Now that I think about it, it's exactly the same. Substance is like the feedback energy from the Zerg extinction. It can also be absorbed without any hindrance, and it can directly increase one's cultivation base. This should be the black technology left behind by the Zerg race. After all, the previous Zerg queen also walked the path of technology. I've been eating the benefits of her civilization without knowing it. Suji looked at the Zerg race's subbrain and said lightly, knowledge is indeed the power of everything. I'm starting to understand the feedback energy mechanism of the Zerg race's subbrain, however, it was obvious that the Zerg race's methods were much more advanced. Assimilation of substance would usually result in cultivation base, but no combat power. After all, it wasn't through bitter cultivation, and Suji didn't have such side effects. His foundation was very stable, and at the same time, he had the 3 clones to help him learn and supplement his knowledge. The stability of his cultivation base was no less than Dicky and Medusa, who were stable and hardworking in seclusion. At this time, the entire internet was boiling. The Alchemy Emperor continued to analyze. Yes, its substance. Back then, there must have been a core imperial factory that the entire civilization was guarding, and inside it was the production of substance. How is substance produced? This process is very complicated. As I've said before, for an alchemist to refine a drop of substance, it takes a lot of effort and countless lives to be killed. After all, only at the moment of birth will a trace of substance be produced. So the question was, how did the factories of the empire manufacture them? Their technology must have been advanced to a certain level. Let me make a hypothesis. Their process is roughly as follows. First, they find a life that reproduces very quickly, perhaps chickens or ducks, and then they carry out assembly line breeding. Do you know the assembly line of chicken farms in America? It's that kind of industrialization. Assembly line breeding, mass killing, extraction, and reproduction, only then can they produce that little bit of substance. In other words, their large-scale fitness centers are built on the killing of countless lives. When everyone heard this, their scalp went numb. Everyone knew that technology was a huge resource consumer, mining planets and plundering the galaxy, but they didn't expect the consumption to be so terrifying. In fact, in such a highly developed great civilization in the Level 9 universe, life was also a huge resource. Consumption. Just as everyone was discussing this, the Alchemy Emperor was silent for a while, but he still revealed an even more shocking secret. In fact, it might not be chickens or ducks. I discovered a secret. The higher the level of a new life, the more nutrients are extracted. For example, there are no flowers or plants at all. The efficiency is extremely low, and it is a huge waste of resources. In other words, ferocious beasts like tigers or even primates with intelligence are the best choices. So, what do you think they will choose? Will they sacrifice resources and efficiency to use flowers and plants, or will they choose beasts, or will they choose intelligent beings? Everyone was shocked. Even though they did not want to believe it, a thought still appeared in their minds. The netizens sitting in front of their computers felt their scalps go numb, and they started discussing. F***CK, could it be a slave race from another planet? Just thinking about this scene made one's hair stand. It must be an unimaginable scene of a super factory. Like an assembly line of chickens and ducks, intelligent beings locked in cages, locked in iron bars, slowly moving forward. And this assembly line must be extremely long. For ordinary people, they might not be able to finish it even if they walked for a lifetime. Development, growth, reproduction, pregnancy, birth, this assembly line was like a lifeline. They were living a planned life up there. This scene was like a dark fairy tale. To be a race that lives on an assembly line all their lives. Oh my God. Now that I think about it, we humans are quite compatible. Our reproduction rate is quite fast. If this kind of high-tier space civilization discovers us, we will definitely be doomed. Wait, our Earth is probably already a manufacturing factory for deities. The population growth rate is quite fast, and we are also on the assembly line of life. Scary to think about it, the people up there are thinking too much. It might not be intelligent beings, right? Intelligent beings on an assembly line is too cruel. What if they are intelligent beings with intelligence erased? Serious expression. JPG, everyone's discussion was very chaotic. Previously, when they looked at the path of the transcendent system, they felt that it was exaggerated and very primitive. Almost all of them relied on the destruction of life to obtain energy. They felt that this was a barbaric indigenous civilization, and a technological society would definitely be more gentle and humane. They would definitely not do such cruel things. Now that they looked at it, it was indeed elegant. The assembly line factory for agriculture and livestock was just like the breeding of chickens and ducks on Earth. Breeding, vaccines, cages. But there was an extremely terrifying feeling. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, don't talk about it. We can treat it as an eye-opener. We've seen a wonderful universe. The Alchemy Emperor came out to stop this topic and said, they are from a god-tier civilization, a high-dimensional civilization. In their eyes, we are indeed as low as chickens and ducks, or even ants. Would they talk about human rights with ants? It's normal for them to be put on the assembly line and even put on the dinner plates. They aren't even on the same dimensional level. This is the law of the jungle in the universe. The universe is a larger primitive jungle. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Can you say that a tiger eating a human is cruel? Let's get back to the topic at hand. According to my speculation, the mechanical pillar god might want to rebuild this divine factory and revive the ancient civilization. I wonder if it will discover this? I think it's inevitable for it to discover the principle of this factory. All that's left is a matter of time. Let's imagine a bunch of vacuum cleaners, toilets, and even munitions factories going to the gym. When we train our bodies, we at most strengthen our muscles. When they train their bodies, they train to the level of life. Everyone felt terrified when they thought about it. Now, those indigenous civilizations were too weak. For tens of thousands of years, they had not been able to restore their ancient ancestors. Now, it was the turn of a new zombie pillar god. They would soon reach the level of a level 9 technological civilization and return to the peak. After all, this was the threshold of level 9. The technology to turn oneself into a god. The average level of a technological civilization was too low. It was impossible to control a more terrifying rule weapon. Ants would not be able to pick up a Gatling gun. One had to raise one's level to a certain level. When that time came, it would not be said that everyone would become a god. But there would definitely be a god-level scientist who could pick up a Gatling gun and fight against a level 9. The Alchemy Emperor said, however, it's terrifying when you think about it. Who would have thought that Hermes, the most ancient god of wisdom, would enlighten our civilization? He's so selfless. Everyone suddenly became solemn. They seemed to see the ancient god of wisdom, bringing wisdom and civilization to the mortals on the ground. He fought for his entire life to protect the civilization. Even if he fell and died, a wisp of his remnant soul came to the world to prosper and give the people all the wisdom of the ancient civilization. Yes. We should admire him from the bottom of our hearts. The triple great Mercury has taught us the path of 2 civilizations. Yes. He even left behind the level 9 path of technology, the gate of alchemy, and the origin. But we didn't notice it. We're so disappointing. We're ashamed of such an ancient existence. We couldn't understand his profound meaning. Everyone felt a little guilty. Hermes's words were very meaningful. They were right in front of their eyes, but they could not understand it. Someone suddenly said, then, boss, why don't you take the lead in building a factory and make everyone a god? In fact, the Alchemy Emperor had become the origin himself. His own race was the most suitable and efficient factory, chickens and ducks. As long as they were given food, they could skip the process of breeding and produce the origin directly. There were no middlemen to earn the difference. It could be said that under normal production, he only needed 1/5 of the normal resources to produce the same amount of origin, but to him, this was still an extremely large amount of resources. How terrifying was a level 9 civilization, even in the entire universe. They were an outstanding advanced civilization. Their core god factory would definitely be a planet-sized workshop. The assembly line might have circled the planet a dozen times to be able to produce such a large amount of origin. The Alchemy Emperor said, this is a huge project. Unless we use the power of the entire civilization, we can only provide the origin that the entire civilization needs. Although it can't be spread, I can still help people become gods and break through their cultivation. Now that I've laid the groundwork for so long, I solemnly declare one thing. Hearing this, everyone's expression became extremely serious. So much in front of them was just a foreshadowing? At first, they thought that talking about the alchemy era, which was similar to the technological civilization, was a foreshadowing, leading to the gate of alchemy and the breakthrough of level 9 technology. Who would have thought that what was in front of them was just a foreshadowing? Everyone's expression instantly changed, and they were ready for battle. The Alchemy Emperor said, now, I solemnly declare that I plan to build a microfactory that belongs to me, the level paywall room. The fees will be divided according to the area for every 10 levels, no need to cultivate, no need to work hard, no need to work hard, as long as you pay, yes, as long as you top up, you can directly buy levels from me, and you can become stronger, click, 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 click. Level 80 in 1 second. Can you imagine that? What are you waiting for? Come and join us. The poor rely on cultivation, and the rich rely on technology. You deserve to try the technological path of cultivation. Everyone was instantly shocked. So, this is what you're like, grant them. Spend. Gold. Buy. Wait. Level, everybody realized what was going on. Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, was targeting the Azura path next door. Although the players were not as rich as the natives, they had a lot of money. Also, they were like locusts passing by, and they had a lot of savings. In particular, they had killed a lot of octopuses, so they were quite rich. As expected of a big shot. I was wondering why he suddenly copied the speed of Mount Akina for a review. Suddenly enlightened, evaluating the speed of Mount Akina is just a hobby. The alchemy big shot doesn't like that. He must be up to something. He's indeed here to earn a living. Scary, what a scheme. Seeing that they worked so hard to kill the octopuses, he's now eyeing the wallets of these idiotic players? Shivering, they didn't expect that what they thought was a kind lecture would be an advertisement in the end. At this moment, the speed of Mount Akina also joined in the fun. Brothers, it's not enough to have a level without corresponding combat ability. It's just an empty shell. Do you want a powerful bloodline talent? Do you want an innate bloodline? Do you want a naturally powerful race? I'll satisfy you here. With a talent plug-in, you'll be the strongest as long as you spend money on bloodlines. Now, you can reserve all kinds of bloodlines with a 20% discount. If the price is high enough, you can offer a bloodline blueprint, and I'll provide tailor-made services. Show off a different version of yourself. Seeing his comment, the great alchemy emperor pinned the comment "Speed of Mount Akina" to the top. Instantly, he got thousands of likes. There were a lot of comments in this reply. They were all "Master Ball caught alive, I knew you'd come to join in the fun, spending money, my youth is back." What the hell? Everybody's face darkened. One sold levels and realms, the other sold transcendent bloodlines. Seeing that the situation was good, the two big shots immediately found a business opportunity and began to reap leaks. However, what was the most important thing in cultivation? It was realms and bloodlines. The two key factors in front of them were constantly scratching at their hearts. I thought this game was a game with a conscience. I could become stronger just by looking at the liver knowledge, and liver cirrhosis. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The problem of pay-to-win cheats was actually so serious? This game even had levels, bloodlines, and classes? Sell them all? I never would have thought of that. Goldbring. JPG, Motherf ** Cur, which online game in real life would dare to play like that? Directly selling levels? Directly selling the bloodline? It went bankrupt in an instant. This is the only one in front of us. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that Emperor Alchemy would return, but they didn't expect that he would turn into Emperor Krypton Gold Grantham. Cough, cough, cough. You're still too young. You think too highly of yourselves. Do you think they're cutting you up? Meng Mei came out at this moment, shook her head, and said, "You little leaks are so poor. Cutting you is just incidental. Cutting this civilization of tens of thousands of years in front of us is the right way." Everyone was slightly shocked. "Are you guys going to?" a netizen asked. Meng Mei shook her head and sighed. "You're too young. Even though the world has changed, and the pillar gods are competing, and the mysterious universal garden exists, it's time for us to fight for an opportunity. As one of the masterminds behind the scenes, have you forgotten that we also have a player called the System Distributor?" System? Many people were drenched in a cold sweat after hearing that. Yes, they had been watching in secret for so long. The virus outbreak, the biohazard crisis, and the entire civilization was in danger. They had to find a way to kill the machine pillar gods, but now they were going to act in secret too. Were they going to? Their minds suddenly went blank as they thought of an extremely horrifying scene. Words appeared in their minds one after another. First charge gift pack of $6. Ultimate gift pack of $648. Ultimate bloodline gift. Level 99 with 1/. Dragon Slayer saber, free with one click. Slash me if you're my brother. At this moment. Are you ready? Meng Mei asked. I'm ready, Pan Yuxian said. As one of the oldest players, she was a brawler. Naturally, her realm was extremely high. Now, she had also set foot on the path of rank 9, even though stepping on the path and reaching the end were two different concepts. But I'm not good at this, she said. You can only do it. It's fine. You've become very beautiful, very beautiful. As long as you don't reveal your true nature and become gentle, yes, it's this business-like smile. Spend money on them. Meng Mei said. They let the entire body of the system stand on the lens of the eyeball. In an instant, the entire system elementalized, and a projection descended. Descend, God Alchemist, ancient existence of the universe. Virtual reality, equivalent exchange for everything you have. Why isn't it Ultraman? Vulgar. Dorica continent. The entire continent was in a state of panic. In the neighboring Fury continent, everyone knew that a terrifying unknown virus had broken out. Although the entire empire was unwilling to reveal it, they could no longer block the news. Everyone saw an extremely terrifying scene. Endless space railguns were sealing the entire continent. That was almost half of the entire empire's savings. To think that it was just a continent used to seal a planet, no one was a fool. Not to mention giving up a continent, even if the empire had to give up a planet, they wouldn't have spent so much war savings. The situation was definitely terrible to the extreme. At the end of life and death, we're doomed. What on earth happened? The entire continent. Is it the sun of the universe's Taoist? Countless people looked at the night sky in silence. Many people walked out of the tall buildings, out of the balconies, and looked at the stars outside. They felt the arrival of the apocalypse. They felt the terror of it more than anyone else. However, the torrent of fate was rolling. Everyone living in this era was like a speck of dust. They couldn't make a choice, couldn't change anything. We can't change our own fate. An old woman hugged a child, standing on the balcony and looking into the distance. The world is truly cruel and heartless. We can't do anything but wait. Grandma, the empire has already sacrificed a continent. Are we still going to sacrifice us? The child asked. I'm not sure. Regardless of whether we are sacrificed or not, we have no choice. The white-haired old woman kindly stroked the child's head and antlers. Suddenly, a sparse radiance descended upon the earth. What is that? This was a ray of light that converged to form a hazy female god that was extremely beautiful. Everyone saw this beautiful silhouette, so vast that it pierced through the clouds, standing tall on the ground, giving off a mysterious feeling. Just by looking at her for the first time, an endless stream of information flowed into his mind. This was the law. Some sort of law that distorted the laws of the universe. An unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. Was this another mysterious trace of a rank 9 universe being? Oh my god, disaster is coming. Oh my god, what is this? What unbelievable existence is descending? Someone wailed. They thought back to the most ancient era of destruction. Only after the fall of Renamenka did so many rank 9 universe existences descend upon this land. A scene similar to that of the past appeared before their eyes. Did it mean that the destruction was about to repeat itself? Out of the 37 planets, only 6 were left, and now a catastrophe was happening again. Was it about to be completely destroyed? Endless despair revolved around their hearts. Voila! The old woman and her child were also extremely excited, lying on the balcony looking at the goddess outside. She found that as long as she looked, a light blue virtual screen appeared in front of her. God Alchemist, these words slowly appeared in her mind. I am an alchemist, a product of the ultimate law of the universe's higher dimensional civilization. My goal is to kill the number 1 taboo existence in the universe, the Buddha Pillar God. The beautiful woman's cold voice resounded. But there was a vague feeling of wanting to raise her arms to show off her muscles. It was very strange. The Buddha Pillar God has the characteristic of eternal life, an eternal tumor of the universe, has already destroyed countless enlightened civilizations. Every time the Buddha Pillar God descends, the God Alchemist will follow. Below was the game store. There were all sorts of exchange programs. It was a dazzling lineup. Chasing after the Buddha pillar god? Chasing after that virus? The old woman's expression changed slightly. She could feel the terror of this taboo existence. Countless enlightened civilizations were chasing after it. It could be seen how terrifying it was. Incomparable terror. It had already destroyed an unknown number of level 9 civilizations that had achieved the Tao. The most important thing was, the Buddha pillar god was actually eternal. Even she knew what this meant. She could not wait for it to fall, because with its eternal life, this monster would most likely destroy countless enlightened civilizations in the universe. Therefore, he could only forcefully think of a way to kill him. Therefore, it was only natural that the mysterious fiend god alchemists were born. She looked carefully. Why does it look like a virtual online game? The old woman was shocked. Naturally, she had played this type of game before and was extremely familiar with it. After all, everyone grew up playing online games. In the Empire, many of the commoners' entertainment methods were this. What the hell is this? Let me see. The old woman's gaze swept across the room, and the more she looked, the more shocked she became. All kinds of mysterious transcendent artifacts, Tesla coils, Gatling staffs. What was the scariest thing? In fact, they could even purchase life points directly. As long as he paid a high enough price, he could directly break through to become a Tier 8 god. She looked further down and was even more shocked. He could actually purchase the 9th stage. Heavens, is this really possible? The old woman turned pale with fright, and felt her whole body trembling. The information contained within was too much. Anything could be exchanged for, anything could be purchased. Even if it's an online virtual game, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. In the game, you can directly purchase your level and bloodline, and instantly max out your level. This is practically a game cheat. She was completely shocked. What's more, this is the real universe. Is this the means of the advanced Taoist civilizations of the universe? Their technology, civilization, methods, and vision are already unimaginably strong. But upon closer inspection, she realized that it was extremely expensive. Every stage had 10 levels. Gods were level 80, and Taoists of the universe were level 90. And to directly purchase one to become a god, even with her shallow knowledge, she could roughly see the terrifying amount of resources. It actually required a central planet to produce energy resources for up to 300 years. Heavens, is this really an equivalent exchange? Her voice trembled as she felt that this number was too terrifying. If such resources were placed on the bored transcendent planet next door, it would probably be able to produce 30 gods. She continued to look. Breaking through to Tier 9 was an astronomical number. Even if she sold the entire Tier empire that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, it would still be far from enough. This must be a lie, it must be a lie. Her expression calmed down as she looked at a 6 yuan first charge gift pack, and gritted her teeth. But to test if this is the means of the gods and demons, I just need first charge gift pack. Digitize yourself, display system panel. She silently made a comparison of the value of this so-called 6 yuan. It was actually comparable to half a year's worth of income, 60,000. A whole 70,000 Tier empire energy coins. It was simply too expensive. Energy coins were the common currency of advanced civilizations. They were refined and purified energy. Even if she went to trade with other unknown civilizations, there would not be any barriers. But the old man was silent for a moment. If it was in the past, the thrifty old man would definitely feel a heartache. But now, she did not know how long the future would be. Thinking to this point, she silently pressed the first charge button. Something strange happened. A beam of light guided the energy coins that he placed, and they instantly disappeared into the huge figure. Confirming payment, payment completed. You can start the lottery now. Do you want to draw? Draw. The wheel spun. Ding. You have obtained a Tier 5 life voucher of 0.5 yuan. The old man's expression changed slightly. He opened the system store and looked at his personal panel. Race bloodline, deer, no cultivation method, strength, 0, 3 agility, 0. 4 spirit, 0. 6, normal value is 1, realm, Tier 0, VIP 0, realm effects VIP level, affects purchasing authority. The old man looked at this panel and felt that it was very normal. Although some of the empire's higher-ups cultivated some extraordinary systems, their realms were not high. Most of them were tier 3 or 4. Some ordinary people would choose to go to the dojo to cultivate, and most of them were around tier 2. She could not bear to spend money, and she had to work, so she gritted her teeth and did not cultivate. That's right, purchase realm. The old man's breathing quickened. He quickly looked at the price of the realm. Reaching tier 2 in one go is 648 yuan, she felt a heartache. This was her life savings, and it was also the largest savings that most ordinary families could take out. But after a moment of silence, she silently chose to top up. Whoosh, a beam of light descended. Please silently cultivate one of the martial path and soul path cultivation systems. Almost all ordinary people knew about these two common cultivation methods. She felt something faintly entering her body. It was warm, gentle, and her body was gradually becoming younger. After an unknown period of time, the young man beside her was completely stunned. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" She suddenly walked in front of the mirror and looked at the extremely beautiful young girl in the mirror. It was actually her younger self. "My appearance? I'm tier 2? VIP 2? The old woman was extremely shocked. After a while, she seriously went to look for valuable things in the house. On the other side, the Empire Conference had completely erupted. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Another mysterious tier 9 civilization has descended? Chasing after the Rulai Pillar God? Looks like this virus, in the eyes of the true advanced civilizations in the universe, is much more terrifying than we imagined. We are saved. We are not the only ones fighting against this natural disaster. Countless corporate executives were very excited. They were extremely suspicious at first and were extremely vigilant. But naturally, they had tested it and found that it was really possible to successfully exchange for it. There were even some corporate executives who directly exchanged for level 70 epic items. Even though the combat power of the realm was weak, and the breakthrough was relatively slow and gentle, spending a month in the high-dimensional space, it was indeed a success. This is an ancient method of our lost ancient civilization. Yes, it's the life origin energy fluid, but the purity is even higher than in our ancient civilization's records. In our records, it takes 3 months to achieve a breakthrough in the same realm, but here, it only takes 1 month. Many of them had tears in their eyes. How many years had it been? How many tens of thousands of years had it been? They had been stuck in this stage of civilization, unable to progress. They wanted to revive the divine factory, but there were no signs of it at all. Until now, they were almost in despair. They felt that perhaps their civilization had reached the end, and they would not be able to take this step. This is a terrifying technological civilization. Their life origin energy fluid's purity is unimaginably high. You have to know that in any life extraction process, there will be accompanying impurities. And this one has almost no impurities. The entire empire's parliament was in chaos. The core technology they had been hoping for had appeared here. Oh my god. Look, we can even exchange for grade 7 and above. They can even help us break through to grade 8. Is that even possible? According to ancient records, the divine factory of our civilization is, in fact, an unimpeded breakthrough to the 7th level. That's right, the 7th level is already the limit of relying on pure energy to break through. Grade 8 is a qualitative change. It's a terrifying realm that can only be broken through by walking the high-dimensional path of grade 8. Yes, pure energy can't help us break through. If it was so easy to break through, the neighboring board planet would not be so rare. Gods had to walk the high-dimensional path, which was extremely difficult. Perhaps, this mysterious god-fiend alchemist can really help me break through to become a god? Through some method, he can help us complete the high-dimensional path directly? This was terrifying. So terrifying that it made one's skin crawl. Ordinary people might not understand, but only the elite scientists in the upper echelons of the empire knew what this meant. For ordinary grade 9 civilizations, grade 7 was the limit. In ancient civilizations, many of them were grade 7, and grade 8 beings had to work hard to walk the high-dimensional path, so there were not many grade 8 beings. But this civilization, their technology can help you break through to the 8th order without any obstructions. It can help you complete the path of a rank 8 deity, the path of higher dimensional spacetime 100%. That was too terrifying. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rank 7 and rank 8 were two different concepts. We want to give it a try, His Majesty Tyr said. But Your Majesty, the resources are too much. At the side, some officials hesitated. It was not that they could not afford the price, but they felt that it was a loss. With such resources, the neighboring board planet could produce 30 gods. It doesn't matter. His Majesty Tyr said, if it's true, it'll be very frightening. The forbidden civilization behind this mysterious market is probably the most invincible among the grade 9 civilizations. We can't think of any method to help us complete the path of grade 8. If we can exchange for grade 8 gods, what about grade 9 gods? Although we can't buy it, it's even more terrifying to be able to help people complete the path of laws with 100%. At the same time, did you notice? Only level 8 gods, VIP 8, can purchase many of the top-notch items in the shop, His Majesty said. Everyone turned to look. Immediately, he discovered many dazzling top-notch bloodlines and their corresponding complete top-notch cultivation techniques. Inner Space Bloodline, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, Sea of Consciousness Cultivation Method. Evil Eye Bloodline, Sorcerer Meditation Technique. Shu Mountain Sword Technique. Faith Incense Dharma. They were innumerable. Looking at the introductions of these cultivation methods, they were simply incomparably envious. What did this mean? Everyone knew that. A top-tier transcendent bloodline paired with a mature cultivation technique was something that countless space civilizations could only dream of. In a space civilization, this knowledge was the greatest treasure. It was enough to support the complete inheritance of an entire civilization. This was too shocking. One had to know that the Soul Path and Martial Path were common cultivation techniques of the two universes. They were very basic. The cat's tail bugs of the neighboring board planet had all cultivated some incomplete cultivation techniques, which was why they were so weak. If they were given a top-notch transcendent bloodline, coupled with a complete transcendent cultivation technique, for example, the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art. If they were to learn it, their battle prowess would be limitless, and they would be invincible among their peers. Their spaceships would probably be easily destroyed. This was simply unimaginable. All of these can only be exchanged after breaking through to rank 8 deity and obtaining VIP 8 authority. At the same time, each bloodline is comparable to the price of a deity, and each corresponding cultivation technique is comparable to the price of a deity. Although the higher-ups have said that they cannot be leaked in any form, we still have to see how it goes. This is worth a try. After all, it might represent the complete rise of a civilization. His Majesty Tyr was very decisive. Is there anyone who is willing to give it a try? Your Majesty, let me do it. A trusted aide walked out. Then, let's begin the exchange. Click. Endless resources flowed in, and a beam of light instantly enveloped this man. On the other side, the Alchemist Emperor was still frenziedly absorbing energy, reproducing his own species. The cute girl muttered to herself, this group of Krypton gold sows are too ferocious, too rich. Back then, when the 3 bosses fought to the death in the small universe, they still couldn't compare to the amount of energy we have now. Sure enough, they have an advantage in size. It was right to come to the world of the giant octopus. It was indeed a gold rush. Right now, they were using the energy of the countless giant octopuses they had hunted to make origin substance reserves. They had guessed that they would definitely sell well at the opening, but now they were actually running out of energy, so they were working overtime to produce more. Wait, a deity's list has arrived? So it's coming? It's very likely that the higher-ups of the Empire have already started. The work of breaking through to deity will depend on Sister Carolyn, the cute girl said. Carolyn smiled. Energy was not a problem. The key was how to let these creatures have the high-dimensional spacetime to break through to rank 8 deity without any hindrance. This was very simple for them. This was because the ancient deities had prayed to a certain existence and sent all the nearby races into the high-dimensional spacetime. When breaking through to rank 8 deity, they did not even consider the path to rank 8. So, they could directly turn them into their own race. As for how, the pillar gods could infect others and turn Donna into a pillar god, allowing her to enter the high-dimensional spacetime. She, Carolyn, could naturally infect others and turn them into her race. Her method of infection was to kill, eternal death, crack. In the next second, the entire Rank 7 existence was directly obliterated. His body was devoured, and his memories and soul entered Carolyn's spiritual universe, becoming a part of her memory corridor. Whoosh, Carolyn's cell slowly split, and the celestial arch fell out. It was already a white porcelain structure. Alright, this Rank 7 celestial arch is already part of our race and can enter the high-dimensional spacetime. All that's left is to fill up the energy and reach Rank 8. Is the energy enough? Carolyn smiled. It's fine, the Alchemy Emperor said. Carolyn was actually a little excited. She knew that these players' plans were terrifying. They were frantically seducing this civilization, tricking her into giving up energy, tricking her into becoming a deity, and then becoming part of her race. In the long run, all of them would be VIP 8. Her spiritual universe would probably contain countless giant deities. Dicky, the 3 pillar gods, these little ants would all be beaten to death by her. After becoming a part of my spiritual universe, naturally, I will begin to allow them to exchange for cultivation methods. Because they are already part of my memories, they are all under my control. Even if they want to leak the secret cultivation methods, they can't. This is also the only long-term way to exchange for cultivation methods. Carolyn took a deep breath. But they don't know. They don't know that it has already become a dream for me. They only feel that there are great benefits, and they will frantically exchange for cultivation methods to reach Rank 8 and break through to become a deity. Then, they will exchange for all kinds of bloodlines and cultivation methods. They will go to the great Mech Pillar God, restore the glory of the Empire, and become a Rank 9 civilization. In reality, they are giving me energy, deities, and talents. The cultivation methods and bloodline cultivation methods seem to make me stronger, but they themselves are a part of me. This was too terrifying. This was a terrifying business without any capital. At the same time, these guys were also very vigilant and stingy. The bloodlines they gave were not true transcendent bloodlines. Those bloodline injections were the Bloodline Nouveau Riche Gold plugins produced by the Alchemy Factory. They had brought them here in advance, and now they were really useful. This was too ruthless. Even though they had spent so much money, they had still bought fake bloodline plugins. This civilization is completely finished. Carolyn closed her eyes. She could already feel the scene of the future. The Mech Pillar God is crazily infecting and devouring them, turning them into zombies. And I am also using another method to infect and devour them, becoming an entire race. Carolyn took a deep breath and looked at the players who were still cursing at the side. This group of people was simply a terrifying natural disaster. They looked carefree and talked nonsense, but in reality, only when standing on the opposite side would one understand the terrifying feeling they brought. What kind of situation was this? From VIP 1 to VIP 7, the process required one to spend like crazy, kill enemies, take risks, and then return to the system store to purchase various abilities and realms, allowing one to become stronger. This itself was a huge deduction, equivalent to working for a black-hearted merchant. But what about at VIP 8, once one used up a huge amount of resources to break through to the 8th level? One would no longer be one's own. Instead, it would be the others, all the resources, martial power, combat power, and even oneself that one had accumulated would become the other's property. How was this just a black-hearted merchant? It was a business without any capital. They would swallow one whole, nibbling away at one's belongings step by step, until there was nothing left. And the other party? The other party was probably still feeling grateful and happy after having his leek harvested. This method is very shameless. Carolyn muttered to herself. They came up with this plan in an instant. It is a plan that combines the characteristics of my entire race. She saw through the entire process. After all, what was the system store for? It was binding. It was to prevent the buyer from secretly selling and exchanging cultivation methods and bloodlines. Only after reaching VIP 8 would they sell core cultivation methods and bloodlines, because once they reached VIP 8, they would belong to her entire race. This solved the problem directly, without fear of being leaked. She could modify the other party's memories, thus forming the binding mode of personal cultivation methods in online games. In the Imperial Conference. Whoosh, through the snow-white pillar of light, the trusted aide from earlier quickly arrived. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, as if he was in a higher dimension, out of place with his surroundings. His antlers were very handsome and elegant. Oh my god, he really became a god. Everyone felt this aura and was instantly shocked. Their eyes were burning with passion. This was the first god of their empire, the first god of their race. This meant too many things. The glory of their ancestors was already being restored. God. He actually did it. Countless people surrounded and watched, intending to test it. This is an unbelievable technological method. It can actually allow living beings to cross the 8th level of the higher dimension. This is a cosmic miracle. Then wouldn't our world become a real online game world? System store, level up to buy? Level up and exchange for resources? This is too scary. Is this the power of a high-tier space civilization? Turning a real civilization into an online game. They could already imagine what would happen in the future. There were all kinds of strong people on the streets, exchanging for levels. It was like a real apocalyptic online game. They were favored by high-tier space civilizations, so they could purchase those unimaginable technologies and technology. When they thought of this, they were so excited that their faces turned red, knowing the way in the morning, one can die without regrets in the evening. This was also suitable for them. He felt that he had seen the knowledge of a higher civilization and everything in a higher dimension. Even if he died, he would be satisfied. Someone asked, "How do you feel now that you've become a god?" Also, descend from the high-dimensional spacetime first. Don't burn your lifespan recklessly. At this time, the newborn deity was slightly startled and murmured, "I feel that I can't descend into the lower dimensions, what?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. A god couldn't even control the free high-dimensional space. Wouldn't that mean that a god could only live for 3 months? It was terrifying. It was too illogical. It was ridiculous that a god could only have the lifespan of an insect in the real world for 3 months. At this time, a scientist on the side studied carefully and said, "This might be a side effect. This kind of terrifying unknown technology in the universe forcibly fixes living beings into the high-dimensional spacetime before they can break through. But they can only stay fixed and can't descend into the lower dimensions." This reasoning was very reasonable. At this time, another very famous old scientist said, "At the same time, the skin texture cells have become very strange. The overall structure has changed, becoming extremely dense and very heavy. Their weight has increased by more than 30 times. Perhaps this is also related to the side effect of entering the high-dimensional spacetime." Indeed. This is obviously the advanced technology of the God Factory. It's very mysterious. We need to study it. Everyone was in deep thought because it was impossible for a living being to enter the high-dimensional spacetime without a price. In their eyes, this was very reasonable. With this method, the god that broke through would have flaws. This was natural. His Majesty Tyr sat high up and asked coldly, "What about the staff committee? Let's first summarize the current conclusions." A minister walked out. "Your Majesty, there are 2 characteristics in front of us. The first is that he is forcibly fixed in the high-dimensional spacetime, and the second is that his cell structure has mutated. These are all suspected side effects. The most important thing is that he is forcibly fixed in the high-dimensional spacetime. Such a god can only live about 3 months in the real world. Perhaps this is also a means to resist the pillar god Buddha, allowing the local indigenous civilization to quickly burn their combat power and carry out a high-intensity strangulation and counterattack. But we don't think this is important. First of all, for the person involved, he still has the lifespan of a normal god. There is no loss of lifespan. Secondly, for us outsiders, this is the most important. We have spent a lot of resources to cultivate a god, but he can only live for 3 months. Isn't that too much of a loss? You know, in the supernatural world next door, each of their gods has the combat power of an oppressor class, protecting a force for thousands of years. 3 months is very difficult for them, but for us, that is not the case. First of all, the main role of our technological gods is not to fight, and naturally not oppressor class combat power, but to control high-dimensional combat instruments and spaceships, and to extend our own lifespan. At the same time, 3 months is actually a benefit for us. Why? His Majesty Tyr asked. 3 months is enough for a scientist to study 9,000 years of technological civilization, and we will usher in an unprecedented frenzy of iterations and updates. The advisor said, yes, according to the law of the development of a universal civilization, a society with technology to produce gods is a true level 9 civilization, so the divine factory is the threshold, because the lifespan of a god-class scientist is nearly 10,000 years, living in the high-dimensional spacetime to research, you can imagine. All the counselors and leaders of the financial forces were discussing among themselves, their hearts were shaken. Indeed, the significance of a divine scientist with a lifespan of 10,000 years was too great. His role was not to fight but to research all kinds of rule weapons. At that time, technology had been growing at a constant exponential rate, becoming stronger and stronger. Moreover, this growth rate was constant. This was also the terrifying characteristic of a level 9 technological civilization. This growth rate would be incomparably terrifying, until it was infinitely close to the limit of the universe, the final barrier. If it wasn't so, how could a civilization fight against the individual rank 9 universe life forms in the vast universe? Great beings who surpassed the laws of the universe, one was the limit of an individual, a person was a world, a civilization. The other was the limit of a group of people formed a world, a civilization. His Majesty Tyr's voice was very cold. This emperor was full of dominance and calmness as he smiled and said, indeed, it is difficult for the extraordinary gods to live for 3 months, because they have to rule over their forces for 10,000 years, and only 3 months is a joke, but to us, it is a frenzy of technological innovation, and scientists can also live that long. Everyone knew this, and it was only natural. After all, the divine factory was originally tailored for the path of technology, and it was not suitable for the extraordinary side. This advisor group spokesperson said, Your Majesty, next, we strongly suggest that we let our old scientists who are nearing the end of their lifespans become gods. After all, each and every one of them is a great treasure of our civilization, and dying of old age is a loss to our society. Not only will they regain their youth and long lifespans, they will also crazily iterate technology in the higher dimension. We will usher in a great civilization explosion, and we will have a certain degree of resistance against the pillar god Rolai's invasion. There was a lot of discussion below, quickly becoming heated. That's right, if our top scientists become gods and are stationed in the higher dimensional time and space, a great technological explosion. Each scientist can only live for 3 months. Crazily researching. Then we are sure. Our civilization will return to its ancient glory and restore top technology. It is only a matter of time. Countless upper echelons were extremely excited. This was the true meaning of rapid change. On the side, there were also countless scientists with fiery eyes, reporting their names. For them, this was a great opportunity. Many of them were already dying of old age, and now they could live for nearly 10,000 years. At the same time, they could immerse themselves in their favorite technological projects. Don't worry, everyone. You are all the backbone of the empire, we will not forget you. After all, science and technology is the core of our empire. Staff, I hope you can give us a list of scientists. His Majesty Tyr took a deep breath and said, then, the exchange to become a god has been successful. What about the second exchange and the third exchange? At this time, they also exchanged for the transcendent bloodline and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. However, exchanging for such a peerless cosmic technique made them feel extremely pained. At this time, the god said, I already have a bloodline, some kind of special organ has taken root in the body. At the same time, I also have a cultivation method. Everyone was shocked. Another kind of terrifying mysterious technology? Through technological means, they could implant bloodline organs and let people have the corresponding bloodline? Then why don't you quickly recite the cultivation method? The people next to him were anxious. Show us the organs, let us see. At this time, the god who had just broken through frowned and said, I can't recite it, and I can't show you my organs. I'm not allowed to teach you in any form. It's a mysterious feeling. What? As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked. Did they sign some kind of terrifying contract? Even gods couldn't escape from it. At this moment, in this mall, another mysterious technology was displayed in front of them, completely shocking them. However, they didn't know that this was even more terrifying than the contract. This god was already a part of Carolyn's memory. All the members of the Empire's parliament were completely shocked. Godly alchemist, a universe market built with the goal of killing the Buddha pillar god. Every time the Buddha pillar god invaded, it would descend at the same time to help the native civilizations in the universe resist this taboo existence. However, the universe's technological civilization that built this market was too terrifying. From the various techniques on it, it was definitely not a single super civilization. Instead, it was multiple super civilizations that joined together to form a cosmic alliance to resist the Buddha pillar god. This was a level 1 war preparation trading market. High-level civilizations would provide war preparation support to low-level civilizations. His Majesty Tyr took a deep breath. His expression was solemn as he thought to himself, this is a crisis, but also an opportunity. If we can resist the Buddha pillar god, then our civilization will be able to obtain enough benefits from this market. Our race will usher in a rise. After all, he was an overlord with great talent and strategy. Then, you can only cultivate by yourself? His Majesty Tyr asked. Yes, the god replied. Tyr felt a tinge of regret. He knew that this would be the case. This kind of super civilization would not have any loopholes. Then, to save resources, we'll directly break through to become a god. After all, we don't rely on ourselves to fight. After all, the consumption made him feel extremely pained. A single divinity consumed the energy equivalent to that of 30 divinities. And each technique and bloodline used up the energy of 30 gods. This new god in front of him used up the energy of 90 gods. This was comparable to the tax reserves of an extremely prosperous central planet for thousands of years. The Empire's tens of thousands of years of strategic energy reserves were being rapidly consumed. Especially the space rail cannon. The consumption was too severe. Resources were too scarce now. It's obvious that these top-notch cultivation methods were bought for extraordinary gods. His Majesty Tyr closed his eyes. Those hateful fellows should have found out soon. At this moment, the list of scientists breaking through to become a god came from the advisor group next door. Then, without delay, let the 3 top scientists break through to become a god first. His Majesty Tyr checked the market and prepared to bring the entire empire to continue spending money. However, bad news came. God purchase cooldown, 6 hours. What, there's a purchase limit. His Majesty Tyr frowned as he carefully read the words below. We can also make an appointment and pay 40% of the deposit in advance. Hurry up and make an appointment. Don't let the bored cat-tailed bedbugs next door get there first. His face turned cold. Also, I don't know how the virus will develop in 6 hours. Since it's like this, let all the great scientists enter the high-dimensional spacetime directly and burn their lifespans to start their research in advance. He ordered coldly, the technological explosion of our civilization is about to begin. If it was in the past, letting a national treasure of the Empire enter a high-dimensional spacetime was undoubtedly suicide, but things were different now. In any case, he was about to break through to deity life extension. Entering the high-dimensional spacetime in advance would also buy him a lot of time. The Empire is about to enter a period of rapid growth. He said coldly, we're in a race against the entire virus technology. Who lives and who dies, it's still unknown. On the other hand, inside the eyeball, the cute girl was dumbfounded. This group of Krypton gold sows, we've underestimated them, our resources can't keep up with the demand. We can only limit our purchases. They had painstakingly hunted down countless giant octopuses to accumulate enough primordial substance to become a god. They had saved up enough stock before opening the shop, but they were all sold out in an instant. Right now, he wanted the power of the second origin form. Naturally, there was none. Although he had obtained a vast amount of energy, the conversion of the Alchemy Emperor also needed time. He was already working overtime. After all, 6 hours was equivalent to 25 years of crazy breeding. Even a race might not be able to achieve that. This was because many other people, the lower class, were also buying from the system shop. Although they were all level 1 or 2, the consumption of origin form was still comparable to the consumption of gods. The entire planet was in a frenzy. countless people were spending money. In the high-dimensional space-time, they could barely meet the demand of these low-dimensional creatures for 100 years a day. It was obvious how terrifying it was. They're really crazy. They're really a country bumpkin civilization with a deep foundation. They have quite a lot of local specialties stored, a player said with a serious face. These country bumpkins are really making a fuss. Isn't it just becoming a god? The giant octopus also had a serious face and patted the shocked cerebrum god beside it. The cerebrum god looked at the giant octopus's smug face and was shocked by the scene in front of him. He muttered in a daze. So that's how it is. The Tathagata Pillar God civilization has come to this land. That's why this advanced Taoist civilization would come to this poor and remote place and set up a shop here to help the civilization here resist the war of countless Taoist civilizations. He took a deep breath. Originally, he was extremely skeptical, but now he had to believe it. It's like I'm seeing a vast war at the center of the universe. It was indeed the center of the universe. On the internet, it had completely exploded. Screenshots appeared one after another, and the scene inside made everyone shocked. They were dumbfounded. So it's really not a scam on the inside, but a move on this civilization. Yeah, this kind of low-level civilization is at a level that even the god of creation has not come into contact with. Their cultivation techniques, systems, bloodlines, and civilization knowledge are very backward, so of course they're ecstatic. Spend money, spend money, spend money. Wait, these guys are dogs, right? They're selling a cultivation technique for the price of 30 giant gods? Even if we sell the entire earth, we still won't be able to afford this cultivation technique. Teeth. JPG, it turns out that I'm indeed a keyboard saint. The cultivation techniques I know are already enough to buy an entire earth. Suddenly enlightened, I'm the richest man in the universe. Shocked, countless people were murmuring, lamenting the terrifying price of goods in the universe. Of course, there were also people who were bitter. How shameless. They're even selling fake and inferior products. They don't give us the orthodox bloodline, and they even give us the alchemy bloodline plug-in, a defective product. Bull. JPG, in fact, they never thought that a person could be so black-hearted. It was fine if the cultivation technique was sold at such a high price. But the bloodline was defective. The most important thing was that he had broken through to the 8th level of the god. His entire person's kryptonite combat power, and even himself, had become the other party's property. He gave it to the other party with interest. Akina Mountain sped up. Cough, cough, cough. You animals are really well prepared. You even brought my alchemy bloodline organ before you left. Sure enough, it came in handy. One of my organs can actually be sold for hundreds of years' worth of taxes on a developed planet. It's almost enough to buy an entire Earth. Shouldn't you give me some of the money? Excited, he felt that his race still had endless potential. As expected of a kryptonite factory, he had returned to his original glory. Mengmei, cough, cough, cough. This is the price we sold it for ourselves. Why should we share it with you? Akina Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt terrible. These bastards abandoned me, leaving me here to be tortured by Emperor Qi. They happily went on a vacation in the universe to earn quick money and not bring me along. Cough, cough. Naturally, Mengmei was not that cruel. After all, they still had to cooperate in the future. The shopping mall still had to take goods from him. Of course, we can't share it with you now. After all, we're just in the early stages of our business. It's hard to get cash flow. Plus, we have a lot of people who get dividends. The Alchemy Emperor, Ermin, Carolyn, and a group of players. Everyone has to share it. Carolyn wants the biggest share. How about this? The next time we come back, we'll ask for orders from you. We'll split the money then. We'll make money together, then you'll officially join us. Akina Mountain's face darkened. He knew better than anyone else how wretched these people were. By then, this native transcendent world would probably have nothing left. What was the point of inviting him to join them? Mengmei continued. Now, our plan is built on the foundation of Carolyn. Naturally, we have to share the dividends. And we're betting the treasure on Carolyn. After all, the pride of the Ashutl people won't slander their own people. At the very least, they're trustworthy. If it's the three pillar gods and Emperor Qi, we might be done for. They'll definitely kill us and enjoy it for themselves. What's the situation now? We're helping Carolyn rise. In the future, we'll fool hundreds, thousands of giant gods and become part of the whole race. They'll enter her spiritual universe. When that time comes, we'll break through to the True Nine. Then, we'll instantly become the top invincible among the complete True Nine. Even Rhiannomenka might be beaten to a pulp. When that time comes, we'll go back and kill Emperor Qi and the three pillar gods. It'll be a matter of minutes. Suji sat in the huge study room and turned off the internet. His expression instantly turned weird. Why does everyone want to attack Rhiannomenka? Did they provoke you? The machine pillar god felt that it had developed. As long as it stabilized the opponent and devoured this land and turned into zombies, victory would be easy. The players also felt that it was capable. Could it win if it devoured this land and turned into a whole race? Suji had a calm expression. They really think that the civilizations here are all country bumpkins. A mere rank 9 trash native can be defeated in a matter of minutes. How was this civilization from more than 100,000 years ago? Suji did not know. However, the civilizations in front of him were indeed not strong. That was true, but they are still too young. Ta. Suji left the huge study room and walked out of the villa. He looked towards the universe garden. This land that was even larger than Earth was now extremely prosperous. Flowers and plants flourished, strange beasts roamed freely. It was an extremely dangerous place deep in the mountains and forests. Endless storms and turbulence swept through. From time to time, space-shattering cosmic rays would sweep through space and time. Violent electromagnetic fields swept through the sky. A bunch of plants were following this harsh environment, escaping the energy storm that was about to erupt. Suji narrowed his eyes. In this environment, the evolved creatures can really run. Medusa is here, playing with the plant pillar god. There are also those little fellows that I brought from the outside. Medusa's era was too long ago. Although she had never come into contact with the pillar god virus, she was currently researching it with great interest. After all, the structure and knowledge of the pillar god was enough for her to research for a period of time. She was immersed in it and could not be bothered with what was happening outside. In the entire universe garden, many of the plants that could run were infected. This plant pillar god seemed to have become the gardener of the entire universe garden. This type of plant is a good plant. At this moment, the plant pillar god looked at the plants that were running and avoiding the spacetime electromagnetic storm. It felt that perhaps it was not a bad thing for it to be controlled by such a terrifying evil god. If my plants could escape and hide in the inner space, they would not have been blasted by the Star Destroyer cannons and I would not have been destroyed so quickly. Suji looked at them quietly developing and did not care too much. His clone left the Cosmos Garden and flew towards the bored extraordinary planet in the distance. His avatar was now the size of a normal person. After all, this was the size of a proper clone. Previously, he was just suppressing it. Although a clone of this size needed a huge amount of energy to support it, Suji was not lacking in energy now. This was because he was already standing on the path to the 9th step. He needed to rely on himself to break through, so he did not need any energy. Whoosh. Suji gently passed through the atmosphere and silently landed on the planet. This was a city with black stone walls. The city walls were as tall as the clouds. They were more than 30 stories high, and when one looked up, they pierced through the clouds. This was the city of a transcendent world. It was sturdy, tall, and thick. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a city wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even an ordinary deity would not be able to break through and topple the city wall in an instant. Walking on the street, Suji saw a snow-white beam of light in the distance. There was a beautiful and valiant woman standing there, looking extremely majestic. On the streets, nobles were riding on huge, malevolent beasts. Armored knights would occasionally pass by. But the scene was different. This Gatling Buddhist staff looks interesting. Tesla Coil Hoop Spell, an artifact from the Buddhist beast controlling sect. It can actually hunt giant beasts. Maybe I should give it a try. In front of the War Guild, many people were talking excitedly. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to go to the edge of the Forbidden Mountain to hunt beasts and level up? We're short of a warrior. Killing monsters and level up was a phrase in the online games of the technological planet next door. Although this place was ancient, the nobles knew how to enjoy themselves. They could still secretly get their hands on all kinds of standalone games and novelties from the technological planet for entertainment and relaxation. It was just that life at the bottom was difficult and arduous. After all, this was a transcendent civilization that worshipped the individual and heroism. The gap between the rich and poor, between the top and the bottom, could no longer be described as huge. At the same time, killing monsters and leveling up was also a phrase that the nobles chased after. After all, there was no need to train hard. Killing monsters and gaining energy could be used to buy levels and level up. This was simply a godlike miracle. In front of the war guild, someone shouted, "Our young master wants to hire a team of 5 people to kill monsters and level up. There's a handsome reward, and the requirements are grade 5 and above. Powerhouses are preferred. Since we're going to hunt poison mist spiders, those with 160 agility and above are preferred. Those who come here to participate, first light up the system page and show your character attributes." "I'll do it." All of a sudden, countless people rushed over. Suji was slightly taken aback, feeling that something was amiss. Some nobles also hired others to help kill monsters and level up. I seem to see the rich players in the online games hiring thugs to help lead them to level up. Suji's face was a little dark. The new direction of civilization and the tide of the times seemed to be coming. This was simply a transformation towards digitalized reality and a real online game. In fact, it was not that these nobles could not afford the energy from their families. They just wanted to train their combat skills while hunting for energy. To think that before the players came, I even came to the library. Here to look up information. It's a decent transcendent world, but all of a sudden, Suji was also helpless. Once these players came here to mess around, the style would definitely be completely distorted. Killing monsters, leveling up, forming teams, fighting. Going to the system store to buy, paying money, VIP membership. After all, compared to hard training, killing monsters to level up is faster. No one wants to work so hard. Suji's expression was very calm. But don't they know that the realm of leveling up is very weak? Of course they know, but most ordinary people think that they don't have any heaven-defying training talent. Leveling up is naturally better. So what if they break through to the same level as them? They can beat those who are weaker than them. They even think that if they break through to God, they can buy bloodlines and corresponding bloodline techniques of the advanced universe, and they can become powerful again. And there were still some talented geniuses who did not level up. That way, their realm would be too unstable and too weak. Instead, they cultivated step by step. But it had to be said that this opened up a new training system, killing monsters to level up. From the looks of it, this group of players has made a killing. This planet has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. It's simply unfathomable. There must be many people from families with tens of thousands of years of history who have reached VIP 8 and become gods. They have made a killing. Suji's expression became more and more calm. They had made a killing. They had turned those people into gods for the entire race, but did Suji suffer a loss? Suji was the biggest winner. Because pulling them into a higher dimension was equivalent to turning them into the Zerg race. First, it was the Zerg race, then the entire race. They thought that they had made a killing, but after squeezing out their flesh and blood, assets, and reaching VIP 8, even the people became theirs. But in reality, they have become my Zerg race. Suji was extremely calm, so he let them do whatever they wanted. And at this moment, Suji also felt for the first time that this group of people came to a different world. Their style would definitely change. All kinds of nonsense was not bad. At least it's not my world, but these poor aliens. Suji took a deep breath. His eyes flashed, and he looked into a certain palace. His figure was faintly discernible, and he moved 1,000 miles with each step. I've already walked through the technology side next door. Naturally, I have to take a look at the extraordinary side. Maybe I can find some records and remains of Renamenka. Even on the technology side, there were remnants of Renamenka's remains. What about here? Suji was also looking forward to it. After all, it was always good to study for a while. He was also thinking about how to deal with his iron-based giant avatar. Otherwise, if they really fought and saw that it was made of flesh and blood, it would be a joke. Suji swept his gaze across the area. He was here to see if there were any remnants of Renamanga in this land. After all, the technological side next door had remnants that allowed the machine pillar god to be born as an iron-based life form. Perhaps there are some here as well. Who knows, Suji said softly. Although most of the benefits from the past had been taken away, leaving only some insignificant remnants here, to Suji, the so-called techniques, knowledge, and treasures that the Stage 9s fought over were not important. All he wanted was a trace of iron-based genes. Or rather, a trace of living flesh and blood. Just a trace would be enough. After all, the machine pillar god next door had already used up a portion of its flesh and blood. Suji naturally had to look for more. It's really not easy to turn oneself into an iron-based life form. But I believe that the people of this land do not know that Renamanga is an iron-based life form and only treat it as an ordinary meteorite. If there is, there will still be some left. Suji was incomparably calm. After all, even the number one god of swords in the natural god system did not know about this. It was clear that iron-based life forms were extremely secretive. Perhaps only the few Stage 9s who had personally experienced the Legacy War would know. Whoosh. Suji gently grasped the void. What happened? His Excellency used reincarnation again? In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the underworld rapidly shook. Under everyone's shocked and aghast gazes, the entire reincarnation hanging high up in the sky disappeared into thin air, and then appeared in front of Suji. Super sense. Cause and effect link. Expand the range of perception. Various talents superimposed on his body. Suji's eyes were cold, without joy or sorrow. From his point of view, it was as if the entire world was filled with connected threads, drifting and revolving around him. On the chaotic streets, the blood connection between father and son, the connection between enemies. Even the path that everyone passed, the things that they touched, all had a faint connection. Suji closed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual force expanded formlessly. The machine pillar god must have discovered this as well. There might still be some fragments left on the transcendent planet, but they are trapped on the continent and cannot come here. It was also Suji who had obtained the information from the machine pillar god, so he rushed here first. And when the machine pillar god revealed this supreme secret, it never would have thought that the Renamanga it believed would actually come here to take its genes. Boom, rays of light circulated. Not to mention ordinary higher deities, even the supreme gods of the laws of nature were unable to sense this enormous and concealed aura. After all, Suji's combat strength was already at the weak 9th rank, and these so-called supreme gods who were still on the path of laws could not even compare to the super science of the cosmos back then, and could be killed with a single slap. Unknowingly, I've already reached such a height? Suji stood still for a long time, feeling the karmic connection. Suddenly, he felt a trace of connection in the void. Is it a divine spirit plane? Crack. The void tore apart, and Suji stepped into it. The dark divine plane. In the dark and gloomy sky, on the oppressive gray earth, there were many skeletons walking. In a huge gloomy castle. A higher deity dressed in a black robe. This was a skeletal monarch great emperor. He sat on the throne with 2 balls of fire flickering in his eye sockets. I'm already VIP 7. How detestable. Did so many people make reservations? When will it be our turn to line up for the gods? This was the hateful part. Even if one was already a god, they had to buy it again and become a VIP 8 god to have the authority to buy bloodlines and techniques. A skeleton general next to him said, Your Majesty, if we can exchange for the corpse sword immortal bloodline, the ancient sword-lifting cultivation technique, our dead spirit clan's warriors will definitely be extremely powerful. Yes, this bloodline, this peerless cultivation technique. The skeleton deity said, but this attribute panel is quite interesting. It can actually show our body data. It's some kind of law, a domain that only those who have achieved the Tao in the universe can set foot in. The skeleton deity rested his chin on his hand. Click. In the next second, the black-purple heart death scepter in his hand disappeared without a trace. Who is it? The skeleton deity instantly froze, a look of horror flashed in his eyes, and he roared in incomparable horror, who secretly stole our supreme divine weapon. Even those supreme gods of the laws couldn't do this. Thud thud thud. Suji tore space and left. He didn't care about those gods. He found that his mentality had changed. Whether it was the great gods who ruled a land or the insignificant mortals, there was almost no difference. On a whim, he might chat with mortals, such as Donna's father, the fat boss. If he wasn't interested, he wouldn't even care about these gods. When I make friends, I never care about who is strong or weak, because they won't be stronger than me. Suji's expression turned strange as he thought of a certain wise saying. Click. Suji took off the black iron gem on the scepter. That's it, Suji sensed it with his spiritual force, immersed it, and frowned. It's really ordinary black iron. There's nothing different. I can barely see the cell structure. This is too delicate. Is this an iron-based life form? At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Frowny face discovered hero-level offspring. Do you want to extract genes, read inherited memories, cultivation method, bloodline? Suji was slightly startled. Hero-level bloodline, the Zerg hero had perfected 5 genes, which was rank 10, this iron-based life form in front of him, Renamanga, was actually a descendant of a rank 10? Read memories, cultivation method, bloodline, inheritance? Suji took a deep breath. Of course, he knew what this meant. It was simply too terrifying, that ancient Renamanga, the greatest secret treasure, was at his fingertips. Cultivation method, bloodline, knowledge, these were all the factors that made up a top existence in the universe. He had always thought that the various treasures of Renamanga had long been divided by countless rank 9 beings more than 100,000 years ago. Even the universe garden was not left. But now, Suji could actually. I can read inherited memories through genes? Suji was stunned. He felt that this surprise came too suddenly. Yes, the descendants of any high-level life form in the universe will have inherited memories of their offspring. The subbrain of the Zerg replied. Suji naturally understood this. The powerful transcendent races all had inherited memories. For example, the giant octopus had inherited memories of this race. Won't the other party notice? Suji frowned. The subbrain of the Zerg replied, under normal circumstances, any method of coveting or prying into the inherited memories of this race will be sensed by the rank 10 and instantly erased. Unless the other party has already died? Suji asked. Even if that ultimate rank 10 has died, it can't covet it. When he was alive, he had already distorted the great law of the universe in this aspect. Even if he died, the law will still exist and will still form the final race barrier, killing all beings below the rank 10 to protect their own race. This kind of law is like a natural phenomenon. When water reaches the boiling point, it will boil on its own. It belongs to a kind of natural law, unless there is another existence of the same level that can distort it. Suji's face darkened. Wasn't he courting death now? Yes, even those rank 9 beings did not dare to do this. They only dared to fight for the inheritance of this one and did not dare to covet the inherited memories of their own race. At the same time, an even more terrifying thought appeared in Suji's mind. At that time, perhaps they did not even know that there was a rank 10 ancestor, so a rank 9 tried to find the inheritance in the genes and ended up being killed. Perhaps, the few rank 9 beings that died at that time were caused by this. It seems that everything that happened in this land more than 100,000 years ago is becoming clearer and clearer. Suji felt the weight of history, and it was a wonderful feeling. This was a sense of satisfaction obtained from pursuing the truth of the golden age of history. Just like how archaeologists were very passionate about archaeology, the moment they learned the truth of ancient times, the satisfaction was unimaginable. The subbrain of the Zerg spoke again. When outsiders peek into the inherited memories, they will naturally be detected, but the members of the internal race will not be detected. The internal race? Suji smiled. He seemed to understand what the subbrain of the Zerg meant. Only the Zerg could secretly peek into the memories of the other race without being detected. Because the Zerg could be any race, avoiding the spying of the laws and bypassing the heavenly secrets. The iron piece in my hand seems very interesting. I may be able to obtain everything of Renamanga, including knowledge, bloodline, inheritance, and secret treasures. Suji took a deep breath. It seems that your race can only be revived by me. Voila. Suji stepped lightly and flew toward the planet's atmosphere. After a while, he returned to the Cosmos Garden and came to the study room. This trip could be said to be a fruitful one. Did the previous Zerg Queen do this often? Suji asked. Yes. The subbrain replied, evolving your own race is not as fast as a ready-made race. You can directly steal the other party's powerful genes and mature transcendent cultivation arts. Suji, he suddenly felt that, he was very honest, a classic example of an honest person. It turned out that the Zerg Queen usually did not have the mood to deduce the race's bloodline, evolution of civilization, cultivation arts. Instead, she would create ready-made ones. She would take over the nest of a magpie and replace it. She secretly killed the son of a race and then threw in Zergan to inherit the bloodline and genes. Then, she would let the Zerg Queen raise her son and breed. Won't we be discovered? Suji asked. The Zerg Queen's gene is an undominant sixth gene. The subbrain said, Zerg Queen, look at this gene sequence. Which race do you think it belongs to? 1. Iron-based gene. 2. Empty. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. Suji broke out in a cold sweat. This was a genetic organism. His first reaction was that it was a pure iron-based life form. He could not tell that it was from the Zerg race at all. Why? The first gene was the race's gene, the remaining second, third, and fourth genes were all obtained by advancing and breaking through the lifeform's level. Therefore, to determine a race, one only needed to look at the first gene. The order of the 5 genes was different, resulting in different effects. For example, if your first gene was an iron-based life form and your second gene was the primordial human's inner space gene, then you would first be an iron-based life form comparable to a planet. Then, you would fuse with your second gene and possess an inner space. Your body size would still be that of a towering iron-based life form. And if your first gene was the primordial human's inner space gene and your second gene was an iron-based life form, then you would be a human with iron-based cells integrated into them. Your body size would be that of a primordial human's Iron Man. The order of the genes was different and the basic race was different. Naturally, the effects would be different. Even the order of the third and fourth genes was very particular. Let me make another example. If you were a human and fused with frog genes, you would become a human-sized frogman. You are a frog. If you integrate human genes, you might become a frog with human hands and legs. That was roughly what it meant. Of course, if you broke through to rank 10, you would be able to modify all genes, including the first gene. Only then would you be able to modify all genes, including the first gene. Sitting in the study, Suji fiddled with the desk and said faintly, therefore, even if you integrate the iron-based gene, you can't become a truly pure iron-based life form. Anyone with a discerning eye will know at a glance that you are an outsider. If they obtain this iron-based gene, they will even hunt you down. This was a bloody truth. In the vast universe, you secretly killed and stole a member of the other race's genes, using them to cultivate the other party's bloodline cultivation method. Are you the other party's race? Could he sneak in? Bluff my way through. Just by looking at its appearance, it was completely different. On the contrary, people would go crazy to kill you and hunt you down. This was because the bloodline and genes of a powerful race were the foundation of a civilization in the universe. They were absolutely not allowed to be leaked. This was a fundamental taboo and taboo. At this moment, Suji discovered a problem that he had overlooked from beginning to end. Zerg gene. It was actually not in the list of the 5 genes. The Zerg gene was clearly a very powerful heaven-defying talent to control the flow of high-dimensional spacetime. The Zerg gene was simply a hidden 6th gene. Or rather, it was the Zeroth gene. Before the first gene, Suji's expression was solemn. The 6th gene is also the reason why the Zerg race is so domineering. It makes it impossible for people to see through the original race, and it can change constantly. Even Dickie, Medusa, and Carolyn think that they are not of the same race. It is because their first primeval gene is different that led to this misunderstanding. Therefore, they can't understand the truth and don't know that they are the people in the bottle. Suji took a deep breath. At this moment, he finally understood the fundamental secret of the Zerg race. He couldn't help but ask about the sixth gene. The subbrain of the Zerg race replied, "In the words of your lower civilizations, there are dominant genes and recessive genes. Some special races in the universe will have a sixth recessive gene, which is outside of the 5 genes and can't be seen at all. Therefore, pure genetic theory is not absolute. The universe is too big, and there are infinite possibilities. The secret of the sixth gene can also be called a Zeroth life form. The Zerg Queen will understand in the future." Suji was stunned. He thought about it and didn't bother with it anymore. He suddenly thought of the old king next door in nature, the cuckoo. It never built a nest. It ate a few eggs of other birds and then laid its own eggs in the nests of other birds, letting them raise their young. The cuckoo's young were born very strong and would crush other young birds. In order to grow, it would even push other young birds off the nest and fall to their deaths, and the Zerg race was the cuckoo race in the universe. Suji used a myriad of transformations, evolving the myriad of worlds. And the previous Zerg Queen used ever-changing to be the old king next door. So that's how it is. The development of my Zerg race is fundamentally different from the previous Zerg race? I've walked on a completely different and unknown path. Suji's heart trembled. I've always been studying bloodlines by myself in the orchard, developing civilization, researching bloodlines, cultivation techniques. And the correct way for the real development of the Zerg race, they won't be so slow at all. They all like to be the old king next door? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Suji asked. Isn't the current level of development very good? The subbrain of the Zerg race replied. Not necessarily. I have to walk the path of the predecessors and follow the footsteps of the failures. Suji was deep in thought. Every decision-maker had a different concept, so the direction of development was also different. Suji's first reaction was to use this kind of ever-changing method to evolve himself instead of being the old man next door. This was enough to prove his kindness and simplicity. As expected, it's because I was too unrestrained, so unrestrained that I was the old king next door everywhere. That's why I was beaten to death. Suji felt that it was better for him to focus on farming. And at the same time, he realized how kind he was. He only pressured his employees to constantly deduce civilizations. Look at the previous Zerg Queen, not only that, but she also crazily produced soldiers, even feeling that her deduction of civilization and bloodlines was too slow. She directly became the old king next door, taking ready-made and even secretly killing the children of some universe experts, then replacing them and letting others raise their own children. As expected, it's a natural disaster of the Zerg War. Who can withstand this? Crazily producing soldiers from the front, producing all kinds of races, and at the same time cutting off your path of retreat, secretly killing your son and replacing him with his own, letting you help raise him. They wanted to attack you from the front, and then they wanted to make you a cuckold from the back. Would you be afraid? Both material and psychological pressure, just thinking about it made one's scalp numb. However, I still have to be the old king next door. Suji looked at this iron-based gem. Iron-based life forms. This was the first time that Suji had encountered a true cosmic powerhouse. Naturally, he was extremely curious about their bloodline and cultivation method. After all, I have always evolved and deduced the civilization system myself. Seeing other civilization systems is also a way to broaden my horizons. Suji took a deep breath. The universe is too rotten. There are all kinds of terrifying life forms and civilizations. It's amazing. Even for him, he would not treat this race's cultivation method as the mainstream. After all, it did not belong to him. Cultivation methods like the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art were the core. But it did not affect Suji's observation and comprehension. Suji, the giant of flesh and blood, sat in front of the desk in the study and ordered, Zerg subbrain, integrate into the genes and deduce the race. The mechanical voice came integrating. The entire table was like a small continent, incomparably vast. The iron gem in his hand slowly melted and analyzed. If one looked under a microscope, one would see endless spores corroding, swimming, and evolving on it. It was like a culture medium, waiting for them to integrate into the cells and mutate. This piece of iron-based flesh should be able to hold on, Suji took a deep breath and watched the spores devour the iron-based cells and then die. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. They were trying to adapt and integrate into the genes. In fact, this process was very simple. Just like the ancient behemoths in the universe garden, find their fossilized genes, integrate them, and resurrect them. But why couldn't others recognize that it was a Zerg? Did they think it was an ancient behemoth? Because the first gene of these behemoths was the original behemoth gene. So no matter who saw it, they thought it was the resurrection of the original ancient creatures, not the Zerg. Whoosh. The entire iron-based cell was melting crazily. It was constantly devoured by the spores, and the spores kept dying. Suji looked slightly uneasy. Could it be that no suitable mutated spores appeared after eating the entire iron-based cell flesh? That would be very awkward. The higher the level of the cell, the lower the compatibility. Perhaps even if the entire cell was swallowed, none of the billions of spores could survive and successfully obtain iron-based genes. It's probably because of the lack of energy, causing the subbrain of the Zerg to evolve into a primitive species, Suji ordered. The mechanical voice sounded again. Evolving. A number of translucent plasmodium worms began to cover the spores, providing them with sufficient energy. Whoosh. With the addition of the protoplasm, the spore's death rate slowed down. They've put in a lot of effort. Let's see if the insectoids will appear after the great extinction. Suji's expression was incomparably calm. Fortunately, he didn't need a huge amount of energy for his current cultivation. He could squander it and take a gamble. After a while, the frantically engulfing cells were still dying in large numbers. Not a single spore survived. After an unknown period of time, just as the entire piece of flesh was about to be consumed, a strand of new cells actually survived and swam around. Success. Suji's eyes shone with an inexplicable brilliance. Suji gently covered the spore and placed it into the sea of essence. It began to rapidly suck and grow. Show me the gene, Suji said. The mechanical voice sounded. Retrieving it now. Iron-based life. 1. Iron-based genes. 2. Empty. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. Success. Suji continued to add protoplasm and allowed it to grow rapidly in the high-dimensional spacetime. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a metal ball. And the metal ball began to transmit an environment that desired lava. It has a desire for living conditions? It was also Suji's first time encountering such a life. He silently brought it to the interior of the cosmic courtyard's lava. After all, this was the cosmic courtyard formed by countless living planets. Only the soil on the surface was fused together. The planet's core was still in the courtyard's soil, providing the entire courtyard's power cycle, volcano, lava, airflow, heat cycle, kacha. Suji brought the small metal ball to the courtyard's lava core. It actually began to float in the lava, absorbing heat energy and growing rapidly. After a while in the high-dimensional spacetime, this iron-based life began to grow rapidly. It's about time. I can use it as my future body, and I can also obtain the inherited memories. Suji took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was sensing something. From today onwards, the identity of this clone is still the real Renamanga. Following the countless genetic code information, it was as if he could see the inherited memories of this race. On a piece of black iron land, Suji seemed to have transformed into an adult iron-based giant, walking on this land. The ground was bumpy black iron. This was an extremely pure pitch-black color. It was deep, dark, vicissitudes, and pure black like a black hole. There was not a single speck of dust, not a single speck of dust floating. As expected, I deceived the laws. Suji sighed. The Zerg stealing techniques were the true ancestral rice bowls. Is this the place of the inherited memories of the race? This is the first time I've seen it. Is this a path? Is this the path of inheritance? Or something else? This was the first time he had been a next-door neighbor, and he felt that it was very interesting. The air in the entire world had never been cleaner. This was because the terrifying gravity here was crazily squeezing everything. Just walking here made him feel as if every electron in his body was being squeezed alive, and the atomic nucleus was being squeezed into a ball. Suji took a step forward. He discovered that an extremely strange scene had appeared. With every step he took, his realm increased by an inch. The corresponding realm cultivation method appeared in his mind in great detail. Level 5. Level 6. Level 7. Suji continued to move forward and muttered, "Is this the path of inheritance?" This was a cultivation method unique to iron-based lifeforms related to field gate. It used the compression of one's body to form an extremely terrifying gravitational field. The further Suji walked forward, the higher his realm, and the smaller the iron-based giant's body became. Gradually, their entire body was compressed crazily, and their density reached an unbelievable level. If it was a normal fleshly life form, it would have died a long time ago, right? The cells would be instantly squeezed until they exploded. What nucleus? What cytoplasm? What DNA sequence? All sorts of things would collapse into the most primitive chemical substances. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and they would shatter. Then, as the gravity deepened, they would turn from various chemical substances into a mess. Electrons, atomic nuclei, protons, neutrons, quarks, and all sorts of particles mixed together would become a boiling soup. However, iron-based lifeforms were actually extremely adaptable to this environment. Suji was somewhat shocked to feel that this body actually had a wonderful characteristic, ignoring the pressure. He was actually like an iron spring. He could easily change his body shape according to gravity and pressure without any strong discomfort. He felt that he was an iron-based life. Countless iron-based particles were being pressed against the atomic nucleus, and the distance between the atoms was being pulled closer. I see. Iron is the most common metal substance in the universe. At the same time, it has the elasticity and ductility of metal. Life forms formed based on this have opened up a transcendent being cultivation path that turned their race into a spring. Thud thud thud. This cultivation method can only be cultivated by the corresponding iron-based bloodline. No race can compress itself so much. The further Suji moved forward, the greater the pressure on his body. The terrifying pressure from all directions pressed down on him like a tidal wave, crushing everything. Crack, crack, he took a step forward. In Suji's eyes, the iron-based giant, which was half the size of a star, had broken through the path of a grade 8 deity. His body size had become half the size of a continent, and he was compressed countless times smaller. At this time, although he was small enough to enter a planet, he could not live on any planet. Because his density had broken through a special critical point. Just by standing in the atmosphere of a planet, the humans, animals, plants, soil, and even the atmosphere above his head would be sucked into his body like a huge storm caused by a magnet. The surrounding light began to bend due to his powerful density. Any cosmic ray storm would be sucked into his body. He was like a light bulb in the universe, but he was sucking in all the rays and electromagnetic fields in the universe. Endless energy was being sucked in crazily. This was far more than the absorption efficiency of the Dyson sphere of the giant octopus by 10,000 times. Therefore, their grade 8 deities did not lack energy to break through. This was also the reason why they could still break through despite their huge bodies. In fact, if they stood still in the universe, countless dust, gravel, and passing meteors would stick to them, and in less than 100 years, they would form a small planet. And this was only a grade 8 deity. This grade 8 deity is really ridiculous. Suji took a deep breath. He can distort light and use all kinds of natural laws without stepping into the path of a grade 9 deity. I'm afraid that even a weak grade 9 deity would be instantly hammered to death by this grade 8 deity. Is this the real ultimate grade 10 inheritance? It's really terrifying. In the universe, it's not just the insectoids that are so heaven-defying, there are many other monstrous races that are heaven-defying. Suji retracted his gaze, feeling how weak he was. In the same realm, he could only be on par with the opponent. And this was under the circumstance that they were of the same size. Now, the opponent's super huge body, I'm going to be hammered to death by him. Suji had a creepy thought. He murmured, an iron-based being of the same level as me is now is also a high-level deity. Unless my 9 revolutions mysterious art is completely mastered, and the 6 paths of reincarnation in my body is completely at its peak, providing me with an endless amount of energy to make up for the difference in size. He was slightly taken aback. It's because of the 6 paths of reincarnation that they don't practice hard that I'm so weak, and I can't defeat this iron-based being at the same level as me. When I get back, as a venerable sovereign, I'll urge them to practice hard and become stronger, Suji mused. Sure enough, his decision to plant in the orchard was correct. The outside world was too terrifying. There were no heaven-defying beings, only heaven-defying races of the universe. The water in this pond was unimaginably deep. He continued to look at the road ahead. It's now at the peak of the 8th step, and it's about to embark on the path to the 9th step. How does this iron-based life form progress to the 9th step? Suji took a deep breath and stepped forward, his face full of curiosity. Thud thud, the way to break through to the 9th step appeared in front of him. There was a planet, a neutron star. Neutron stars were the densest celestial bodies apart from black holes. Its density was equivalent to forcefully compressing an Earth to 22 meters. The terrifying pressure and gravity almost pressed the entire iron-based life form to the ground. Is this the path to the 9th step of this system? At this time, the peak of the 8th step iron-based life form will use the pressure in the neutron star to integrate every inch of its soul and cells, and embark on the path to the 9th step. If that's the case, it's somewhat similar to the 9th step of Mount Shu that we've deduced before. They use an external furnace to crazily hammer and force the integration of the soul and flesh. On this path to the 9th step, Suji saw a long and boring life. Iron-based life forms had very long lives. Even an 8th step deity had a lifespan of 30,000 years. During these 30,000 years, they would use the gravity on a neutron star to break through to the 9th step. They were still shrinking in size. Of course, the probability of breaking through was relatively low. Let's take a look at the next level. Suji took another step forward. The path to the 9th step had been completed, and he saw the iron-based race at the 9th step. The entire iron-based life form was now only 17 meters tall, and its gravity seemed to be sucking in all matter in the universe. How terrifying. The 9th step of the iron-based race has compressed the size of half a planet to about 17 meters. This is already the density of a neutron star. This is equivalent to compressing an Earth to a terrifying size of 22 meters. Suji's eyes were in deep thought. Every 9th step transcendent system has its own specialty in the path of laws. The 9th step of the iron-based life form's path of laws is clearly related to the distortion of gravity and density. Only now did he understand that the giant form of Renmin he had seen earlier was a form he had taken to protect other life forms. He had relaxed to his original size, and it was a non-combat form. Once he entered combat form, this iron-based life form would be like a spring, shrinking crazily to a size of 17 meters. At that time, he would really be able to shatter a star with a single punch. Because his mass is originally comparable to a star. Suji was very impressed. This was a powerful and heaven-defying race in the universe, very heaven-defying. Yes, a large body was a non-combat form to protect the environment and the surrounding pets. Using Earth as an example, if you were close to Earth now, you would be safe. But if you compressed Earth to the size of a basketball, and then tried to get close to Earth? Even their combat form, when compressed to a certain density, can distort the orbit of a planet just by standing next to a star. Therefore, Renmin moved these planets and came here to build the universe garden. This is simply his old profession, and it doesn't take much effort. Suji kept thinking, feeling that the truth of history had completely appeared in front of him. All the ancient records had a reasonable explanation. As for collecting civilization, it was probably because this race was too lonely, because they were born too strong. It also led to too much loneliness. There were gains and losses. It was almost impossible for ordinary creatures to get close to their race. Therefore, after breaking through to the 9th rank, they naturally liked to raise some small pets, as well as big octopuses, to make their homes livelier. Then, this is already the 9th rank, the level of Renmin back then. If I go further, it will be the 10th rank? Suji's mind was slightly shaken, and his heart was beating wildly. He took a step forward. What is the path of the 10th rank like? Even if it is an iron-based 10th rank, it can be comprehended by analogy. Swoosh. The world suddenly changed. Suji finally came to the end of this path of inheritance. On an ordinary planet with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, people wore rough leather. On the streets, there was a bronze-skinned, muscular man drinking tea and eating side dishes. His eyes were extremely reserved. Don't be too ambitious. When you reach the 9th rank and become someone who transcends the laws of the universe, then come back to the path of inheritance, I will tell you then. Suji's mind shook violently. Even though there was no aura, Suji could vaguely feel that this creature was at the peak of the 10th rank. However, with the size of this creature, was it really an iron-based life form? It could actually be compressed to a length of 1.8 meters for an ordinary person. Neutron stars were already at the maximum density limit, which was 17 meters was the limit for their race. Any further and it would be a collapsing black hole. But this creature in front of him clearly far exceeded the terrifying density of a black hole, yet it could still exist in the form of an ordinary person. In fact, there was no sense of terror or oppression. There was also no gravitational pull due to the high density. A gravity that exceeded the gravity of a planet would not cause any harm to an ordinary mortal planet. Crack. Everything before him was pitch black. Suji walked to the end and was forced out. Was it an illusion? Suji frowned slightly, and his mind kept thinking, I feel that the creature's density is so high that it seems like Earth has been stuffed into every pore of it, but it did not cause any disturbance. In the living room, it was extremely quiet and dark. In the huge corridor outside the door, there was a turbulent vortex spinning slowly. Level 10? It seems to have some kind of unimaginable power. It's really admirable. Suji opened his eyes. After returning from the path of inheritance, he sat on the chair with a calm expression and sorted out his thoughts. He had to say that the mysterious existence he saw in the last scene had given him a strong sense of shock. That was the ancestor of the iron-based races. He had also walked to the peak of this great path and looked down on the entire universe. One could imagine how amazing he was. The life of such an existence could be written into 100 magnificent epics. I wonder if such an existence is dead or not. Suji's eyes flashed. After all, the memories of inheritance were just images of the inheritance. Whether it was dead or alive was unknown. But this way, I'm really an iron-based life form. I've obtained a systematic inheritance. How interesting. He sat on the chair and stretched, feeling very relaxed. As expected, every great race in the universe must be very unique and rotten to be able to pass down their inheritance to this day for countless years. He carefully pondered over this inheritance. The entire cultivation system was relatively complete from start to finish. This was the advantage of a mature system. Suji could comprehend by analogy and felt that he had gained a lot. Especially with the experience of the level 9 path, Suji felt that he had gained a lot. Although this cultivation technique can only be cultivated by the bloodline of iron-based life forms, it is still not bad. Suji was very calm. He was a 5-gene life form and had no intention of integrating this iron-based gene. Although it was very strong, he did not want to be a complete next-door neighbor. He could use it as a reference, but he could not abandon the core technology he had developed. If all 5 genes were genes of other civilizations, it would be very meaningless when it comes to deducing multiple systems, speaking of which, the cells of iron-based life forms walk the high-density spring path. It is quite similar to the fine density of the cells of the entire race. It is just that the cells of the entire race are made of ceramics. They are very dense and hard, and they lean towards silicon-based instead of iron-based. The ductility and elasticity of ceramics are very poor, far inferior to springs. Hence, they cannot walk this cultivation technique. The two looked similar, but in reality, they were very different. However, perhaps I can use this to open up a similar cultivation technique. After all, there are similarities, and both can walk the high-density path. Suji took a deep breath, his expression incomparably calm. He looked down at the iron life form. Suji's doppelganger's soul had already abandoned its body and entered this bug race's body. Due to the bug race's Queen Mother's authority, there were no barriers. At this moment, as he controlled it and cultivated, it grew, expanded rapidly. 100 years a day. I've mentioned before that the children of the gods almost never have a childhood phase, because they will enter the higher dimension and quickly mature. It's the same in front of me. He silently sensed the energy. It's just that I'm absorbing the energy too quickly. I can't take it anymore. This wave of energy absorption almost squeezed him dry. Yes, it was important to know that he now had a mother stream power station, as well as a constant source of energy from various mature extraordinary sand tables. The energy formed from the endless cycle of annihilation was enormous and incomparably terrifying. If not for the fact that he had stepped onto the level 9 path and did not need energy for a short period of time, he would not have been able to raise this super devourer beast. Such a terrifying body was simply unimaginably huge. As expected, all things in the world are very balanced. The stronger the combat power, the more energy level storage is needed. Suji looked at the rapidly expanding iron life form. All the energy accumulated over the past few days showed signs of being exhausted in an instant. Whoosh! I was just fretting about not having a place to use the energy for this period of time, so I might as well invest in cultivating this iron life form. In that case, I might as well give up on this Pangareel body. In the next second, he instantly sucked dry the vast Pangareel body that was comparable to half a planet. It rapidly withered and dried up like old black tree bark, turning into a skeleton. The energy recovery of the Pangareel body is only 70%. He revealed a pained expression as he retracted his body that was puffing himself up at his own cost. He quickly filled up the iron life form, allowing him to quickly move towards adulthood. Boom, the entire iron life form rapidly expanded, extended, and grew taller. It was comparable to the size of a continent. Gradually, it turned into a skinny and short iron life form that was 1.4 meters tall, sitting on a chair in the study. This race was very terrifying. Once they reached adulthood, they would reach the level 7 Heavenly Emperor realm. I've tried my best. There's no more energy left. I can only wait a little longer. In the future, I'll take my time with my body. The entire iron giant sat on the chair and began to set foot on the cultivation method of the gods. Its entire body bulged and caved in, like a spring particle all over its body. Various parts of its skin showed different degrees of collapse and shrinkage, giving off a strange feeling of disorder. It was like an iron heart that was beating slowly. Suddenly, Suji's expression changed slightly. He looked at the iron crystal on the entire study table. There were actually traces of life circulating within it. Another spore had appeared. What, another iron life form has been born? He was completely stunned on the spot. At that time, when he saw the Zerg cells that had evolved and mutated successfully, he had ignored them and carefully nurtured this one to enter the path of inheritance. After all, the probability of success was too low. It was already very good to have one appear. Moreover, the entire petri dish had already swallowed more than 6 layers of iron cells, and the spores were still dying rapidly. Suji felt that it was impossible for the remaining ones to appear. An individual that had adapted to mutated genes. Did I hit the jackpot? Another one? The probability is so low that even a miracle scientist wouldn't be able to calculate it. He felt a little baffled. After all, iron life forms were a species with extremely low reproductive ability. The situation in front of him was like an iron life form that had paid an immeasurable price to give birth, only to discover that twins had appeared. However, for Suji, he was shocked but not happy. This was because he was not an iron life form at all. He really could not afford to raise a second one. So what if it was a baby with heaven-defying aptitude? He only needed one clone. A second one was really of little value. This is too difficult for me. Suji shook his head, thinking about how to deal with this thing. But the next second, Daddy, this Zerg spore turned into a small iron ball and was repelling the bright red iron filings outwards. It seemed to have sensed the aura of its own race and was full of joy and innocence. Suji? His entire face darkened, and his mind went blank. Looking at this little iron ball, a thought kept popping up in his mind. I really have become Mr. Wong next door. Little Metal Ball's voice was still calling out. It was very affectionate and gentle, emitting a strong divine sense. Dad, Suji felt completely terrible. His expression was completely frozen. He didn't know how to describe it. Perhaps, this was life. The road of life was long, and there would always be all kinds of strange surprises. Becoming a father was just that sudden. Forget it, let it develop. He took a deep breath. After all, this thing was based on probability. Even if Suji wanted to make another one, he would have to spend a lot of raw materials and depend on his luck. This thing suddenly appeared. I don't know if his luck is good or bad. Through his divine sense, he called for Medusa. After a while, an extremely tiny Medusa walked into the study. Your Majesty Renamansa, what can I do for you? What happened recently? Suji sat on the chair and asked seriously. He had gone into seclusion to reproduce, and then forcefully used the Zerg energy to cultivate to Celestial Emperor. It had only been a day. After this day, the entire Fury Christi continent has completely fallen. All the mechanical special forces sent in have been annihilated. Not a single unit survived. It was the mechanical zombies that annihilated them, Medusa said. Mechanical zombies? Suji said. Yes, there are now 2 types of zombies. Medusa's voice was very cold and clear. He said, the first type is the humanoid zombies. As walking corpses, they have regained their intelligence and become the zombie race. Every member of their race can enter the higher dimension. They call themselves the new humans, a new species favored by the universe. They are resisting and building a new empire. Ordinary low-dimensional creatures can't pose a threat at all. They live in the higher dimension and have been suffering in the ruins of the disaster for 100 years. Technology, civilization, and society have all begun to adapt to the structure of the apocalypse. The second type is the mechanical zombies. They are even more terrifying. Even those humanoid zombies that have entered the higher dimension are struggling to resist. They even joined forces with the empires outside to resist. However, it was not of much use. At this time, not only did the mech zombies wipe out all the mechanical troops that entered, some of them were even assimilated. Most of the gods that entered were also captured and sent to a certain cloning factory that had developed intelligence to undergo the cruel fate of cloning gods. Just 3 hours ago, in order to suppress the development of the mechanical god pillar, they had released a second planetary obliteration cannon to bombard the Galli Christi continent again. However, the effect was not very obvious. The evolved zombies had high intelligence and radiation resistance. Just half an hour ago, according to the latest intelligence, the robo-zombies have already formed a new type of technological civilization. It is said that they have already begun to succeed in their research. The Divine Spirit Fitness has stepped into the doorstep of the 9th level. Fitness Center, Suji was slightly stunned. An extremely strange and absurd scene seemed to form in front of him. Piles of vacuum cleaners, small factories, toy cars, and toilet bowls swayed on the streets, arms around each other's shoulders, full of the aura of society, going to the gym. Every time he came out, he would advance a level. First rank. Second rank. Rank 3. Suji felt that it must be extremely strange and interesting. It seemed that the development of the mechanical god pillar's technology was much faster than he had imagined. Then, hasn't the outside world been breached? Suji asked again. That's not the case. Medusa tidied his snake hair and smiled. The outside world is also developing at a crazy speed. The entire Tyr Empire is in a higher dimensional space and time. It has to be said that this generation's Emperor Tyr is a brilliant monarch. They are struggling, and before they die, many heroes and martyrs have appeared in the entire civilization, writing the praises of their civilization. The extraordinary civilization is also producing a large number of divine spirit experts. The technological civilization has also begun to have divine spirit fitness centers, as well as new technological methods. At the doorstep of the 9th level technological civilization, they are strengthening the barrier of the Galli Christi continent. They have researched a variant of the space rail cannon, the space debris barrier. The shattered space debris will be injected into the turbulent zone, making it impossible for the enemy to pass through. They have also built a space fortress with experts stationed there, using the Space Oscillation Tower to disrupt the surrounding laws, making it impossible for the enemy to break through the turbulent zone and locate the outside spacetime. The residents of the entire central planet have already evacuated to other central planets. Beyond the continents has become a terrifying battleground. There are extraordinary deities and scientists stationed there, swearing to resist this terrifying forbidden existence that has destroyed countless civilizations of enlightened beings. Suji was slightly startled. The entire indigenous civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy had been forced into a higher dimensional space by the arrival of the Zerg race, and they were rapidly developing. Furthermore, they were quickly assimilated into the Zerg race, such as the zombies, Homo evolutus, and mechanical zombies. They were all Zerg race that could enter the higher dimensional space. But they did not know anything. This is quite interesting, Suji muttered. Medusa did not say anything. She did not know what a terrifying ancient existence like Renamanga thought about the invasion of the Tathagata pillar god, but for him to ignore it and allow it to act presumptuously under his nose, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. I know what you are thinking, we don't need to pay attention to those so-called viral gods, Renamanga, who was sitting in his seat, said softly, those ridiculous planets are nothing but playthings. If they perish, then they perish, and the other civilization, there is a very deep existence involved behind the scenes. I can't believe that after more than 100,000 years, the other party is still alive. More than 100,000. 10,000 years. Hearing this, Medusa only felt a violent ripple in his heart. Behind the Tathagata pillar god's virus, there is indeed a terrifying civilization, and the other party's history is also extremely long. More than 200,000 years ago when Renamanga was still alive, during the era of the Universe Garden, they had already appeared, and they still know the other party, but could the other party really live for more than 200,000 years? This period of time is too long, and at this time, Renamanga did not want to pay attention to the other party. He is fighting with another existence, fighting to the death. I have just awakened. If I ignore them, I don't know if they are dead or alive. There is no need to pay attention to them. Before a madman dies, anyone will take a bite. Renamanga smiled. We can remain neutral, let them cause trouble, we will pretend that they don't exist and do our own thing. Medusa silently sorted out his thoughts and suddenly said, then, our sect will open as usual? Ignore them, those dying civilizations from the outside world will inevitably come to join us, ask for help, obtain power, and want to resist that taboo virus. You can make your own decision. Suji said softly, act according to the previous logic, don't worry too much. Your Majesty is wise. Medusa hurriedly said, then, I will immediately announce to the nearby planetary civilizations that the outer sect trial is officially open. We will recruit genius disciples from the nearby planets. Suji naturally knew about Medusa's little scheme. Although she appeared to be very respectful, in fact, she was very bold. Without knowing the other party's details, she still came up with a plant-type pillar god and excitedly caught it for research. What she was thinking was, even if the sky collapsed and the other party came looking for her, there was this big boss in front of her to deal with it. Oh right. Suji gently handed the small iron ball on the table to her. This is a descendant of our bloodline. It can be considered the same generation as you. Okay, take care of it. Renamanga's descendant, Medusa's body trembled. Looking at this small iron ball, a terrifying thought grew in her heart, how smart was she? In an instant, she guessed the cause and effect. It turned out that the birth of the machine pillar god did not appear out of thin air. It also absorbed the genes of this land, and it was Renamanga's genes. In other words, this towering giant was actually a mysterious iron-based life form. She looked at this mysterious giant shrouded in fog and shivered slightly. She felt that she had escaped a disaster. Fortunately, I was very cautious before. Otherwise, as a friendly race, if the evil god Cthulhu did not know that this existence's race was an iron-based life form, I would have been completely exposed. She felt that she had almost been exposed. She steadied her tense nerves and quickly said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will definitely take care of it. In fact, watching Medusa leave, Suji also felt very fortunate. Fortunately, he was rather cautious. He had always used a hazy mist to cover his body, and his appearance could not be seen. Otherwise, he would have been exposed the moment he changed his body. As for this little guy, it's not good for me to take care of him. I don't have time, and I can't be bothered to take care of him all the time. Handing him over to Medusa is a good outcome. He looked into the distance. Looks like the Universe Garden is going to be on the right track? That's quite interesting. Medusa left the garden with this little life form. Whoosh. She walked into the living room. Is this the life form of the Renamangian race? She took a deep breath. Her heart was beating wildly just now, and she felt like she had just survived a disaster. Fortunately, my expression was very calm, and I pretended to know that he was an iron-based life form. Otherwise, I would be dead. I'm definitely dead. Medusa trembled. In fact, as a battle maniac, she was not afraid of death. She enjoyed the thrill of being on the edge of life and death, but this kind of death was the last thing she wanted to see. What race are you? At this moment, a childish voice came from the little metal ball. I feel an unprecedented evil from you. What was the highest realm of a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Even this new iron-based life form did not know that she was an insectoid. Now that she had received the inheritance of memories, she thought that she was a member of the iron-based race. Moreover, although she had received the inheritance, it was only the memories of the cultivation system. She did not know much about the outside world. I'm from the evil god race. Medusa came back to her senses and said patiently, you don't know the surrounding environment? Then let me tell you. Medusa was very patient, and she wanted to build a good relationship with the other party. After all, she had already decided to become a real member of the Cthulhu evil god race. She wanted to build a good relationship with the other party. She felt that her current life was very good. Being looked after by such a powerful existence, her days were very comfortable. After all, from the moment she gave up on being human in the sorcerer world, she had completely made up her mind to become an evil god. I see. At this moment, after listening to the explanation, the iron-based life form took a deep breath. So we have a good relationship with your race. Oh right, your race doesn't differentiate between genders, right? Medusa was startled. Evil gods naturally did not differentiate between genders, but she was not born an evil god. That depends on the individual. In the universe, many life forms do not differentiate between genders, but there are also individual choices, so that's how it is. Then I'll go with Big Sister. The little metal ball said. This little life had already decided to follow Medusa. After all, the first creature they were close to had the greatest impact on the newborn. Medusa also smiled. He grabbed a flower from the ground and placed it on little iron ball's head. Then, cute little ironstone girl, let us begin. We will first open the outer court and recruit disciples. Soon, through the Empire's Princess Seal, Modus quickly issued the sex assessment. With the early publicity, countless geniuses who were already prepared arrived in just a short while. Charles, the 13th Prince of the Empire, the sons of various tycoons and ministers, and even the divine princes of the extraordinary plane of gods had all arrived outside the garden. Countless experts gathered. The ancient Renamanga, the cosmic garden, the war next door is already in full swing. The older generation is using their lives to support the front lines. We, the younger generation, do not have much combat power. We might as well try our luck. Perhaps even if the civilization is destroyed, we can still hide here and preserve a trace of our bloodline. Countless princes, elites, and geniuses of the empire had arrived. They had brought a huge amount of resources to participate in this outer court assessment. They naturally knew of the ancient records. It was a competition of life and death in this enormous garden that was comparable to a planet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the assessment this time, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. The huge doorstep of the courtyard was like a mountain. On top of it stood a beautiful girl with a petite figure and fair skin. The corners of her eyes were long and charming. Her snake-like hair fluttered like black flames. She exuded an extremely ominous and terrifying aura, giving off an indescribable feeling of terror. No one dared to make a sound. They were incomparably frightened, terrified, and terrified. Yes, it was this indescribable, taboo existence in front of them. Just her cloned hand alone was enough to sweep through the entire empire. Even the supreme gods were scared out of their wits the moment they saw her hand. First of all, this is the first sect assessment. Times are different from the past. In the distant past, there were 200 million geniuses participating in each assessment. But this time, there is a serious lack of people. Your civilization has fallen to such a ridiculous level. Modus smiled. Because of the lack of people, the assessment method will also be different from the past. First of all, those who can't hear what I'm going to say next, I suggest that you leave now. Modus's movements became extremely fast in the next second. Everyone present hurriedly followed and entered the high-dimensional space-time. But some people were startled. They couldn't even reach the level of a god. How could they enter the higher dimensional space? They were angry. This minimum requirement, doesn't that mean the child of a god? Or a god? This is simply too exaggerated. You should know that the ancient outer court assessment does not require such a terrifying threshold. A god who can enter the higher dimensional space doesn't need to be assessed. The moment they enter, they are already in inner court. Everyone whispered to each other. To be able to enter the higher dimensional space, this is just a suggestion, if you are not afraid of death. Looking at the discussion below, Medusa just smiled warmly. Then, I will talk about the content of the next assessment. In the ancient garden era, you have to survive 100 years in the outer court, or break through to the realm of God in the outer court. These two are the conditions to pass the selection, but now, everything is simple. As long as you survive in the outer court for an hour, you can enter the inner court and become a core disciple. Then, you can accept the aptitude test. As soon as these words fell, everyone was excited. As long as you survive in the outer court for an hour, you can directly pass the test. This seemed extremely easy. Then, please enter. Medusa smiled faintly and disappeared on the spot. Everyone, our disciples are not just gods. Gods? That's too weak. I hope that everyone can set their sights further. Everyone looked at the gate of the garden. Since they were already here, no one would retreat. They directly entered. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Swoosh. All the living beings in the entire world were in the higher dimensional space. The ancient cosmic garden with giant beasts and plants was like what was recorded in ancient texts, but it was somewhat different. The plants ran, jumped, and laughed, revealing an extremely eerie aura. There was even the aura of the pillar god virus inside. Seeing this scene, the 13th prince's mouth opened wide, and he shouted in disbelief, "Higher dimensional space? How can it be the higher dimensional space?" They completely understood what that mysterious demon god meant. No wonder one had to enter the higher dimensional space to be able to participate in the selection. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the test. The pressure and shock they felt from witnessing such a terrifying scene was too intense. It is said that in the past, only a small part of the inner court was covered, but the entire outer court was covered. This is the area of more than 10 planets. Isn't this too strong? A supreme god's descendant said in a daze, "Renamanga, how can he be this strong?" This scene simply made their minds go blank. They clearly knew what this meant. The Renamanga of this era was even more powerful and mysterious than the ancient him. He was simply unfathomably strong and terrifying. All of a sudden, someone recalled a saying, "The disciples we want to recruit are not just gods." At this moment, their breathing became extremely rapid. Could it be that the disciple they wanted was a supreme god who could step on the path of loss? And even further, a cosmic Taoist and extremely terrifying thought lingered in their minds. Perhaps, Renamanga was already the legendary ultimate level 10? The ultimate existence of the universe. They looked ahead with fiery eyes. Danger was accompanied by opportunity. If they could become the disciple of such an existence, perhaps, they would also have the possibility of becoming cosmic Taoists. One had to know that in the ancient era, Renamanga's first and second direct disciples were both level 9 cosmic Taoists. Hope or despair? Let us see where the future of our lives is going. They quickly rushed in and looked ahead with determined expressions. Even if the hope was slim, it was worth a try. How many of them do you think will survive? Medusa smiled. Probably less than 1%, no, maybe 1,000th. The Iron Rock Girl replied. After obtaining the inheritance of the cultivation system, her vision was naturally broadened. She was also growing rapidly in the high-dimensional spacetime. However, she did not have Suji's insectoid energy to directly raise her realm. She could only cultivate step by step, but in the high-dimensional spacetime, her growth rate was also extremely fast. Yes, 1,000th. These tens of thousands of people were originally geniuses, and what we want is 1,000th of these geniuses. A planet's civilization, a race, an extreme super genius. Medusa's heart was incomparably calm as he looked at these people. These people are basically the top geniuses of a continent or a country. Perhaps they have already lived in the cheers and praises of the masses, but after a long period of time, they still cannot be ranked and still need to be filtered. The universe has always been unfair, extremely unequal. Birth, wealth, power, knowledge, inheritance, it has already been destined that most creatures will never be able to pursue higher in their lifetime. The Iron Rock Girl said, the race that you and I were born into has always been above everyone else. In the vast universe, a race of life almost determines its future fate. But there is no need to envy us. When they envy us, they should be even more envious of themselves for being able to envy others. Because they can think, they can envy us. As an intelligent race, there are countless races that are even more tragic than them. For example, those animals that cannot even think, domestic animals that can only act based on instinct. Yes, the universe has always been unfair. Medusa only smiled. She was originally one of these ordinary people, but in front of her, this body was stolen by her own ability. Only then could she be equal to this iron-based life form that was born with a noble inheritance. She looked down. The plant-type pillar god was crazily slaughtering. Countless people were frantically running away, screaming in fear. The 1 hour that Medusa mentioned was indeed 1 hour in the real world. But right now, they had no choice but to escape into the high-dimensional space-time to avoid being hunted. Thus, 1 hour in the high-dimensional space-time seemed extremely long. The two chatted as they passed the hour. Many people will die. Medusa smiled as he stared at the countless corpses below. Behind many of them, there are a lot of wealth and power supporting them. After they die, their inheritance will be very large. It's just right for you as a newborn gift, and energy for your growth. Naturally, Medusa was too lazy to pay for it himself. Offering Buddha with borrowed flowers was the best choice. Soon, there were only about 30 people left on this piece of land. There were people from the technological side who had god clones, and there were also powerhouses from the extraordinary side. The survivors began to gather together at the last moment and struggle with all their might. The 13th prince, the empire's princess, Charles, and some other divine spirit experts. At this moment, their bodies were covered in blood and injuries, and they were simply in a miserable state. Gotcha! Suddenly, time and space froze. The plants stopped in their attacking stance. Congratulations, everyone. You have passed the outer sect assessment. From today onwards, you will be inner sect disciples. Medusa walked out and looked at them quietly. Was everything finally over? Everyone was lying on the ground with a tired face. Their faces were filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Even the most reserved people had an excited expression on their faces. I dare say that this is the longest hour of my life. Normally, I would use this hour to take a nap. A descendant of a deity was lying on the ground with all 4 feet facing the sky without a care for his image, making a lame joke. However, when they gathered together and counted the number of people, they realized that something was wrong. How come there are people from the lower dimension who passed the assessment? With such a low realm, they escaped the pursuit? That's impossible. My God, there is even a rank 5 legend rank powerhouse, and it's even an unorthodox method from a small sect. Everyone realized that something was wrong. I'm just advising that those who can't enter the higher dimension better not come. I didn't say that they will definitely die after coming in. Medusa smiled. In fact, I will arrange for creatures of the corresponding realm to chase them. For those who can't enter the higher dimension, I will arrange for enemies that are equivalent to the speed of the lower dimension to chase them. Everyone's expression changed slightly. So those words before coming in were to dissuade a group of people with low realms. But if they came in, there was still hope for them to pass. Of course, they are the same as you, in a desperate situation. You are also the same. Medusa smiled. Don't be envious. They can't enter the higher dimension, but they still dare to come in. Isn't their courage commendable? Next to him, someone muttered, "This isn't commendable courage, this is a madman." Knowing that he will die, he still came to gamble his luck. No, what I want are madmen like this. Desperate, willing to fight on the edge of life and death, willing to gamble with their lives. Medusa turned around, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at them. Why did I say that? Naturally, it's because their realm is low. At the same time, their realm is low and they are born poor. Their aptitude is not as good as others, so they have to use their lives to make up for it. If they put their lives on the line, they will have a strong will, which will naturally pass the assessment. If their aptitude is not as good, they have to rely on a strong will to make up for it. The will to bravely enter is also part of the assessment. The people next to him were deep in thought. Medusa smiled. In fact, I believe that true strength is not a person's aptitude and talent, but a person's courage, as well as the determination to gamble everything and fight for an opportunity. What I want is this kind of madman who likes to walk on the edge of life and death, to crazily gamble with his life, to continuously climb up, to become a true powerhouse. Everyone showed signs of uneasiness. Many of them here were heaven's favorites, and some were even the children of gods. They had never had such determination before. I am different from the ancient cosmos garden. Here, you have to listen to my methods. My words are the rules. Now, you have won the gamble, 1 in 1,000. Aren't you excited? Medusa stared at the people below. Everyone recalled how they were struggling on the edge of death just now, their lives hanging by a thread. Gradually, their breathing became rapid. In front of them, it was indeed an unimaginable despair of death. They had successfully become 1 in 1,000 geniuses. The joy of success at that moment was simply the most satisfying feeling in life. Remember this feeling. Life is full of competition. Every breakthrough in the realm eliminates countless people of the same level as you. You will advance by stepping on the corpses and blood of others. Here, you will become gamblers who gamble with death. Medusa stared down, his voice extremely cold. I don't need cowardly trash. I don't look at aptitude, I only look at character. I will only teach you what the most terrible fear is, and at the same time overcome your fear. Of course, those who cannot overcome their fear will all die. Next to him, the eyes of the little iron and stone girl were bright, blooming with an inexplicable splendor. Obviously, he was born a great life like her, but he had such a strong will, charisma, and a kind of crazy battle maniac with a hint of perverseness. She seemed to be subdued by this newly born little fellow's indomitable charisma, and her eyes shone brightly. I don't like to be wishy-washy. Next, let us enter the next process. Medusa looked at them. What? You want to meet the ancient Xianxia and become his disciple? Not so fast. You are still probationary inner court disciples. Inner court disciples are also divided by aptitude. Next is to test your aptitude, character, and potential. Potential? How do we test our potential? Someone asked. Medusa glanced at the person who asked, his eyes flashing with appreciation. Yes, you are like this. You don't need to be polite to me, just relax and ask any questions you have. If you think you are strong enough, you can even challenge me and take my position. At this moment, the little iron and stone girl's eyes were filled with admiration. Of course, if she knew that Medusa was not what she thought, a psychopath who had not fought for a long time and wanted someone to beat her to death. You asked how to test our potential? That's a good question. Although it is a test of aptitude, it is also an opportunity. Medusa smiled and said, I like a person's temperament, but most people's temperaments are not perfect. On the path of growth, there are flaws in their Tao heart, flaws in their hearts, things that they are afraid of. So I want you to go back to the past, experience everything again, make up for your regrets, perfect your Tao heart, and advance bravely. Go back to the past. Everyone was at a loss. How could a person go back to the past? They were horrified. Could it be that Xianxia had really reached the legendary peak of the universe? He already has the ability to reverse the timescale, reduce entropy, and go back to the past. All the disciples were covered in blood, but they stood straight in place and lined up in a row. Not only do you want to go back to the past, but you also want to see the entire multiverse and yourself in every world. If I had made another choice back then, would I have regrets? Medusa's words completely shocked everyone. Yes, to make up for regrets, let me see how your spiritual aptitude is. Go back to the beginning of life. Voila. The next second, everyone's vision went black as if they were stuffed into a black hole. The very first moment, embarking on the path of cultivation, making up for the regrets in life, perfecting the Taoist heart, everyone's vision turned black. It was pitch black and they could not see anything clearly. It was as if they were separated by a tunnel in the universe. Vaguely, they seemed to hear a voice in their ears. Do you think they will find superego? I don't know. If life could be restarted, would they really have no regrets? Madmen who move forward with indomitable will be the most difficult. Everything in the past is a prelude. 1 year old. Miyoki was born on a remote and ordinary planet. It was said that he was the first batch of refugees after the planet's environmental reform. They were used to improve the planet's ecology. There was no advanced technology here. It was like ancient times. 10 years old. Miyoki's family was very poor. He grew up in a single-parent family. He had never been to school, but he was very smart. He relied on himself to study. 18 years old. He actually had a small reputation in the village. In the beginning, he even taught in the small village. In the eyes of the villagers, he was a very rigid and decadent teacher dressed in simple clothes. He was full of principles and was mocked by the villagers. 21 years old. He lived in the barbarian mountains. Many of the villagers were single. If they could not find a wife, they would go down the mountain with sticks and block carriages. Businessmen would go up the mountain when they saw a woman. He could not stand it anymore. He stood up and spoke of principles, but he was beaten black and blue. The strong villagers peed on him and he became the laughing stock of the village. Here, teaching was a very cowardly profession. 27 years old. He decided to make a living in the city. He found a simple building and found a room to live in. He wanted to find a job to make a living. At that time, there were many boxing gangs, guilds, and these gangs that controlled the entire county. This building was controlled by a medium-sized boxing gang. They would force the girls to entertain guests here. The door was often left open. Every time he passed by, he would hear the noise of big men playing cards. The women were lying on the bed, looking at him with empty eyes. Their eyes were filled with despair. In half a month, he got to know a girl named Elle who had been oppressed for a few months. He fell in love with her. On this day, when he saw Iyer being humiliated, he finally couldn't help but rush up and point at those gangsters to scold them. He spoke righteously, but in the end, he was beaten black and blue and was even mocked. Moreover, one night, a drunken man drugged him with a drug that made him impulsive and threw it next to Elle with a grin. Aren't you full of benevolence and morality? Let's see if you can handle it. He had experienced the most terrifying night of his life. Elle also committed suicide. He wept bitterly. Just like that, he went from being the laughingstock of the village to the laughingstock of the entire building. 28 years old. He spent a year in the ridicule of the entire building. At this time, the leader of the Fist gang, Iron Fist, came to him. We're not doing business in this building anymore. We're going to open a red building in the center. We're going to take the high-end route and do business with the rich. It won't do if you don't know how to read and write. I can't afford to hire those scholars. I want to ask you to teach me some simple knowledge. Pretending to be a lady from a wealthy family. He refused and left the building. 30 years old. A man found him and gave him an evaluation. Level E evaluation, the lowest. You've been sent to the border to take care of a big continent. Currently, you're the 731th prince. It turned out that he had the bloodline of the emperor of the entire Tyr Empire. The tradition of the royal family was to place all the babies at birth in different places. When they were 30 years old, they would receive them and evaluate their life potential. He received the lowest possible evaluation. 31 years old. He came to a big continent and began to live a noble life that was unimaginable in the past. He married a beautiful woman and gave birth to a child. However, he still couldn't forget Al. He couldn't forget that woman. He had nightmares countless days and nights. All of them were him looking at the door in the corridor of the building. Inside were the sounds of playing cards and the hooting of the burly men. Al's eyes were empty as she lay on the bed, looking at him at the door. Many times, he thought, if he had worked harder and been smarter, perhaps his fate would have been different. He wouldn't have left any regrets. However, there was no way to regret it. He began to research technology and turned the whole continent into his utopia. There was no war, no bullying, and it was extremely peaceful. He was still that stubborn version of himself. However, his scientific and technological talent was still displayed. He governed the whole continent perfectly, and all kinds of advanced technology appeared. An empire's princess. Charles found him. This was an ambitious and ruthless woman, the most competitive princess in the entire empire. I've seen your resume. You're very kind, very stubborn, and also very talented. Do you want to follow me and help me run for the throne? He followed Charles. 21 years old. Soon, a large amount of resources were given to him. He completely displayed his talent. He quickly revived the ancient divine arsenal, turned himself and Charles into gods, and mass-produced gods' henchmen. 24 years old. They overthrew Emperor Tyr, who was in his prime. Princess Seal ascended to the throne and became the new Emperor Tyr. He also abandoned his throne and became a chief scientist. Miao Qi, who had achieved success and recognition, sat on the cliff of the Scientific Research Institute. He stared at the sky blankly. I keep having this feeling of uneasiness. It's as if I'm waiting for something. Expecting something? 21 years old. He began to pursue the feeling in the dark. He studied parallel universes and multiple spacetime. However, after a few years of research, a mysterious woman found him. Me from another universe, you're really incomparably weak. This woman was incomparably beautiful. Her beauty was breathtaking. Boom, the entire empire was shaken. Enemy attack? What empire is this? It's actually similar to us. Unimaginable? Behind this woman stood countless high-dimensional battleships. You're another me from a parallel universe? Miachi flew up as well. The two looked at each other from afar. They had a strong feeling that only by devouring each of their parallel universes would they be able to form their true selves. Only when the countless selves in the multiverse merged together would they be able to form a superego. Boom, the two floated in midair and looked at each other from afar. Do you want to have a chat? The woman asked. Miachi laughed. We do want to have a chat, the woman said. The woman said, do you know where our fates diverge? Do you still remember the year when I was 28? The leader of the Fist gang, Iron Fist, came to invite me to teach. He wanted me to open a school and I agreed. I went to the Red Tower to teach. I'm not as weak as you are. I want to save those girls. Tears suddenly welled up in Miachi's eyes. You did what I didn't dare to do back then. Did you succeed? The woman only smiled and said emotionally, yes, I succeeded. I slowly gained their trust. One day, I took the opportunity to let all the girls go. I covered for them and did not manage to escape. I was captured. You. Miachi was speechless. Although it was an indigenous planet, it was said that they had obtained some kind of special technology, sex reassignment surgery. Hence, I became a woman to replace the women who were let go. Because I was proficient in the 4 arts, chess, and calligraphy, I became their star and created more value for them. In the next few years of hell, I secretly contacted a rich customer when they were not paying attention. He really fell in love with me, and I used his power to destroy the entire Fist gang. I replaced them and gradually ruled a country. When I was 30, my evaluation was A. I kept climbing up the ranks and became the 17th princess. However, my evaluation was never recognized by His Majesty. He looked down on my experience and felt that it was a disgrace to the empire. But in the end, I seized power and became the new emperor there. Miachi did not speak. The woman continued, however, I had nightmares every day. I saw those men lying on top of me. I was terrified. Sometimes, I selfishly thought that if I had been more timid and escaped, instead of going to the Red Tower to become a teacher and saving those women, I would have been very happy. I vaguely sensed that the universe was multidimensional and infinite. I used the power of the entire country to travel to a parallel universe and saw you. The woman stared at him. However, I thought that your life would be very good. I did not expect that I, who was timid and chose to leave, did not conquer that building. My life was also so full of nightmares and I was so unhappy. What was I envious of? She sneered. Miachi looked at the woman in front of him. He was completely speechless. Sometimes, a single choice was enough to affect both ends of fate. Miachi was silent for a moment. Then, he said, both of our lives are filled with regrets. We both think that we made a wrong choice in our lives back then, which led to the regrets and endless nightmares that formed a knot in our hearts. Perhaps, if we had been braver and saved Ire, we would not have, yes. That was a woman. She lay on the bed and looked at him helplessly. That scene was unforgettable. It became an eternal thorn in Miachi's heart. Countless years of nightmares. Click. At that moment, a man walked out of the space. His expression was extremely strange and sinister. I am the 13th prince, Miachi. When I was 30, my evaluation was SSS. I was almost recognized by His Majesty as his successor. I also saved Ire. Are the two of you envious of my current life? The corners of his lips curled into a strange and evil smile. In your space-time, you're the 13th prince? Mi asked curiously. Yes. The 13th prince looked at him and then at the other woman. Let me sort this out. You envy me, and this woman envies you. As for me, I envy you. The two of them were shocked. He was obviously braver than them. He should not have any regrets in life. He had also successfully saved Elle, whom he liked, and avoided a tragedy. Why would he envy them? Do you want to know why I'm SSS when I'm 30? He smiled. Yes. Do you remember when I was 27, I was drugged, and Elle committed suicide? The two of them looked at him and trembled. You made another choice and saved Elle? The 13th prince smiled and said, I was under the influence of the drug, but I was stronger and braver than you guys. While the man was unprepared, I picked up the hammer beside me and hit him, causing him to roll on the ground. At that time, Elle didn't know what to do. She wanted to hug me, but I pushed her away. The 13th prince grinned and looked at the two of them. I looked at the man, and the man looked at me in horror. The two of them seemed to have thought of something. Yes, I'm braver than you. He smiled ferociously. They naturally knew that they liked women. They also knew that the 13th prince was crazy to do that. Even they were trembling. This version of himself was too ruthless and brave. He made a choice that they didn't have the guts to make at that time. At the same time, they knew that if they had treated Elle back then, Elle, who was already extremely fragile, would have committed suicide. The 13th prince made the perfect choice and saved Elle. From that moment on, I was stained with the unruliness of the pugilistic world. It was a kind of ruthlessness, a kind of crazy street ruthlessness. Later, the ladies next to me surrounded me. They looked at me in horror and admiration. They knew that I was someone they could absolutely trust. Even in such a situation, I didn't do anything to them. I really wanted to protect them. They were also aroused by me. They became ruthless and wanted to protect me. Therefore, they also awakened and started to plot with me. We tricked the Fist gang members one by one and killed them. That night, we killed more than 10 of them. The next morning, I used a pair of antlers to cut off my long hair and kept a crew cut. We formed a new Fist gang to fight against them. After dealing with them, I got my hands on the Fist gang sex change technology and turned all of them into women. I opened a red chamber and let them experience the pain and screams. Their expressions changed completely. I obtained an SSS rank, and in the process of becoming the 13th prince, I became His Majesty's most recognized successor. I never bully the weak. I want to defeat those stronger than me. I've already gotten used to turning all my enemies into women. I've opened a special red house for them to entertain guests. He grinned. Even I have to admit that my psychology has begun to distort. I like to see those former enemies entertain their guests. That kind of despair, helplessness, and fear in their eyes. Both of them were horrified. The 13th prince must be terrifying, disgusting, and sinister to everyone in the empire. He didn't dare to make an enemy out of him. Because if his enemies were defeated by him, it would be too tragic. They would be turned into women and sent to the Red Chamber. The 13th prince stared at the two of them. Speaking of Elle, you said that you regret it, but do you really like Elle? The two of them didn't speak. This was an eternal thorn in their hearts. No. After saving Elle, I spent some time with her and realized that I didn't really like her. Then, what kind of feelings did I have at that time? Yes, I was extremely confused. Since I didn't like her, why did I turn around and do that crazy thing to that strong man in order to take care of her feelings? He cried and laughed at the same time. Later, I figured it out. I didn't do it for them at all. I did it for myself. Ever since I walked through the hallway and saw Elle looking at me through the doorway with empty despair, I knew that I was also like them. We were all as lowly as dust, pitifully weak and lamentable. This is how cruel fate is. The weak will not be compensated for being bullied. Instead, they will be robbed of even more because they are crippled after being robbed. This is an endless cycle. The weak get weaker, and the strong get stronger. Therefore, the moment I drugged Elle, I made a decision. I gave up on bullying the weaker Elle and went to truly defeat myself. What I want is to never bully or torture the weak. To always wield my sword against the strong. No matter what difficulties I face, I have to face them head-on. The two of them were shocked, and their minds went blank. Have you realized that the reason for your nightmares and the knot in your hearts isn't because you really want to save your beloved Elle? Instead, you hate yourself for being weak and want to save yourself. The 13th prince faced the two of them and said coldly, "Yes, I'm more ruthless and courageous than you two. I chose the direction that you two regretted back then. Am I really happy? No, I'm not. Sometimes, I always think that if I was more timid back then, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up like this. Until I saw you two. I was originally extremely envious of you two, who were even more timid back then. To think that you two are also envious of me." He took a deep breath. "Now that you know what I went through, are you still envious?" The three of them stood in the void and suddenly stopped talking. Every single one of them regretted not having made the other choice. They were constantly thinking that if they had made another choice back then, they wouldn't have ended up like this. However, when they saw their other selves in the parallel universe, they were actually envious of each other and envious of each other's choices. What a joke. What kind of inner demons did we harbor to come to this day? Who am I envious of? Who is envious of me? Who am I? Who are you? We have always been entangled with the past, and our Tao hearts aren't open-minded. This has become our shadow. But why are we entangled with the past and the future? The three of them stopped in their tracks. They suddenly thought of a certain unknown existence's words, which appeared in their minds. Everything in the past is a prelude. A terrifying thought appeared in their minds. Are we the personalities of parallel universes? We come from different universes. We will have a battle. Who will win? The wind howled as the three of them in the parallel universe started their battle. Countless missiles and technology exploded. Space-time collapsed, distorted, and converged. All the military forces of the three-tier empires poured out crazily. The three parallel universes started fighting. After an unknown period of time, the 13th prince opened his eyes and looked at Charles and the smiling Medusa. "Congratulations on passing the test. You have the highest evaluation." Princess Xiao'er was indeed faster than him. However, being fast meant that there weren't too many flaws in one's Tao heart. The greater the flaws, the more obvious the flaws, the harder it was to fix them. However, after fixing them, it meant that the person's Tao heart was stronger and more terrifying. At this moment, Charles looked at the 13th prince with admiration. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "A real man will face difficulties head-on and not lay a hand on a weak woman. I was wrong about you. You are a good pervert." "Oh right, who won among the three of you? Who devoured the other two?" The 13th prince smiled and looked at Charles. "Is that important? It's all my fault. Also, you pervert. You licked the toes of His Majesty Renomance's statue all day long. You still have the cheek to talk about me?" Charles's face stiffened. The princes and princesses who were able to live to this day had climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Which one of them didn't have any psychological problems? Almost all of you are out. Your evaluation has been decided. Medusa looked at the row of people in front of him. All of them had murderous looks on their faces. Their expressions were firm, and their temperaments were completely different. Their hearts were tough. At this moment, they had made up for the flaws in their path of growth. In other words, they might have been devoured by their other perfect personality. They no longer had any major weaknesses. Medusa looked at them and said, "Do you still have any regrets in your lives? Do you still regret what you did in the past? What about the future? If you don't fight for your life, how will you know if you will regret it?" The people in front of him had determined expressions. They revealed incomparably crazy battle intent. Yes, this is the look in your eyes. Do everything you want and don't regret what you have done. Medusa laughed loudly. "I believe you don't have much fear now. You will only be afraid that if you are timid, you will regret it." The eyes of the ironstone girl next to him were completely bright. She looked at Medusa with admiration as she taught these people how to do things and brainwashed them. However, the disciples below were even more horrified and horrified. What was that just now? Parallel universe, multiple spacetime? The ancient universe garden can actually reach this level. What kind of terrifying secret is hidden? However, the next second, the words of this demon god made them even more horrified. "You have officially passed the assessment and qualification test. Next, I will bring you to see the ancient Renomanza." Thud thud thud. The interior of the villa was vast. It was comparable to the land area of countless planets. It would take them a long time to walk through. There were not many of them left. The imperial forces led by Charles and Miachi. The extraordinary forces led by Munsa, the daughter of the fallen swordsman Gusla. Dozens of them walked on this land. Sure enough, the interior of this huge villa is also in a high-dimensional space. This is too strange. The land is so huge. I can't imagine that a universe Taoist could do this, and just now, was that a parallel universe? We disciples were put into a parallel universe to undergo trials and aptitude tests? What kind of vast and invincible power is this? It's unbelievable. Yes, we feel that our soul cultivation has been improved beyond belief. This is real. Universe Garden. Renimanka. They whispered in their hearts. They could not help but tremble in fear. This was an unimaginable opportunity. It all depended on whether they could survive and endure. You should know that such a great existence will not have much time to see you. To him, you are like ants after tea, greeting you and then continuing to drink tea, Medusa said as he walked. Even the disasters that your civilizations and planets are facing do not matter to such a great existence. Even I can only meet an ancient existence of this level by chance. We are creatures of 2 dimensions. Everyone around him nodded hurriedly. They naturally knew that the outer sect was selected in the garden. As long as the inner sect was a deity or passed the garden's test, they could become an inner sect disciple. It was said that at its peak, there were tens of millions of inner sect disciples. However, the inner sect disciples could not come into contact with the core. The speed of replacement was too fast. Some inner sect disciples might not even see an existence of this level in their entire lives. The truly powerful ones were the true disciples. The true disciples were what Renimanka truly valued. At that time, there were super geniuses among billions of creatures in countless civilizations. The true disciples would manage and teach tens of millions of inner sect disciples. Moreover, in the most ancient era, the first and second true disciples were rank 9 Taoists who surpassed the laws of the universe. The other disciples were at least rank 9 powerhouses with heaven-defying combat power. It was a very ancient scene. One had to know that for existences of this level, just a single mural in the corridor was enough to represent the habitat, reproduction, and life of an entire civilization. Don't say too much. Don't say anything. If His Majesty doesn't take the initiative to speak, I will leave after paying my respects, Medusa said. We will remember. They hurriedly replied. At this time, Medusa continued, I know what you want to ask. You want to ask His Majesty why he didn't pay attention to the Buddha pillar god virus outside, nor did he pay attention to the demon god Chi practitioner of Merchant City who chased after the Buddha pillar god. Why did he act so presumptuously in His Majesty's territory? No one said a word. Obviously, Medusa had directly revealed their thoughts. The other party's background is indeed terrifying. His Majesty Renamansa has known the other party since more than 100,000 years ago. At this time, both sides are fighting. As a neutral party, His Majesty will not pay attention to them, Modus warned. What? When they heard this, they could only feel their hearts trembling in fear, and they had to restrain themselves from screaming. During the era of the ancient universe garden, an ancient existence like Renamanga already knew him, over 100,000 years. What kind of terrifying lifespan was that? Could it be that saying that the pillar gods had eternal lifespans was true and not a lie at all? Previously, they still had some doubts, but now, they were completely convinced. The Gautama pillar god's terror disease taboo had a terrifying origin. This was a terrifying taboo existence that countless rank 9 civilizations were wary of. The 13th prince had a look of horror on his face as he looked at Charles beside him. That demon god alchemy shop sold many powerful cultivation techniques in the universe. At the same time, they also bought and exchanged cultivation techniques from their civilization. They had evaluated them and were very belittled, calling them a country bumpkin civilization. In a remote area. They had never seen a country bumpkin in the center of the universe. At that time, they were very dissatisfied with those slightly insulting words. Now, it seemed that their tier empire was really a country bumpkin civilization that was far away from the center of the universe. They didn't expect that there would be such terrifying things in the center of the universe, only now did they truly come into contact with the core civilizations of the universe. Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. Their civilization had finally taken this step and was able to come into contact with this level. If you want to fight for your people, His Majesty can ignore it, but His Majesty won't do anything. Rely on what you have learned. Medusa brought them to the 2nd floor and was about to open the door. Ta, ta, ta. At this moment, the door of the room beside them suddenly opened. A towering little girl was shrouded in a hazy black mist. She looked to be around 4 or 5 years old, and she had a head of curly hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She was tall and slender, and she wore a flower on her head. She looked at the super tiny ants on the ground and asked curiously, "Big sister, are you going to see father?" Medusa looked up at the little girl who towered into the clouds and nodded. The little girl was very happy. "Then I'll go with you." In fact, after she obtained the energy of those who died in the outer sect trial, she had grown rapidly. Although her realm wasn't high, her body was indeed growing rapidly. However, she didn't rush to disturb her father and took the initiative to enter the study. Right now, following Medusa was a good opportunity. Go together, the hearts of the people around them tightened. There was another little giant living in this universe villa, Renamansa's daughter, with such a huge body, there was naturally no doubt. However, this universe garden had become even more mysterious. Such an ancient existence already had descendants, that Charles's face was burning. The 13th prince looked at her coldly. "Don't have any bad ideas. I know that you are a fanatical evil person who wants to lick his feet." That Charles ignored him. An existence of this level must be fawned over first. Kacha. The door opened. The simple and desolate study gave people a kind of European elegance. Sunlight shone through the window of the villa, passing through the curtains and shining on the ground, dyeing the carpet golden. In front of the desk, a hazy giant slowly opened his eyes. "Are these the inner disciples of this batch?" Medusa nodded and bowed. "Everything is simple. Although the speed is fast, the aptitude of the selected ones aren't bad. Their hearts are perfect and flawless. They are all good seedlings." On the side, the little girl hesitated for a moment and walked around the desk. "Daddy." Suji stiffened. He hugged the little girl and sat on his knees. He smiled and said, "They are indeed very good. The soul spirituality they emit is perfect and flawless. Maybe there is a possibility for them to become a true disciple." The people below were pleasantly surprised and lined up. At this time, everyone was overjoyed. They knew that in the entire universe garden, there were only a few high ruling class positions. As the first batch of disciples, they naturally had the best chance of winning. At this time, Renamanka held the little girl and looked at the inner disciples who were as small as ants. He said softly, "I'm not interested in your identity, and I don't need to tell you what planet you come from. I don't care what great opportunities and secrets you are hiding. It's very simple to come here. You just need to learn and grow. As for how much you can learn, it's up to you. Suji looked at Medusa and said softly, you will teach them. That multiverse is a good place. Medusa nodded. Yes. You may leave. Renamanka said calmly, if you can survive for the next 3 days, I will prepare some small gifts for you. The dozens of people below respectfully left. They clearly knew that they were not in the eyes of this taboo-level existence. Next, they would most likely be eliminated for the 3rd time. Who knew how many people would die? However, their eyes flashed with fighting spirit. They were not afraid. The path of growth of every expert was always accompanied by countless corpses of the same level. The civilization behind them was suffering a disaster. These geniuses must become incomparably powerful. In the universe garden, they must learn terrifying methods and become the saviors of their civilization. Only then could they go back to save their civilization and defeat the pillar god Buddha. Ta. After these people left, Medusa stood in place. Renamanka looked at her. Since I asked you to teach them, I will naturally teach you. I don't know the cultivation method of the evil god race, but I can teach you something else, something similar. Medusa began to listen carefully. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Suji looked a little dazed and reminisced. This was not the first time he had discussed Tao with Medusa. A long time ago, in the Desolate Era, Bai Shaoxing and Medusa discussed Tao in a parade of carriages and talked at night. And now, he had obtained a complete system and concept of breaking through to the rank 9 from Renamanka's inherited memories. It could be said that his understanding of the rank 9 realm was truly stronger than anyone else in the current sand table. As strong as Dicky, Carolyn, and the others were only at the weak 9th order, they did not choose to truly step into the 9th order and did not study the system within the 9th order. Naturally, they were inferior to him. Renamanka said, currently, most of your body is that of a deity. In fact, the fastest of you has already set foot on the path to level 9. However, you do not have a complete grasp of your own power and your future level 9 path. Am I not perfect enough? Modus whispered. Suji spoke with fervor and assurance, what is the strength of the heretic god? Every part of the evil god's body is a living creature, and living creatures have cells. You have an additional layer of structure compared to ordinary living creatures. When they break through to the 9th level, it is a world, but when you break through to the 9th level, it is the fusion of countless worlds to form you. This is the reason why you're so powerful. However, there are many aggregations in the universe. For example, the Tathagata pillar god outside is also a powerful aggregation of countless lifeforms. It's also a polymerized creature? Medusa was slightly startled. He had never seen the pillar god form before, so he naturally did not understand it. However, he is far less powerful than you. Why? Suji lightly said, he is a quantitative change, the accumulation of quantity, uneven. You are a true qualitative change, the accumulation of countless precise and meticulous versions of yourself. Each version of himself is like the same spare part, a random pile of rough stones to form a stone building, crudely built. Every one of you is a completely different part, a gear, a link, a chain. You are born as a perfect composite creature. Renamance's voice gradually became louder, calm and powerful as he continued, he is relying on external forces, relying on all living beings to prove his Tao. With the help of external forces, his cultivation speed is very fast. You rely on yourself to prove your Tao. You cultivate for each version of yourself. You walk a path that you walk more than 100,000 times. So your cultivation speed is very slow. Medusa's mind was slightly shaken. After carefully sorting it out, she was indeed like this. After leaving the demon realm and developing a new body of the evil god Cthulhu, she no longer relied on the help of other living beings. Now, she relied on her own cultivation. Because she found that as she became more familiar with the path, her own cultivation speed was not slow, and there were too many disadvantages when other people helped her cultivate. Next to her, the little girl Iron Rock was also in deep thought. These 9th level concepts were also in her inheritance, but she did not understand them as deeply and thoroughly. And this kind of erudition required a long period of accumulation. It could be seen that her father had seen countless civilizations, seen the transition of countless eras, prosperity, decline, and continued to study civilizations, which was why he had such profound wisdom. Xianxia, sitting in the study, continued to speak softly. The reason why the evil god is so terrifying is not only because he is an aggregation creature, but also because he has a thorough understanding of each realm. Others only walk a path once, but you walk a path 129,600 times. Your realm is extremely stable, terrifying, and powerful. The evil god is the ultimate creature with the deepest understanding of the rules of the entire universe and the path of cultivation. In Medusa's eyes, her mind trembled as if she had completely understood her own foundation. Previously, she had never had a comparison. As a result, she did not know what her own structure was like, because she was the only such creature. Now that she was compared with another aggregation creature, she truly understood her own uniqueness. In the eyes of the little girl Iron Rock, these words were earth-shattering. Ultimate creature, she was completely shaken, and her mind buzzed as she looked at Medusa. Unexpectedly, her sister's race was as powerful as their iron base race, no, perhaps, even more powerful. To walk a path 109,600 times, this was simply like a butcher dismembering an ox, close to the Tao. The true strength of the evil god was not just their aggregation body, perhaps it was their terrifying understanding of the realm, the understanding of the body and the soul, the double invincibility. This was the root of their indescribable strength. Xianxia's voice, like a brass bell, resounded in the study. Every realm, every stage of cultivation, this is almost instinctive for you, as simple as eating and drinking water. You don't need to think, it is as simple as the natural beating of your heart. You have already formed an instinct. But, is it really good to form an instinct? Medusa was slightly startled. After countless times of cultivation, she was naturally very familiar with it. Even at this moment, when she spoke, she was simultaneously controlling thousands of tissues and cultivating at the same time, yes. Organizations of different realms, celestial emperors, gods, all cultivated at the same time under her control. She had already reached this level of familiarity, as if she could instinctively breathe with her eyes closed, so proficient that it made one's heart ache. However, she always felt that there seemed to be a barrier that was getting bigger and bigger, becoming more and more difficult to break through, especially the path to the 9th level, which was difficult to break through. Logically speaking, her fastest organization should have already completed the path of cells. After all, the number of cells was less than that of the Super Saiyan, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't walk past it. It was as if something was stuck in the dark. You have discovered that you can't really walk the path of the laws. You are using these instincts of understanding of each realm and the laws of the universe to bind yourself, forming a fixed pattern, building a high wall for your path to the 9th level. This limits you within the framework of the laws of the universe, making it more difficult for you to break through to the 9th level than any other life in the universe. As soon as these words fell, the little girl Iron Rock next to him was slightly confused. Clearly, she had cultivated a path 129,600 times, so she should know the laws of the universe better than anyone else. It should be easier for her to break through to the 9th level than anyone else. After all, her father had personally said, the evil god is the ultimate creature with the deepest understanding of the laws of the entire universe and the path of cultivation. Why? The little girl Iron Rock couldn't help but ask. Suji was slightly startled, stroked the little girl's head, and smiled. My good daughter, the 9th level is to forget the laws, distort the laws, and the heart is the world. In this realm, they will completely forget the cultivation methods and systems they have practiced all their life and integrate into their instincts. If the 1st to the 8th level is to understand the laws of the universe, then the 9th level is to forget the laws of the universe. Forget, Medusa was a little hesitant. A huge storm of thoughts rolled up in her mind, as if something was looming. In her eyes, there seemed to be thunder, rainstorm, tsunami, sunlight, and countless celestial phenomena shrouding her, and she saw the universe. This is not to forget, but to. It's easy for others to forget the rules only once, but you have walked 129,600 times. Suji sighed softly. Of course, if you can really forget the 129,600 paths you have walked, then at that time, you will also become truly powerful beyond the concept of the universe. The universe is balanced, there are gains and losses. the evil god's bloodline takes the longest to cultivate. Although they are invincible within the same realm, the threshold for breaking through is simply astonishing. The 9th level will be difficult to imagine. Medusa's mind rumbled. At this moment, as if she was possessed, she obediently listened and vaguely found a direction. At this time, Medusa gradually understood the true meaning of the 9th level and couldn't help but ask, "I want to forget," but, she frowned. She remembered it more deeply than anyone else, to forget the mindset engraved in her bones. This is simply. Suji paused for a moment. He sat in the study and stroked the little girl's iron hair as if he was holding a rebar doll. He smiled and said, "Once upon a time, an old friend of the evil god, who was also your father's generation, left behind a stone tablet that recorded his life as he grew up. There are various Tao techniques on the path of growth. Take a look, but do not ever leak it out, and do not tell any living beings about it." Medusa's mind trembled. This is the cultivation method record of a evil god's path of growth, a stone tablet left behind by the ancestor of the evil god of Cthulhu? It's not the original, I can only vaguely visualize it from memory. Renamance's voice was somewhat regretful. Inside the study, a stone tablet slowly condensed and sat on the ground. The opening sentence was actually frowny face traversing the universe for 170,000 years, killing all enemies, defeating all heroes, no one in the world can match up to me. Helpless, I could only live in seclusion in the deep valley, befriending the octopus. Sigh. Seeking a worthy opponent in my life, but unable to find one, truly lonely and unbearable. Evil god Duguchobai. When Medusa saw this line of words, she only felt a sense of loneliness, an invincible aura of extreme loneliness in the universe. Full of loneliness, she couldn't help but be fascinated. Not only Medusa, but even the Ironstone girl felt dizzy. With just a short sentence, an unbelievably domineering aura washed over them. Such a formidable character was simply shocking. Even the Iron Base race might not dare to say such a thing, right? But then again, in the same realm, the Iron Base race was indeed unable to defeat such a terrifying existence. Not only was it an aggregated creature, but it had also walked the same path 129,600 times. It was the ultimate creature with the deepest understanding of the rules and cultivation paths of the entire universe. She looked at elder sister Medusa with even more admiration. But in the end, she calmed herself down, bypassed the preface, and looked at the first spell on the stone tablet. The image above was vague, giving off a terrifying, indescribable feeling that did not seem like a spell created by a living being. It was as if the sky had darkened and the universe had lost all light. The spellstone tablet wrote, "Frowny face soft and silent, destroying one's spiritual sense, used to compete with the heroes of the realm before 20,000 years old." The Ironstone girl was slightly startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a domineering, peerless character," she thought to herself. As expected, it was the path of the evil god. She looked at elder sister Medusa again and knew that this race was indescribable, extremely evil, and indescribably terrifying. This path was extremely terrifying. She looked at the next stone tablet. "Frowny face, eye of the evil god, used before 30,000 years old, accidentally injuring friends in the galaxy is an ominous omen, abandoned deep valley." It was another simple description of domineering and invincible. On the stone tablet was a sinister and eerie eye. One look was enough to make one's flesh and blood collapse. Every cell, every chemical composition of the body, was affected by an unknown and mysterious power of the universe, rapidly fragmenting and turning into the most basic particles of matter in the universe. Great disintegration, great collapse. This was the first reaction it gave people. Even the Ironstone girl was horrified when she saw this. This was a technique that developed the sinister and evil soul system to its peak, almost invincible. She couldn't help but be fascinated as she looked at the next scene. This was a stone tablet. There was nothing left. There were no more feminine spells, nor were there any strange and sinister evil god techniques. There was only a simple fist imprinted on the stone tablet. Heavy fist without edge, great skill without work, used to dominate the world before 40,000 years old. The Ironstone girl was shocked. What? Why did he suddenly change his route? Why did he suddenly use his fists? One had to know that the evil god race looked like a sinister and evil soul faction. They were indescribably horrifying. They weren't like iron-based life forms like them, who were known for close combat. Seeing this, Medusa's body trembled slightly. He started to lose control of his mental energy and it started to become indescribable. His body was wrapped in an evil god chaotic current aura and he returned to his original state. However, when he looked at the next stone tablet, the two men's expressions of shock had reached their peak. This was an incomparably frightening and profound sentence. After 40,000 years of age, no matter how you pick a leaf or a flower, it can be used as a weapon. You can penetrate a planet. From then on, you will cultivate and gradually reach a state where there is no state that surpasses a state. You will forget about the Tao and achieve the Tao. You will enter the 9th stage and become invincible in the universe. Boom. The world was spinning, it was as if the whole world had lit up. In a trance, the first ray of morning sunlight sprinkled on their faces, full of afterglow and light. As soon as these words fell, their minds were like a pot of boiling water, constantly boiling and roaring. It was as if there was billowing hot air above their heads, and they fell into a state of extreme dizziness. Forget about the Tao and achieve the Tao. Medusa couldn't help but chew on this sentence. He suddenly felt enlightened, as if he had walked from a dark valley into a brilliant and boundless green grassland. A cool breeze blew on his cheeks, and he was bathed in the warm sunlight. There was light at the end of the tunnel. It was obvious that the previous generation of evil gods had also encountered this predicament. He had also walked the path of cultivation countless times. Because he understood the rules of the universe better than any other creature, he was indescribably powerful among those of the same realm, but at the same time, he had created a terrifying wall of 9th stage. What kind of terrifying concept was a person cultivating 129,600 times to become a deity? It was almost impossible to break the rules of his own thinking. However, the other party continued to hone and forget, and in the end, he forgot all the rules of cultivation and the evil god system, and only fought with brute force. He broke all the walls that he had painstakingly built. So that's how it is. At this moment, it was as if she had returned to the beginning of cultivation as an ordinary person. Other than shock, there was only admiration. These stone tablets that recorded the Tao made people feel as if they were looking at an earth-shattering ancient taboo existence that galloped across the universe. The grandeur and heroism between the lines made people unable to help but be fascinated by it, abandon everything that one had cultivated before. What kind of domineering and resolute determination was this? It seemed that these stone tablets did not have any specific cultivation methods, but she clearly knew that every sentence on them formed the experience of a realm, the experience of breaking through to the next realm. These few short sentences gathered together were her future path, which was more precious than any knowledge and inheritance. Your Majesty, I have learned. At this moment, Medusa was completely convinced. She had finally truly included him in this big family. Renamanga was very good to him. And her daughter was also defenseless against him. Such an environment was extremely good for an evil god to live in. Evil god, Dugu Chobai? The ironstone girl's eyes were bright, with a hint of worship. Sitting in Suji's arms, she clapped her hands and smiled. Sister Medusa's ancestor is really too powerful. Don't tell anyone else. Remember the stone tablets you saw today? Suji said gently to the two. Yes. Medusa replied. She also knew that this kind of inheritance was naturally the biggest secret. And Suji naturally did not want to reveal it to the public. It was best to keep it as an absolute secret. If it was heard by some people, there would be strange historical rumors. At this time, Medusa was carefully pondering, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Previously, it was very difficult for her to make great progress on the path of the 9th rank. This was because her understanding of the universe and every realm was engraved into her bones. It was as instinctive as breathing. Naturally, she could not distort the laws that had been engraved into her bones. It would be extremely stiff. From the 1st to the 8th rank, first learn the laws of the universe, then the 9th rank, forget the laws of the universe. Once you have mastered them, you will be able to build your own world. Your heart will replace the will of the heavens, and your body will replace the universe. Medusa murmured and bowed. She was completely convinced. Your Majesty, thank you for your guidance. You may leave. Suji, who was sitting in front of the desk, smiled. Medusa bowed and left. And the ironstone girl was still sitting in Suji's arms, constantly thinking about the words just now. She felt that it was more and more powerful, really too powerful. The evil god race, that evil demon, Dugu Chobai. Sister Medusa's ancestors were very powerful. They might have surpassed our potential. Yes. Suji laughed. At this time, the ironstone girl said, "Father, you haven't given me a name yet." This was also her main purpose for coming here. She did not have a name yet. Suji was slightly startled, but he really did not have any artistic talent in naming. After thinking for a while, he could not help but say, "Then let's call you Goddess of Stone." Goddess of Stone, the little girl was startled. She felt that this name was not bad. "Then I'll be called Goddess of Stone." The little girl nodded. She felt that her life was not bad. She looked at those geniuses from various planets who were struggling to find a master. They struggled with all their might. She felt that she was very blessed. There was also Sister Medusa who treated her very well. She herself was from an extremely terrifying top race in the super universe. At this moment, little Goddess of Stone asked in Suji's arms, "It seems that Medusa's ancestor, demon seeker of defeat, is very powerful. I wonder where such an existence is now." She was still thinking about the stone tablet just now. Those words were too domineering. Suji touched the little girl who was half the size of a continent and said calmly, "I'm not sure. She has been in deep sleep for too long. When I woke up, I used the evil god summoning ritual. She was the only one left in her race. No one knows where she went." He gave a reasonable answer. "Then sister is really pitiful," little Goddess of Stone said. Suji chatted with the little girl for a while. Then, the little girl jumped down from Suji's arms. She bounced out of the study, pushed open the door, and left. Even though each of her jumps could cause an earthquake of magnitude 12 or above on a small planet, or a super tsunami, she was still able to control herself. Furthermore, the wind that she created when she ran formed countless small tornadoes that circled around her like flowers decorating the surroundings of the little girl. Born holy. Born to be a god. This was the greatness of the descendants of a level 8 god. Moreover, she was from such a powerful and great super universe race. Click. The door was closed. "Goodbye, Father. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore." In the study, Suji touched his nose. He was a little speechless. The life of his next-door neighbor, Old Wang, was not bad. Unknowingly, I suddenly have a bouncing daughter. Renamenka, living in a villa in the universe garden, is really interesting. A super large villa that was comparable to the land of countless planets. A daughter that was comparable to an iron-based life of a continent. There was also a group of super small disciples who were respectfully studying in the villa. In the future, this place would grow into a very large universe force. Perhaps this is what it means to live in a garden, Suji said calmly. As for the hints given to Medusa, although it was done on a whim and used a certain wuxia plot, it was still true. Other people naturally did not have too many worries in this aspect, but Medusa did. She had been imprisoned by herself. She had used 129,000 times of cultivation to imprison herself. And Suji now had a very deep understanding of the path to the 9th step, so naturally he could see this point clearly. Suji sat quietly in the study. Although Medusa will discover this sooner or later, it will take a lot of time. However, speaking of the rank 9 path, Suji could be considered to have officially embarked on it. His main body was cultivating. At the same time, he had a clearer understanding of his path to the 9th step after obtaining the complete and matured legacy of this iron foundation. Everyone's path to tier 9 is different. My path to tier 9 is to cultivate in a highly pressurized environment to speed up the fusion of my soul and flesh. Suji pondered for a few seconds. As for Carolyn and the 3-god nuclear fission and nuclear fusion, Dichi's 3 severed bodies, he did not want to try it. It was too fancy. Although it was also very in line with their cultivation method and system. However, using high-intensity pressure and relying on one's own tempering to break through was undoubtedly the most stable way to prove one's Tao through strength. At the same time, the rank 9 path was only a matter of time for him. Because he could live forever, there was no possibility of him dying halfway through. The problem is, how long will it take to break through? Looks like I have to find a way to get a neutron star? That's obviously impossible. That kind of high-intensity pressure is not something carbon-based life can withstand. It's really as fragile as charcoal. Suji opened his eyes slightly. I still have to think of a way to increase Renamenka's realm and strength as soon as possible. I can use his high-intensity gravity war body to freely control it and let my main body cultivate under high pressure. I'll just train like that for now. After all, an ordinary gravity room is nothing to my body. It's also troublesome to be too strong. At the end of the day, as long as there was enough energy, Renamenka's body could quickly improve like his main body. Moreover, this was equivalent to recultivating, which was faster. But the problem was also very obvious. The size of Renamenka's body was tens of thousands of times that of Suji's main body. The more energy it required, the more it was a bottomless pit. Fortunately, I built the Mother Stream power station and other power stations, and they've all set sail. In another week or two, I feel like I'll become a god, right? He muttered, sorting out his future development ideas. As for the tragic war outside the Universal Garden? The survival of the indigenous civilizations? The killing of the pillar gods, Suji did not care. He walked to the window of the study and looked out at the lush green garden below. It was full of lush greenery, and the years were peaceful. A little girl was running around happily, playing and interacting with the little ants and giant beasts on the ground. Maybe I'll have to raise a big octopus as a pet. Suji said softly. He finally understood the problem with Renamenka's size. He was so big that he could not communicate. But it's about time, right? Suji was deep in thought as he looked in the direction of Medusa's villa. His goal in building this sand table was to allow Medusa's multidimensional crystal wall universe to completely set sail and communicate with the outside world. And now, Suji also wanted to see how much the crystal wall universe had developed over the years. Compared to the indigenous war outside, this was more important. There were many small mouse holes under the corridors of the universe villa. They were like the mouse holes in the movie Cat and Mouse. As for the disciples, they lived in these small caves and carefully served the owner of the house outside. Munsa, the daughter of the swordsman Vesra, who was now a deity, said calmly, "Looks like we have to give Little Master a gift. We can contact the Bored Octopus clan. Obviously, they would be very happy to send their children over to play with Little Master." Next to him, Charles smiled proudly. "Do you think that you'll be able to win the Little Master's favor by doing this? We can also give him dolls. Our entire empire can make cute dolls that are comparable to a continent's worth of machines. We can even make all kinds of interesting large toys." Munsa sneered and said, "Machines are machines, after all. They are far less cute than living creatures. This has been proven in ancient times." Both sides were at odds with each other. They had even planned to contact the civilizations outside and give them resources to please Little Master. At this moment, both sides were in high-dimensional space-time. Because the war outside was very fierce, it was very likely that the outcome would be decided in 1 or 2 days. They had to quickly spend 100 or 200 years in the high-dimensional space-time to obtain enough power to go to the civilizations outside and give them help. At this moment, there was a signal. The demon god was calling them from the living room. Everyone hurriedly walked out of the living room, like a bunch of ants standing on the vast and boundless land of the universe. Medusa looked at them calmly. "The second trial has begun. You will completely enter the multiverse. I believe that with the previous trial, you have already understood the concept of multiverse and parallel universes." Everyone nodded. Multiverse, that mysterious universe. Medusa just stared at them and smiled indifferently. "You only have 2 days. What you can obtain will be up to you. It is worth mentioning that some disciples should not think that you are a deity and can be presumptuous." Everyone was shocked. The 13th prince suddenly asked, "What is the level of the highest existence inside?" Medusa quietly looked at them. "Those who have set foot on the path to the 9th level, in your words, are the supreme gods of the laws. However, the fastest supreme god of the laws has already crossed the multiverse and seen another parallel universe of himself. He has realized the great unification of the multiverse and is planning to break through to the 9th level. 9th level, about to break through, The universe, hearing this, they were so shocked that they were drenched in cold sweat. Wouldn't that mean that the civilization was several times more prosperous than the civilizations of their nearby planets? They were indeed a countryside civilization. They looked at each other, and their faces suddenly became extremely bitter. The 13th prince made a cold joke. It seems that people from the countryside like us have to enter the city to fight and see the big scene, in order to save our barren villages from fire. This is the true center of the universe. Munsa's eyes were filled with the determination of a seeker. To be able to touch the truth of the universe, I have no regrets even if I die. They were in a remote area of the universe. To them, this was an extremely difficult thing to imagine. After all, as geniuses from the central high-level planets of the various tier empires and the various divine planes, they were naturally above countless low-level civilizations. They had already crossed many galaxies, improved countless colonized planets, and were extremely powerful. They had gradually built up their self-confidence over tens of thousands of years, making them think that they were the strongest type of advanced civilization below the level 9 civilization. Even in the entire universe, they were at the upper level. However, the superiority and arrogance they thought they had were gradually being smashed to pieces. Civilizations are gradient types. The 13th Prince Miyake took a deep breath. 13th Prince Miyake took a deep breath. We should be proud because we have come into contact with the true secret of the entire universe, the core area. This is a disaster for our civilization, but it is also an opportunity, yes, for our civilization. We must obtain great power in His Majesty Renomance's door and save our civilization. The few of them had solemn expressions, both joyful and expectant. After making some preparations, they gradually entered this multiverse. However, Munsa's expression changed slightly, and a voice sounded in her mind. Don't worry, I will be by your side to protect you at all times. I am your greatest adventure and trump card. This was Pan Shuexian's voice. She had successfully sneaked in. After all, as experts in planning, how could they not have prepared all kinds of trump cards? They had spent a lot of money to successfully sneak in. However, this muscular system lady could no longer recognize Medusa because her form had changed. Thank you, we will definitely get through this. Recently, I have already begun to practice martial arts again. Women should be strong, Munsa said. She also had a trump card. She had obtained a unique hidden item from the alchemists and exchanged it for a system. It was obvious that the demon god knew about this as well. Pan Shuexian was actually a parasitic life form and was treated as one of her disciples. In fact, she had given Munsa 2 copies of the test, and one was given to her. Renomance also knew about this, or else he would not have said, I don't care what you have. An infinite multiverse? At this moment, Pan Shuexian quietly started a live broadcast. I have a bunch of saints behind me, so I am not afraid of too much. Instead, I will obtain countless resources and knowledge. What was an infinite civilization? The mother stream system was rooted in the galactic sun. It grew at a speed that surpassed the speed of light, spreading its branches and extending green buds. In the end, it could extend to every corner of the physical universe. Its branches and leaves swayed in the void, occupying the entire universe. The mother stream civilization could be called the ultimate infinity of the physical universe. Then, what is the infinity of the spiritual universe? In Dong City, Suji slowly stands up from his seat. The surrounding air is distorted because of his emotions. He sets his eyes on the bookshelf of the crystal wall next to him. The crystal wall system is rooted in the spiritual universe. By splitting and expanding, it can stretch out parallel spacetime. It can expand to an infinite region that surpasses the material universe. It can be called the infinite of the spiritual universe. 2 infinities, 2 ultimate existences. Suji said slowly, this is the most outstanding sand table world that I've opened up so far. It's like the foundation of a world. They are enough to extend to the real heavens and the infinite space. He slowly looked at the crystal walls in the study. They were bright and beautiful, like the most dazzling sapphires in the entire universe. However, the origin is Medusa. He turned around and looked at Medusa, who had returned to the glass bottle. Kacha, there is a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Charles and the others came to a green grassland. Mansa stared at the others and directly said, "It has already begun. Those who are not at the level of a deity cannot enter the high-dimensional spacetime. You can follow us, but I personally suggest that you seek your own opportunities, because if you follow us, you might die very quickly. We won't protect you." The few who were not at the level of God looked at each other and left. "Then let us begin." Mansa glanced at the remaining 13th prince and the higher-ups of the corporations and said with a smile, "I know. You've all brought in your super instruments. Come and check." Charles smiled. "Everything depends on Brother Wang. After all, he is a super genius in this field of scientific and technological research. We can fight against the virus and revive the ancient, divine factory." It was also after he became a god, he led the scientific and technological scientists of the empire to research ancient technology. Even Mansa had to admit that the 13th Prince Miyake was indeed a super genius in this field. There were also terrifying geniuses in the technology field. The technology created by one person could fight against an entire civilization. One had to know that Renamance's second disciple was a level 9 Dao user in the technology field. Although the 13th prince had accumulated energy to the level of a high-level deity, he was still no match for a low-level deity like Mantha, who had been cultivating on her own. However, the various weapons he had researched were not to be underestimated. "Everyone, according to my guess, this is a terrifying and mysterious world civilization. It might not be weaker than the Pillar God civilization or the other top civilizations. This is the center of the universe." The 13th prince looked at everyone. "You have to know that according to the God-fiend alchemist shop, the core world ruled by the Pillar God Buddha is also a multiverse. They have a world line and can see the past and the future, so we have to be careful. The worst-case scenario is that we might have already been detected by the experts of this civilization." Everyone nodded. Although this was unbelievably strange and terrifying, it was indeed a super-cosmic civilization. It was not something that weaklings like them could measure. "We've experienced the multiverse before. It's obvious that although it's a test of our aptitude, it also reveals information about the world to us. If we don't have confidence in it, then we'll be too stupid. Therefore, I recalled everything I experienced in my life. In order to survey this universe, I brought some emergency research equipment here." Click. He took out some mechanical equipment. "Isotope dating?" Charles looked at him. "This material universe has a lifespan of about 13.7 billion years." The 13th prince frowned. He picked up the galaxy detector and observed the entire galaxy. "It's actually similar to the main material universe, whoosh." The detector slowly drew a moving star chart, which was incomparably rotten. The 13th prince looked at the star map. "This planet of ours is actually in the south-central part of a galaxy. Based on my estimation, this is a boundless world that is as big as the main universe and has the same lifespan, comparable to the main universe." Charles was completely shocked. He could not help but exclaim in excitement, "How can it be as big as the main universe? How can it be as big as the main universe? As big as the main universe? What kind of concept was that?" This meant that there were all sorts of huge galaxies here, and they were all living civilizations in the universe that were the same as them. Beside him, Mansa was trembling in fear. Furthermore, the lifespan was also over 10 billion years. Could this be a real parallel universe? The system in Mansa's body was shocked as well. She continued to post and livestream. "Brothers, I suddenly can't think straight. Quick, look, where the hell am I at? Don't be afraid. There's nothing we can't understand. This kind of low-level civilization, at this moment." The 13th prince told the others with a heavy expression, "I also thought that it's impossible, but we've already seen it. However, this cosmic civilization is unimaginably huge." Yes. No matter how he observed, he could only see an extremely huge real universe. There were endless galaxies, suns, and stars. Therefore, he started to use all sorts of advanced civilization detection equipment to scan the data of the entire universe. Light, cells, and various particles were all extremely real. Every piece of data provided him with the same information, giving him an unparalleled sense of terror. This was the real universe. Faced with this situation, the atmosphere became completely solemn. Could it be that they only sent us to the other side of the universe? Someone said. He didn't think that he had entered an advanced civilization hidden in a high-dimensional spacetime and that he was still in the multiverse outside. I don't know, but I don't think that the existences of the universe garden would trick us laughable disciples. We have to first imagine that this is a high-dimensional world. The 13th prince said. At the same time, the lifespan of this universe was 13.7 billion years, which was still slightly different from the lifespan of the multiverse. Then, if the entire universe is fake, could it be that only when we observe that starry sky will that starry sky exist? Charles continued to analyze and said, according to quantum observation theory, when we don't observe the moon doesn't exist. Although this is a bit extreme, the moon is also made up of uncertain particles. Only when we observe it will it collapse into the state that you can observe. Quantum uncertainty? The 13th prince took a deep breath. He naturally knew about quantum mechanics, and their field of study was extremely mature. It's very possible. If we don't observe it, it won't exist. In fact, this is also the case for our online game settings. The virtual dimension can be even larger than our planet's dimension. Of course, they couldn't maintain the huge map of the online game all the time. Just like in sandbox games like GTA 5 and The Elder Scrolls 5, the map would only be loaded when people observed it. If no one was there, the entire map would be blurred and marginalized, to avoid using up the operating memory. Therefore, they could load a very, very large map. If that's the case, it's possible. After all, there are very few living beings in the universe, and the no-man's zone is extremely large. Therefore, 98% of the entire universe's computing capacity doesn't need to be loaded. As long as one reaches that area, the map will materialize. Although the computing capacity is huge, it's still bearable. Charles analyzed. In fact, the computing capacity is even lower than we imagined. This is because every multiverse is the same map and galaxy template. We only need to load the living environment of each multiverse. The 13th prince analyzed. How smart were they? Although they came from the countryside, they could still see some clues after entering the city and observing carefully. However, they could also feel how terrifying it was. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. This was simply too shocking. However, the problem of such a large amount of computation has been solved, but the degree of reality is simply unimaginable. The 13th prince looked at everyone and kept testing with the apparatus. He said, this degree of realism. I wonder how much a great taboo existence has to understand the data, laws, and parameters of the entire universe to be able to stabilize it to such a level. Yes. Only they knew how terrifying it was. All of their techniques, bodies, and equipment should not have appeared in this universe, but they could operate perfectly the moment they appeared. This meant that this place was completely consistent with everything in the real universe. In fact, all the cultivation techniques and equipment in the real universe could be operated perfectly here. In fact, this was the terror of Medusa. She was the only one who could perfectly control the data of the entire gray space without a single trace of falsehood. This was because the 1st to the 8th level was the limit of her understanding of the entire physical universe. She had walked each path 129,600 times and read 100 times. Her understanding was almost instinctive, and only then was she able to create the truth of this world. No one could do it. Only she could. If it's so real, what's the difference between this and the real universe? Munsa finally reacted. She smiled bitterly and said, who can differentiate between real and fake? In a sense, this is already another universe. Yes, perhaps it can be understood that way. The 13th prince had a horrified expression as he said softly, there's almost no difference between this and the real universe. It's just a setting of a parallel universe. But, are there countless parallel universes outside of this universe? Even we don't know. Their faces were filled with horror. Yes, those who surpassed the laws of the universe at the 9th level could only distort the laws of the universe. But, was there only one universe? What was outside of the universe? Was it another parallel universe? Or was it a void with nothing? Their civilization wasn't high enough, so they didn't know. In fact, our main universe also conforms to the quantum mechanics in the game. That's why the observed map collapsed. Perhaps the main universe we lived in at the beginning was a fake. Princess Charles smiled bitterly. Yes, Schrodinger's cat. Munsa also said that this was a theory from the brain system. She talked about the cat experiment, and the others also felt that it was an interesting experiment explanation. Is the world real or fake? Quantum mechanics can only collapse into reality through observation? At this moment, a handsome white-robed scholar appeared beside them. You guys came from another parallel universe. Your knowledge is an eye-opener. Charles and the others looked at the newcomer with horrified expressions. They couldn't help but send out fearful divine thoughts. How long have you been here? The white-robed scholar looked surprised and said something even more horrifying. Everyone, it's not that I've been here for a long time. I've been here since the beginning, but you guys can't see me. You guys are the latecomers to this grassland. You only saw me after I spoke. What do you mean we only saw you after you spoke? One of the people beside them was furious. He felt that the other party was deliberately humiliating them. If he didn't deliberately hide, how could so many gods not notice him? I really didn't deliberately hide. You guys really can't see me. However, it might be hard for you guys to understand and feel like I did it on purpose. The white-robed scholar was vexed. He pondered for a while and suddenly clapped his hands, revealing a bright smile. Right. You guys just said that the moon is also composed of uncertain particles. Only by observing it will it collapse into reality, just like that Schrodinger's cat. Just now, I spoke, and I collapsed for you guys to observe. Do you understand now? Everyone felt inexplicably horrified. There was a feeling of ambiguity, right, Schrodinger's cat. I actually like this experiment much more than I expected. You guys can think of me as that cat. You can call me Mr. Cat, the white-robed scholar said. Cat? Everyone's hair stood on end. This world, just how strange was this world? On the side, Pan Shuaxin, who was in the entire system, felt like she was about to explode. F***ck. I told you it wasn't simple. Since Renamanga knows about the god of creation and has come into contact with secrets of this level, he's clearly not a country bumpkin. This place might very well be the center of the universe. It's actually even more terrifying than we imagined. She looked at the figure in front of her and actually had the urge to run. F***ck, what's going on with this civilization? Does this civilization play with quantum mechanics? Quick, run, Daddy Quantum. You can't tell whether it's a win or a loss. The entire network exploded with shock. They had thought that the strongest was the mechanical god pillar that they had created. Never would they have thought that the Renamanga Cosmic Garden actually had an incomparably terrifying multiverse. Just what kind of terrifying means was Renamanga hiding? At this time, the white-robed scholar continued with a smile. However, the world theory that you guys are discussing and quantum observation is very interesting. Can you discuss it with me? Everyone revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. This was too strange. He had been on this grassland. From the very beginning, it was just that no one had observed him. He was indeterminate. Only after he made a sound did someone observe him. Only then did his wave function collapse become an established fact. Quantum mechanics. Oh my God. The law he cultivates is the law of quantum. Someone finally reacted and shouted in horror. Schrodinger's cat. He was that kind of cat in a box. Previously, he was in a superimposed state of being alive and not alive. Only when everyone observed him would he collapse into reality. Every supreme god of the laws that had stepped onto the path of the 9th rank would cultivate the laws of the universe that they were good at. They would distort the laws that they were good at, such as fire, gravity, water, but none of them had ever seen someone cultivate quantum mechanics. They revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Do you call this phenomenon quantum indeterminacy? Quantum, what a strange name. We call this primordial chaos, and some places call it the great Tao of chaos. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, we call the multiverse we live in the spiritual universe, the mental universe, but we also have a similar understanding of the world. Places that we cannot see are chaotic, entangled, and unified, with strong uncertainty. They do not exist. Only places that we can see are divided into yin and yang and become reality. Of course, the martial arts schools of each world are different. In my martial arts theory, understanding objects is reason, and there is no reason outside of objects. Martial arts, that most primitive kind of martial arts, how could they call this thing martial arts? Where did such terrifying martial arts come from? They were so scared that they were about to lose their minds. Right, is this your divine armament inner scroll? The white-robed scholar grasped the air and grabbed an AI storage, reading the knowledge and information inside. Under everyone's strange gazes, he actually bypassed all sorts of security measures and finished reading in an instant. This kind of martial art that allows one to read a large number of ancient books and see through superficial defenses is a top-notch martial art inheritance that I passed down to my disciples. It's called the Ghost God Scroll reading. It seems like you still can't understand it, but according to your theories, the white-robed scholar seemed puzzled again. He pondered for a few seconds and said, perhaps it can be called quantum wave speed reading. He picked up the quantum theory he had just learned and applied it on the spot. Quantum wave speed reading? Everyone's scalps went numb, and they felt that the principle was indeed somewhat difficult to understand. This civilization was unimaginably terrifying, and they had utilized quantum mechanics to the extreme. How could they not know that they'd been noticed by a terrifying existence as soon as they entered? But now, he could only let nature take its course. There was no point in struggling. You said that you're practicing martial arts? The 13th prince's body shook, and he couldn't help but say, is it the martial Tao? It's purely physical training, relying on the strength of the body to raise the level of life, the kind that relies on the explosive power of ordinary punches and kicks. Martial arts? Of course, what we practice is martial arts and physics, but unfortunately, it is not the traditional martial arts that you think, which rely on pure punches and kicks to carry out vector attacks, gravity acceleration, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and all kinds of physical reactions. That is the classical physics of the macroscopic universe. Oh, no, it is classical martial arts, right? He called classical physics and mechanics as classical martial arts. Everyone was silent. Martial arts could also be called classic martial arts. It was indeed an attack that relied on physical mechanics. Their weight was astonishing, and their mass was huge. They could rely on their punches and kicks to attack. They could be called human-shaped nuclear bombs. The white-robed scholar continued, in your words, although we also practice martial arts, it is not classical physics and mechanics, but quantum physics and mechanics. Oh, perhaps you can call it non-classical martial arts. In truth, our martial arts schools all originate from physics, but there are differences. The white-robed scholar tried to explain in a simple and easy-to-understand way. However, we still call it martial arts. It is also based on the ancient low-level martial arts, such as punches, kicks, sabers, and swords. It also uses physics and mechanics, and we belong to the same source. That's why the seniors gave it this name, right? Probably? The white-robed scholar sank into deep thought, thinking about whether this answer was strict or not. Boom, everyone's hearts trembled, their minds churned like a raging sea. Was this the center of a high-level transcendent universe? That's right. Martial arts purely relied on punches and kicks. It was the classical physics of the macroscopic universe. Then, how could there not be another aspect, the quantum physics of the microscopic universe? Such a martial arts system must exist, it was just that they were too low-level to notice it. Oh, right. I'll take you out of here. It's too dangerous here. If I'm not careful, others might see my existence. They might want to kill me. He turned around. I'll take you to my cave abode. We're going to leave. How do we leave? Everyone finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, this is a martial art that surpasses light. It's even more advanced than spatial movement. I call it carefree roaming. It's enough to soar through the endless multiverse and roam among the 3,700 sections. As he explained, he saw that everyone was dumbfounded, so he thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Then, do you guys know about quantum entanglement? On the other side, the netizens were in an uproar. F*CK, speed reading of quantum waves, it really appeared. F*CK. Everyone was stunned. Sure enough, only stupid people wouldn't believe in speed reading of quantum waves. Advanced civilization had already realized it. Classical martial arts rely on physics and macroscopic classical mechanics. Non-classical martial arts rely on physics and microscopic quantum mechanics? I'm really dumbfounded. Newton just opened the lid of his coffin and lay down again. Oh, your martial arts are still within the scope of physics? Then it's fine. Newton even gave it a thumbs up in passing. Laughing emoji. Sure enough, if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you won't have to be afraid even if you travel the world. At the end of science is theology. They were all very surprised. Physics was indeed the fundamental theory of the universe and had established many rules of the universe. Now, we've got some information. This civilization must be practicing quantum mechanics because they have parallel universes, and the concept of parallel universes is caused by the uncertainty of quantum mechanics. Therefore, they must have embarked on the path of studying quantum in order to study parallel universes. They might have formed a special cultivation civilization system after a long period of accumulation, quantum martial arts. I'm dumbfounded. Quantum. I don't understand this? What should we do? Ask that white-robed scholar. After all, we can't solve anything. Quantum mechanics. Doghead, their martial arts practice is quantum force. I'm completely clueless about physics. It can't be helped. This has already exceeded the scope of a 9-year obligation. Crying emoji. Perhaps, the pioneer of muscle martial arts, Pan Xian has returned to her own heaven. She can learn from classical martial arts and non-classical martial arts. But with her IQ, can she read quantum physics? Speed reading of quantum waves. Even with her IQ, she might not be able to learn it. Many people felt that her IQ was really too low. She was a martial arts player. If it was a cute girl, it would not be a problem for non-combat geniuses like MT Akina or Emperor Alchemy. At the same time, the players were completely stunned. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange super-civilization. It was unimaginably huge, and the system was not much related to the previous civilizations. This caused them to be at a loss, even if they were all sages. Quantum entanglement. At this moment, the expressions of the people on the prairie changed slightly when they heard this. Matter could be divided into the smallest particle units, which were called quanta. However, quanta possessed extremely strange characteristics. After a special pairing, they would become entangled in the unseen world, ignoring distance and sensing each other's movements. This was quantum entanglement. The simplest understanding was that the two of them were like two special magnets separated by a distant space. When one moved, the other moved as well. At this moment, the white-robed scholar gave an affirmative answer. That's right. In your words, quantum entanglement is indeed the core profundity of our civilization's martial arts. Most of our martial arts foundation is built on this, and we have established another true self through this. Establishing another true self, the 13th prince felt like the world was spinning. That's right, quanta were the smallest units of matter. The flesh, blood, and bones of life were also quanta. They carried out a large amount of quantum entanglement on the particles in their bodies, creating a controllable quantum clone. It was simply creating a parallel universe of themselves. According to quantum mechanics, this quantum entanglement could transmit information at a speed that surpassed the speed of any universe. It was timely. At the same time, quantum entanglement also possessed the world's most terrifying means of security. It was almost impossible to decipher. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, "Are there any other questions? I'll answer you truthfully. I'm very hospitable. If you met someone else, you might not be like this." Everyone had strange expressions. They did not know if this was true or not. No one knew what such a mighty existence that involved the laws of the universe was thinking. Xiaoyao uses quantum entanglement. Your current body is a quantum combat body? The 13th prince said, is your main body in another spacetime? How can you say that I'm a clone and my main body? These are both me. In your words, there are two of me in the quantum entanglement state. They both truly exist. In fact, this clone of mine is even stronger than my main body. Oh, why did I say that it's a clone? It's clearly me. The white-robed scholar pressed his temples in distress. It's really easy to be influenced when one is in an observed quantum state. The white-robed scholar continued to smile and said, "Forget it, let's not be conflicted over this. As for the realm that you call doppelgangers, we have already reached it when we were deities. However, our understanding is different. We call the entire unseen universe primal chaos, and primal chaos is divided into yin and yang. Our divine spirit realm is divided into yin and yang, which means that we cultivate two bodies, the yin body and the yang body. We call this yin-yang resonance, which allows us to sense the true self in the other primal chaos. Their martial arts realm, yin and yang resonance, in this system, only tier 8 gods could perform quantum entanglement. They could not help but feel that something was strange. What about your 9th stage? Mansa asked. Rank 9. Of course, yin and yang are one, proving the primal chaos. The white-robed scholar smiled, his expression incomparably cold and refined. Oh, it's what you're talking about. When two quantum entangled bodies come together, it forms an extremely beautiful chaotic form of the universe. Of course, it's still in human form. This is what we call the primordial true martial sacred body. Of course, that's our final form. Normally, we're still separated into yin and yang. Our true forms are hidden somewhere in the void. Generally speaking, it was only the quantum battle body that was active outside. Everyone's quantum battle body is different. And my quantum battle body is not good at fighting. I'm a free wanderer. Most of the time, my quantum battle body is scattered in the multiverse in the form of endless quantum particles. I'm called the omnipresent and omniscient ultimate God in the multiverse, wanderer, roaming the entire multiverse. After hearing the answer, Charles could not help but ask, "So, you've discovered us? You're now a part of the quantum of your true form?" "Yes, when I made a sound, you began to notice me. When you began to observe me, a generation of particles near me would form me, and I would exist here. Of course, the density of particles here can only form a virtual image of me, which is about 1/1000th of the density of the quantum battle body." The 13th prince pondered. There were hundreds of trillions of cells in a person, and if they were split into the tiniest quantum particles, then the number would be indescribable. It was indeed enough to cover countless habitable planets and monitor everything. This was a very terrifying super system. The laws of quantum that they cultivated were one of the highest laws of the universe. Through quantum entanglement, they could create another quantum battle body clone, while their true forms could hide, and there was almost no possibility of them being killed. It was simply too difficult to kill existences that had achieved enlightenment in this system. If they did not kill their true forms, they would at most suffer a great loss in strength, and they would use the matter of their true forms to create a new quantum battle body. Their quantum battle body had all the characteristics of the quantum, and it was more changeable and powerful than their true forms. For example, they could completely transform into quantum particles and scatter across the entire universe. This made the 13th prince's hair stand on end. Free and unfettered roaming in the world, floating in the universe. The 13th prince smiled bitterly. Not everyone's martial arts are the same. For example, Zhou Meng, who is known throughout the universe as, the martial art he cultivates is one of the ultimate martial arts of the universe, Dream of the Sky. Dream of the Sky? Yes, Dream of the Sky is different from me. According to what you said, he split his quantum battle body and attached it to countless lives. You should know that quantum is the smallest unit that makes up the universe, and naturally, it is also the smallest unit of life. He might already be a piece of skin particle that you have just metabolized. He might also be a strand of hair that you have just metabolized, or he might even be the feces in your stomach, or he might even be a piece of soil under your feet. He is reincarnating. Reincarnation. Dream of the Sky, everyone had goosebumps when they heard this. They felt that there was a certain high-dimensional being everywhere, in the fragrance of the flowers and the dew of the morning. The existences that achieved Tao in this universe were too terrifying. Their untypical martial arts were cultivated to the great success stage. The other part of their entangled body was already a quantum life form. He might be everything, but he is also not everything. It sounds strange when I say it, but that is indeed the truth, the white-robed scholar commented. There is also an existence that is known as the #1 martial arts grandmaster in the multivariate universe, the leader of the Martial Alliance. In your words, it is a very simple and pure quantum battle body. He doesn't undergo quantum splitting and recombination, and he is a true quantum clone. He is very ruthless in battle, and his combat strength is the strongest. However, you should know that in this world, you can't win just because you are ruthless in battle. If you can't win, then it is useless. He smiled, and his gaze was distant. He was like a traveler that met on a cliff in the wilderness, telling the group of children an unimaginable story. Of course, that's not all. If there is righteousness, there is evil. There are even more extreme demons who cultivate the ultimate martial arts of the multivariate universe, delusional demonic separation technique. He is terrifying. In your words, his quantum battle body is closer to being conceptualized. As long as you call out his name, observe him, and sense his existence, there will be quantum assimilation, and you will gradually become him. Appearance, personality, and combat strength. In the universe, there are many aborigines on planets who carry out this ancient evil summoning ritual in order to obtain great power, but in the end, they are all sacrificed to that demon. He is truly the #1 demon in the multivariate pugilistic world. He is a chivalrous and righteous man, the leader of the various sections. Everyone has the right to punish him. When everyone heard this, they had goosebumps again. As long as they observed him and sensed him, they would become a part of him. This was too mysterious and bizarre. At the same time, was this pugilistic world really the ancient pugilistic world, with the universe as the pugilistic world? With the planets as cliffs, they would discuss swords on them, and their swords would pierce the heavens. With the sea of stars as rivers, they would fly on the river, and their martial arts would break the universe. What kind of heroic spirit was this? What kind of joy was this? The code of brotherhood in the pugilistic world was nothing more than this. However, using the universe as a pugilistic world to settle debts of gratitude and revenge was also a great terror. Of course, it is precisely because his name is taboo that I can't tell you what my name is. In fact, I can't even tell you the names of the experts I described just now. You can still call me Mr. Cat, Schrodinger's cat. He laughed. Everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and a terrifying thought quickly rose in their minds. Because of this, I can't tell you your name either. Because the four of you have the same name? Are you all your other selves in parallel universes? Mantha had goosebumps all over her body. Yes, you can roughly say that. Originally, we had more than 30 versions of ourselves in parallel universes, but they were all eaten by the four of us, he said. The remaining four of us are already the masters of our respective universes. When we continue to defeat our other selves in parallel universes and truly become one, we will escape from the sea of bitterness of the multivariate universe and become the only superego in the multivariate universe, the only true god of the multivariate universe. The 13th prince broke out in a cold sweat. He thought of his previous self in the parallel universe. This was like a child in the presence of an adult. The person in front of him was the one that the Lord Demonic God had mentioned previously, the person who was about to break through to the level 9 of the universe. Of course, the four of us are the strongest. There are other experts who are close to our level and are walking on this path of becoming a Taoist. He was very talkative as he continued. For example, in our multivariate universe, there is a small universe that has developed abnormally. It is called the first central universe. It is very narrow and small. You might not believe it, but almost all the matter in that universe, including flowers, grass, trees, insects, and fishes, are formed from endless quantum battle bodies. They are existences that surpass the laws of the 1,731 people who have achieved Taoism in the universe. They gather there, exchange information, and trade intelligence. The most I've seen is a weed that is formed from the matter of countless 327 people who have achieved Taoism. Over there, it's just a small village with only a few hundred people living there. There are even old people and children living in the isolated peach garden. Their skin, eyes, pupils, and feces are all the particles of us grandmasters, and the natives themselves don't know anything about it. Then, aren't the people in the village very happy? Samantha's body trembled, but the angle was very tricky. Even the future people who have achieved Taoism in the universe are their feces. The chairs under their butts are even their butts, and the soil under their feet, but, how can you all tolerate those stupid mortals living on top of your heads? Princess Xiar said. He, the white-robed scholar laughed heartily, laughing to his heart's content. When you stand at this height and live long enough, you won't think that way anymore. Who is it that is stepping on top of whose heads? To us, this is no longer important. They are like little animals in murals, they are nothing more than scenery to be seen when we, the soil, particles, flowers, and hair, interact with each other. Everyone felt terrified as they thought about it, and they instinctively looked around. The countless matter around them, including the particles that made up their own lives, were all formed from an unimaginably high-dimensional existence, yet they were not aware of it. If the entire universe was like this, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Our entire universe, the sand, the flowers, the insects, and the fishes, could it also be a material world formed from countless powerful and mysterious existences? This was simply hair-raising. Or could it be that they were all formed from the same existence? If that was the case, who was this existence? Yes, I believe you all have already guessed some things. The white-robed scholar looked towards the skies, his eyes filled with longing. That's right. Life is just so wonderful and wonderful. The world is multivariate, and even as the peak existences of the multivariate universe, we are filled with longing for the future. We create that kind of environment, communicate in that village, and fill the world with matter, all to deduce a kind of environment. What if our world is also a world formed from the convergence of some kind of life form? Will there also be a life form that observes us like how it observes the people in that small village? Or even forms us? He. Perhaps our quantum cultivation system will truly point towards the ultimate concept of the quantum universe, primal chaos. Primal chaos? They almost lost their voices. Listening to the teachings of such a level of existence was already an indescribably great opportunity, let alone such terrifying information and systematic intelligence. Yes, it is primal chaos, but it is not the primal chaos that we spoke of before. This primal chaos is everything. Everything? It is everything in everything. You all should know that quantum is the most basic unit that makes up matter. Perhaps there is a physical substance that exists in the unseen world, just like that pitiful village, flowers, grass, trees, feces, and even our own hair. Are we also like that pitiful village? The white-robed scholar smiled, full of longing as he said, if that is true, then it is not impossible for there to be a life form with the concept of primal chaos that makes up the entire physical universe. You must know that the Big Bang was a point of infinite density that exploded into an endless universe. And that point is that first life form, and the universe after the explosion can be compared to that entire village. Could it be? Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Tao. 1. Primal origin. All. That concept existence in the unseen world, they had previously heard that the god-fiend alchemists Mal had mentioned such a confidential mystery of the universe, and they had also heard the Lord demonic god mention it before. Could it be that such an existence was actually real? Sure enough, this white-robed scholar finally spoke of their quantum civilization's deduction of the multivariate universe. Then, the existence of such a quantum concept can explain the legendary, the god of creation. The god of creation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt as if a huge hammer had smashed into their wildly beating hearts, smashing their hearts into pieces in the blink of an eye. That indescribably strong feeling of suffocation almost made them collapse to the ground. If this deduction was true, then the ultimate mystery of the universe, perhaps the concept of the existence of the god of creation, was right before their eyes. F***ck, as spies, the netizens were observing in the dark and were completely scared out of their wits. They had studied the god of creation and had come into contact with it many times. That was why they knew more about the horror and significance of the god of creation than these people. The existence of this explanation might have opened the window to a new world for us. Brothers, the Renamangian civilization is indeed powerful. This is indeed the center of the universe, not those country bumpkins. Not only do they know about the god of creation, but they have also been studying it since a long time ago. Their understanding of the concept of the god of creation is even deeper than ours. Many players were discussing fervently. How could a civilization that could study the ultimate truth of the universe be simple? It was like a bunch of civilizations going to school. Some were in kindergarten, some were in elementary school, and some were in middle school, high school, and university. Those that could study the ultimate cosmic question of the god of creation had to be at least a PhD. Just look at the tier technological empire. It was obvious that it was a high school civilization. This kind of bumpkin civilization had not even reached that level. They did not even know about the existence of the god of creation. It was like a high school student who did not even know what quantum mechanics was. They were not on the same level. In the universe, only those that know about the god of creation are truly advanced civilizations that are worth paying attention to. Otherwise, even a level 9 space civilization would be the weakest. This was their common understanding. After all, just look at Di-Chi, Carolyn, and the others. Which one of them could not break through to level 9? They were still stabilizing their foundations, walking on the path of perfect 4-gene cultivation methods before breaking through. How could those short-sighted level 9 civilizations compare? Looking at those ordinary level 9 civilizations, many of them were disabled with 4 genes. To be able to use the corresponding genetic cultivation methods, it was already not bad to have 2 or 3 genes. Furthermore, it was not a powerful bloodline cultivation method. It was already very lucky to be able to reach level 8 with a cultivation method system. How could they fight against them? What a joke. Within the same realm, there were also those with disabilities and those with a perfected realm. With a complete 4-gene bloodline, and all of them were level 9 cultivators with heaven-defying cultivation techniques. For a level 9 cultivator with 1 or 2 genes disabled, fighting a few dozen was not a problem at all. This is the difference between a country bumpkin civilization and us. Luckily, we were quick-witted and snuck into the Cosmos Garden from the disciple recruitment to observe. After becoming an inner disciple, we really found out a big secret. Quantum mechanics explaining the god of creation is also one of the conjectures. At this time, Chiche of Mount Akina appeared out of nowhere to join in the fun. After all, Meng Mei and the others didn't bring him along when they came out to play. Akina Mountain accelerated. Yes, brothers, I think this is the reason why low-level civilizations cannot sense the god of creation. Someone couldn't help but ask, why? Mount Akina sped up. It's simple. Because you don't know, and if you don't observe, he doesn't exist. According to quantum mechanics, the wave state of uncertainty forms an intermediate superposition state. Only by being informed of his existence and image will that civilization break through the cognitive barrier and enter another level of civilization. Everyone was slightly shocked. Only by being informed of such a conceptual level of civilization, only by knowing about the god of creation, entering another dimension, did such an incredible thing really exist. They didn't believe it at all before, but the quantum martial arts in front of them made them vaguely feel that this was the truth. Only by knowing this concept in their minds could they really see this concept. It might really be so. Yes, only civilizations that know about it will really come into contact. As for civilizations that don't know about it, unless it's a known civilization that has passed on the torch. Does this mean that we've let the Tier Empire ascend to the next dimension? In the future, they will also see the god of creation? It's very likely. Aren't they going to have a great battle? If it's tragic enough, perhaps there will be other upheavals that may appear. The god of creation will cleanse the earth. Those above, your path is narrow. According to the quantum theory just now, every particle of matter in the entire universe can be sensed, even the matter that makes up you. He definitely knows, you're dead meat. Suji saw this comment and nodded. He felt that it made sense. At this moment, countless players were discussing it. They were seriously studying, planning the next plan and guessing all kinds of possibilities. At the same time, this civilization was too strange. They cultivated quantum martial arts, which was simply exaggerated to the extreme. Let them fight head-on, it really wasn't fake, super science. These weak 9th ranks had a whole family, and the weakest 9th rank was not a joke. Moreover, there were all kinds of big shots, and there was also Dicky, these nature-defying existences. But what if they didn't fight head-on? The other party was too strange. Who knew what kind of fighting style they had? It was simply an indescribable quantum civilization. Martial arts of the heart, I think, therefore I am. For example, this Chanyu Dream's ultimate martial art is very powerful. Everything is him, everything isn't him. The particles that make up the flowers and grass, the particles that make up the hair, all of them are nowhere to be seen. Even if he becomes a piece of shit, how can you fight him? Maybe you have to be called Dicky to win against such a strange martial art. Dicky must become another piece of shit, serious face. I see, this is the bridge between Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong, everyone is ever-changing, love love. JPG. Brothers, continue to hide. They became nervous. Don't panic, hang in there, we can win. At this moment, the 13th prince asked, in that case, everything about us, including our hair, skin, and particles, are all from some kind of existence, who knows? The white-robed scholar said, this is just the final evolution of our quantum martial arts system, cultivation. If we can do this, what about other existences? This is a possibility deduced from this. The universe is very big, and we still don't know the source. However, the God of creation does exist. He smiled. At their level, they had naturally come into contact with the outside world, and they naturally knew about the existence of the God of creation from Medusa. Kacha, they were led into a certain spatial tunnel. In the next second, they saw a scene of ethereal celestial chi. This was a small planet with ethereal celestial chi. All kinds of ancient buildings stood tall, and there were all kinds of strange divine beast carvings, giving off a sense of beauty. There were countless disciples living here. When everyone saw this, they were instantly shocked. Oh my God, why are the cultivation levels of the disciples here all? These martial artists were like the ancient sects of the Jianghu. They slowly moved their fists and feet and cultivated while facing the wooden stakes, giving off a primitive and classical aura. Yes, it was a real classical martial art. The cat scholar had a calm expression. Isn't this very normal? Didn't I say that only by breaking through to the God-spirit realm can one enter the yin-yang interaction, from macroscopic physics to microscopic physics, from classical martial arts to non-classical martial arts, to sense another true self in the chaos? They were completely silent. They were indeed advancing on the path of pure physics, just like the history of the development of physics, from macroscopic physics to microscopic physics. So, was this the reason why people from level 1 to level 7 were so weak? Moreover, they were not martial arts that trained muscles, but real classical martial arts. They moved their fists and feet like the ancient people, cultivating yin and yang tai chi, which was very elegant. The scholar in white said, they are just training their bodies and bones. The real way of cultivation is to meditate and practice the chaotic element meditation method. Do you see the meditation monolith? They are sitting cross-legged in meditation? They are visualizing and training their spiritual power until they can sense the quantum. They suddenly realized that this was probably a kind of cultivation method similar to the enhancement of the soul strength, combined with a kind of physical exercise to assist in cultivation. Sure enough, a civilization that cultivated such a terrifying and strongest law of the universe still had a huge flaw. Because the cultivation of the quantum law was simply too late. Level 1 to level 7 was unimaginably weak. They were tempering their spiritual power and could only leave the mountain after reaching the God-spirit realm. This was simply, extremely deformed. But of course, at a lower level, it was impossible to control the quantum, which was one of the most microscopic and powerful mysterious forces in the universe. This was simply a typical case of a weak koi fish that had been dormant for countless years and suddenly turned into a dragon. At this time, the netizens were also stunned. So that's how it is. I was wondering why they were so high and mighty. The moment they appeared, they were all from the Jianghu of the universe. They were all so fierce. They were all gods, and they could cross the universe and wander the universe. From the beginning, I was thinking that only gods could leave the planet. On such a low-level planet, are there no ordinary martial artists? So there really aren't any on the planet. Those below the God-spirit realm can't fight them. They are so weak that they haven't even finished their apprenticeship. Most of them left the world of martial artists before they even entered the world of martial artists, and they died on the graves of their apprentices. This civilization was too deformed and cruel. At this time. Yes, as you can see, we are too late. The 8th level of the God-spirit realm is already very terrifying. Too many people can't reach it even after cultivating their whole lives. In our sect, there are 100 peerless genius disciples who have cultivated their whole lives. It is already very rare for one person to break through the God-spirit realm and reach the yin and yang realm. The scholar in white revealed a cruel truth. Indeed, the proportion of gods among the hundreds of millions of people was still very low. The scholar in white smiled bitterly, but then he changed the topic and said, "However, everyone, you are already gods. Naturally, you don't have to worry about this. You can completely cultivate our cultivation method and system, the yin and yang realm, and pull out a true self from the chaos." Everyone was shocked. Was he going to give them their bloodline genes and teach them the corresponding cultivation method? However, how could there be such a good thing out of nowhere? Don't worry, there are naturally requirements for giving you bloodlines and cultivation methods. The scholar in white smiled. Otherwise, why would I say so much to you and take you in as my disciples? I saw your system, the God Spirit Factory, God cloning. It seems like it can help us improve our system and allow our disciples to have combat power in the early stages of cultivation. The 13th prince frowned and instantly understood. You want us to improve the God cloning factory and help you clone an inferior body so that you can go through the quantum resonance in advance and form a quantum combat body? What was the quantum resonance? Using physical particles to reconstruct a body and then go through the quantum resonance. It was equivalent to building a telephone line. If it was a cloned body or one's own cloned cells, they could directly build a telephone line. This could greatly reduce the difficulty. Although this clone was a clone and not a quantum combat body, it was still better than nothing. This system's combat power in the early stages would not be so weak. At the same time, it could also help with cultivation. After all, there were many combat techniques that required a second body to control and extend one's body. Now, they could cultivate combat techniques in advance and have combat power. So, this is your goal? Mansa heaved a sigh of relief. There was no love for no reason. So, this was the reason why he introduced so many things. The current situation was already very good for them. Wait. Lord Demonic God from before. Princess Xianxia suddenly turned pale with fright. She thought, the demonic god asked us to clone one of his arms. Could it be that he used this arm to study the quantum entanglement? She felt that this was most likely the case. Their system could actually perfectly help this civilization during this period of emptiness. Then, what if we can't do it? The 13th prince couldn't help but say, this requires our technological civilization to make special improvements to the God Spirit Factory and the God Cloning Factory. Only then can we perfectly clone a body and give you the quantum resonance in advance. If you can't do it, then stay here until you can, he said. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. How could they be dragged in as coolies? If they stayed here, the empires outside would probably be destroyed. However, if they could do it, in a short 1 or 2 days, which was 1 or 200 years, they would already be gods. They would definitely be able to cultivate advanced universal martial arts and have a quantum combat body. They would be able to save the civilizations outside and become their own saviors. Let's give it our all for our universal civilization. Becoming a disciple and learning advanced universal martial arts is really like going into a city to learn and save a village. Cultivating for 200 years. They will definitely have their eyes opened. When we go back. Mansa's confidence was boosted, and her eyes flashed with fighting spirit. This was indeed an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. Yes, when we return, they will definitely be shocked by such a heaven-defying transcendent system. Princess Xianxia also said. 2 days of emergency seclusion cultivation, going out, and saving the world. This was way too exciting. They looked at the entire ancient pavilion, and a strong fighting spirit burned in their hearts. 1 day later. They began to learn martial arts from Schrodinger's Mr. Cat. At the same time, they began to study the improvement of the cloning factory and the original substance production line. Whoosh. Bathed in the morning sun. The white-robed scholar stood on a wide practice field. The few of you, except for Mansa and the little guy on her, have all broken through to this realm through the divine factory. It can be said that you have the realm but no combat power. Although you can learn, your combat power won't be too strong. We don't need too strong a combat power. For Charles and the others, this system was still very useful. It was equivalent to a remote control body. In the future, it would be much safer to control machinery, battleships, and various high-energy weapons in battle. At the same time, the detection ability of the quantum battle body was simply too strange and unpredictable. However, everyone was shocked. There was another person on Munsa. At this time, Pan Xian also knew that she could not hide anymore, so she separated from Munsa's body and turned into a handsome and elegant woman. Everyone was shocked. Was this person, too small, mini-man race, a peerless classical beauty the size of an ant? I come from the divine alchemist's marketplace. I am responsible for descending to this low-level civilization and guiding them to resist the pillar god civilization, Pan Xian said. Everyone could not remain calm. The god alchemist's marketplace was made up of countless terrifying taboo civilizations. And this mini-man race was one of those taboo civilizations. This was the first time they saw her in person and was very surprised. Your aptitude is very good. The white-robed scholar praised. You actually came from a traditional and classic martial arts background, but after cultivating the martial path, at this time, you have already begun to step onto the path of the laws. I originally only wanted to casually guide you, but your talent in martial arts has made me think about it. Pan Xian was overjoyed. She knew that this civilization was the most suitable for her. In fact, after all these years, she had already become the strongest combat power among the players. With the secret support of Cutie and the others, as well as a large amount of resources, her combat power had reached the peak, allowing her to set foot on the path of law. She could even stand shoulder to shoulder with Ermin and was not weaker than Super Symbian God, but in the end, she still could not fight against top existences like Dicky and the three pillar gods. The gap was like heaven and earth. Then, let's start training. The white-robed scholar's expression was indifferent and refined. He smiled and said, why don't you throw a punch and let me see your level? All right. Pan Xian's body quickly expanded, revealing the true form of Pangu. She was the same size as the classical and slender beauties around her. Boom, just as everyone was stunned by her beauty, a voice suddenly rang out. But in the next second, she transformed into a tall and burly martial path muscle true body. Her muscles were intertwined, like a towering pagoda, giving off a strong sense of muscular dominance. She quickly and powerfully punched out. Stomping on the ground, he stood as one with his horse and waist and punched out. This was the most ordinary punch. Rumble, the moment he took a step forward, a deep pit appeared in the ground. In an instant, it was as if he had experienced a magnitude 15 earthquake. Using the reaction force, he flew out and punched forward. Wherever the punch passed, it caused a slender meteor vacuum belt with a diameter of several hundred meters. The airflow outside the vacuum belt was instantly disturbed, turning into a super typhoon with a force of more than 30. Boom, Princess Xiar and the other gods were blown away in an instant. Is this the power of an expert from a high-level cosmic civilization? Munsa turned pale with fright. This punch was so powerful that even paramount gods of magical laws like them would be blown to smithereens. It was too strong. It was unimaginably strong. This kind of martial arts was like the most primitive method of mortals, but it brought about an incomparably shocking force of more than 10 million tons. Good, the pinnacle of martial arts. This simple punch is enough to destroy half a province. The pinnacle of martial arts, you are simply a martial arts prodigy. With just the power of your physical body, you can sweep through a planet and destroy everything. A hint of admiration flashed in the white-robed scholar's eyes. Then, he gently and softly raised his hand to receive this punch. His punch was as soft as an ordinary person's. The force-exerting posture, the strength nodes, and the explosive force were all completely wrong. But, something strange happened. The two fists collided fiercely in an instant. The explosion of power instantly made all of the immortals present feel dizzy. Boom, because of the powerful reaction force, Pan Xian was directly sent flying. In the next second, like a ball of extremely fine sand, the other party was instantly scattered and disappeared on the spot. Very quickly, they gathered together again, as if to dissipate the force. Do you understand the difference between us now? The white-robed scholar laughed. Pan Xian smashed a large pit in the special training field and slowly got up. The way you punched does not conform to the traditional way of exerting force, but the explosive force is also very terrifying. The white-robed scholar said, yes, your way of exerting force is the physical way of macroscopic physics, while mine is the way of exerting force is the microscopic way of exerting force. This will allow me, no matter which direction I exert force from, what posture I exert force, to possess a huge amount of force, quantum mechanics, huh? Pan Shuoxian pondered. It should be using the superfine force between the molecules, not the traditional physical way of exerting force. He had not cultivated martial arts before, yet he possessed such a powerful explosive force. This is the sacred martial true body of our yin and yang connection. The white-robed scholar smiled again and said, however, your martial arts cultivation is also very interesting. I also want to learn this aspect of cultivation from you. Perhaps it can also solve our bottlenecks. We will first cultivate the martial arts, and then cultivate our traditional martial arts. After all, their civilization focused on developing quantum martial arts and had not studied martial arts at all. It was purely a way to train muscles and improve the body's level of life. Right now, it was also not a bad idea to cultivate martial arts first. Hearing this, Pan Shuoxian just shook her head. This is a solution, but it is not suitable for the general public, because the resources required for martial arts are too huge, and the difficulty of cultivation is also very high. In terms of the difficulty of a single round of martial arts, it will not be much less than your system. It is just that we have strong combat power in the early stages. Hearing this, the white-robed scholar revealed a thoughtful look and nodded, understanding. That was indeed the case. What was their current situation? They were casting a wide net. As long as they had some aptitude, they could be apprenticed to a master. This method did not require any cost, and they were left to fend for themselves. But the current martial arts cultivation required a lot of cost, and it was impossible for them to accept disciples so crazily. It seems that it is only suitable to be used to cultivate core disciples. First cultivate martial arts, prolong life, and then cultivate our system. He continued to ponder, even some without aptitude can use the divine factory to break through and become a god, and then carry out the yin and yang resonance. They can directly leap to the previous 7 levels. It is just that this kind of god is very weak and has no potential. But it is also a path. Their civilization was very weak and extreme. Otherwise, they would not have thought of using this group of outsiders to supplement the foundation of their civilization. As expected, it is difficult to make up for cultivating other civilizations first. It is better to directly make up for the gap in combat power in the early stages of our system. He pondered, making a body in advance is the right choice. Then, from now on, I will teach you, and you will teach the others, the white-robed scholar said. Yes, Pan Shuoxian said. In the sutra pavilion, scrolls of books were placed on the shelves, emitting a simple and delicate fragrance. Everyone chose. Pan Shuoxian took a deep breath. They are called the sacred martial true body. We should also name them in our own way. It is simpler and easier to understand. Why don't we just call them quantum combat bodies? Charles was puzzled. You are too young. Pan Shuoxian shook her head. If we directly call them quantum combat bodies, we will expose the details of our cultivation from the name itself. If we don't say it, who would know such a terrifying truth and think that it is strange? We must come up with a name that is not exposed. The simplest one is substitute. Substitute? The surrounding people murmured softly. They felt that this name was very fitting, and even perfectly matched. It was simple and clear. We can use the yin and yang resonance to control the quantum combat bodies to attack. We can call it substitute attack. She smiled. Substitute, this is a perfect name. The 13th prince said, after all, this is common sense in this civilization. There's no need to keep it a secret. However, it's too strange for people like us who don't know about it. We were shocked when we first arrived. The principle of concealment is a great advantage. Pan Shuoxian also took a deep breath. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts here, she knew clearly that once she returned, the Wushan Palace would soar. They were going to cultivate quantum martial arts. The sisters in the Wushan Palace were all indescribable super grandmasters in the universe. She looked at Xianxia, who was choosing a martial art manual that used swords. The grass-drinking sword technique also uses swords? It fits your bloodline very well. You inherited your father's path. Maybe your substitute can be called Silver Chariot. Xianxia was startled. she nodded and smiled. Good name. She looked at Princess Charles and the martial art she chose. A flash of admiration flashed in her eyes. You guys only have the realm but no combat power. Naturally, you're not suitable for combat martial arts. The transfer divine art you learned is very good. It can use quantum transmission to move other quantum particles to repair and heal other people's injuries. It can even repair damaged machinery. Maybe your substitute can be called Crazy Diamond. Charles also felt that it was very artistic. However, the god-level quantum combat body had just started to show its power, so it wasn't very strong. She had to be really strong and step on the path of level 9 nomological laws. Only then would this martial art of hers be fully displayed. This civilization was terrifying. Deities only had combat power when they reached this level. Only when they reached the path of level 9 could they be considered true masters and truly use quantum martial arts. Of course, if she stepped on the path of level 9 and became proficient in this martial art, she was a super strong commander of a mechanical battleship. With the addition of this maintenance technique, she would definitely be famous throughout the universe. It had to be said that this civilization was very deformed. They only developed one system and didn't even have martial arts. However, their martial arts techniques were simply dazzling and ever-changing. This was because this path was all-encompassing. The laws of quantum were one of the highest extremes of the universe. She then looked at the 13th prince. You are indeed a ruthless person. No wonder you are the one who laid the foundation for the improvement of the space rail cannon. You actually chose a technique that is very suitable for you. Quantum bomb? You will be able to turn any flowers, grass, trees, and feces into your bombs. Perhaps you can call her the Queen of Killers. The 13th prince's face darkened. The others had good names, but what the hell was wrong with him? Was she mocking him for turning into a woman? She assassinated others in the Red Chamber and successfully became the emperor of the Tyr Empire. Was that why she was called the Queen of Assassins? What's your cultivation technique? The 13th prince asked with a smile. She said calmly, all of you cultivate supreme martial arts, and when cultivated to the extreme, even ghosts and gods will be able to escape, possessing the mighty power of the universe. And what I cultivate is one of the universe's ultimate martial arts. The peerless martial art of the current martial alliance master of the multiverse, the art of supremacy. It does not undergo quantization. It is a pure quantum combat body, a pure frontal explosion. Pan Shuexian said with determination, I call my quantum battle body Platinum Star. Suji? Are these players all fans of naming things? But when he saw this, he was also very surprised. He did not expect Medusa's multiverse universe to have developed to such an unimaginable level of research on quantum martial arts. He was instantly excited. He felt that this was an extremely high-end and terrifying system. Perhaps, it could lead to the extreme of the universe. Suji discovered that his civilization's sand table had advanced from the material transcendent system to the mysterious concept transcendent system, quantum martial arts. Of course, it also requires bloodline genes. It is a powerful evil brain mental power, which is also the evil god mental power of Medusa. And all the living beings in the multiverse have this kind of mental genetic talent, which is why they developed the quantum martial arts civilization. Why did they have this talent? It all started from the establishment of the universe of the crystal wall. Back then, the species that Medusa put into the universe of the crystal wall were all evolved from her body. Under the fear of the indescribable evil god Cthulhu, those who could survive would definitely be assimilated, and they would have the evil mental power talent similar to the evil god, and the souls of these source creatures were put into the multiverse. And among the souls, they could reproduce and form ghost children. In this multiverse with real data, they would not know that they were spiritual bodies. Therefore, the entire bloodline was completely passed down, but their spiritual bodies in the universe of the spirit were destined to be unable to break through to the 9th level. Why? Also, they had to fuse their soul and body. Their flesh and blood were only left with their souls. How could they fuse? And the bodies of other races were obviously not compatible. They needed the flesh and blood of their own race to walk the path to the 9th level. Otherwise, it would be incomplete. In the universe, because many experts were missing their physical bodies and only had their souls left, there were too many experts who could not break through to the 9th level. For example, the giant octopus clan that was miserably played by the players. Without their original body, they could not fuse their soul and body to step on the path to the 9th level. But the giant octopus clan was originally a deformed clan. Their huge size limited their realm. Breaking through to the divine level was their limit. It was almost impossible for them to break through to the 9th level. Then, what about the living beings in the spiritual multiverse without a physical body? To reach the 9th level, they had to fuse their soul and body. Therefore, at this stage, they had to pray to the legendary demon god of the cosmos, Medusa, for a real body to step on the path to the 9th level. Moreover, each of them in the multiverse had cultivated a part of the path to the 9th level. They would even support their other multiverse and let them cultivate the path to the 9th level. It was equivalent to countless of them, each with their own division of labor, walking a part of the path to the 9th level. For example, right now, these 4 universes were equivalent to that person with 4 split personalities who had already cultivated the path to the 9th level. To see who would win, the personality would unify and occupy the final body. Suji's expression was incomparably calm. In other words, Medusa's original intention of giving them this bloodline was to use the entire multiverse to let them help deduce the cultivation system of their own Cthulhu demon god. Her thinking was the same as Dicky. She wanted to use all living beings to deduce her first genetic cultivation method. Therefore, quantum martial arts appeared. In other words, Medusa is very likely to know quantum martial arts now. Suji's expression became strange, but this guy hit it deeper than anyone else. I don't know how many years it has been since he fought. On the other side, in the cosmic garden, the little girl Xianxia saw this scene and found it hard to imagine. This system was simply too terrifying and unimaginable. The laws of quantum, is this the inheritance system of Big Sister's bloodline? Xianxia was greatly shocked when she saw this scene, and her eyes lit up brightly. Every powerful and long-standing inheritance system in the universe had inherited memories, and they also had their own cultivation methods. In her opinion, the inherited memories of the evil god race were just that terrifying. Big sister, I want to learn too, she said coquettishly. If you want to learn, I can naturally teach you. Medusa only smiled. Although you can integrate the genes of the evil god, you can't become an aggregated creature like me. You can only have the exclusive evil spiritual power of the evil god. You can still cultivate quantum martial arts. After all, this quantum cultivation system was deduced from her evil god spiritual power bloodline. It was a special spiritual power cultivation method that could sense quantum. Of course I know that even if I integrate my bloodline, I definitely can't become an evil god, Xianxia nodded, expressing her understanding. After all, integrating the genes of other races would definitely not be as good as the original race, and even their forms would be different. For example, if other people integrated with iron-based genes, would they grow into a huge iron-based life form like them? Of course not. At most, their lives would turn into iron, and they would become iron men. This gene in front of her was probably the same. By the way, big sister, have you cultivated this quantum martial art? Can you demonstrate it to me? Xianxia asked. Medusa was startled and shook his head. I haven't officially cultivated it yet. After all, I have too many things to cultivate. I haven't even had the time to cultivate this body to perfection, so how would I have the time to walk the path of yin and yang? Entangling with an evil god's quantum battle body? Indeed. One more quantum battle body. Her own upper limit had been raised by another fold. However, the things that she had to cultivate had increased by a lot. She was simply walking further and further on the path of ultimate late stage. Just by looking at the quantum martial arts of this abnormal civilization, one could tell that this civilization had inherited Medusa's great late-stage spirit. The early stages were unimaginably weak. Only rank 8 gods could barely leave the mountain, and only rank 9 gods could fully display their might. However, I asked them to use the cloning factory to clone an arm for me, and I managed to complete a part of the connection. A delicate, jade-like arm of a young girl appeared in the void. Her first reaction when she saw the cloning technology was to clone herself and attempt the connection between yin and yang. Although it's of inferior quality, it can still perform something. She reached out and scratched her palm. His other hand also made a grasping motion in the void. Is this quantum entanglement? It was as if he was another him in a parallel universe. Instant synchronization that ignores space and surpasses the speed of light. Xianxia applauded happily. She came to a realization and said, so, Senior Evil God Qiu Bai also cultivated such a powerful martial art. That's why he could run amok in the universe and be invincible. Martial arts. When Medusa heard this, she felt her heart tremble. She remembered the stone tablets from before, especially the last sentence. After 40,000 years, no longer limited to physical objects, flying flowers and plucking leaves can be used as weapons, penetrating through planets. From then on, one will gradually advance to a place where no state is better than a state. One will forget the Tao and achieve the Tao, directly entering the rank 9, invincible in the universe. So that's how it is. The evil god also cultivated such a strange, indescribable, omnipresent, and mysterious ultimate art that transcended conventional concepts. At this time, she used the crystal wall universe to guide the creation of the evil god's cultivation method. In fact, it was not creation, but revival. I just revived this cultivation system. Previously, Renemenka didn't suspect my identity as a possession because I had the quantum martial arts system at that time. It thought that I had inherited the evil god's memory inheritance and cultivation. And the person who has possessed the body can't inherit the memory inheritance. She only felt fear in her heart. She had escaped a disaster. Previously, she didn't know that Renemenka was an iron-based life form and had escaped a disaster. Who would have known that she had already escaped death? Luckily, I successfully revived the ancient evil god's cultivation system, like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. She looked in the direction of the study room in the courtyard and thought to herself. Suji was still in the study room, researching. He felt that life was just so difficult. Some things were right in front of you, but you could only look at them. I've already perfected 5 genes. Human immortal gene, entire race gene, elemental true energy gene, inner space gene, demon core gene. He sat on the chair and propped his chin on his hand as he sank into deep thought. But this gene before me seems very powerful. I want to cultivate it. What should I do? Could it be that he didn't want to be a human? Suji felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at the human immortal gene and hesitated. For the so-called substitute, was it really worth it to not be a human? The other genes were not easy to give up. They were all extremely powerful core genes. Currently, there was only the immortal gene, which was useless to him now, although he was also like Medusa, Dicky, and the others, using a mother stream civilization to open up the cultivation system corresponding to the immortal gene, allowing countless lives to help in the derivation. There was also a cultivation technique that burned life. However, it was not truly mature yet. My lifespan is still very long. I don't need to consider death at all. Suji thought about it and felt that it was not a bad choice to give it up temporarily. He could also reintegrate it in the future. After all, he was the hero of the Zerg race with 5 genes. He was not like others who could change their genes at will. However, the deletion of a gene would result in a great loss to one's cultivation. It was equivalent to severing one's path of cultivating a genetic cultivation art, but it is still acceptable. After all, the cultivation method of the immortal gene has never been cultivated into any system. There is no loss in cutting it off. Suji pondered. Moreover, I want to walk the path of rank 9. This path is very long. Removing the immortal gene from half of its slumber, it's like speeding up the process by half. He kept weighing. He felt that removing it in a short period of time and cultivating the path of rank 9 was the best choice. And the quantum gene was the substitute for the immortal gene. Moreover, he had entered the new era of quantum. Everyone was secretly learning behind the scenes. If he did not keep up, he would seem to be lagging behind. I can really not be a human anymore. He suddenly made up his mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. I also want to cultivate a substitute. You have to know that due to the characteristics of the quantum battle body, it will be stronger, more convenient, and faster than the main body. Moreover, the creation god might really be related to the quantum system. It will be much more convenient for me to appear as the creation god in the future. He gazed into the distance at the universe with the crystal wall. They've been cultivating in seclusion for 2 days, creating a true self of a parallel universe in the primordial chaos. I'll use these 2 days to cultivate a substitute, a real god of creation, right? At this time, Suji looked at their scripture pavilion. He had some novel ideas about some of the concept techniques and semi-finished future cultivation techniques that were still in theory. Voila! In the multivariate universe, within a scripture pavilion. After Suji walked past Mr. Cat, the Universe Martial Alliance leader, and Cosmic Dreams Zhou Meng, the 3 existences in the Sutra Depository, Suji finally stopped at the number 1 devil of the pugilistic world, the existence that cultivated the Raging Thoughts demonic technique. As long as one called out his name, observed him and sensed his existence, there would be quantum assimilation. One would gradually become him, one's appearance, personality and combat strength would all be assimilated. In reality, Empyrean Dream's ultimate universe martial art is the strongest. Suji's expression was very calm as he stood in the Sutra Pavilion. This type of ninth-order life form that has stepped onto the path of quantum laws is very strange in itself. It is scattered in many places. Grass, feces, soil, and even a single particle of flower fragrance can be a part of it. In fact, when cultivated to the extreme, it can theoretically become the entire universe. Yes, at that time, all the grass, rocks, and soil in the universe would be a part of his body. Then he would be no different from a true god of creation. But for the entire universe to become his quantum battle body, was that realistic? Not at all. Firstly, his body had to be as big as the entire universe before he could interact with it. The matter of the entire universe, but if a life form's body was comparable to the universe, why would he need to interact with another universe? Therefore, the ultimate realm of the cosmic dream technique is a kind of reality paradox to begin with. Suji shook his head. It wasn't that this technique wasn't strong, but the ultimate realm was too idealistic. Hence, Suji came to the place where he cultivated the delusion demonic technique, which was the demonic sex scripture pavilion. As for him, he didn't want to cultivate the delusion demonic technique. This strange and evil martial art reminded him of a famous wuxia novel's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Although this technique is strong, it isn't what I want. Suji quietly flipped through the books in the scripture pavilion. Every scripture pavilion had the top martial arts of the various universes. Naturally, there were also many concepts and theoretical martial arts. These were left behind by the generations of geniuses in the sect. They created the concept of a technique, but due to various reasons, they weren't able to form a complete technique. As the number 1 demonic sect in the pugilistic world of the multiverse, there were all sorts of strange techniques here. Heaven-devouring demonic art, devouring all living things, ultimately devouring heaven and earth, the universe, and turning them into one sacred martial true body. Quantum was the smallest unit of particles that made up matter. He wanted to use the quantum that made up his own matter to entangle and pair with a planet through quantum entanglement, becoming his own planet-level quantum battle body. In the future, he could even entangle the entire universe. Devouring all things was called the heaven-devouring demonic art. That's almost impossible. Suji shook his head. The quanta that make up your body are equivalent to the quanta that can be paired. It was usually a one-on-one, monogamous relationship. Therefore, it could only tangle with a person of the same size. Of course, one could also use certain methods to achieve a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, it would definitely not be single-minded enough, and even the control would be messed up. Therefore, almost no one would do such a thing. Not only would it greatly reduce one's combat power, it would also consume many times the resources. Entangling a single quantum battle body was already an extremely huge amount of effort, and entangling a few more would consume too many resources. As for this cultivation method, it was amazing. It wanted to break through this limit, and it needed one of its own quantum to pair with many quantum from the outside world, achieving a man with 100 million wives. It wants to use a tiny body to pair with a planet that is billions of times bigger than it. You have to entangle every quantum in your body and control more than 100 million quantum particles from the outside world. Is this possible? Of course it's possible in theory. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left this delusional martial art here. However, in order to achieve this, one can only cultivate and distort the laws in this aspect. Suji shook his head. However, the amount of distorting laws is too huge. One man with 100 million wives, using one's own quantum to interact with 100 million other quantum, engulfing heaven and earth. It's simply impossible to achieve. Therefore, this cultivation method was wonderful and innovative. It was also preserved here as an incomplete copy for people to read. There were still many incomplete copies like this. After all, this was the derivation of a civilization's cultivation method. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, all kinds of speculations and deductions regarding the future path had been left behind. Even the sages didn't know if a certain fallacious cultivation method at this time was very advanced and just wasn't recognized by the public. Perhaps, it might become mainstream in the future. However, Su Ji's gaze turned to another incomplete copy. Great. Cosmos Heart Sutra, 5 large bright red words appeared in his mind. It was a very exaggerated name. Even the few great ultimate martial arts didn't dare to name it like this. There were only a few simple lines of introduction below. Life and death alternates, everything returns to one, when one cultivates to the ultimate, the universe is one's body. At the same time, he didn't have the details of any cultivation method. There were only 2 short pages of concept, similar to the other introductions of the heaven-devouring demonic art. They were all very exaggerated. Su Ji gave a simple translation. This seemed to be the author's research diary. A long, long time ago, I've been researching how to expand our quantum combat body. In theory, the bigger our body, the bigger the quantum combat body we can entangle. The bigger the body, the more energy and the stronger the combat power. This is a fixed rule. So, how should we increase our body size? Countless martial Dao grandmasters in the pugilistic world are thinking about this. We even want to expand to a planet, or even expand and interact with the entire universe. Our martial arts path is, can we become the entire universe itself through quantum? And that village where countless Taoists gather is also testing this point. Is the matter of our universe also a part of another existence? We're trying, we're surpassing. Our generations of martial Dao grandmasters are challenging the infinite possibilities of the entire universe. For example, the cultivation methods of the top existences, Sky Dream, and Illusion Demonic Separation are all taking steps in this direction. They're simply rebellious, wanting to use their own matter to entangle the entire universe through quantum entanglement. In the end, because our body size isn't large enough, we can't entangle the entire universe. The body size of life is also limited. To use a limited body size to quantum entangle the entire infinite universe is a fallacy in itself. With our limited body size, is there any way for us to increase our body size? First, we need the specific concept of body size. I've done decades of research. Our race has a body size limit, so we can't expand or shrink. I've done countless experiments and discovered that the correspondence between the soul and flesh is our true body. The method I've tried before is like growing an arm out of thin air, and there's no corresponding soul in the arm. It's just an empty shell. Any cultivation method that expands one's body size and turns into a superlarge giant isn't the true body. The body is the part where the soul and flesh fuse together. However, the soul of a race is fixed and can't expand its body size. It's like a natural lock, imprisoning everything. In that case, is there really no way to expand its body size? Su Ji was stunned. He was researching to solve the shackles of a race's body size limit. In fact, based on Su Ji's understanding, the soul of a race was not limited and could increase according to the number of cells. However, as one of the gods, Su Ji naturally knew that there should be a limit to the growth of the soul size of a race. It wouldn't be able to expand its body infinitely. For example, a Super Sema had millions of cells, a crude pixel creature, but its limit was also more than 100 trillion cells. That was the number of many ordinary level 9 beings, and it was impossible to expand it infinitely. It was just that there were very few cells in the beginning and they would eventually grow to the size of a normal person. The cell size of the entire race was also more than 100 trillion cells. If the entire race could expand infinitely, the 3 pillar gods wouldn't have relied on their infinite size to run amok. It's like I've gone crazy. My mind kept thinking, is there a way to expand my body and produce a brand new soul corresponding to this part of my body? 10 years, 100 years, I've already gone from a youth to an old man. Teacher said that I've gone crazy, and I know that I've gone crazy, but Suji's expression was very calm. This was a madman, a crazy madman, a madman who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao. Crack. At this moment, a disciple dressed in black walked over. He glanced at Suji and said with a face full of surprise, "Eh? You're reading the Great Universe Heart Sutra?" Suji couldn't deny it. There were too many people here, so they naturally wouldn't suspect him. Every top sect planet here had hundreds of millions of outer sect disciples. They were indeed walking the path of casting a wide net and fending for themselves. Whether they could become useful and walk out of the pugilistic world depended on themselves. "Is there a problem with the Great Universe Heart Sutra?" Suji asked. The disciple in black shook his head, his expression indescribable. "That's a madman, this is a madman's martial art. No one's martial art is as crazy as his. Even teacher's demonic delusion fission technique isn't as crazy as his. Even the world's evilest demonic art isn't as crazy as his." "Maybe, it's quite crazy." Suji agreed. "It's not maybe. You'll naturally understand when you read to the end." When the disciple in black said this, a strange expression appeared on his face. "But I still suggest that you don't read it. Your worldview will collapse because of this evil martial art." Suji didn't say anything. He was a peerless genius of his generation 600 years ago. Teacher said that his aptitude wasn't any weaker than his, maybe even a little stronger. He could aspire to be one of the strongest in the universe. However, he was a madman and too extreme. It said that when he was wandering the pugilistic world, he passed by an ancient ruin and obtained some technological information from the prehistoric civilization. He developed a great interest in the concepts of the technological world and was always immersed in some absurd martial arts research. In the end, he died of old age. A madman? Suji nodded. But most of the time, there was only a thin line between a genius and a madman. At the same time, it was no wonder that there were some technological concepts in it. What a pity. The disciple shook his head and sighed. He didn't say anything else and turned around to walk past another bookshelf. Yes, what a pity. There were too many geniuses in history. Perhaps they weren't inferior to Di Chi, Carolyn, and the others, but most of the time, they died due to various reasons. Suji sighed softly. He didn't pay any attention to the passing disciple and looked at the following paragraph. I'm getting older. I feel my life slipping away from me. What have I been doing with my life? What have I done? I've left nothing behind, I've obtained nothing. I'm going to die, and I'm afraid of death. What will happen after I die? My soul will turn into energy and spiritual energy, drifting in the air. My body will turn into dead objects, all kinds of substances, carbohydrates, and a part of the rocks and rivers of the universe. This is how life becomes death. Wait, what did I vaguely think of? Life? Death? That's right, life. I hurriedly memorized all of this. It's as if I've seen the truth of the entire world. The top ultimate martial arts in the universe seem to be right in front of me. I've figured it out, I've totally figured it out. How to expand the body and bestow that part of the body with a brand new equivalent soul. Yes, I've actually neglected the essence of life. Even mortals know this method, how to let someone have another part of the body out of thin air, and this part of the body also has a soul. A method that even mortals know. This part of the sentence was enough to make everyone's hair stand on end. It was as if an extreme evil was slowly emitting black gas from the paper. Yes, this is a method that even mortals know, give birth. Reading this handwritten note, one couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Although Suji had already vaguely guessed it when he read the previous paragraph, he could not help but feel an inexplicable feeling when he received confirmation. Yes, they think I'm crazy. But I told them that I'm not crazy. The newborn child is the mother's own tissue nurtured in the mother's body. At the same time, it also has a corresponding brand new soul. It can indeed be seen as a part of us expanding our body. When Suji saw this, he finally understood. This was the reason why this cultivation technique was considered extremely evil and devilish even within the demonic sects. The bizarre theory of this technique was, the offspring are also a part of one's own body tissue. From a certain point of view, this theory was correct. When will a brand new life be divided into two bodies? It's the umbilical cord. If the umbilical cord is not cut, it will still be a part of the body. That part will still be one's soul and flesh. Therefore, I might be able to build a quantum umbilical cord that will still be connected in the dark. Ha 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 ha. They think I'm even more crazy. How can I expand my body crazily by giving birth to children? This is even more ridiculous and bizarre than teacher's demonic delusion fission technique, where as long as I read teacher's name and observed teacher's existence, I will become teacher. But only I know that when a theory is advanced by 10,000 years, it will not be recognized. Suji seemed to see a crazy old man trembling before his death, sitting in front of the window and writing down the general martial arts he had comprehended in his life. They say that my quantum battle body, the universe, is more evil and indescribable than a demon god. They described my cultivation method as an evil demon god standing in the dark and silent universe. In its stomach, there would be countless wet and bright red umbilical cords stretching out, fangs and claws, which were connected to countless babies, teenagers, and experts. This scene was extremely eerie and terrifying just thinking about it. But I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy. I'm getting closer and closer, I'm getting closer and closer. Ha 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 ha, I don't have much time left, I have to hurry. Just the quantum umbilical cord is not enough. There's a bigger flaw. The bodies of ordinary experts like us are at rank 9, but the new flesh and soul are not the same as the original body. They have to constantly cultivate these new body parts to reach the same realm as the original body. Suji continued reading. The outline of the cultivation technique is getting clearer and clearer, that's right. Every quantum combat body that exists has a unique potential. This quantum combat body of mine, universe, possesses the ability to reproduce. It is constantly expanding its body size, but my main body will not expand because of this. Yes. In theory, through this method, he is the only quantum battle body that can exceed the size of the main body. And the life that is born is still a part of the quantum battle body, but they don't feel it at all. They are constantly cultivating, until they break through rank 9, then they will truly become a part of their body. I see it, I see it. This is the quantum battle body, universe. If they are still alive, they will be the living beings of this quantum battle body, universe. If they die, they will return to nature. They will become the particles and fragments of nature, but they will still be the dead things of the quantum battle body, universe, a part of, universe. There's no need to care about them at all, just like a dream in the universe, this coincides with the inexorable alternation of life and death. Life, living beings live their own lives. Death, they return to the embrace of the universe. As long as this continues. As long as this continues. The alternation of life and death, through reproduction, frantically snatching the substance of the universe, eventually replacing the entire universe. Yes, rank 9 is a world. How vast is the energy contained in a world? Through the reproduction of worlds, I devour the energy and substance of the entire universe, and when countless worlds gather, it will become a true universe. This is the core concept of my cosmic cultivation technique. A mere heaven-devouring demonic skill, in front of my cultivation technique, is like a child playing with mud. Suji's expression became more and more indifferent. Through the reproduction of worlds, becoming a universe, treating oneself as an invading universe, devouring the substance of the entire existing universe, and finally replacing it, seeing this, he somewhat understood the concept of this cultivation technique. It was indeed demonic, it was simply unimaginably demonic. No wonder it was said that the strongest ultimate demonic skill from before was not even 1/10,000th of the evil of this cultivation technique. At this time, the black-cloaked disciple from before walked out from inside, holding an ancient book. He looked at Suji in surprise. Why are you still here? Have you finished reading? Suji did not allow for an answer. He smiled and could not help but say, yes, you should understand how horrifying this thing is, right? The concept of this cultivation technique, unless one is the most extreme lunatic, would not be able to think of it. It's even more outrageous than the heaven-devouring demonic skill. The black-cloaked disciple shook his head and sighed. Do you think this can be realized? The heaven-devouring demonic skill can at least distort the laws, so there is a possibility of it being realized. How can this be realized? How can there be such a life form? To ensure that one's own child can produce so many level 9? This was simply outrageous. One must know that the current 4 supreme martial arts masters in the entire multiverse were only on the path to level 9. They still had to devour themselves in the multiverse to form a complete level 9, and this was just a level 9, and the child born could break through to level 9. That was simply ridiculous. No matter how powerful a civilization was, from its peak to its demise, it was difficult to produce a few level 9 cultivators who transcended the universe, and this, a world with at least trillions of level 9 cultivators who achieved the Tao, to devour the substance of the entire real universe. What a joke. The black-clothed disciple shook his head and laughed. Of course, when these world powerhouses die, they will become scattered substances, turning into sand, stones, rivers. It seems that these level 9 cultivators are already dead, but they are not, because they are still a part of their body. Just from this theory of infinite body expansion alone, it is feasible. The entire universe will eventually be transformed, but it is only a theory. Suji thought so too. Sigh. The black-clothed disciple walked out of the door. Before he left, he only said faintly, to cultivate this cultivation technique, one must be especially fertile, and the children born must have endless level 9, otherwise it is impossible to realize. So, this cultivation technique is even more ridiculous, it is in itself a paradox. A paradox? Suji looked at the entire crumpled martial arts manual, thoughtfully said lightly, perhaps so. I think even the author himself thinks that this cultivation technique is only a theoretical concept, and it is impossible to realize. It's like I've seen a part of my life. He closed the martial arts manual and looked at it thoughtfully. He felt that it carried the weight of time, and the talent of a genius was not recognized in his lifetime. After all, even if he was a genius, his vision was too high and he was unwilling to walk the path of his master. He wanted to surpass his master, which was why he ended up like this and died in depression. If he was still alive, his talent might not be any weaker than Dicky. Suji shook his head and sighed. He could not always pay attention to the world sand table. After all, he was not really omnipotent. Thud. Suji's figure gradually became blurry and became illusory, disappearing from the spot as if he had never appeared in this land. Moreover, the geniuses of each generation are like koi fish in the river. Only those who can successfully cross the water surface of the era are considered geniuses. Dead geniuses are no longer geniuses. Universe Garden. Suji returned to the study room and stood by the window, looking at Medusa and little Shurji playing in the garden and studying martial arts. He was very happy. Medusa quite liked this little girl. I've gone through the scripture pavilions of the top martial arts sections. I've also begun to study and dabble in the major martial arts techniques. I have to say, this atypical martial art is too strange. It fits the strange and gloomy style of the evil god. Even the martial arts of the righteous sects are idealistic and peerless martial arts. He looked outside the window. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Plants and animals were running and playing everywhere. What a wonderful crystal wall universe. Although it can't be said to be the strongest, it must be the strangest. Even he had to admit that the crystal wall universe deduced by Medusa was very interesting. Some of the concepts and theories were beyond the current era. This system cultivated the quantum battle body. And quantum was the smallest particle in the universe. Naturally, the laws of the universe were the highest. Their battle bodies were stronger than their main bodies. But their main bodies hid in the dark, which made it very difficult to kill them. How difficult was it? Even if it was their quantum battle body, you might not be able to kill them. Quantum battle bodies were also very strange and had strong vitality. Of course, strength is relative. The quantum battle body is unable to inherit a genetic bloodline. To experts like them who only have this bloodline, they are indeed countless times stronger than their original bodies. But what about me? It is indeed strong, but not as strong as the main body with 5 genes. After all, the so-called holy martial true body was just a particle body formed by endless cosmic particles through the quantum entanglement of the main body. This body could carry out all kinds of strange methods, such as quantum transmission, quantum dispersion, quantum assimilation, but naturally, it did not possess true bloodline genes. This was because a true life form of flesh and blood could not easily turn into sand and float around in the universe. This was not allowed by the structure of life. Only the legendary quantum life form could do this. However, even though this quantum battle body could not inherit genes, it was still a very powerful combat strength and all kinds of concept martial arts. Not only had Medusa managed to cultivate the quantum martial arts derived from his heretic god gene, but even Su Ji had found the most suitable cultivation art for himself. I don't know how the previous Zerg race Queen Mother cultivated. What was her own cultivation technique like? How was her combat strength? But now, as a transcendent, Su Ji's face lit up. I seem to have found the most suitable transcendent cultivation art for this generation's Zerg race Queen Mother. It could perfectly unleash his ability to the greatest extent. For Su Ji, this was the biggest opportunity he had in a while. There was almost no one else like it. Renamenka's inherited memories had only been a support, and he had only been able to comprehend by analogy. What was happening right now was a true qualitative change. The laws of quantum are really mysterious. They are almost the same as the laws of karma. Perhaps, the karma itself that people often talk about is a high-level manifestation of quantum? Through this cultivation art, Su Ji already had a definite path for the future. After all, Su Ji was barely satisfied with its strong fertility and the ability to produce a large number of rank 9. Of course, it was not Su Ji himself that could satisfy it, but the subbrain of the worm nest. Whoosh. Su Ji looked at the subbrain of the worm nest. This was the body of the previous Zerg race Queen Mother. If the 6 paths of reincarnation were said to be the exclusive weapon that Su Ji had built for himself, then the subbrain of the worm nest was the exclusive weapon that the previous Zerg race Queen Mother had built for herself, and it was even built from her former body. Perhaps I can perfectly integrate the subbrain of the worm nest into my quantum battle body, and make changes that conform to the style of my generation. This will also allow me to truly and completely grasp the core authority. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. However, the concept of this cultivation art is already clear. I can carefully study and integrate it, and first settle the embryonic form of the cultivation art. Su Ji took a deep breath. This cultivation art could only be developed, studied, and cultivated by himself. No one could help him in this aspect. He had a terrifying feeling that after he cultivated this quantum battle body, the entire Zerg race would undergo an unprecedented change. Perhaps, the true god of creation was about to descend, in the palace of martial arts. Immortal Qi was faintly discernible in the immortal mountain of chaos. Day after day, year after year. More than 100 years had passed. Many things could have happened in 100 years. Even though they didn't communicate with the outside world, according to their previous deductions, the entire Tier Empire outside had probably reached its final moments. Even though they had obtained a large number of goods, and even had countless gods and scientists, they had actually resisted the high-dimensional spacetime and technology, but they had still been defeated by the crazy Silk. We can't delay any longer. We have to cultivate and get out of the mountain. The group of them had extremely solemn expressions. Another 10 years passed. Whoosh, in the void, they could vaguely see countless quantum particles and dust converging into one. That was Princess Charles. She walked towards them, and her appearance was incomparably real, as if they were exactly the same. I finally succeeded. Xianxia shouted excitedly, "Substitute, my quantum substitute." She excitedly grabbed her other arm, and found that it was incomparably smooth and soft, no different from her own. Of course there is no difference. After all, it is at the quantum level, just like a parallel universe version of herself. Beside her, Munsa laughed. She already had her own quantum battle body. This is really too magical. Charles closed his eyes and allowed his quantum battle body to transform into a sandstorm that spread out in all directions. Soon, the scattered matter began to fuse with heaven and earth, and was absorbed by animals and plants. In less than half a month, she discovered that she had become a small part of heaven and earth. She was in the pistils of plants, and the hair of animals. It was a very frightening sight. I finally understand the feeling of terror that Teacher Cat mentioned. Quantum martial arts gave birth to a terrifying thought: is the entire universe a certain existence? I am everything. I seem to be everything in everything. Charles took a deep breath. Does the God of creation really exist? Perhaps. The 13th prince stood up and looked at the people around him. Then, since even you have been dealt with, let's completely leave the mountain and go save our empire. Perhaps in the near future, we will be able to see the existence of this legendary ultimate existence. Yes, perhaps only a civilization that knows such a concept can observe such a great existence. Munsa smiled, and the group completely embarked on their return journey. Are you leaving the mountain? At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past. The cat scholar suddenly stood in the middle of the entire martial arts arena, surrounded by clouds and mist. His expression was extremely calm. I've heard that your civilization is facing a crisis. Are you guys going back? Yes. The few of them bowed and respectfully addressed him as teacher. Although it was an equivalent exchange, and they had improved the core technology of their level 9 technological civilization, the god cloning technology, in exchange for martial arts, it was true that they had taught him. The cat scholar smiled and said, your improvement can allow the disciples to have combat power at a lower level. This is very good. We are just taking what we need. You are just my disciples in name, so you don't have to be so polite. I have also asked the multiverse demon god of our civilization and temporarily obtained the permission to go out. They were shocked and could not help but say, Teacher, are you going to leave with us? If their teacher took action, this mysterious and unfathomable expert from the center of a high-level universe would probably be able to deal with the taboo existence of another high-level cosmic civilization, the Buddha pillar god. This kind of martial arts master could cross the universe and crush mountains and seas with a punch as easy as turning his hand. The fierce battle between these two civilizations, just thinking about it was exciting. I won't take action. I'm just watching. I'm very interested in that terrifying taboo civilization. After all, the universe needs to be explored. Our world is just one of the many worlds. He said, and the other martial arts masters also seem to be interested in your world. Maybe they will also go out. They looked at each other and just nodded. The actions of existences of this level were not something they could interfere with. They had come here to be apprenticed to a teacher and had cultivated for nearly 200 years. The other masters must know. After all, quantum martial arts were too strange. It was everywhere, and it was difficult to hide any secrets. In fact, they had learned a lot of the truth these days. That snake-haired woman was the so-called multiverse demon god who controlled this cosmic civilization. And this existence, they had thought that she was a disciple of Renamenka. Who knew that she was the descendant of a taboo existence like Renamenka? Right now, they were just temporarily taking her in and looking after her. And the martial arts civilization of the multiverse controlled by this demon god was not inferior to Renamenka's cosmic garden. His Majesty Renamenka's bloodline and cultivation method are iron-based life, and this evil god civilization is a pseudo-quantum life. Both of them were extremely terrifying. In front of me, the descendant of such an existence lives in the garden of Renamenka. They took deep breaths. Naturally, it was terrifying. Renamenka was even more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined. It was even more powerful than the ancient times, just the high-dimensional spacetime that could cover the entire garden, as well as the fact that there was a demonic god that was not inferior to his civilization living here. Then, teacher, we'll take our leave, they said. Go. The white-robed scholar put his hands behind his back and quietly watched them leave. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at the disciples practicing martial arts beside him. Schrodinger's cat? Interesting, the outside world is indeed something to look forward to, and the pillar god Tathagata. Is the legendary forbidden evil civilization invading the entire galaxy outside? I'm also very interested. Suddenly, a little girl who was practicing martial arts with a wooden dummy appeared. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. She smiled innocently and looked very cute. Mr. Cat's pupils widened as though flames were spewing out of its eye sockets. The golden light was resplendent. Demon Lord? You came to my sect to harm my disciples again. Get out of here. He. The outside world will also praise my name. Our rash desire demon sect might be able to compete with that forbidden existence to see who is more powerful. Just like Pan Shuexian's evaluation of my martial arts, those who believe in me will obtain eternal life. Those who believe in me will be resurrected on the spot. The little girl suddenly collapsed to the ground and lost her consciousness. Life is always lonely, Mr. Cat frowned. This demon's martial arts were becoming more and more powerful and terrifying. At this moment, a green flower by the lake extended two branches and bent toward the lake. It was as though a young girl was dressing up with a pair of small hands and combing her hair. An old and distant voice came from afar. So, I've grown like this? What a good dream. This old man loves to sleep. I don't know how many autumns my dreams will last. Zhou Meng, Mr. Cat looked at her, his eyes completely spitting fire. Why are you here again? Xiaoqiao turned around with a smile and looked at him strangely. The outside world? I wonder if your unfettered traversal is enough to roam the world and be omnipresent, or my sky dream is better. Omnipresent? Mr. Cat was just about to speak. Ah. Confessing to my best girl who knows if one's life is just a dream? This blade of grass had a worried expression on its face. Its green and tender branches made a V-shaped gesture as it held its chin, as if it was thinking about an incredible philosophical thesis. Dreaming is the most carefree. In a dream, there is everything. Mr. Cat ignored him. The dream Dao was filled with all sorts of oddities and personalities. It was normal for one to be strange. He strangled Xiaoqiao and swallowed it. He turned around and looked at the figure that walked in through the door of the training field. This man was majestic and gave off a majestic aura. You went down the mountain? Mr. Cat said. I heard the news too. The man became very calm. As the leader of the martial arts world and the multiverse, he had a strong sense of justice. Perhaps, the four of us will decide the outcome very quickly, but the three of you are destined to be defeated by me. Why do you think you will win? Mr. Cat laughed. Because you don't have my boundless heart. And an indomitable fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? Mr. Cat seemed to recall something and suddenly chuckled. Why do I need fighting spirit? All I seek is a carefree world. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. How about we fight first? The man's eyes flashed with raging flames. Whoosh. I'm not feeling well today. Mr. Cat gently floated away like dust in the sea, disappearing without a trace. On this day, the pugilistic world discovered a new pugilistic world. The entire pugilistic world was in an uproar. I heard that the nameless swordsman and soulless Xianxia will fight at the peak of the constellation C. Are the two great grandmasters finally going to fight to the death? Your news is outdated. This is no longer news worth paying attention to in the pugilistic world. That's impossible, right? Could there be more shocking news than this? Could it be that the Cloud Mountain Sword sect master, Fairy Cloudsmoke, has a sweetheart? Then who knows how many hot-blooded youths in the pugilistic world will lose hope in life? Of course not. Beyond the heavens and earth, there is a heaven beyond. What is a heaven beyond? Waiter, bring the wine. I'll tell you slowly. Another person sitting in the tea-house said, full of carefree joy. Suji opened his eyes. He stood by the window and looked down at the garden. They've learned from their masters and completed their training. My quantum battle body is about to complete its preliminary training. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of the study. Come in. Medusa paused and slowly walked in. The world of the garden is too big. Maybe I can bring some of the natives from my world here. She had originally wanted to find an entrance to the material plane for the gray space system in this piece of land. Do as you wish, Suji replied. Whoosh. The flowers and trees were lush, giving off an extremely wild feeling. Rumble, all of a sudden, the chaotic space began to shake. The nearby plants and beasts seemed to be on fire as they madly ran away, forming a special beast tide. Thud, 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 a huge banyan tree grabbed the long roots on the ground and ran, like an eloping princess running in a green dress. A bird dodged the turbulence in the sky. The animals that had lived here for a long time were naturally very sensitive to earthquakes and could predict them in advance. It's a familiar scene again. We're back. Charles and the others reappeared in the cosmic garden. They took a deep breath and walked out of the garden. It was as if the sky and the sea were vast. Standing in the cosmos garden and looking down at the planets below, they felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. We've obtained an unimaginable super-inheritance. We're here to save our civilization. Charles laughed. He felt that life was full of ups and downs, like a dream of civilization. They looked at the descending planets and suddenly had a feeling that they were about to witness history. We'll not only recover the glory of more than 100,000 years ago, but we'll also surpass it and become a true advanced civilization. Mantha felt an extremely excited thought in her heart. We've obtained the inheritance of an advanced civilization. We'll fight against another advanced civilization. They looked at the starry night sky outside the cosmic garden. Everyone felt incomparably small, but at the same time, they had a strong desire to become stronger. Let's begin, the 13th prince said. The 13th prince said, look at the current battle situation, our resistance, and the intensity of the battles at the various front lines. We must join in, as the saviors of the civilization. Come out, substitute, silver chariot. Mantha shouted in a low voice. A handsome and lithe warrior glowed with fluorescence and turned into a bolt of lightning that floated into the universe. Right now, I can even fight a supreme god of laws. Father, I did it. On the other side. The information was cut off again. Dickie frowned. He stood in the endless dark universe and silently sensed the disappearing fluctuations of laws. Carolyn, and the Mother Green Vine. I don't know what they're up to. I've been following them and found that they've jumped countless times. Moreover, they're constantly hiding the coordinates of their jumps. At the same time, I found the death aura of many octopuses at the places they've jumped. Clearly, they're hunting these creatures at all the places they've jumped to. Dickie kept thinking. Although they erased their traces with each jump, it was too hasty, and they could continue to follow them. They should have discovered a brand new civilization. A cold light flashed in Dickie's eyes. They're following the octopus that I hunted back then. However, this civilization should have belonged to me. Yes. If the giant octopus was in his hands, then he would be the one to follow it. However, they should be almost at the destination. Dickie's gaze turned cold, and he slowly looked toward the depths of the universe in the distance. The dark universe was decorated with endless starlight, and this sea of stars was like a glass mirror imprinted in his eyes. Hee hee. I want to see what tricks you're playing. Crack. The entire Fury Christi continent was in a mess. In this one day, which was more than 100 years in the high-dimensional space-time, the war here had reached an unimaginable intensity. The battlefield had moved from the sealed continent to the entire central planet. The large number of battles had left the planet full of holes. The rivers, plants, and rubble that had been smashed by the Star Destroyer cannons were like garbage dumps in space, floating near the entire small planet, forming a unique small meteorite belt. The civilization here, with its thin and broken atmosphere, could no longer accommodate normal flesh and blood life, but it could still accommodate mechanical life. In the subspace area of the planet, this place had formed a strange scene. Small vacuum cleaners, electric fans, flushing toilets, and electronic toys swaggered on the streets, constantly chatting, giving off a strange feeling of cyberpunk machinery. Are we going to the gym? Oh, I just advanced to the 5th level. That's not too slow, but I need to stabilize it for a while. I'm out of money, I have to go earn some money. A special society had formed on the streets. In the past 100 years, they had inherited all the technology trees of the Tyr Empire and directly researched the Divine Factory. The number of divine beings that had appeared had increased. Iron-based technology empire, Central Conference Area. In the black ruins that looked like a playground, there were fine black iron scraps everywhere, giving off a dilapidated, bright red apocalyptic feeling. There were 33 strange mechanical iron-based beings sitting in a huge ring, forming the Round Table Conference. They were of different shapes and sizes. Some were munitions factories, some were home appliances, and some were mechanical warriors. Even their sizes were very different. The largest mechanical life was more than 1,000 kilometers in size. The huge playground conference room in front of it looked like an ordinary brick. The other 32 iron-based beings sat on this tiny brick and communicated with it. The 33 representatives sitting here are the leaders of their respective races. You are the first to develop intelligence and produce your own race. It can be said that the entire race is the descendant of us 33. Currently, the number of our 33 races is still increasing, and new comrades have gained intelligence. 33 is not our limit. However, our first concern is the extinction of the race. Are we going to start an all-out war? A huge factory below asked. We're frantically pulling away from those guys. Although they are also in a high-dimensional space and have a large number of divine scientists pursuing them, they are still no match for us. Their civilization advancement is too slow. As for the transcendents, their development is extremely slow. Even if they gain knowledge in a short period of time, they are unable to quickly form their battle prowess. Their law supreme gods are already powerless, and many of them have already been heavily injured by us. Now, we are going to officially launch an attack on them, Xianxia, the next second. With a flash of fluorescent light, a member of parliament was directly penetrated. The entire iron-based life was like a car that had crashed at high speed. It was full of potholes and distorted to an unimaginable extent. All the iron-based life forms narrowed their eyes. Who's ambushing us? Do you want to die? The death of the leader of a race meant that the bloodline of this race had lost its primordial bloodline. The descendants of this iron-based branch would grow thinner and weaker as they multiplied. To them, this was an extremely heavy price. Xianxia, the terrifying auras of countless iron-based life forms erupted. Who is it? Who dares to do so? With the endless aura scanning, nothing could hide. A silver shadow swordsman slowly appeared in front of him. This face, according to the enemy's database, is Xianxia, the daughter of the natural god system's #1 sword god. Has she set foot on the path of law? Only 3% is already considered very shocking, but... Boom, endless power bombarded Xianxia, about to mince her alive. Xianxia's expression turned cold. She disappeared with a long sword in her hand and said coldly in her heart, "It's useless. My quantum martial arts is training in quantum teleportation. Silver chariot. It has a speed faster than light beams. Have any of you been hit by a light slash before?" She slowly waved her longsword and turned into a ray of silver light. Boom, she once again ambushed and killed a weak member of parliament. Powerful members could not be killed, but weak members could be killed before they matured. This way, she could get rid of a huge threat. But in the next second, a terrifying attack came. I have to leave. Xianxia took a deep breath. Otherwise, no matter how strange her quantum battle body was, no matter how strong her survivability was, she might still die here. I'll be back. Her whole body turned into a sandstorm and dissipated. All the members of parliament were completely enraged and looked in her direction. Shame. How dare she assassinate our member in the supreme meeting of our civilization and leave? Her power is too strange. We couldn't react for a while. Could it be that she became Renomance's disciple and learned some special techniques in the cosmic garden? She attacked us to demonstrate her power, but also to buy time? But she did buy time. We have to study her power. What is it? They were completely shocked. They began to analyze, calculate, and understand this strange technique. On the other side, the god and demon alchemists' market had become an indispensable pillar of this civilization. Board extraordinary planet. Form a team and go to Phoenix Plain to hunt. My agility is 501, and my profession is slayer. Does anyone want to explore with me? On the ancient and rough stone street, countless people were shouting in front of the guild. A handsome young man walked here slowly with a strange expression. Level up? Fight monsters? Slayer? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Dickie's expression changed. He continued to study. The people here were very large. Only Pengu's real body could match their size, which meant that they contained a huge amount of energy. He silently opened the market and looked at the dazzling array of goods. His face completely darkened. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art? Various Peerless Technique gift bags, upgrade and become stronger? He. He sneered a few times. His eyes flashed. Suddenly, he looked to the side. It was a young man in black who gave him an extremely evil feeling. He was giving a speech to the people around him. His name is Wang Renming, a great existence in the dark. In the multiverse, he is the overlord of various fields and specialties. As long as you believe in him and remember him, you can obtain incomparable power. Those who believe in me, gain eternal life. He stood up and shouted passionately, those who believe in me, resurrect on the spot. Dickie's face slightly stiffened again. He looked at the other party with a faint smile. And the other party seemed to have noticed something and slowly looked over. Whoosh. For a moment, the air in the entire street was still, and the world seemed to be calm. Boom, the air instantly froze. Formless auras collided, as if turning the flowing air into solid gel. The flowers, plants, insects, fish, and even the falling cups, the spilled transparent water, and the gray smoke from the orange bonfire seemed to be embedded in the still glass. Law. My God. He's a great being who has stepped onto the universal law. The entire street was silent. No one dared to move. To an existence of this level, they were like pitiful ants on the side of the road. You're interesting. What, are you? Dichi showed a trace of surprise as he looked at the other curiously. I've never seen a creature like you. Strange, absurd, and indescribable. How powerful was Dichi? He was born intelligent and sensitive in this aspect. At this moment, he felt an indescribably strange feeling. The other's body clearly looked like flesh, blood, cells, internal organs, bones, and meridians. It had everything, and the density was extremely fine. But his senses told him this was not a real living being. It was as if the real soul was not in the body. It was like a soul from another time and space, controlling a parallel universe of himself, such a feeling. He had never heard of such a system. You ask me what I am? And what are you? Naturally, the man could tell that Dickie wasn't an ordinary person. Just standing there and smiling was enough to make his hair stand on end. As the demon lord of the multiverse, the #1 devil on the pugilistic world's wanted list, he was naturally unafraid. He had just arrived to preach, and he had already encountered this strange and mysterious existence. He was just curious. The demon lord grew even more curious. You're from a distant extraterrestrial civilization? You look travel-worn. I can sense countless particles of different regions on your body. Particles? Dichi was even more surprised. The other civilization could actually see this. It seemed that they had some extremely exaggerated research on the microscopic world. Your aura alone is unimaginably powerful. The so-called supreme gods of these worlds are like grasshoppers before you. You must be from a distant extraterrestrial civilization. The demon lord looked at the other, his voice soft and unafraid. He laughed. This world is too interesting. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying existence. Did you also come to this war-torn world because you heard about the evil pillar god Tathagata in this galaxy, to observe and research in secret? Pillar god? Did you come here to study the pillar god of this civilization? Dickie's face darkened completely. He was the pillar of the celestial heavens. What exactly was Mother Earth doing here? The pillar god virus had spread here and caused a huge commotion, attracting other terrifying civilizations to come and watch. And the combat power of these civilizations were clearly not weaker than them. Excellent, excellent. This is a good plan to suppress and infuriate the 3 pillar gods. The corner of Dichi's mouth twitched. No wonder she was the fastest runner in the heavenly court, Lady Jianmu. She dared to provoke the 3 pillar gods. However, as the 2 of them spoke as if no one else was present, all the powerhouses on the street turned pale with fright as they looked at the 2 of them. The outer realm, were these 2 cultivators from the outer realms who had attained the Tao. All the legendary and epic experts had grim expressions on their faces. The civilization of their galaxy was about to go extinct. The arrival of the evil and terrifying taboo, the pillar god civilization, didn't just attract the support of the god alchemist Maul to help the native civilization resist, it also attracted the arrival of all kinds of high-level mysterious civilizations to come and observe this disaster. Or did they have some other goal? Everyone felt like they were on the verge of collapse. There was an indescribable fear in their hearts. Their civilization was like a fragile doll that could be manipulated by others without any ability to fight back. And now, because of the arrival of the pillar god civilization, too many great existences from the higher dimension of the universe had come to descend from the dimension. Impossible. We won't lose. Someone roared in shock and kept retreating. Our geniuses have already gone to the Cosmos Garden to learn from their masters. They have learned extremely terrifying extraordinary cultivation techniques. Your Highness Munsa has already raided the other party's council a few days ago and scared them out of their wits. Yeah, we also have great power. Someone felt their confidence was boosted. Learn the cultivation techniques of higher civilizations. Hearing these people's words, the demon lord only had an inexplicable smile on his face. He said to that person, yes, you can also possess great power. As long as you recite my name and observe my existence, you can also possess my power, my everything. Believe you, recite you, observe your existence. That epic warrior started to mutter. He seemed to be at a loss as a strange aura appeared. His appearance seemed to be changing slightly. Yes, believe me. As long as you observe me, believe me, I will exist in your heart and protect you. The demon lord's voice seemed to have some kind of demonic nature to it. That epic warrior was slowly changing, as if he was transforming into a different being. Why is his aura changing? When the people saw this, they were completely shocked, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. What kind of evil cosmic cultivation technique was this? It was actually, name, it's a name. As long as we know his name, as long as we keep thinking about him, he will grow in our hearts and assimilate us. Many people covered their mouths in fear. Their faces were pale, and they felt nauseous. Many of the powerful warriors were intelligent. They instantly tried to force themselves to forget the scary existence's words, to forget his name, voice, appearance, and words. However, they couldn't forget. The more they tried to forget, the clearer it became. This was a strange characteristic of all living beings. It was like a normal person who didn't dare go to the toilet after watching a horror movie. Even though they told themselves not to be afraid, the more they were afraid, the deeper it became. Humans are such a strange animal. The demon lord held his hands behind his back and looked up into space. He said lightly, the more you try not to be afraid, the more afraid you become. Even the strongest cannot avoid it. In other words, their resistance to this kind of fear is weaker than normal people. They call this kind of fear the demon in their heart, the destruction of their Tao heart, and the madness, and my martial art, demonic desire division, can also be called the great demon seed of Tao heart technique. Using me as your fear, I will be planted in your heart, planting demonic thoughts in your Tao heart. The demon lord looked at the powerful warriors around him, and his face was pale. They were terrified, and they bit their lips. They knew very well that this evil existence was telling them this to add to their impression. To deepen their fear, however, their fear was getting harder and harder to erase. Demon seed of Tao heart? He called this strange thing like a parallel universe version of himself, a martial art? Dichi mumbled to himself. It's useless. The demon lord looked at everyone on the street and smiled. I am known as the most evil and terrifying demon. In the entire martial world, countless righteous sects are chasing after me. It is because my terror cannot be erased. He raised his head. When an area is polluted, the righteous sects can only erase the memories of the ordinary people and make them forget me. But it is very difficult for the powerful to erase their memories, because escaping is a flaw. It is simply cutting off their own martial Tao heart, completely crippling them. So, the stronger the person, the deeper the influence. Once the demon seed is planted, the harder it is to erase it. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the weaker stage 8 celestial emperors vomited in fright. They had completely collapsed, feeling that the future of their lives was destined to be dark. Yes, the stronger the person, the greater the influence. As he spoke, he looked at Dichi in front of him with interest, hoping that the other party would show signs of panic. Unexpectedly, the other party's eyes gradually lit up as he listened. So that's how it is. Killing people to attack the heart, what an evil technique. You said so much, but the drunkard's intention is not wine. You don't want to control these weak people, but you want to establish my fear of you. Are you trying to plant a demon in my Tao heart? Say more, I am listening carefully, Dichi said. In the distance. The players were dumbfounded and scared out of their wits. F*CK. Why is Father Dichi here all of a sudden? Akina Mountain Speed, why didn't you inform me? Oh. I almost forgot. You were in his body, working crazily and disoriented. You can't tell the difference between day and night outside, so naturally you don't know what's happening outside. Diqi. Akina mountain speed? What did it have to do with this? He was in Diqi's inner space, and he couldn't see outside. And Diqi himself wouldn't tell him where he was. Another person said, F***ck, this demon lord of the multiverse must have come here to secretly mess up the entire civilization, to build his demon sect's great cause, and also to cause destruction. Now they've suddenly bumped into each other? Is this demon lord an idiot? Sob, seriously explaining the concept of your cultivation method to Diqi, and then calmly acting cool. F***ck. I like it when you're like this. Run. Run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Yelling. JPG, he's still too young. Demon Lord, stop pretending, run. Countless players hiding in their eyeballs shouted. Looking at the two people who were still confronting each other on this street, they felt like they were about to collapse and roared. End of chapter 912. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.